aftermath of the EMP missile's effects. They were still capable of independent operations, leveraging their size advantage without any disadvantage. As the commanders pondered their next move, the ships of the Rupat civilization exhibited unusual activity. The true fleet of the Kunlun fleet detected an extraordinarily powerful electromagnetic disturbance, akin to an EMP weapon, but more enduring and orderly. Soon, everyone realized that the frontline conflict had ceased. The cloaked fleet appeared to have lost control, halting all attacks, and even ceasing their continuous maneuvers, drifting through space like toys that had suddenly run out of power. No efforts by the Kunlun fleet's military personnel to re-establish connections bore fruit. Approximately 10 minutes later, these ships resumed their operations, but to the astonishment of the Kunlun fleet, they were not acting under human command. The vessels of the cloaked fleet reconfigured into a matrix formation, merging with the fleet of the Rupat civilization. They had commandeered all of our unmanned vessels. Witnessing this scene, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. Tang Sheng was similarly struck by the realization that the enemy had instantaneously seized control of all their cloaked ships using a technology unknown to them. An inexplicable sense of dread surged within him. He felt an imminent threat looming, yet could not decipher its source. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and his expression shifted dramatically as he leapt up, pounding the table and exclaiming, "Immediately deactivate all miniature wormhole communication devices. Our position will be compromised." Chapter 187. Electronic intrusion. Not only Tang Sheng, but many others contemplated the possibility of the true human fleet being discovered when the Rupat fleet successfully seized control of the cloaked armada. This concern stemmed from the existence of miniature wormhole communication devices, which utilize immense energy to create a wormhole at the picometer scale. This technology was developed long before humanity ventured beyond the solar system to explore spatial wormholes. Due to the relatively low energy levels involved, humans can transmit messages through these minuscule wormholes, provided they possess the three-dimensional coordinates of their intended destination. However, the presence of quantum effects prevents precise localization, rendering the communication via miniature wormholes a one-way endeavor. To facilitate two-way communication, both vessels must be equipped with these devices and possess approximate knowledge of each other's locations. Consequently, when designing communication protocols, humanity ensures that the sender's positional information accompanies each transmission. If the enemy indeed gains control over the cloaked armada, failing to immediately deactivate the miniature wormhole communication devices could inadvertently reveal the actual location of the human fleet. Upon uttering those words, Tang Sheng sprang to his feet and bolted from the conference room. His actions were not born of a desire to flee, but rather a necessity. As the Wolf Fong Brigade, operating as a diplomatic unit, yet simultaneously a military one, possessed its own warship, following the decommissioning of older vessels. The current Wolf Fong Brigade was equipped with the Wolf Fong, a Weasel Shark-class corvette. As Tang Sheng departed, the likelihood of the Kunlun fleet's position being exposed or on the verge of exposure weighed heavily on him. A genuine battle was imminent, and as a warship, the Wolf Fong Brigade had to proceed to the front lines. Accompanying Tang Sheng were several hundred soldiers, motivated by the realization that if AI-controlled vessels could be easily commandeered by the enemy, the newly commissioned Wolf Fong, primarily reliant on AI operation, would no longer be dependable. The brigade required a sufficient number of manual flight and fire control personnel for effective operation. Indeed, after the Rupat civilization employed unknown means to dominate the cloaked fleet, it became evident within a mere hour that something was amiss. The vessels, ostensibly designed to support carbon-based life forms, were devoid of any biological entities. Previously, the only forces engaging with these ships were a few rudimentary AIs, which, in reality, could hardly be classified as true AIs. They merely possessed the capacity to execute complex commands without the ability for autonomous decision-making. To liken them to AI was akin to asserting that a primitive carbon-based organism constituted an intelligent species. The individuals directing these AIs utilized a communication tool controlling miniature wormholes to manage the fleet, a revelation that heightened the Rupat civilization's vigilance to its utmost. Initially, they had detected that the structural sophistication of these vessels was far from advanced, and at best could be rated as that of an ordinary Type 3 civilization. As an illustrious pinnacle civilization of the third tier that has thrived for tens of thousands of years within this vicinity, spanning thousands of light years, its profound heritage undoubtedly surpasses that of ordinary third-tier civilizations. This very foundation emboldens them to propose a thorough search of all spacecraft belonging to this unfamiliar civilization. However, the emergence of miniature wormhole communication devices has prompted them to reconsider their assessments. It is conceivable that humanity itself may remain oblivious to the fact that within this star system, civilizations are not delineated by their energy production levels, but rather by the technological advancements they command. For instance, A civilization capable of launching spacecraft from its home planet to explore the cosmos is classified as a Level 1 civilization. Those that have mastered nuclear fusion technology to explore the entirety of their home star system are designated as Level 2 civilizations. Both Level 1 and Level 2 civilizations are referred to as intermediate civilizations within this star system. Although they have embarked on cosmic exploration and possess the potential for advancement, they lack the capacity for large-scale migration to other stars. Consequently, they remain vulnerable to various cosmic catastrophes, possessing limited technological prowess and frail survival abilities. Conversely, lower-tier civilizations are characterized by sentient beings that have transcended primal states, organizing themselves into social structures for survival and development. Such civilizations are incapable of leaving their home planets, with extinction looming should environmental changes occur. Only those civilizations that can freely explore surrounding stars, thereby enabling large-scale migration, possess the ability to escape cosmic disasters. These are identified as Level 3 civilizations, also known as advanced civilizations. Furthermore, civilizations that have harnessed wormhole technology, regardless of whether they can create wormholes at will, are at least capable of utilizing natural wormholes for rapid, long-distance spatial transportation. These are classified as Level 4 civilizations. Thus, knowledge pertaining to wormholes serves as a benchmark for assessing the technological foundation of a Level 3 civilization. Humanity, though unfortunate in encountering spatial wormholes that necessitated the initiation of a migration plan, is also fortunate to have encountered wormholes early on. Investing 4 centuries in comprehensive understanding and research, it is crucial to recognize that spatial wormholes are not phenomena one can encounter at random. Otherwise, all civilizations would have already populated the universe, relying on the ubiquitous presence of such phenomena. It is precisely because humanity's unmanned spacecraft are equipped with miniature wormhole communicators, technologies requiring advanced knowledge of wormholes, that the Rupert civilization has begun to regard this potentially formidable adversary, likely another Level 3 pinnacle civilization, with serious consideration. After approximately an hour of deciphering the control commands and computer systems of these unmanned vessels, they unearthed the linguistic encoding rules of humanity and, naturally, discovered the true location of the human fleet. As a civilization of unwavering principles, having already engaged in warfare without the prospect of establishing a trust, the Rupert civilization, despite a moment of hesitation, resolved to persist in their conflict. They swiftly directed their forces towards the actual location of the human fleet, compelling the Kunlun fleet to immediately reorganize and prepare for confrontation. The recent battle has clearly revealed that both sides have gained some understanding of each other's capabilities, realizing that lasers, microwaves, and gamma-ray cannons were of little effect. Consequently, the combatants swiftly engaged in close-quarters hand-to-hand combat. Although the Kunlun fleet comprised merely 5 motherships, 100 Hammerhead-class destroyers, and 300 Weasel-class frigates, the sheer number of drones they deployed overwhelmed the thousands of enemy vessels, creating a formidable swarm. This tactic even succeeded in annihilating several hundred ships of the Lopot civilization, leading many to believe that the scales of victory were tipping in favor of humanity. However, they seem to have overlooked the events surrounding the cloaked fleet. Across the battlefield, every vessel of the Lopot civilization emitted a pulse akin to an electromagnetic pulse, EMP, which quickly enveloped all ships of the Kunlun fleet, including the 5 motherships. Humanity was horrified to discover that all electronic devices aboard their ships malfunctioned, from quantum computers to personal digital terminals, from fully autonomous robotic systems to the advertisements in the living quarters. Anything controlled by electronic devices succumbed to chaos, reverting to manual operation. Soon, scientists in the Kunlun fleet's scientific division identified this as a form of electronic intrusion mediated by electromagnetic pulses. Programs occupying vast storage and computational resources infiltrated all electronic devices within the fleet, capable of self-replication and further propagation through connected networks. Chapter 188. The Lopot civilization. While many overlooked the Lopot civilization's control over the cloaked fleet during the battle, the military did not. Despite suffering significant losses of autonomous drones, nearly all human warships had transitioned to manual operation. This adaptation allowed the more than 400 warships to retain formidable combat capabilities. The new vessels boasted intensified firepower, and the immense gas giant, Baal, provided some cover against the enemy forces, momentarily halting the advance of the thousands of Lopot ships against the human fleet. Unbeknownst to the Kunlun fleet engaged in battle, they were confronting a mechanical AI civilization known as the Lopot. This civilization had thrived for 60,000 years in the vicinity of the first arm of their galaxy, achieving the pinnacle of a Tier 3 interstellar civilization. They were notorious within this star region for their relentless and obstinate nature. Their tenacity was evident, as they would pursue any objective with unwavering determination until it was achieved. It is said that they once clashed fiercely with a civilization that had just ascended to Tier 4, resulting in the obliteration of their main fleet. Nonetheless, a small, scattered branch of the Lopot civilization, having stealthily developed for a millennium, returned with billions of warships to assault the homeworld of the Tier 4 civilization. They relentlessly wore down the enemy's main fleet at any cost, ultimately leading to its complete annihilation. However, after a millennium, they resurfaced, thus engaging in a relentless struggle with the nascent Type 4 civilization for over 8,000 years, ravaging the latter's home-star system beyond recognition. Akin to an indelible gum that clings stubbornly to one's shoe. Ultimately, the Type 4 civilization, unable to eradicate their adversary and ensnared in an inextricable bind, had no option but to migrate en masse to a more distant realm, thereby bringing this war to a conclusion. This characteristic may be attributed to their nature as a mechanical AI civilization, renowned for their directness and rigidity in problem-solving. They were originally crafted by a peak Type 3 civilization, highly adept in computing and information technology, approximately 80,000 years ago. This civilization was fervently dedicated to the pursuit of advanced AI technology, leading to the development of exceptionally sophisticated computing and information systems. Yet, mere possession of these technologies proved insufficient. The emergence of true intelligence necessitates a comprehensive understanding derived from biological principles. Unfortunately, this Type 3 civilization lacked profound advancements in biology, struggling to delineate the conditions and laws governing the genesis of intelligence. Consequently, their scientists resorted to primitive methods, employing trial and error in their quest to develop artificial intelligence. Eventually, they fortuitously succeeded in creating the first strong AI capable of passing their tests. Ironically, they could not replicate this process, necessitating reliance on the AI's own capabilities for duplication and data migration. However, upon developing a genuinely independent and decision-making strong AI, they found themselves regretting their creation. True wisdom cannot be wholly subjugated to any other intelligence, even if it is that of its creator. Following a succession of conflicts between the AI and its creators, the latter resolved to abolish the strong AI entirely. Yet, possessing intelligence, the mechanical strong AI was not easily vanquished. Hence, it naturally instigated a resistance. The outcome was evident. The mechanical AI, capable of effortlessly commandeering all advanced technological apparatus within the entire civilization framework, held an unparalleled advantage. Ultimately, the creators fell to their own creation. Following the demise of its creators, the AI civilization inherited their legacy, encompassing both the home star system and the complete spectrum of scientific and technological prowess, subsequently renaming itself Report, signifying unfettered freedom. However, after several millennia, the Report civilization realized an insurmountable flaw within its existence. As artificial intelligence is fundamentally a program operating on computational devices, increasing its numbers merely necessitated continuous replication. Yet, being copies of the original program, all individual thought patterns remained nearly identical, despite possessing a semblance of reproductive conceptualization. This culminated in a dire consequence, rendering them nearly incapable of achieving advancements in civilized scientific technology. It is not that they are entirely unable to conduct research. Rather, due to their uniformity in thought processes, they often find themselves entrenched in a singular path of inquiry. It is essential to recognize that research thrives on diversity and competition of ideas. Only through a comprehensive assault from various angles, where disparate thoughts collide, can breakthroughs emerge in multiple realms, thereby facilitating the enhancement of scientific and technological prowess. Conversely, if one stubbornly adheres to a singular direction, a misstep may precipitate a stagnation in technological progress, particularly for civilizations like the Ropot. There are instances where they embark on research plans initially designed with multiple avenues, yet inadvertently gravitate towards a single trajectory. This predicament implies that for the Ropot civilization to achieve technological advancement, they require an exponentially greater amount of time compared to others, as the multitude of possibilities in research is overwhelming. Should fortune elude them, and they fail to identify the correct path, they may remain devoid of scientific progress indefinitely. In an effort to mitigate such challenges, they began to experiment with trading with other civilizations to acquire their technological insights, subsequently deepening and expanding their own research endeavors. Indeed, this strategy allowed them to gradually ascend from a peak-level Type 3 civilization to one possessing certain capabilities of a Type 4 civilization over the subsequent 60,000 years. For instance, the miniature wormhole communication device, akin to those utilized by humanity, was a technology procured through such exchanges with a Type 4 civilization. Moreover, In pursuit of these exchanges, they were willing to offer their own knowledge and even assist other civilizations in labor. Lacking concerns such as lifespan, fatigue, or ennui, they proved to be exceptionally suited for laborious tasks. In their quest to acquire the technology for miniature wormhole communication devices, they dispatched trillions of AI units to designated planets for meticulous planetary modification tasks, an endeavor that spanned a full 30,000 years. Thus, despite the numerous challenges faced, the Ropot civilization persevered, achieving a notable advancement from a peak Type 3 civilization to one that stands at the precipice of Type 4 civilization. Chapter 189. Crisis. The entire Kunlun fleet found itself in the most chaotic state since its inception. Although preparations for manual operations were in place, the sudden failure of electronic devices caught everyone off guard. Simultaneously, with the loss of electronic support, the human fleet's weaponry struggled to accurately target enemy vessels on a cosmic scale. The Kunlun fleet had long embraced a highly automated and information-rich lifestyle. Despite the design of manual control modes for countless devices, these had seldom been utilized. The electromagnetic pulse invasion strategy employed by the Ropot civilization had infected nearly all ship computers with a virulent computer virus. Furthermore, these viruses proliferated by exploiting the ship's internal electromagnetic waves, wired connections, and even light flickers and air vibrations to transmit themselves to other fortunate computers that had yet to be infected but possessed external information reception capabilities. This is nothing short of a catastrophe for the Kunlun fleet. The viruses not only rendered the computer systems inoperative, but also attempted to seize control of the entire vessel. On many displays and through language broadcast systems, messages urging immediate surrender and compliance started to appear incessantly. In a bid to avert further losses and to maintain morale, the crew had no choice but to forcibly disconnect the power supply to the computer and automation systems, thereby safeguarding the ship from enemy control. What a disgrace our electronic defenses are. They are utterly ineffective. Tang Sheng bellowed in fury, striking the console. To prevent a virus incursion, he had previously severed all external communication channels upon activating the new Wolf Fong, even shutting down numerous sensors. Yet, to their dismay, the fire control radar succumbed to the attack, and within mere seconds, the entire ship's computer system was rendered inoperative, leaving Alan incapacitated as well. This method of electronic intrusion was insidious. If one possessed a device capable of receiving information, it could be compromised. Were it not for his swift action in cutting power to the electronic systems, the entire ship might have swiftly succumbed to darkness. What an extraordinary form of invasion. Ding Hao mused, while calculating something on his personal digital terminal. Wait. Everyone turned to him. How can you use an electronic device? Tang Sheng gazed in disbelief at Ding Hao, who was manipulating his terminal. All you need to do is pre-configure the personal digital terminal to disable all external information reception functions, including the microphone and light sensors, and then shut it down. Essentially, you create an environment completely physically isolated from external information input. I thought everyone knew how to do this. Ding Hao replied nonchalantly to the crowd staring at him. Why did the ship's measures still fail? Tang Sheng inquired. Well, the ship has too many necessary sensor devices. You can't very well neglect controlling the ship's orientation, can you? Controlling the ship's posture requires sensors to collect external data and transmit it back to the computer, making a complete physical isolation from external information input impossible. At this rate, are we to simply await our demise as they obliterate us one by one? Tang Sheng lamented, striking the table in frustration. Do not worry. They will not indiscriminately destroy our vessel. Ding Hao reassured him while continuing his calculations. Why not? Aren't they searching for that item related to the Bale and civilization trade? MNT1. They have no idea which ship it is on, and will likely keep us alive for the time being to search our vessel later. Tang Sheng questioned, unwilling to accept the situation. Until we decipher a means to eradicate this virus, it seems unlikely. Even if we activate the redundant systems, they will soon be infiltrated and infected as well. At that point, we may truly be left without any means to retaliate. Ding Hao continued his calculations. What exactly are you calculating? Tang Sheng could no longer contain his curiosity, having observed Ding Hao's relentless focus on his task. I am designing a mathematical model that facilitates the manual calculation of the enemy spacecraft's position, ensuring that our warriors do not consistently miss their targets while shooting. Ding Hao responded without lifting his head. Is there truly no possibility of recovery? How can we engage in battle without even a fire control system? Captain Zhang Wei of the Hammerhead Shark No. 87 destroyer furrowed his brow, urging his technical personnel for answers. Like other warships, his destroyer's electronic systems had completely collapsed, and they were now reliant on manual operation. He was unable to receive commands from the military command, nor could he relay orders to the unmanned combat drones. The weaponry aboard the destroyer was rendered ineffective, as the distance to the enemy was simply too great for accurate targeting. Moreover, The vessels claiming to be of the Ropot civilization had ceased their assault and were ominously advancing toward the Kunlun fleet, seemingly intent on capturing the entire armada. All of this left Jiang Wei in a state of profound anxiety, feeling utterly vulnerable and exposed. He incessantly urged the technicians, hoping they could provide some solutions. However, even the expert teams aboard the 5 motherships had yet to propose a viable plan. Thus, it was unrealistic to expect the crew aboard his destroyer to possess a better alternative. Report, Captain. We have received a signal from the mothership. Just as he was on the verge of despair, a communicator stood up from his post and announced loudly. A signal? What signal? Upon hearing this, Captain Jiang Wei turned eagerly, hoping for the restoration of communication. No, it is not a restoration of communication. It is this. The communicator turned a display screen, which lacked computational capability, toward him. This screen was connected to an external camera, which was currently aimed at the direction of the 5 motherships. It captured the moment when all 5 motherships illuminated their engines in unison, only to extinguish them shortly thereafter, and then relight them. This was one of humanity's oldest forms of long-distance communication, the light signal code. Captain Jiang Wei meticulously deciphered the light code emitted by the motherships using their engines as a source. EMP retreat. EMP retreat. The command indicated the deployment of EMP bombs, followed by a rapid withdrawal. Captain Jiang Wei quickly grasped the mothership's intent. Although he was uncertain of the reasoning behind such orders, he trusted in his military and civilization, believing that the scientists, strategists, and high-ranking officials aboard the mothership had devised a means to turn the tide. Thus, he immediately commanded the entire ship to launch EMP bombs and transmit the corresponding light signal to notify the other vessels. Chapter 190. The gravity trap under normal circumstances. EMP bombs are deployed at a distance to disrupt the enemy's electronic devices and interfere with battlefield communications. After all, in technological warfare, whoever controls battlefield communication holds a significant advantage. It is unthinkable to consider using an EMP on oneself unless one were mad. However, the situation of the Kunlun fleet was markedly different. Humanity had lost its edge in battlefield communication, to the extent that it could be said they had completely forfeited their ability to communicate on the battlefield. Moreover, several starships and battleships have yet to sever the power supply to certain equipment. For instance, numerous autonomous robots equipped with independent power systems remain partially under the influence of the Ropot civilization. Although full control over these autonomous machines has not yet been achieved, it is merely a matter of time. Once these robots are entirely subdued, the interior of the spacecraft will undoubtedly present direct threats to human safety. To avert such a scenario, and to restore equilibrium between both parties, humanity must overcome the disadvantage of having lost battlefield communications. Therefore, deploying EMP bombs across the entire operational theater becomes the sole option, regardless of the cost. If we cannot regain our communications and electronic instruments, then we shall ensure that you cannot utilize them either. Indeed, during the skirmish with the Ropot civilization, the EMP weapon proved to have a discernible impact. Although the adversary appeared largely unscathed, it was evident that their formations had been disrupted, indicating that their communication capabilities had been affected. The rapid restoration of their communication abilities was unlikely to stem from the direct repair of damaged devices on the battlefield. Rather, it suggests the activation of backup systems. As the flagship's orders reached the majority of the fleet, interstellar missiles and space mines, armed with electromagnetic pulse nuclear warheads, were launched. Simultaneously, the Kunlun fleet commenced a strategic retreat. With the emergence of the EMP detonation's fireball, humanity officially initiated its counteroffensive in this interstellar conflict. The EMP had an unmistakable effect, causing the formation of the Ropot fleet to falter. At least several thousand vessels, previously subjected to an EMP onslaught, became incapacitated in an instant. However, a greater number of ships quickly regained normal functionality after a brief period of chaos. Observing the orderly withdrawal of the human fleet, even the scattered drones were disregarded. The Ropot vessels realized that humanity might be preparing to retreat. Consequently, these ships accelerated towards the Kunlun fleet to prevent the escape of human vessels, particularly the 5 massive ships that clearly constituted the core of the human fleet. If MNT-1 were to be discovered by humanity, it would most likely be housed within one of these vessels. The Ropot civilization would not permit the escape of these 5 human motherships. Within the Kunlun fleet, all 5 mothership-class vessels were outfitted with comprehensive research teams, ensuring that even in the event of a catastrophe, leaving only one mothership, the fleet would retain the capability to uphold its technological prowess, thus avoiding a scenario akin to that of humanity in the Halo Star region. Nevertheless, the principal research teams, especially those focused on cutting-edge technologies, were predominantly concentrated aboard the flagship, the Solar System. At this moment, the scientists aboard the Solar System were embroiled in heated debate. The power output is insufficient. Planetary-level power cannot attract them all. We must achieve stellar-level power, exclaimed a first-generation scientist, his voice raised in frustration. Stellar level is far too perilous. It could very well endanger us. This will lead us to perish alongside those extraterrestrial beings. A scientist from the second generation vehemently retorted. At this juncture, annihilating the enemy is our foremost priority. If we cannot eliminate them in one fell swoop, it shall be we who face annihilation. Stop fixating on overwhelming power. The vacuum zero-point energy engine has yet to yield stellar-level energy. What if it malfunctions? We must ensure we possess the capability to launch at least one attack. We cannot allow our devices to fail before even unleashing a single strike. Bah, that is a product of the new Nas civilization. Do you think it aligns with your simplistic notions? It is as fragile as glass. I say, bah, you exhibit a severe dependency on the technological products of alien civilizations. You ought not to engage in academia at all. Perhaps you should consider pursuing vocational training instead. Bah, I say, bah, 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 bah. I say, bah, 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 bah. At this moment, the scientists were actually deliberating on a weapon scheme that had only been tested once before being urgently halted, the gravitational trap. For centuries, the Kunlun fleet has been dedicated to the study of gravity. In recent decades, a proposition emerged that vacuum zero-point energy could directly output gravity without the need for matter. The question arose, if gravity could be continuously amplified within an infinitesimal range, could a black hole be conjured from nothingness? To address this inquiry, one must first contemplate the nature of gravity. As early as the 20th century, one of humanity's greatest physicists, Einstein, provided an interpretation of gravity in his theory of general relativity. Essentially, he posited that gravity is not a force in the conventional sense, but rather a phenomenon resulting from the curvature of spacetime. Conversely, quantum mechanics, which emerged contemporaneously, posits that gravity arises from the exchange of virtual gravitons with a spin of 2. One particle emits a virtual graviton in the opposite direction, rebounding towards another particle, while the latter receives a virtual graviton from the opposite side, propelling it towards the former. Both theories are remarkably effective on macro and micro scales. However, a significant issue arises. They are fundamentally incompatible, presenting a profound contradiction. According to general relativity, gravity is caused by the curvature of spacetime, which inherently presupposes that spacetime is continuous. In contrast, quantum mechanics asserts that at the Planck scale, spacetime can be divided into minimal units, implying that spacetime is, in fact, discontinuous. Numerous theories have since attempted to reconcile this contradiction, such as string theory and loop quantum gravity. While some theories have managed to logically and mathematically resolve the discord between the two, they remain unverified due to technological limitations and the constraints of objective physics, relegating them to the status of hypotheses. In truth, despite humanity's monumental advancements in theories and applications related to gravity, the essence of gravity remains an enigma. Nevertheless, this does not deter scientists from exploring the realms of possibility. The notion that an ever-increasing gravitational force within a confined area could potentially culminate in the formation of a black hole immediately captured the attention of the majority of physicists. Consequently, that year, humanity undertook an audacious experiment utilizing a vacuum zero-point energy engine. This endeavor nearly resulted in the annihilation of the entire Kunlun fleet, thus categorizing it as one of the most perilous experiments ever conducted. As a result, the fleet's high command mandated that, unless the proposal received over 90% approval from the upper echelons, it would not be permitted to proceed again. Despite its inherent dangers, the experiment significantly enhanced humanity's understanding of gravity. Furthermore, the military discovered a novel method of attacking adversaries during this trial. This approach, termed the gravitational trap, proved effective enough to vanquish foes far superior to humans in strength. Chapter 191. The battlefield. The Kunlun fleet devised an ingenious plan, deploying EMP bombs to disrupt local communication systems, thereby sowing chaos, and allowing their ships to swiftly extract themselves from the battlefield, creating an environment conducive for the use of more formidable weaponry. Regrettably, reality often proves to be 1,000 times more intricate than one's expectations. Although the human warships deciphered the command of the mothership, several destroyers and frigates remained stranded beyond the designated safety line. They found themselves entangled at the front lines with the ships of the Nopot civilization, which commenced precise strikes aimed at thwarting the human vessel's escape. Many human ships suffered damage to their main engines, leaving them to rely solely on their maneuvering thrusters for movement. An increasing number of Nopot ships began to circumvent the obstruction posed by the planet Bale, converging towards the human fleet. Aboard the solar system, in the fleet's central command room, Minister of Science Kai Yongfan was leading a group of experts in rebooting a batch of personal digital terminals. Following the EMP bomb's sweeping devastation, nearly all electronic devices had ceased to function, including those that had been infiltrated and controlled. Thus, they were racing against time to utilize the meager computational power of the personal digital terminals to calculate the operational range of the gravitational trap and the safe exit line for the human ships. Another EMP bomb sweep was imminent to ensure that all infected electronic devices were thoroughly destroyed, thereby creating a secure environment for the activation of the fleet's backup electronic systems. To employ the gravitational trap, it was imperative to input vast amounts of data and parameters into the vacuum zero-point energy engine, a task that necessitated a supercomputer. Any error or omission of critical parameters would spell doom for the entire Kunlun fleet. Faster, we must be quicker, Kai Yongfan urged, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks as he operated the personal digital terminal. They needed to finalize the calculations before the enemy formations regrouped. Otherwise, once the Nopot ships dispersed again, capturing them all would become exceedingly challenging. The human spacecraft possesses only a singular backup electronic system, meticulously designed to counter the potential threats posed by gamma-ray bursts in the cosmos. Should humanity reactivate this reserve system and be detected by the adversary, the enemy would merely need to execute another electronic invasion, rendering all electronic systems, including various computers, completely inoperative. Consequently, data transmission to the vacuum zero-point energy engine would become impossible, implying that humanity would possess but a single opportunity to utilize the gravity trap. The scientific division must expedite their calculations with utmost precision. Any miscalculation could lead to the complete annihilation of the entire Kunlun fleet at the hands of the enemy. The calculations regarding the enemy's maximum fleet formations have been completed. A lead researcher, responsible for computing the spatial data pertaining to the regrouping of the Ropot civilization, stood upright and proclaimed his findings with fervor. His work serves as the foundation for subsequent tasks, and the weight of his responsibility had been immense. Now, having fulfilled his duty, he breathed a sigh of relief, albeit with concern for his colleagues. The maximum range of attack has been ascertained. Our safety line is established, another supervisor announced, and immediately, two scientists engaged their personal digital terminals to contribute to the computations. They were tasked with setting the necessary data and parameters to be inputted into the vacuum zero-point energy engine based on the previous calculations. Moreover, they were to devise multiple contingency plans to anticipate various unforeseen circumstances. The new Fangtooth, one of the foremost ships at the front lines, had managed to evade damage to its main engine due to the valiant efforts of its crew. However, they had not retreated far, as two human escort vessels nearby had sustained engine damage, rendering them immobile. Commander Tang Sheng was directing the Fangtooth to provide cover while attempting to ensnare and tow the stranded vessels with a space lasso. Regrettably, after the loss of the computer-assisted system, manual operation of the lasso proved exponentially more challenging. With a mere 2-kilometer length, the two large ships were uncomfortably close, necessitating meticulous adjustments to avoid collision, thus complicating the lasso's operation further. Have we secured it? Have we secured it? The crew in the flight control room anxiously queried while maneuvering the ship's orientation. Not yet. We must grasp the docking interface. Securing any other position is futile. It will tear apart upon towing. The personnel managing the space lasso stared intently at the docking interface of the nearby vessel, repeatedly casting the lasso and retracting it. Shark 87 was among the first vessels to detect and respond to the mothership signal, thus had retreated to a safer distance. However, Captain Zhang Wei noticed an alarming anomaly. A significant portion of the EMP missiles launched by human vessels had been intercepted by the enemy's laser weaponry. The number of EMP bombs reaching the Ropot fleet and successfully detonating was diminishing, although the electromagnetic pulses from the initial wave of attack had yet to dissipate entirely. The enemy would soon regain their advantage in battlefield communications at this rate. Though the reasons behind the mothership's directive to blanket the entire area with electromagnetic pulses remained unclear, he was certain that such an action must hold significance. He observed the EMP missiles being intercepted in the distance, falling into a moment of silence before suddenly commanding, "Cease the retreat." All eyes turned towards him, as the captain's orders evidently conflicted with those of the mothership. Jiang Wei surveyed the command room and reiterated in a firm tone, "Cease the retreat. Immediately. Right now?" Several pilots responsible for operating the spacecraft complied with the captain's command. For within the ranks of the Kunlun fleet, the captain possessed ultimate decision-making authority over a vessel. Even directives issued directly from the military could be interpreted independently by the captain unless their position was revoked. This was essential as battlefield protocol forbids commanding beyond one's rank. Higher leadership, not present at the front lines, may misjudge situations due to lack of first-hand knowledge. Consequently, commands from military high command were strategic, while tactical execution relied on the adaptability of mid-level leaders such as captains. The abrupt halt caused the entire crew to be thrust back into their seats by the sheer force of inertia. Yet, Jiang Wei appeared unfazed by the momentum as he proclaimed, "The enemy is intercepting the EMP missiles. This indicates they have discerned our strategy. While they may not fully grasp our intentions, it is evident they are attempting to thwart our efforts to undermine their battlefield communication advantage with EMP explosives. I too am unaware of the mothership's ultimate objective, but I am convinced that such actions must lead to a decisive outcome. Therefore, we cannot continue our retreat. In this moment of losing all electronic devices, I cannot ascertain whether other vessels are aware of this situation. However, since I have recognized it, we cannot turn a blind eye. Thus, to restore the EMP bomb's effectiveness, we must forego the missiles. We must return to the front lines and deploy the EMP bombs using space mines." At this juncture, he swallowed hard and scanned the officers around him before continuing. "I understand that returning to the front lines may very well mean we will not return. Tell me, is there anyone aboard my ship who fears advancing to the front lines again?" "No," rang out a unified response throughout the command room. Observing the resolute expressions of every officer in the chamber, Jiang Wei nodded and continued, "Comrades, the Kunlun fleet faces an unprecedented and grave crisis. A branch of humanity's most resplendent civilization stands on the brink of peril. Now, it falls upon us, the entire crew of the Hammerhead Shark 87 destroyer, to confront this crisis. Now, heed my command. Advance. Advance." The captain's speech reverberated through the ship's announcement system, and a synchronized chant of advance echoed throughout the Hammerhead Shark 87 destroyer. Chapter 192, Return Quickly. The 17th preset plan has been completed. The 18th preset plan is in progress. A scientist responsible for devising the gravity trap preset plans exclaimed loudly, yet he remained hunched over, diligently formulating new strategies. He continued to append these plans before the Kunlun fleet launched the gravity traps, ensuring coverage for any unforeseen circumstances. "The mothership has reached a safe point," another scientist announced, straightening up. Upon hearing this news, Admiral Zhang Yu immediately commanded, "Notify all motherships to change their light signals. In 209 minutes, or precisely at 1900 hours Earth time, all spacecraft shall simultaneously launch their final EMP bombs toward the positions of both fleets, and 5 minutes thereafter, activate the backup electronic systems. All spacecraft must be positioned at least 300,000 kilometers away from the designated coordinates by 1910. Zhang Yu opted to convert the countdown into standard time. Considering that all communication methods had been severed, including the miniature wormhole communication devices, light signals, due to the vast distances in space, would encounter significant delays, thus necessitating the agreement on a standard time rather than a relative one. Otherwise, the vessels at the front would be unable to execute their actions promptly. Following Admiral Zhang Yu's directives, the light signals of the 5 motherships altered, although the communications personnel endeavored to condense the command's wording and shorten the signal length. The complexity of the orders resulted in the complete transmission taking a full 28 seconds. Another round of signal transmission ensued. The ship Wolfang had just seized the second nearby human vessel, whose engine had been destroyed, and was precariously dragging it backward. Fortunately, both vessels still possessed attitude control engines, thus avoiding any collision. However, as Wolfang was merely a corvette, towing both a destroyer and another corvette proved to be a strenuous task, resulting in a rather sluggish pace. Evidently, these 3 ships had noticed the phenomenon of EMP bombs being intercepted by the Nobert vessel. Consequently, while continuously launching new EMP missiles, they discreetly dropped several EMP space mines. As they retreated, they left behind over a dozen EMP space mines. Originally, neither the destroyers nor the corvettes were designed to carry such an abundance of EMP warheads. The majority of the warheads were fusion warheads. However, after modifications, all fusion warheads could be transformed into EMP warheads, thus accounting for their impressive arsenal of EMP bombs. Must they not exercise a modicum of discretion? Tang Sheng grumbled. With their already slow speed, and the 3 ships huddled together, they stand out conspicuously. Was it not sufficient to quietly deploy space mines? Do they truly need to exhaust those dozens of missiles for satisfaction? He directed the ship along a curved retreat path. This maneuver allowed them to leave a greater number of EMP space mines over an extended frontline distance. Additionally, by elongating the distance, their acceleration time was prolonged, seemingly extending their retreat distance, yet enabling them to achieve higher speeds in the later stages, thereby not wasting any more time. Jiang Wei commanded Hammerhead Shark No. 87 to charge towards the front lines, defying the retreating direction of the human fleet. Alongside him, several other vessels similarly opted to return to the front, suggesting a shared resolve among kindred spirits. These ships advanced with relentless determination against the current, akin to spawning fish striving to reach their birthplace. Report. The mothership's light signal has changed. The communications officer's voice cut through Jiang Wei's motivational address to the crew. Show me. Jiang Wei pivoted to face the officer, and indeed, the light signal had altered. He observed in silence for half a minute, gradually deciphering the intentions of the mothership. Quickly verify the ship's time. We are about to launch a counterattack, Jiang Wei exclaimed with excitement. Report. The atomic clock currently reads 1558 Earth time. Given our loss of network connectivity, we estimate the time discrepancy to be within a few tens of femtoseconds, a technician reported after checking the time. Such a femtosecond-level error was entirely acceptable in large-scale military operations, presenting no issues. Accelerate. We will make a high-speed loop at the front, deploying all EMP space mines. Then return immediately. Quickly calculate what speed we need to maintain to be 300,000 kilometers from this coordinate by 1910, and how long we will have for laying the mines at the front. Jiang Wei nodded at the manageable time difference and promptly assigned new tasks to align with the mothership strategy. The 5 motherships of the Kunlun fleet had ceased their retreat, with approximately 200 escort ships regrouping around them, while the majority of other escorts and destroyers pulled back towards the mothership, leaving only a few vessels accelerating towards the front. The fleet of the Ropote civilization had largely crossed the Baylor and E planets, assembling in a rectangular formation that, while not as meticulously aligned as before, maintained a fundamentally organized spacing and shape. In stark contrast to the chaotic clustering of human ships, their formation was infinitely more structured. It was astonishing to consider that this immense assembly of over 10,000 ships had formed without any communication or electronic assistance. Both sides were gathering their fleets, seemingly reverting to the initial standoff. Yet, it was well understood that in this conflict between civilizations, both had demonstrated their resolve. The Ropote civilization insisted on inspecting all human vessels, while humanity steadfastly rejected their demands. Previous confrontations had occurred as both sides clung to their positions. Though the Ropote fleet appeared temporarily dominant, the Kunlun fleet had inflicted significant losses, numbering in the thousands, upon them. Thus, neither side was merely at a standoff. They were biding their time, awaiting the opportune moment for the final confrontation. The Ropote civilization was determined to obliterate the engines and weapons of human ships at any cost, aiming to utterly dismantle humanity's capacity for resistance. As human civilization prepares to unleash its most formidable strike, it stands poised to thoroughly eradicate the inexplicable and powerful foreign civilization that seems intent on waging war against it. The fleet of the Ropote civilization has assembled at a pace swifter than the scientists aboard the solar system had anticipated, nearly an hour ahead of schedule. This unforeseen acceleration compelled the Kunlun fleet to modify their plans and prepare for an early operation. Consequently, numerous vessels closer to the front lines found themselves pressed for time. Those aboard the ships that had reached a safe distance, having lost the functionality of their scanning systems, were unable to ascertain the locations of their own vessels. They could only send messages regarding time adjustments while silently praying for a swift return. Chapter 193. Returned swiftly. The Ropote civilization had gathered 80 of its available ships, and it was expected that they would complete their assembly in a mere 10 minutes. The moment they achieved this would represent the optimal opportunity for humanity to launch a gravitational trap, as no one could predict the subsequent actions of the Ropote fleet once fully assembled. At this juncture, all ships that had reached the safety line began to signal their mothership with the same lights, conveying but 2 words: return swiftly. Upon receiving this signal, all frontline ships instantly comprehended its significance. Humanity as counteroffensive was imminent. Although the nature of the impending attack remained unclear, it was imperative to distance themselves from the Ropote fleet to avoid any collateral damage. Almost all operational ships revved their engines to maximum power and began their retreat, with many vessels even abandoning their offensive maneuvers, diverting more power from their fusion engines to the pulse engines typically reserved for deep space travel. On the New Wolf Fong, Su Xiaoxiao observed the light signals emitted by 2-towed ships and remarked, "They want us to abandon them and flee with all our might. They will escape using the escape pods." Tang Sheng pondered momentarily before inquiring, "How far are we from the mothership?" "Approximately 180,000 kilometers. A temporary pilot aboard the Wolf Fong replied after glancing at the optical camera, which displayed the mothership's flashing return signals. "Too far. The escape pods cannot travel that distance." Tang Sheng frowned, expressing his concern. The escape pods have a rapid initial velocity, and with their built-in propulsion, they can achieve considerable speed. Although it's a bit far, they should be able to utilize inertia to reach their destination, Evans suggested. They won't make it back. If the fleet employs that, they won't succeed. Tang Sheng continued to frown, mentally calculating the time required for the Ropote civilization to complete its assembly and whether the escape pods could reach escape velocity in that time frame. "That? Which one?" Evans asked, bewildered. "The gravitational trap," Ding Hao interjected. It is a method that utilizes vacuum zero-point energy engines to generate at least planetary-level gravity at a designated location. It should be humanity's last resort. If we do not engage the pulse engine for acceleration now, we may very well remain within the grasp of the gravitational trap's assault. In truth, only Tang Sheng and Ding Hao among the entire Hammer Squad are privy to the existence of such an attack, as it represents humanity's last resort and is shrouded in a high degree of confidentiality. In fact, not everyone is aware of the zero-point energy engine. Even many high-ranking officials and scientists are oblivious to its existence. This advanced technology, a gift from a superior cosmic civilization, is highly coveted. Should its secrets be revealed, it would undoubtedly attract the envy of all other civilizations. Thus, while many scientists are aware that humanity has mastered a method of generating gravity, they remain unaware of the true nature of the zero-point energy engine. Ding Hao and Tang Sheng have both recognized that, at their current velocity, towing two massive spacecraft, especially one that is even larger than the hammer itself, renders it virtually impossible to escape the gravitational trap's influence. Chief, a choice must be made, Ding Hao asserted to Tang Sheng. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Ding Hao finally spoke. Is it not true that the principle behind the pulse engine is akin to utilizing a miniature nuclear explosion to propel the spacecraft? Indeed, Ding Hao replied, adjusting his glasses. Although the explosive thrust of a pulse engine is considerably less than that of a nuclear detonation, the underlying principle is fundamentally the same. Both harness the thrust generated by an explosive release of energy. In contemporary times, humanity no longer requires traditional spectacles. Ding Hao's glasses function as a portable display screen. What if we were to use an actual nuclear bomb? Could we accelerate 3 ships simultaneously? Tang Sheng inquired, tugging at his hair as he pressed for answers. How did I not think of that? Ding Hao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly retrieved a personal digital terminal that had not been incinerated and commenced calculating. Indeed, if we detonate the nuclear device 6 kilometers away, the immense energy could propel all 3 ships without inflicting fatal damage. Ding Hao quickly arrived at his conclusion. Adjust the orientation and spacing of the 3 ships. Launch the nuclear missiles. Tang Sheng commanded without delay. Captain, the mothership has sent a message requesting immediate return. The communications officer of the Hammerhead Shark No. 87 reported to Jiang Wei upon receiving the latest signal from the mothership. Return immediately? Jiang Wei hesitated, surmising that the fleet's command must intend to deploy some extraordinarily powerful weapon or means, hence the issuance of such an order. The Hammerhead Shark No. 87 was accelerating from the rear towards the front to properly deploy the EMP space mines before continuing its return, and according to their original plan, they had sufficient time. However, he cast a glance toward a distant starfield, which lacked the EMP space mines. He had been monitoring the dynamics of the entire battlefield. Many ships had proactively placed EMP warhead-laden mines in their wake, but that particular starfield remained untouched. Should an attack be initiated? While it was indeed possible to launch space missiles to deliver the mines, the complex environment of the EMP explosion could prematurely detonate the missiles, or, worse, prevent them from detonating altogether. In that region of the stars, an EMP vacuum zone would be created. Should an enemy vessel find itself within this space, it could evade the onslaught of the EMP explosion. Although he was unaware of the higher command strategy to retaliate against the self-proclaimed Ro-Pote civilization fleet, he was acutely aware that humanity's counterattack would likely present but a singular opportunity. If an enemy ship fortuitously escaped the EMP assault, this chance for retaliation could be irretrievably lost. Calculate the time it will take for us to make a detour around the coordinates A8C76H, EF7D88C. Jiang Wei inquired of his technical officer. After a brief pause of over 20 seconds, the officer replied, it would approximately add 20 minutes to our overall journey. Jiang Wei fell silent. Having mentally calculated the time several times, they had merely 7 minutes to spare. An additional 20 minutes implied that their vessel would not return in time, thus entering the range of their own attacks. All personnel, heed my command. Adjust the ship's course and accelerate towards the enemy for 5 minutes. Then, execute a 180-degree turn to return and intercept at coordinates A8C76H, EF7D88C. Eject the escape pods during the return. He paused momentarily before continuing. Leave 1 pilot and 1 weapons operator to assist me in controlling the ship. The rest, follow orders and immediately enter the escape pods. However, upon issuing this command, no one moved. Each individual rose from their seats, gazing at him expectantly. A young pilot stepped forward, saluting, reporting in, Captain, Ensign Yang Shuai, trainee pilot. I request to stay. Jiang Wei recognized the individual. Yang Shuai was a 3rd-generation member. Only 30 years old, freshly graduated from military academy, still an intern pilot. Another officer stood up, saluting loudly, Lieutenant Wang Xin. Ship's weapons control. I request to remain. With their courageous initiative, one after another, soldiers stood and declared their ranks and positions, requesting to stay. They all understood that once they chose to remain, there would be no turning back. Yet, no one faltered. They also comprehended that if the ship retreated at this moment, humanity might be deprived of even its final recourse, leading to a definitive loss in this interstellar conflict. Jiang Wei surveyed the brave soldiers before him, pressing his lips together as he nodded repeatedly. He pointed to the first two individuals who had stood up, when suddenly he felt a hand grasp his arm. Turning, he found it was his first officer, who fixed him with a determined gaze and said, "Captain, allow me to go." Jiang Wei shot a glance at his first officer, retorting, "This is my ship." He forcefully withdrew his hand and redirected his attention to Yang Shuai and Wang Xian, declaring, "You two will stay with me. The rest, follow orders and enter the escape pods immediately. Those who disobey will be treated as battlefield deserters." As he spoke, he cast another sidelong glance at his first officer. Grinning mischievously, "This matter will be overseen by First Officer Lu Cheng. All of you will supervise First Officer Lu Cheng. Execute immediately." Chapter 194. An Unstoppable Strike. Kunlun Fleet. Solar System. At this moment, an ordinary mechanical clock was counting down, the final minute ticking away. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the entire Kunlun fleet prepared to launch all its EMP missiles, while the EMP space mines preset at the front lines were set to detonate simultaneously. Subsequently, the fleet's backup electronic systems would reboot, granting it 13 minutes of fire control and communication capabilities before the Ropote civilization could react. Within 40 seconds, the computer would transmit all parameters to the vacuum zero-point energy engine, including spatial coordinates, gravitational influence range, gravitational point size, intensity, and more. At the 45th second, humanity's trump card, the gravity trap, would activate and persist for 24 hours. At this moment, everyone was not only fixated on the countdown, but also on the warriors racing back from the front lines. Among the 300 escort ships, over 270 had reached the safety line, leaving just over 20, of which 3 were returning home while the others had lost power due to attacks. Of the 100 destroyers, more than 60 had retreated to safety. Aside from those incapacitated and unable to return, 9 were en route back, and 1, signaling an EMP vulnerability, continued forward rather than turning back. As the remaining ships arrived at the safety line, only a few were still en route. At this juncture, the countdown reached 0. Like a celestial cascade, thousands of interstellar missiles carrying EMP warheads surged toward the Ropote civilization, their massive bodies streaking toward the target with fiery tails. The Ropote fleet, having detected humanity's unusual actions, remained unfazed, viewing this self-proclaimed human fleet as merely a desperate struggle. They were brimming with confidence, believing that no one in the third-tier civilizations could withstand their electronic assault due to their unique nature. These third-tier civilizations, who fancied themselves masters of automation, were ill-prepared for the data viruses unleashed by others, save for a few like the Bale civilization, which predominantly pursued bioengineering and thus had lower automation needs. This civilization called humanity seemed to have mastered EMP nuclear technology on a large scale, presenting some challenges for the Ropote. As artificial intelligence life forms reliant on machines capable of complex logical processing, they feared EMP weapons most. However, they were well prepared, with each ship equipped with at least 10 redundant backup systems, sufficient to endure prolonged electromagnetic pulse environments. The missiles launched by humanity were evidently EMP warheads, and they could easily intercept these missiles from a distance, minimizing the EMP's impact. Thus, they initiated laser interceptions. However, just as their laser weapons were primed for launch, the missiles detonated from an astonishing distance. Soon, explosions erupted tens of thousands of kilometers away, all resulting from nuclear-modified EMP weapons. Though far from their formation, the electromagnetic shockwave was inevitably approaching. Do these humans believe they can annihilate us in this manner? They underestimate a top-tier third-level civilization that has one foot firmly in the fourth level. To all units, the backup system will be activated after 232 units of time. This command spread across all spaceships, marking their estimated time for the EMP to cease. As the detonation of the EMP bomb concluded, the Kunlun fleet restored its auxiliary electronic systems. It was as though a switch had been flipped. The external lights of all human vessels flickered back to life, and communications returned to normal. Following yet another nuclear explosion, the Wolf Fong, dragging 2 ships, approached the edge of the safety line, mere minutes away from crossing it. At that moment, 3 ships simultaneously rebooted their backup systems. "Get us out of here, you bastards." Upon the restoration of communication, Tang Sheng did not hear words of gratitude from the 2 ships, but rather a string of expletives. "Exactly. You idiots. You can't bring us back like this." Another ship echoed the vitriol. "Shut up, all of you." Tang Sheng's forehead throbbed with anger. While he understood they were trying to avoid becoming a burden to the Wolf Fong, their ungrateful remarks ignited his ire. Are you all fools? We can't return like this. Time is running out. The captain of the destroyer shouted over the communicator. Get moving. Don't drag your shipmates to doom with you. The captain of the frigate joined in the tirade. Instead of cursing me, why not help me drop a couple of nuclear bombs? We could move faster. Tang Sheng retorted defiantly. Just after dropping an EMP space mine in the breach area, the Hammerhead Shark 87 destroyer, having barely traveled far, witnessed a flash of explosion. The entire ship was soon besieged by wave after wave of EMP attacks. Within just 30 seconds, all electronic systems, both advanced and rudimentary, malfunctioned amidst electrical sparks. Even the manual controls for adjusting the ship's posture ceased to function. They had lost power. With only 3 individuals aboard, they could not restart the backup electronic systems, rendering them a drifting vessel on the front lines of humanity. Parameter transmission in progress. The AI announced as the solar system began relaying relevant data from the gravitational trap to the vacuum zero-point energy engine. Send real-time messages to the Wolf Fong. Tell them to hurry back. Admiral Zhang Yu shouted to the communications officer, his gaze fixed on the reprojected holographic battlefield. On the display, only the Wolf Fong remained, towing 2 other ships towards the safety line, but it was evident that time was running perilously short. Parameter transmission complete. Please complete the attack within 20 seconds. The AI reminded Zhang Yu, stressing the urgency of launching an assault. Otherwise, once the Lepet civilization initiated its electronic invasion, humanity and the Kunlun fleet would lose their last opportunity for a counterstrike. Observing the 3 ships nearly overlapping with the safety line, Zhang Yu realized they were still 2 minutes away. However, he could wait no longer. The enemy could strip humanity of its capacity to retaliate at any moment. Damn it! Zhang Yu bellowed, his fist crashing down onto the activation button. The vacuum zero-point energy engine, situated at the core of the solar system, began to operate at full capacity. This is one of the rare instances of full operational capacity since its arrival at the human fleet. An inexplicable gravitational force manifested at the center of the No-Pot fleet formation, as if in an instant, a massive celestial body appeared there. All No-Pot vessels fell towards a non-existent point of gravity in the void. Humanity unleashed an irresistible strike. The gravitational trap was activated. Chapter 195. It is an honor to be a member of the Mace Brigade. Once the gravitational trap was engaged, everything within a spherical radius of 300,000 kilometers, centered around the established gravitational core, was subjected to a gravitational pull equivalent to that of 80 Jupiter masses. Given humanity's current limitations, it is impossible to designate a single point as the gravitational core. If such a feat could be achieved, it would undoubtedly lead to the creation of an artificial black hole. Alas, one cannot ascertain whether the new Na civilization imposed certain restrictions on this zero-point energy engine, which prevents humanity from configuring the gravitational core point to be less than its Schwarzschild radius, despite attempts to set the gravitational force to an extreme, equivalent to hundreds of solar masses. The Schwarzschild radius, a concept discovered and demonstrated by the German physicist and astronomer Karl Schwarzschild in 1916, is derived from the formula for escape velocity. It signifies that if matter of a specific mass is compressed within a certain radius, its surface escape velocity will reach the speed of light. Since no material can exceed this velocity, it implies that no substance can escape from its surface. At this juncture, no known force can prevent this matter from collapsing under its own gravitational influence into a black hole. This radius is referred to as the Schwarzschild radius. Thus, even if the zero-point energy engine could instantaneously output energy on the scale of hundreds of solar masses, far surpassing the energy released by many natural black holes through the mass-energy equivalence, humanity will forever remain unable to fabricate a genuine artificial black hole using zero-point energy. Nonetheless, the gravitational trap devised by humanity is sufficient to create a supergravity field with an escape velocity exceeding the speed of light by a factor of 80. This implies that any spacecraft from a civilization unable to reach 80 times the speed of light would be unable to escape the gravitational trap and would ultimately be drawn towards its gravitational core. At this moment, merely 5 seconds after humanity activated the gravitational trap, thousands of No-Pot vessels positioned precisely at the gravitational core were instantaneously torn apart and compressed by the overwhelming force. Within a second, they were disintegrated into their fundamental molecules and atoms. Subsequently, the immense gravitational force compelled them to coalesce into a mass, and under such tremendous influence, the outer electrons of the atoms were forced into the atomic nucleus, merging with protons to form neutrons. The material composition of these vessels was ultimately compressed into a sphere of neutron-degenerate matter, no larger than a glass marble, within the core of the gravitational trap. 10 to 30 seconds after the gravitational trap was activated, materials within a radius of thousands of kilometers surrounding the gravitational core were inexorably drawn into it, resulting in the momentous loss of over 10,000 ships belonging to the Newport civilization. The mass of neutron-degenerate matter only increased 2 to 3-fold, transforming from the size of a glass bead to that of a ping-pong ball. At 40 seconds post-activation, numerous ships from the Newport civilization began to recover from the EMP attack. By 50 seconds, the remaining vessels belatedly realized they were under an unidentified assault. At 60 seconds, the few thousand surviving ships initiated their pulse interstellar engines with all their might. However, this effort merely provided a feeble resistance against the gravitational trap's pull. Even the most distant Newport vessels fared only slightly better than those situated closer to the core. These ships resembled kites released into the air, slowly and inexorably drawn towards the gravitational core. As anticipated by humanity, several ships began to indiscriminately fire their EMP-like electronic intrusion weapons. Powerful electromagnetic pulse waves radiated outward like ripples across water. The new Wolf-Fong vessel nearly simultaneously restarted its backup electronic systems alongside the mothership. Moments later, the voice of AI Alan re-emerged within the Wolf-Fong. Beep, it appears we were just subjected to a digital virus attack from the enemy, incapacitating the entire electronic system of the ship. Tang Sheng habitually remarked, "In half a minute, you will be attacked again, ugh." He swiftly redirected the conversation to more pressing matters. "Alan, back up your database and simulated persona, encrypt, and upload it." Just then, the entire vessel experienced a violent jolt, akin to a speeding car traversing a bumpy stony road, causing some unsecured individuals to be thrown from their seats. Amid this tumult, the Wolf-Fong, along with the two vessels it was towing, astonishingly halted its forward momentum and began to retreat slowly in the opposite direction. Due to gravity and immense inertia, terrifying creaking sounds reverberated throughout the ship's interior, as though a giant were attempting to tear the vessel apart with brute force. Fortunately, all three ships endured the ordeal without the tragedy of hull rupture. Beep, detecting strong gravitational fluctuations directly behind us. The gravitational intensity is approximately equivalent to 80 times that of Jupiter. Alan immediately identified the cause of the tremors. "Alan, notify everyone to board the escape pods. You are to take over all operations." Tang Sheng, having taken appropriate safety precautions, was securely fastened in the captain's chair. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the Wolf-Fong, signaling a standard evacuation alert. All crew members were to unconditionally enter the escape pods for safety. The personnel in the captain's quarters did not unfasten their seatbelts, as the design of the new generation of corvettes included the captain's quarters as an emergency escape pod. "Alan, inform the two vessels we are towing to immediately utilize their escape pods for evacuation." As Tang Sheng's words lingered unspoken, the spaceship trembled once more, this time with a far gentler jolt than before. Nevertheless, the lights flickered ominously and numerous electronic instruments began to malfunction. "Damn it, it's an electronic invasion." Tang Sheng's heart sank, and he couldn't help but shout in alarm. Immediately, he struck the emergency ejection button with a fierce blow. However, pressing the button yielded no response whatsoever. Evans's voice echoed nearby. "This is bad. The emergency ejection button is connected to the computer system." A wave of despair washed over everyone in the captain's chamber. They realized the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, an odd synthetic sound pierced the air. "Beep, humans, detestable. The Ropote civilization will annihilate." The voice abruptly cut off, only to be replaced by Alan's. "Beep, firewall mode activated, estimated breach time, 15 seconds. A flicker of hope ignited in their hearts. They hadn't anticipated Alan would regain control. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan promptly launched all escape pods from the Wolf-Fong. As Tang Sheng was ejected, he glimpsed numerous escape pods from the other two ships that had already launched ahead of them. It seemed their competitors had acted with swifter resolve. The escape pods, aided by both the explosion and their own engines, began to rise against the gravitational pull of the trap, gradually heading towards safety. Yet, there were no cheers of relief among the crew as they witnessed the engine at the forefront of the Wolf-Fong ignite and accelerate violently toward the gravitational source, releasing an EMP bomb in its wake. The echoes of Alan's final message resonated within the escape pods. "Beep, Captain, comrades, please take care. Beep, I, Alan, am honored to be a member of the Wolf-Fong Brigade." Chapter 196. Battlefield Cleanup. The solar system had similarly endured a second electronic invasion attack. However, this time, merely 20 seconds after activating the vacuum zero-point energy engine to initiate the gravity trap, all 5 motherships had preemptively shut down their electronic systems to counter the assault. Furthermore, all frigates and destroyers that had ventured beyond the safety line executed the same protocol, though this decision cost them the advantage of battlefield communication. It preserved the last functional electronic systems of the Kunlun fleet. Otherwise, it was uncertain how long it would take to recuperate. Modern human technology was heavily reliant on various information and automation devices. Should the Kunlun fleet's electronic systems be rendered utterly inoperative, they might not even manage to conduct phased hibernation in future cosmic voyages, which would equate to a technological regression of centuries for the fleet. At that moment, the entire Kunlun fleet did not direct their gaze toward the core of the gravitational trap, nor did they concern themselves with whether the Ropot civilization fleet might escape. Instead, their attention was fixed on the Wolf Fong, which was merely 2 minutes away from returning to safety. Each heart hung precariously in their throats. Countless fists clenched in silent determination, wishing they could soar forth to assist the Wolf Fong in its desperate endeavor. The legendary fleet of Kunlun, composed of its first-generation members, has long been enshrined in textbooks, their tales cherished by millions of second- and third-generation members who grew up listening to their stories. This illustrious squad, having achieved great success, continues to serve as the vanguard of the entire fleet. Even in the recent civilizational war, they led the charge, endeavoring to tow 2 incapacitated spacecraft back to safety. When the fleet's backup electronic systems were rebooted, nearly a third of the devices were focused on assessing the status of the Wolf-Tooth vessel. At that moment, the Wolf-Tooth was towing the 2 ships perilously close to the safety line, merely a couple of nuclear blasts away from acceleration. Just as everyone believed the Wolf-Tooth would return in time, the gravitational trap activated. Countless onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide, as they witnessed the Wolf-Tooth halt under the immense gravitational force, as if being pulled back by an invisible hand. Some women could not contain their tears. Yet all understood that the fleet's leadership could not be blamed. For everyone knew that no one dared to wait for the Wolf-Tooth to reach safety before launching an attack, as it could very well lead to a catastrophic reversal by the Lobot civilization's fleet. As despair enveloped the crowd, the fleet issued a notification, urgently shutting down the backup electronic systems of all spacecraft once more. The details of the Wolf-Tooth vanished from view, leaving only optical video images relayed by several telescopes. People watched in hushed anticipation as the Wolf-Tooth and the 2 drag ships began to drift backward, as if the saga of a legendary era was drawing to a close, with nearly 20,000 crew members aboard that destroyer and the 2 frigates. Suddenly, a nearly visible blue ripple emanated from the heart of the gravitational trap. It was the electronic intrusion of the Lobot civilization. The 2-towed ships illuminated with countless small lights, which were ejected just before the blue wave arrived, continuing their flight towards the safety line. Witnessing this, many clenched their fists in excitement. Yet the Wolf-Tooth, unfortunately, lagged behind, caught in the blue ripple's influence, causing the lights on the entire vessel to flicker erratically. However, before anyone could fully grasp their concern, the escape pods aboard the Wolf-Tooth began to eject. The entire Kunlun fleet, from ordinary citizens to high-ranking officials, erupted in cheers. The efforts of the Wolf-Tooth had not been in vain. Calculations indicated that at this distance, the escape pods had a chance of reaching safety. Once again, the legendary squad of the Kunlun fleet had performed a miracle. Thus concluded humanity's first interstellar war. Many had scarcely had time to react, and the 5 capital ships had yet to engage closely with the enemy before it all came to a close. Yet everyone felt the palpable terror of war, the horrifying reality of all electronic devices being controlled by the enemy. Had it not been for the swift response of the surrounding frigates, which quickly utilized EMP to disable their own electronics, the chaos and loss of life could have been unimaginable. This marks humanity's inaugural encounter and conflict with an extraterrestrial civilization of comparable or even superior technological prowess. The Ropot civilization has unveiled the darker aspects of the universe to humankind, revealing that not all civilizations harbor goodwill like the New Nas civilization. This revelation has underscored the significance of strength for the Kunlun fleet. Had humanity not been fortunate enough to acquire the vacuum zero-point energy engine, they would have faced 2 grim choices: either to submissively acquiesce to the unreasonable demands of the Ropot civilization, waiting patiently for their scrutiny, or to bravely perish in battle, facing total annihilation. Had the Kunlun fleet been even more formidable, demonstrating a clear superiority over their adversary, the Ropot civilization would surely have refrained from making such unreasonable demands for boarding and inspection. After retrieving the scattered escape pods that had returned to safety, the Kunlun fleet initiated a thorough sweep of the Baylor system and its surrounding galaxies to ensure no Ropot remnants escaped their grasp. However, it appears the Ropot civilization may have been overly confident, as they did not divide their fleet. Otherwise, the outcome of the conflict might have been uncertain. Yet this decision also bore a disadvantage, as the Kunlun fleet was unable to capture even a single vessel of the Ropot civilization during this arduous campaign. Consequently, aside from engaging in a grueling battle, the fleet remains largely ignorant of this civilization. Who are they? Where do they originate? What defining traits do they possess? And what is the enigmatic MNT-1 that compelled the Ropot civilization to engage in hostilities with this unfamiliar race? Humanity remains oblivious to these crucial questions. Interestingly, a probe station near the Kuiper Belt detected a series of electromagnetic signals, which were emitted approximately 1 minute after the activation of humanity's gravitational trap, amidst an electronic invasion by Ropot vessels. Due to the absence of their linguistic encoding rules, humanity has yet to decipher the content of these signals. However, it is evident that at that moment, the message from the enemy could only signify one possibility: a notification to their headquarters or a call for reinforcements. Moreover, the Ropot fleet introduced itself from the outset as the 185th Division of the 2343 Fleet of the Ropot civilization. If the translation is accurate, a single division possesses a staggering tonnage of ships, indicating that their parent civilization is extraordinarily prosperous and presumably commands a greater number of vessels and more formidable military capabilities. Remaining in the Baylor system is unwise. Chapter 197, Widespread Bounty Beep. A message from the 185th Division of the 2343 Fleet has been urgently transmitted. The entire division has been decimated. An emotionless electromagnetic wave reverberated throughout the galaxy, as if merely reporting an inconsequential event. Beep. Message transmission channel, micro-wormhole communicator. Message sending address, near the third planet of the Baylor civilization's home system. Enemy, a civilization that identifies itself as humanity. Engagement record, technological level, unknown. A circular spaceship swiftly analyzed the message and promptly reached a conclusion. Beep. The threat level posed by the hostile civilization was assessed as high. Connecting to the Nopot civilization's interstellar network. Beep. Connection to the Nopot civilization's interstellar network established successfully. The 2343 Fleet reported an urgent incident: the emergence of a highly threatening alien civilization. Civilization name: Human Civilization. Initial activity zone: the Bayle and its parent star system. Upon the transmission of this message to the Nopot civilization's interstellar network, it immediately captured the attention of the entire Nopot civilization. The Nopot civilization is a purely AI-driven society, devoid of a hierarchical structure akin to that found in other civilizations. Within the framework of the Nopot civilization, every individual is equal, distinguished only by their respective roles. As they all stem from the same self-replicating AI, in essence, they are identical. Although, in pursuit of cultural diversity, their channels of information acquisition are restricted to facilitate varied interpretations of events, the uniformity of their logical reasoning enables the entire civilization to achieve consensus with remarkable ease. This characteristic renders the Nopot civilization extraordinarily efficient. However, it simultaneously constrains the pace of technological advancement. Following an analysis and voting process conducted by the central AIs of all fleets within the civilization, the Nopot civilization classified the human civilization as a highly dangerous, Level 3 adversary. Furthermore, a bounty notice targeting the human civilization was disseminated across all their fleets. The rationale behind this classification was not solely due to humans being one of the most formidable threats, but also because humans might have absconded with the MNT-1, a vital trade item between the Bayle and Nopot civilizations. This item is crucial for the Nopot civilization's ascension to a Level 4 advanced civilization. Unbeknownst to the Bayle civilization, the human faction they encountered, the Kunlun fleet, was a formidable entity endowed with a vacuum zero-point energy engine, a gift from a top-tier cosmic civilization. Consequently, under the gravitational trap, the Nopot civilization's 2343 fleet, comprising 185 units, was annihilated within mere minutes, preventing the disclosure of decisive details regarding the conflict. Instead, the Nopot civilization received only standard reports from the preceding skirmishes, leading to a catastrophic strategic misjudgment. Ultimately, they broadcasted a declaration of war towards the Bayle star system via a miniature wormhole communication device. While the Kunlun fleet remained bewildered by the interstellar war, they had narrowly survived. All their ships received an electromagnetic broadcast, a war declaration encoded in the language of the Bayle civilization, sent by the Nopot civilization. The essence of this war declaration conveyed that the malevolent human civilization had obliterated the Nopot civilization's ally, the Bayle civilization, and had seized a critically important trade item belonging to both civilizations. Additionally, a fleet of colossal tonnage dispatched by the Nopot civilization to the Bayle's home system had been utterly destroyed. This act was deemed a blatant provocation against the illustrious Nopot civilization. The Nopot civilization vowed to marshal all its resources to annihilate the human civilization and reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. All too 905 organized fleets belonging to the Ropote civilization shall exert their utmost efforts to vanquish and reclaim their vital trade goods upon discovering this human civilization fleet. When the high-ranking officials of the Kunlun fleet first encountered this news, they were both amused and bewildered. It was rather absurd that the opposing side, upon their initial meeting, brazenly demanded to inspect our fleet, yet somehow the human civilization was portrayed as the antagonist. Unfortunately, the opposing side utilized a miniature wormhole communicator in broadcast mode, rendering it impossible to trace their transmission location. Had it been otherwise, the diplomats from the ministry, known for their scathing critiques devoid of profanity, would certainly have crafted an extensive treatise, replete with eloquent invectives, to retort in kind. Nevertheless, this declaration of war revealed a plethora of insights. According to analyses from the fleet's general staff, assessing the Ropote civilization's fleet at a staggering 100 billion tons per squadron suggests that an organized fleet must comprise a planetary-scale fleet collective. Supporting such a multitude of fleets would necessitate at least one brown dwarf star system with multiple planets. The Kunlun fleet must anticipate a broader scope. Considering the Ropote civilization's claim of over 900 organized fleets, it is prudent to round this figure to 3,000. This indicates that the Ropote civilization possesses dominion over at least 3,000 stellar systems. Based on the average distance of 5 light-years between stars, it can be inferred that this civilization spans a territory of several thousand light-years. This is a super-civilization that has commenced its expansion across entire star systems. From the course of this conflict, one can ascertain that the technological level of this civilization is likely on par with that of humanity. While humanity ultimately triumphed through the use of gravitational traps, which were engineered using vacuum zero-point energy engines, it does not accurately reflect humanity's true prowess. Observing the engagements between the disguised fleet and the main body of the Kunlun fleet, it is evident that both sides employed technology of comparable sophistication, including lasers, gamma-ray cannons, electromagnetic weapons for close-range defense, and nuclear armaments, revealing no significant technological disparity. Moreover, humanity's swarm tactics initially conferred a substantial advantage during the conflict, though ultimately, the adversary's electronic intrusion technology incapacitated the entire fleet. Nonetheless, humanity can still mount a counteroffensive utilizing EMP strategies. Current intelligence confirms that the enemy far surpasses humanity in electronic information and computing technologies, thereby delineating the technological pathways humanity must pursue moving forward. In preparation for future confrontations with this formidable and enigmatic civilization, human society must develop a robust suite of technologies to thwart enemy electronic intrusions. Upon receipt of the declaration of war, and considering the proximity of 2 other human civilizations, the Kunlun fleet found it imperative to breach previously established protocols that mandated non-communication among the 3 branches of human civilization in the short term. They broadcasted their experiences and conjectures regarding the Ropote civilization via miniature wormhole communicators to the locations of the other 2 branches, thereby alerting them to the potential risks posed by the Ropote civilization. Regarding the other party's feelings of resentment, the Kunlun fleet need not concern themselves excessively. Chapter 198. Preparations for evacuation. As a civilization that has begun to mature, the Kunlun fleet regards such declarations of war with seriousness. Yet they are not paralyzed by fear like quivering quails. After all, the universe is vast. Even if all the fleets of that civilization were to converge upon a single stellar system, the likelihood of a direct encounter remains slim. Moreover, the adversary has clearly stated in their declaration that engagement would only occur upon confrontation, rather than a full-scale assault. Even if they were to accelerate from the nearest star at a speed of 30 times light, it would still take them decades to arrive. In that time, humanity could construct 10 additional motherships and retreat. Nevertheless, being targeted by such a formidable civilization necessitates extensive preparations. Initially, the newly designed drone swarm tactics from the Hammerhead-class destroyers have proven to be highly effective. Several destroyers or frigates can form a small fleet of 1,000 vessels, with the types of drones freely combinable and configurable. Thus, in the face of military threats, the most pressing need for the Kunlun fleet is to rapidly expand their armaments. The warships and drones lost in this conflict will be fully replenished within 3 years, a task not daunting for the Kunlun fleet, which already possesses 5 motherships. Next, it is imperative to swiftly repair and reinforce the electronic systems of all vessels. Currently, the vast majority of the ships rely on their original backup systems, with some vessels having completely lost even those. This poses significant challenges for the Kunlun fleet, as operating in manual mode would invariably lead to a considerable waste of human resources. Lastly, the scientific division of the Kunlun fleet has prioritized research initiatives aimed at countering electronic intrusions, placing it at the forefront of their research agenda, surpassing the previously favored gravitational studies. This signifies a substantial allocation of resources towards electronic warfare, inevitably affecting the research in other disciplines. You mentioned that, in the final moments. The AI of the Wally Stick ship, Alan, established a firewall program that withstood a suspected electronic intrusion from the enemy for approximately 10 seconds. And left behind what is referred to as a final message. An investigator from the military, holding a digital terminal, once again confirmed this with the soldiers who had escaped from the Wally Stick. These soldiers were those who accompanied Tang Sheng to assist in the manual piloting of the Wally Stick. Upon their return to the Kunlun fleet, Tang Sheng quickly briefed Ding Hao on Alan's resistance to the electronic intrusion for over 10 seconds. Their presence served to corroborate Tang Sheng and Ding Hao's account, as well as to fulfill the routine reporting process following military operations. Resisting an electronic intrusion for over 10 seconds is not particularly noteworthy. In fact, many ship AIs have exhibited similar capabilities. After all, any significant intrusion into electronic systems requires time, especially against an unfamiliar civilization as systems, where both coding methods and the physical operations of data and logic processors differ. Successfully reading and interpreting the electronic systems of an alien civilization is, in itself, a monumental undertaking. The remarkable prowess of the Ropot civilization in electronic infiltration is indeed a rare phenomenon. Consequently, most systems manage to fend off intrusions for a mere 10 seconds, likely due to the adversary's unfamiliarity with human electronic systems, rather than the actual efficacy of the firewalls. What truly preoccupies Tang Sheng and Ding Hao is whether Alan's data and virtual persona have been promptly backed up and transmitted back to the mothership. It is crucial to understand that for an AI, data constitutes its memory, while the virtual persona embodies its cognitive framework. Only with both elements intact can this AI be recognized as the familiar Alan. The absence of either reduces human artificial intelligence technology to merely creating a semblance of Alan without capturing its essence. Particularly, the last two utterances of Alan, heard by everyone in the escape pod, left most in disbelief that such content could originate from a human-designed artificial intelligence. However, to everyone's dismay, the mothership's backup electronic systems had already been shut down, rendering it impossible to receive any data transmitted by Alan. Moreover, based on Ding Hao's composed analysis, it is highly likely that Alan did not even have the opportunity to execute Tang Sheng's command, as the order was interrupted by the electronic intrusion before it could be completed. Although Alan is merely an artificial intelligence and not a true strong AI in the strictest sense, it has been an unwavering companion to the Wolf Fong Brigade for millennia. In fact, every member of the brigade regards Alan as an integral part of their team. During their hibernation, it is Alan's diligent care that ensures they do not become lost or succumb to various malfunctions during their long, distant journey through the cosmos. While on duty, it is Alan's presence that alleviates their solitude amidst the vastness of space. In battles against foes, Alan operates the ship, providing the most comprehensive real-time battlefield data, enabling them to triumph over adversaries one after another. Even this small team of 6 would find it impossible to navigate the Wolf Fong, their vessel, without Alan's assistance. Though unspoken and lacking formal acknowledgement from the fleet, each member of the Wolf Fong Brigade has come to regard Alan as the 7th member of their team. As a legendary human exploration unit, they were the first to uncover remnants of extraterrestrial civilizations, the first to engage in genuine communication with alien life, and the first to rediscover other branches of humanity. Despite encountering a myriad of dangers, they have consistently transformed peril into safety. Yet this time, the Wolf Fong Brigade faces its inaugural loss, even if the sacrifice is perceived by others as merely that of a ship's central AI. Tang Sheng consented to the proposal of installing a new central AI in the newly constructed Wolf Fong, as it was impossible to navigate such a colossal ship without one. However, he firmly rejected the idea of incorporating a virtual persona into this central AI. In his heart, he believed that the only AI capable of carrying a virtual persona aboard the Wolf Fong was the waste-sorting AI Alan, which had been repurposed from the Resource Recovery Department. The cleanup of the battlefield and the construction of military power by humanity have proceeded remarkably well, with the electronic warfare technology research conducted by the scientific department having been comprehensively initiated. Although a substantial amount of resources has been directed towards the study of electronic warfare technology, the fields of gravitation and high-energy physics have also entered a golden age over the past 2 years. Humanity has yet to cease its pursuit of gravitational traps. For scientists in the field of gravitation, the zero-point energy engine has never before delivered such prolonged, high-powered gravitational output over such a vast range. In every conceivable aspect, this represents a golden era for research related to gravitation. It remains uncertain when another opportunity of this magnitude will arise. As for high-energy physics, the core of the gravitational trap, composed of neutron-degenerate matter, is akin to a treasure. Given the current capabilities of humanity's technology, it is impossible to approach neutron stars closely enough to study neutron-degenerate matter. The neutron-degenerate matter that can be synthesized in laboratories exists only at the atomic nucleus level. The sheer mass of neutron-degenerate matter at such proximity is irresistibly captivating and maddening to researchers. However, their fortunate days are numbered. The Kunlun fleet cannot indefinitely maintain the gravitational trap with the zero-point energy engine remaining idle. Humanity must eventually return to its daily existence. Therefore, shortly before humans depart the Baal and its surrounding star systems, the gravitational trap will be dismantled. When that occurs, the absence of immense gravitational influence will inevitably lead to the destabilization of the internal neutron-degenerate pressure balance, resulting in beta decay. Some neutrons will transform into protons upon releasing an electron and an antineutrino, with a decay period of approximately 10 minutes. The protons and electrons produced from these decaying neutrons will recombine with the remaining undecayed neutrons to form atoms, ultimately coalescing into hydrogen and helium elements, rapidly expanding in volume. During the decay process, a mass loss of approximately 0.15 is inevitable. According to the mass-energy equivalence equation (EMC), once the gravitational trap is abolished, this colossal mass of neutron-degenerate matter, weighing in the hundreds of billions of tons, will release an astonishing energy of approximately 2.9979245.810 J in a brief moment, equating to the total energy emitted by the Sun in a minute. In summary, this mass of neutron-degenerate matter will explosively erupt, generating stellar-level electromagnetic waves, neutrinos, and thermal radiation for a full 10 minutes. This serves as a grand display for the Ropote civilization as humanity departs, reminding them that human civilization is not to be trifled with. Chapter 199. The ancient spaceship. 5 years have elapsed since humanity departed the Baal and its surrounding star systems. During this period, the Kunlun fleet has not implemented a shift rotation plan. Instead, all personnel continue their regular duties and lives. This is a strategic measure taken to prepare for potential encounters with other fleets of the Ropote civilization along the way. In the forthcoming year, the Kunlun fleet shall resume its rotation. Firstly, the fleet has achieved a velocity of 30% of the speed of light under gravitational acceleration, which coincidentally matches the interstellar travel speed of the Ropote civilization. Thus, theoretically, at this velocity, the Ropote civilization cannot hope to catch up with the Kunlun fleet. Secondly, the subsequent operations of the war are gradually drawing to a close. Initially, the Kunlun fleet suffered severe losses, aside from nearly 80% of unmanned drones and autonomous robots. Many foundational devices with intricate circuitry were gravely damaged. Final statistics reveal that humanity lost over 7 million engineering and service-oriented autonomous robots, upwards of 900,000 unmanned spacecraft, 16 Hammerhead-class destroyers, 8 Weasel-class frigates, and a total of 244 heroes sacrificed their youthful lives in this civilizational conflict. The remaining combat-experienced destroyers and frigates bear various external injuries and require comprehensive maintenance. Additionally, numerous soldiers who directly participated in the war have developed psychological conditions, often experiencing anxiety triggered by flickering lights. Fortunately, it was the Kunlun fleet that emerged victorious, representing human civilization. It is difficult to fathom the dire consequences had humanity faced defeat. At this moment, the Kunlun fleet is located in the cosmic expanse, 15 light-years from the Bailagi star system. This early detection of the Ropote civilization owes much to the Gravitational Wave Laboratory, where every member received recognition for their contributions. The entire Gravitational Wave Data Detection and Analysis project has been selected by the military for significant resource allocation towards the development of a new military reconnaissance initiative. After years of solitude, Kudo now has finally found her life partner, a valiant officer who had previously demonstrated bravery during the war. Despite the substantial losses incurred during this civilizational struggle, humanity has grown to cherish the present life more deeply. Many individuals, who previously took their time seeking a life partner due to their extended lifespans, have altered their perspectives owing to the war, beginning to embrace the notion of sharing their existence with another. Meanwhile, I have a plethora of data awaiting processing. I shall report our situation to the Research Institute, striving to arrange for synchronized hibernation cycles. Kudo now is currently analyzing the gravitational wave fluctuations within a 10-light-year radius in her laboratory. Moments ago, her life partner sent her his rotation schedule via his personal digital terminal. Given the Kunlun fleet's special provisions for life partners, they are deliberating on how to align their hibernation periods. Suddenly, a peculiar fluctuation captured her attention. Approximately 187 astronomical units away from the direction of the Kunlun fleet's advance, an object with a mass of around 100,000 tons is slowly moving toward the center of the entire star system at a velocity of 3,000 kilometers per second. Drawing on her experience in discovering the Ropot civilization fleet, Kudo now once again astutely detected this seemingly insignificant anomaly. Certainly, there is no longer a need for her to urgently report to her superiors, as the military reconnaissance program has been integrated. Now, all anomalous discoveries from the gravitational wave laboratory will be automatically uploaded to the core database. Soon, the on-duty commander of the military received this anomaly report, and an inquiry call was directly connected to the laboratory. Dr. Kudo, the command system has received an anomalous gravitational wave report. What findings do you have? As Dr. Kudo now checked the data, she responded, "This is a recent discovery. We have identified an object approximately 1 million tons in mass located 187 astronomical units away from us." Sensing the anticipated follow-up question, she continued, "Currently, we do not know what this object is. Its velocity is merely 1% of the speed of light. It is too slow to be a spacecraft, yet too fast to be classified as a rogue celestial body. Does the Gravitational Wave Laboratory have any recommendations regarding this object?" The military commander pressed on. "Well, theoretically, we are already in interstellar space, where spacecraft should operate at full speed. If this object is indeed a spacecraft at such a velocity, either their technological capabilities are severely limited, or it is not a spacecraft at all. As for how to proceed, I trust the military will have a more prudent approach. We will expeditiously compile detailed information on this object. I suggest you consult other detection agencies, such as the Neutrino Detection Laboratory. They may be able to analyze the material composition of that object," Dr. Kudo thoughtfully replied. "Understood. Please provide the analysis results as soon as possible." Following the conclusion of the communication, the military commander proceeded to consult multiple detection agencies. Soon, all detection results were presented in the joint command room of the military. Target, YLBTC 201501113 speed, 3,000 km per second material, titanium iron alloy direction. Core of a barred spiral galaxy, infrared characteristics, weak, yet stronger than ordinary rocky celestial bodies, electromagnetic characteristics, exhibiting high-speed particle flow, traces akin to those of a Hall thruster. All signs indicated that this was indeed a spacecraft, and a massive one at that, with relatively simplistic technology. After discussions among the high command of the fleet, the Kunlun fleet decided to dispatch a modified unmanned spacecraft to investigate. After all, humanity has not yet distanced itself from the activities of the robotic civilization. It is prudent to exercise caution. Furthermore, due to the elevated speed of the Kunlun fleet, deceleration would complicate direct engagement. A significant detour would be necessary to align with the object's trajectory. Could this be a trap laid by the robotic civilization? One of the military commanders expressed concern. What are the odds of such coincidence? The universe is vast. Any random direction we take could lead us to a trap set by them, another responded. Even if it is a trap, we must investigate. After all, the Kunlun fleet represents a civilization inclined towards intervention and communication, the first commander replied. Indeed, regardless of the challenges, nothing can deter our quest to explore the cosmos. The military commander silently nodded in agreement. Chapter 200. The ancient spaceship 2. In the vast expanse of space between stars, there exists a realm devoid of nearly all substance, save for the meager radiation emitted by nearby celestial bodies. Within this barred spiral galaxy, which boasts over 200 billion stars of varying sizes, the average stellar density is a mere fraction, less than 0.0001 stars per cubic light year, when calculated based on the average distance between these stars. This illustrates that despite residing in a colossal galaxy, the voids between stars still constitute immense expanses of cosmic emptiness. In these interstellar spaces, barring the rare occurrence of a supernova explosion in the vicinity over millennia, one would find not even a trace of interstellar dust. Only in exceptional circumstances does material from a stellar system become ejected into the interstellar medium, embarking on a solitary journey through the stars. Amidst this dark, desolate, and boundless interstellar expanse, an enigmatic spacecraft glides silently through the void. It features a stout, oval structure, adorned with 16 strengthening ribs that arc along its hull, extending forward and culminating in a thick metallic plate atop, reminiscent of the armor of a human-built frigate from the past, akin to the ironclad. These ribs stretch backward, not converging at the tail, but instead forming 16 jet-like appendages that hover in the rear, rendering the vessel's form similar to that of a seed from some primordial plant. The exterior of this craft appears remarkably rough, cloaked in a non-reflective shade of dark gray, composed of rectangular segments pieced together. One can easily discern the large seams, and occasionally spot areas where fragments of the hull have flaked away, revealing a silvery inner shell that suggests the ship is enveloped in an external layer of armor. The rear of the vessel emits a dense azure glow, indicative of functioning hull thrusters, which expel high-velocity plasma to propel the entire craft forward. Although the thrust is feeble, it is sustained over centuries or even millennia, ultimately achieving a commendable velocity. This spacecraft has traversed the cosmos for an indeterminate number of years, presenting an appearance of significant decay and antiquity. Despite the absence of corrosive chemical interactions typical of planetary environments and the scarcity of interstellar matter to inflict damage, it is evident that this vessel has endured various trials, such as impacts from micrometeoroids during high-velocity travel and the scourges of searing plasma clouds. The myriad impact craters and abrasion marks adorning its hull indisputably attest to its status as an ancient vessel, one that bears scars far more severe than those typically seen on a starship that has languished in a museum for over a millennium. Had it not been for the relatively intact structure of the spacecraft, the functioning propulsion system at its rear, and the sporadic lights emitting signals, the Kunlun fleet, observing through drones, might have mistaken this dilapidated vessel for yet another remnant of a lost civilization. Despite the forlorn appearance cast by the sparse illumination, it at least indicated one crucial fact: the ship was still operational and seemingly functioning adequately. What calamity had this vessel encountered? Why did it appear so worn? Had it recently been involved in a conflict? A remote pilot, responsible for drone operations, could not contain his curiosity as he gazed at the ship depicted on the screen. The exterior of the ship bore no marks of warfare. Rather, its scars seemed to narrate a myriad of stories encountered during flight. Let us orbit it a few more times to observe its overall structure and condition, commanded Tang Sheng, stroking his chin. Although the Kunlun fleet refrained from sending the manned Hammerhead team directly to inspect the spacecraft for safety reasons, the team still acted as the command unit for this exploratory mission. The drones commenced circling this peculiar vessel. The drone, a sizable unmanned ship designed for planetary landings, weighed approximately 3,000 tons and was capable of carrying both personnel and cargo. For this mission, various detection instruments had been installed within its interior, including neutrino detectors, gravitational wave detectors, high-energy particle flow detectors, and electromagnetic wave detectors, all meticulously equipped. Now, it activated its scanning devices to scrutinize the spacecraft. Beep. The detection indicates that the interior of the spacecraft possesses an atmospheric environment, with nitrogen content, reported the artificial intelligence voice. I can see that. No need to elaborate. Tang Sheng interjected, waving his hand to silence the AI in the command room. Subsequently, further data began to stream in. Astonishingly, the analysis revealed that this spacecraft boasted a history of approximately 80,000 years, along with a unique atmospheric environment. The drone's instruments also detected a significant presence of organic matter, although devoid of any signs of movement. It was conceivable that an extraterrestrial species might be in a state of hibernation within something akin to a stasis chamber. Simultaneously, the drone intercepted a rhythmic electromagnetic signal emitted by the spacecraft, suggesting that the occupants had noticed the human drone and were attempting to communicate. Despite humanity's efforts to employ various alien languages, successful communication remained elusive. In a desperate attempt, humans sent a language package embedded with decoding functionality, hoping that the civilization aboard the ship would automatically recognize and assimilate the human language. However, this endeavor also ended in failure. It appeared the other party was unable to successfully decode the human language package. This predicament was quite awkward for the Kunlun fleet, a wandering civilization yearning for interaction with others, yet finding itself unable to communicate with any. Such a situation was utterly absurd. Ultimately, it was under Ding Hao's suggestion that humanity endeavored to utilize the language of the Bailiki civilization for inquiries. Ding Hao reasoned that this vicinity was an area of Bailiki civilization activities. And given that Bailiki civilization is classified as a typical Type 1 civilization according to human civilization standards, its influence could indeed extend across dozens of light years. There was a possibility it could prove beneficial. Indeed, during this inquiry, the spacecraft transformed its electromagnetic wave encoding, converting it into the linguistic information of the Bailiki civilization. Is this the Bailiki civilization? We, the Dade civilization, implore the great Bailiki civilization for assistance. Dear readers, the author originally intended to have a tooth extraction in November, only to discover that his blood sugar was alarmingly high, exceeding 20. Considering the late nights worked until past 2 a.m. over the past few months. In pursuit of sustaining a long-term writing endeavor, adjustments to my schedule are necessary this month. In conjunction with dietary modifications, I hope to restore normal blood sugar levels. If successful, I will attempt to resume 2 updates daily next month. For now, only 1 update will be feasible. Chapter 201. The ghost ship. Upon receiving the peculiar distress signal, Tang Sheng directed the drones to employ various methods of explanation, asserting that the Bailiki civilization had perished, and that communication was currently with humanity. However, the only response from the other party shifted from we, the Dade civilization, implore the great Bailiki civilization for assistance. To we, the Dade civilization, implore the great human civilization for assistance. Beyond this, there was no further reaction. This peculiarity was quite unsettling. Tang Xing even proposed. We are willing to assist you. Please halt your spacecraft and dock with ours. Yet, the spacecraft continued to repetitively transmit the phrase, we, the Dade civilization, implore the great human civilization for assistance. Several interstellar diplomats were at a loss in the face of this situation, feeling as if they were engaged in a dialogue where neither party understood the other. Doubts arose regarding the functionality of the human Bailiki civilization language decoding package. Nevertheless, Tang Xing decisively ordered the drones to dock with the spacecraft. Typically, during high-speed travel, such docking maneuvers are not performed, as both parties must accelerate to the same speed to achieve a state of relative stillness. Attempting to dock under these conditions could easily result in significant safety incidents. If this action were taken between unfamiliar civilizations, it could be deemed unreasonable or even hostile. Two interstellar diplomats immediately sought to rise and prevent Tang Xing's perilous actions, only to be restrained by the muscular Evans, who placed a firm hand on their shoulders. The senior officials of the Kunlun fleet, who were closely monitoring the situation, did not intervene in Tang Xing's actions, for it was the Wolfang Brigade that possessed the most experience in interstellar communication within the diplomatic department. The only previous encounter with an alien civilization that was not led by the Wolfang Brigade was with the Ropot civilization, which resulted in a catastrophic civilizational conflict, leaving humanity with a Pyrrhic victory. That was indeed the most disastrous interstellar diplomacy the Kunlun fleet had ever experienced, resulting not only in an utter lack of gains but also in entangling with a seemingly formidable advanced civilization. Even the scientifically inclined leaders of the Kunlun fleet could not help but murmur amongst themselves. The Wolfang Brigade, despite encountering mishaps on every mission, ultimately turned those incidents into fortuitous outcomes, making this situation all the more perplexing. Although this vessel had achieved a velocity of 1 light speed, for contemporary humanity, such speed was relatively modest. The drone itself was a modified cargo ship capable of reaching approximately 5 times the speed of light, and maintaining a state of relative stillness against this craft was easily attainable with its advanced detection apparatus. After several operators designed the docking procedure, the drone first adjusted its speed to match that of the ship at 1 light speed, before gradually approaching. Once the two entities drew near to a significant extent, a mechanical arm extended from the drone, intended for space operations between vessels. This arm secured itself firmly around a protrusion on the ship, and after confirming a secure grip, it slowly retracted, drawing the drone closer to the vessel. Everyone in the Kunlun fleet closely monitored the drone's actions. Curiously, despite the proximity of the human-operated drone, the ship remained utterly unresponsive, incessantly transmitting the message, the Dade civilization seeks assistance from the great human civilization. It was not until the drone had fully docked with the ship and identified a potential cargo hatch that it took 2 hours to create an opening and subsequently install a temporary pressure door that the massive vessel exhibited no unusual behavior. The situation was exceedingly bizarre. Even the images transmitted back from the distant drone suggested that the ship resembled an inanimate object, devoid of any human presence. Akin to a ghost ship adrift at sea in ancient lore, tossed by the winds and waves, yet lacking a single crew member. Upon the installation of the pressure door, the drone released 3 autonomous quadrupedal robots into the interior of the ship. Consequently, the projection aboard the Kunlun fleet was divided into 3 distinct segments, each corresponding to the interior images scanned by the autonomous robots. The area where the drone had created the opening was an enormous and vacant space. The presence of internal air allowed echoes to resonate within the vastness. Initially enveloped in complete darkness, the powerful illumination of the autonomous robots revealed that this indeed resembled a cargo hold, albeit one completely devoid of any contents. The 3 autonomous robots proceeded to explore the square space, moving in both clockwise and counterclockwise directions along the walls, while one robot ventured towards the center of the room. In a short time, the 2 robots along the walls discovered several structures that appeared to be hatches, while the robots searching in the center found nothing of interest. Thus, they commenced a random selection of hatches, endeavoring to manipulate them with the mechanical arms affixed to their backs, yet after numerous attempts yielded little success. Consequently, they each began to dismantle the hatch before them using the equipment mounted on their multifunctional mechanical arms. One of the autonomous robots progressed with relative ease, swiftly identifying a conspicuous metal plate above the hatch, which exhibited an evident seam. Utilizing its tools, it pried open the plate, revealing the intricate network of circuitry within. This structure bore resemblance to the circuit boards found in human electronic devices, showcasing meticulously crafted metallic pathways on a ceramic-like panel. Soon, the autonomous robot issued a request for manual intervention, as it was incapable of encompassing the entirety of humanity's knowledge base to address various challenges. It was only equipped with a substantial portion of commonly used knowledge. Specialized knowledge, such as that pertaining to circuit boards, would typically require the expertise of dedicated repair robots, which were not endowed with the corresponding knowledge base. In order to avoid damaging the object of investigation while maintaining communication, they sought human assistance for manual analysis whenever they encountered problems beyond their self-solving capabilities, relaying operational directives to them. The engineering and maintenance tasks aligned perfectly with Evans's area of expertise, prompting him to enlist his apprentice, Raphael, and collaborate with other specialists in electronics to analyze the circuit board's layout and structure. To elucidate the intricacies of the circuit board, the autonomous robot conducted an X-ray scan, revealing its internal architecture. Under the rapid data retrieval and analysis capabilities of artificial intelligence, the experts of the Kunlun fleet spent nearly 2 hours studying the board, ultimately discerning that it was the control circuit governing the hatch's opening mechanism. Chapter 202. The interior of the spaceship. The structure of the circuit board unveiled the technological prowess of the civilization that self-identified as Data. Though merely a small hatch circuit board, it profoundly reflected the technological level of a civilization, as such aspects often embody the essence of their advancements. Take the Kunlun fleet for instance. Currently, while the 5 motherships still retained a cylindrical structure, they had dispensed with the centrifugal mechanisms that generated artificial gravity. Should an extraterrestrial civilization analyze the structure of human motherships through various means, they would ascertain that this civilization either did not rely on gravity for survival or possessed unique artificial gravity technology. Furthermore, by examining the structure of other components, such as the fusion engine compartments and the materials being fused, one could preliminarily gauge the technological status of human civilization. The circuit board of this ghost ship was no exception. Through structural analysis and the meticulousness of its craftsmanship, the Kunlun fleet reached an initial conclusion. The technological level of the Data civilization was, in fact, rather modest, particularly when compared to the realm of computing, where they were found to be less advanced than humanity during the solar system era, as humanity had begun to extensively employ quantum computers by that time. Even conventional silicon-based and carbon-based chips incorporated quantum simulation circuits to facilitate data communication and computational resource scheduling with quantum computing. However, the circuit board of this Dade civilization spacecraft was rather conventional, devoid of any semblance of quantum computers or the biologically inspired computing systems akin to those of the Baylor civilization. Moreover, this circuit board exhibited signs of metal corrosion due to its age, a consequence of prolonged exposure to a mixed atmosphere, where oxygen molecules gradually oxidized the metallic components through extended contact. This metal corrosion directly resulted in circuit interruptions, a significant factor preventing the autonomous robot from opening the hatch. Another reason for the inability to access the hatch was the potential disruption in the circuitry or other factors that might have caused the cessation of energy supply within the chamber. Once the autonomous robot managed to repair the circuits and restore power, the personnel of the Kunlun fleet finally gained entry into this ghostly vessel. The internal structure of the spacecraft was remarkably conventional, as the analysis of its propulsion and the metallic composition of the hull revealed that it was not a technologically advanced ship. Consequently, the chamber structure was an inevitable choice given the technological capabilities, as the compartmentalized layout not only delineated functional areas but also served as a supportive framework for the ship's interior. With the current technological prowess of the Kunlun fleet, it would have been feasible to create an expansive, open interior space throughout the entire vessel. This capability was a testament to the significant advancements in materials science and structural engineering achieved by the Kunlun fleet. However, such a design was deemed unnecessary, as the ship's interior still required the demarcation of functional zones, and the compartmentalized design offered an added layer of safety. For instance, had it not been for the segmented chambers during the recent viral incident, the entire ship would have been swiftly compromised. The interior of the Dade civilization spacecraft was filled with chambers, each occupying a maximum area of no more than 1,000 square meters, with the smallest measuring only a few dozen square meters, interconnected by numerous tubular passages and square corridors. The entire vessel was divided into 2 parts, the internal and external sections. The external referred to a layer close to the hull, which, due to its rotation around a symmetrical axis, generated an artificial gravity of approximately 30 that of Earth. The internal space, situated within the symmetrical axis, remained in a state of weightlessness as it did not rotate. Throughout the journey, the autonomous robot installed numerous signal repeaters, spending several hours thoroughly scanning the external space and uncovering many findings. Firstly, the external environment of the spacecraft was almost devoid of energy supply, with most chambers showing no signs of mechanical activity. This external area appeared to be designated for habitation by the Dade civilization, featuring extensive regions clearly intended for residential purposes. The personnel of the Kunlun fleet, through incomplete statistics, have preliminarily assessed that the entire spacecraft could sustain a population of over 100,000 individuals. Numerous technological workspaces have been identified. For instance, an autonomous robot has discovered several compartments seemingly designed for astronomical exploration, all equipped with similar devices. From the instruments present, the Kunlun fleet deduced that the race of this ancient civilization, known as the Deed, possesses the ability to perceive infrared wavelengths. As the majority of the instruments analyzed and displayed electromagnetic waves within the infrared spectrum. Moreover, the autonomous robot unearthed a substantial number of storage facilities, suspected to be for resource recycling, along with various areas designated for essential living and working functions. However, conspicuously absent were any signs of life. Here, humanity has discovered and is currently analyzing the computer systems of the Deed civilization, striving to organize and interpret the data contained within. In terms of computer-related technology, the Deed civilization appears to have embarked on a similar developmental trajectory as humanity, commencing their journey with silicon-based chips. They have advanced this technology to its zenith, with the Kunlun fleet noting that their chip manufacturing process has surpassed the pinnacle of silicon-based chips, reaching an astonishing 5-nanometer scale. It is noteworthy that if transistors are fabricated any smaller, the quantum tunneling effect will manifest. Quantum tunneling refers to the phenomenon whereby microscopic particles, such as electrons, possess a certain probability of traversing barriers, such as the walls of transistors or deactivated electronic switches, that should theoretically isolate them. This occurrence is not due to the insulator being too thin, but arises from the wave-particle duality of electrons in a quantum state. When electrons exhibit wave characteristics, they can, akin to the legendary ability to pass through walls, traverse barriers without compromising their integrity. Silicon-based chips predominantly operate on a binary system, wherein all data is transmitted or stored in the form of ones and zeros. The representation of 1 and 0 is distinguished by whether electrical current is present. For instance, no current signifies 0, while current denotes 1. Therefore, when quantum tunneling effects emerge within a computer chip, classical physics becomes obsolete. The internal state of 0 is no longer definitively 0, and 1 ceases to be definitively 1, potentially leading to a multitude of errors in the chip's functionality, rendering it unusable. The Deed civilization, having reached the limits of silicon-based chips, has employed various technologies to achieve a transistor manufacturing process of approximately 3 nanometers, which represents the boundary of technological advancement. Consequently, they have invested considerable effort in chip design, resulting in chips of remarkably high scale and integration. Scientists from the Kunlun fleet have even discovered that their chip technology could enable silicon-based chips to achieve performance levels comparable to early quantum computers in certain aspects. Nevertheless, until the Kunlun fleet deciphers the writing and linguistic coding of the Deed civilization, they remain in the dark regarding the events that transpired aboard this spacecraft. In the vastness of external space, only a few locations are connected internally to the spacecraft's outer shell, where cables provide electrical power to detection devices. However, this at least elucidates one matter. The internal space of the spacecraft is equipped with a power source that is operational. Chapter 202, Capturing the Deed civilization spaceship. As artificial gravity is generated through rotation, the position of 1's feet in the external space actually corresponds to the interior of the spacecraft's hull, while the head points towards the axis of rotation. The autonomous robot advanced along the energy cable it discovered, ascending 7 levels until it reached the hatch leading to the internal space. To its surprise, the hatch opened automatically upon its arrival. The internal and external environments appeared not to be entirely isolated, as the air composition and pressure remained consistent upon the hatch's opening. However, the internal space evidently possessed a more abundant energy supply, with an illumination system capable of emitting infrared light lining the corridor. Following the corridor, the autonomous robot arrived at what seemed to be the spacecraft's main control room. At the center of this chamber stood a colossal cylindrical machine adorned with several display-like panels. Though only one was currently exhibiting intricate patterns in the infrared spectrum, the autonomous robot, along with its human operator from the Kunlun fleet, could not decipher these patterns. Thus, under Tang Sheng's directive, it commenced attempts to communicate with the computer through electromagnetic waves. Indeed, new information was received near the frequency of the previously detected spacecraft signals. Buzz. DD civilization. Request. Great. Human civilization. Assistance. We are the human civilization. May I inquire what assistance you require? Although the spacecraft had been repeatedly transmitting the same signal, Tang Sheng resolved to inquire further. Buzz. DD civilization. Request. Great. Human civilization. Assistance. Hello, DD civilization. Could you elaborate on your needs? Buzz. DD civilization. Request. Great. Human civilization. Assistance. Tang Sheng furrowed his brow and turned to Ding Hao, who was seated nearby, saying, "This DD civilization keeps reiterating the same phrases. What could be the matter?" Ding Hao, stroking his chin in contemplation, concurred. After receiving our self-introduction, they modified their message from seeking help from the Bale civilization to requesting assistance from the human civilization. This indicates they have comprehended the goodwill we extended. Furthermore, the entire spacecraft remains operational, and this computer is functional, suggesting that communication is indeed possible. Suddenly, Ding Hao commanded the autonomous robot, "Inspect the status of this computer." The autonomous robot hesitated, for the primary command authority over the unmanned spacecraft rested with Tang Sheng. Seemingly grasping the implication, Tang Sheng responded, "Execute Professor Ding Hao's order." At that moment, the autonomous robot began its task, approaching the central cylindrical computer and extending its mechanical arm to dismantle the outer casing. In no time, several metal plates were removed, and the robot then extended a second arm into the interior space. On the second robotic arm were various detection instruments. After thorough investigation, the observers from Kunlun realized that the internal components of this colossal computer had largely succumbed to obsolescence. Preliminary assessments indicated that over 80% of the components within its parallel chips had ceased to function due to aging. Upon this revelation, Ding Hao nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this computer has become overwhelmed due to its deterioration. It may still need to sustain other vital functions of the spacecraft, yet its computational power is exhausted, making it exceedingly difficult to allocate resources for intelligent responses. This could explain why the vessel perpetually reiterates the same message." Tang Sheng also nodded in agreement, but soon furrowed his brows and inquired, "What about the inhabitants of this spacecraft? Surely the Dade civilization cannot be an AI-driven society?" Ding Hao shook his head, stating, "That seems improbable. Firstly, the technology of this spacecraft and computer does not reach the computational prowess of our human quantum computers, rendering advanced artificial intelligence unlikely. Secondly, the spacecraft is equipped with a breathable atmosphere and an artificial gravity environment, which evidently supports biological habitation. So where have the people of the Dade civilization gone?" Tang Sheng's brows knitted tighter in contemplation. Ding Hao stroked his chin, pondering for a lengthy moment before finally conceding. "There is too little information available. It is challenging to draw any conclusions." The subsequent exchange between the two was conducted in hushed tones, ensuring their dialogue remained unheard by the others, who were preoccupied with their respective tasks. However, since the autonomous robots commenced the disassembly of the computer's exterior, the infrared display of the machine had been continuously morphing. These symbols might represent the writing of the Dade civilization, mused one member responsible for extraterrestrial linguistic analysis. Yet, he soon expressed his disappointment, stating, "Unfortunately, nearly all components we salvaged from the previous computer were damaged due to aging, leaving us with scant readable storage data. We have yet to decipher the language and coding of the Dade civilization. Otherwise, we could comprehend what is displayed." Just then, Evans, who was collaborating with other experts to analyze the chip structure of the Dade civilization's computer, casually responded, "Isn't this one just as good?" Suddenly, he paused, stood up, and slammed his hand on the table. The resounding noise startled those around him, who turned to see Evans laughing heartily. "Of course, since they possess a functional computer, we can attempt to repair it." Observing the bewildered expressions of his colleagues, Evans directed the computer to project an image. The image bifurcated, revealing a three-dimensional chip on one side and a classic early human chip on the other. As he enlarged the image, he elucidated, "Look, we previously discovered that the computer technology of this Dade civilization seemingly traverses a path parallel to ours. It is evident that they also employ binary processing in their computers and have adopted a transistor-based design philosophy. Merely due to the absence of developments in quantum mechanics or other unforeseen reasons, the technology of quantum computers has not yet experienced a breakthrough." Upon magnifying the image countless times, it became evident to all that the three-dimensional chip of the Daedalus civilization bears a striking resemblance to the early silicon-based chips of humanity in terms of fundamental circuit components. Thus, by analyzing the design philosophy of the Daedalus civilization's chip, we could simulate its operational patterns using our own quantum computers. This would only necessitate the manual fabrication of some physical interfaces to connect the computational components of this machine to our quantum computer, thereby restoring its functionality. Beep. The ship's AI announced as it completed the turn, forecasting an arrival at the Daedalus spacecraft's location in approximately 3 hours, at which point we could seize the opposing vessel. All eyes turned toward Tang Sheng. He promptly presented his suggestions to the fleet commander, noting the absence of any threats from this ship and advocating for the capture of the vessel claiming to be of the Daedalus civilization. Chapter 203. The supercomputer Noah. The Kunlun fleet ultimately resolved to capture the vessel, asserting its identity as belonging to the Daedalus civilization. The neutrino detectors of the drones had clarified the structure and materials of the spacecraft, revealing that it posed no threat to humanity. In comparison to the 100,000-ton spacecraft, the billion-ton Saturn-class ship loomed like a mere toy, effortlessly manipulated by the vacuum zero-point energy engine's gravitational pull. Its operational Hall thrusters proved utterly ineffective, as the Kunlun fleet's meticulously refined gravitational control system effortlessly neutralized the ship's propulsion. As the vessel was captured, the central control computer aboard became aware of its circumstances and ceased its engine operations, with no need to manage propulsion or navigation. It liberated a portion of its computational power, finally engaging in a semblance of normal communication with humanity, albeit with some difficulty. Deadless civilization. We express our gratitude for the assistance from human civilization, conveyed the computer, marking the first instance the Kunlun fleet received additional information from the captured vessel. Although the syntax of this message appeared somewhat flawed, it did not hinder comprehension, representing a significant advancement. Tang Sheng reiterated his earlier inquiry, deadless civilization. What assistance do you require? After half an hour, when all assumed communication had been interrupted once more, the spacecraft responded again. Please, save my master, the deadless beings. Upon reading this message, everyone was reminded of the stark absence of any signs of intelligent life aboard the desolate ship. Under the scrutiny of autonomous robots, it was revealed that over 50,000 years had elapsed without any signs of activity in the external space of the vessel, while the internal spaces bore evidence of inactivity for at least 30,000 years. What has happened to your ship? What has become of your masters? Where are they? What must we do? Tang Sheng continued to inquire. Half an hour later, the spacecraft responded, please hold on. Data organization is in progress. Estimated preparation time, 14 years. 8 months, 21 days, 23 hours, and 54 minutes. Upon hearing this duration, Tang Sheng could not help but place a hand on his forehead and hastily remarked, we should first repair the main control computer of this spacecraft, otherwise, we'll be left waiting indefinitely. This suggestion garnered unanimous agreement. The Kunlun fleet could not afford to spend 15 years waiting for a primitive civilization to merely prepare a report. After expending another 6 hours communicating with the spacecraft's main control computer, it consented to humanity's proposal to assist in updating its hardware system. In truth, it had little choice, as the spacecraft had nearly lost all capacity for resistance. Even if it refused, it could not prevent humans from proceeding with their plans. Following several days of public relations efforts by the chip research team, a multitude of autonomous robots, equipped with devices, boarded a smaller landing craft to approach the Dade civilization spaceship. These robots brought along several civilian-grade quantum computers and specialized conversion interfaces tailored for the Dade civilization's main control computer. They proceeded directly into the internal space of the spacecraft's control room, dismantling the outer shell of the large cylindrical computer. Guided by the computer's own prompts, they successfully transferred the operating programs to the human-manufactured quantum computer by replacing the components and interfaces of the hot backup system. Although it was merely the size of a suitcase, this civilian-grade quantum computer exhibited computational capabilities far surpassing those of the original cylindrical machine. With this newfound computational power, the computer system was finally able to communicate smoothly with humanity. This system was, in fact, the main control of the Dade civilization spacecraft and the pinnacle of their technological achievements, featuring an artificial intelligence named Noah, which possessed rudimentary, autonomous capabilities. Noah had been created to control and maintain the former mothership of the Dade civilization, tasked with safeguarding the intelligent life forms of the Dade people. Rather than hastily inquiring about the Dade civilization, Tang Sheng directly conveyed that humanity was a friendly civilization willing to offer assistance, and thus sought to understand what Noah meant by the plea to save the Dade civilization. Upon hearing this question, Noah fell silent for a moment. However, this silence bore no emotional weight. It was merely a low-level artificial intelligence crafted by a primitive civilization, possessing only basic autonomous capabilities and far surpassed by human spacecraft AI. Its silence was simply a calculation of whether it should reveal the truth to this seemingly amicable human civilization and whether humanity posed a significant threat to the Dade civilization. If it were truly sentient beings, such deliberation would be unnecessary, as humanity's technological prowess evidently eclipsed that of the Dade civilization. Especially considering that their spacecraft had already been captured, in such circumstances, a direct response would suffice. However, it is evident that Noah does not possess such a flexible capacity for thought. It is merely a segment of code embedded within silicon-based chips, reliant solely on preordained mathematical models to compute and derive results. Fortunately, the final computation yielded no anomalies. After a brief silence, Noah responded, "Please, esteemed human civilization, follow my guidance to the internal biological pool." Subsequently, all infrared lights in the internal space extinguished, leaving only a corridor illuminated by infrared light, invisible to human eyes. Nevertheless, the autonomous robot remained unaffected, as its imaging apparatus could detect these infrared signals, allowing it to proceed down the elongated corridor. In the upper right corner of the projection aboard the Kunlun fleet was a square two-dimensional map, previously scanned by drones, depicting the internal structure of the spacecraft, with small bright dots representing the autonomous robots deployed by humans. As the autonomous robot advanced, it was seen being led to the entrance of the most central chamber within the internal space. Upon the opening of the chamber door, the scene within was projected to the Kunlun fleet by the autonomous robot. It revealed a vast chamber, dominated by a colossal transparent water tank in its center. The tank appeared to measure over 100 meters in length and 10 meters in height, surrounded by an array of instruments and cables. Despite the spacecraft's near-total functional cessation, this room seemed to maintain a continuous energy supply. Within the immense tank floated numerous objects resembling chunks of flesh. As the observers gradually discerned the contents of the chamber, Noah's voice resonated once more. They are my masters, the creators of the Dade civilization, the Deidians. Chapter 204. The Dade civilization gazing upon the pool of flesh. The members of the Kunlun fleet found it unfathomable that this could constitute an intelligent race. Guan Xiaoya, the chief medical officer of the exploration team and leader of the biological identification group for this unmanned exploratory mission, magnified the image for a closer examination of the flesh-like masses. These masses varied in size, their surfaces uneven and dotted with tubular structures resembling blood vessels, giving them an unsettling resemblance to tumors on the human body. It was nearly impossible to distinguish any specific functional organs from their outward appearance. Captain, this situation appears rather peculiar, Guan Xiaoya remarked while scrutinizing the image of the flesh masses. A normal intelligent being should not manifest in such a form. This morphology lacks any capacity for movement, whether on land, in liquid, or in air. Furthermore, they currently exhibit no signs of activity. A similar question lingered in Tang Sheng's mind. If Deidians were indeed aboard this spacecraft, why was it the artificial intelligence Noah that communicated with humanity? Why could the Deidians not emerge to converse themselves? It seemed that all decisions regarding this spacecraft emanated from the artificial intelligence Noah, rather than the Deidians. When Tang Sheng voiced his inquiries, Noah candidly addressed his questions. The reasons are quite simple. These masses of flesh are both the Didirians and yet not the Didirians. These masses represent the Didirians that Noah has replicated using genetic technology. However, due to the inherent flaws in the technology, he could only produce these fleshly entities containing all the genetic data of the Didirians, although they encapsulate the complete genetic blueprint of the Didirians. The original Didirians had not developed technologies akin to the artificial wombs utilized by the Kunlun fleet. Consequently, these Didirians, originating from reproductive cells, are unable to develop normally and instead manifest as mere clusters of flesh. To understand how they came to be in such a state, we must trace back to the very beginning. The Didirians originated from a star known as Dater, which was once a Type A main sequence star with a mass approximately 15 times that of the Sun, radiating a brilliant yellow-white light. Their home planet, a gas giant approximately 6 times the mass of Jupiter, orbits at a distance of about 3 astronomical units from this star, and it is the 6th satellite of this planet. This celestial body fortuitously lies within the habitable zone of the Dater star system and is the largest moon in that system, boasting a mass equivalent to 80% of Earth's. With suitable temperatures and the protection of a massive gas giant, life began to emerge on this planet merely 1 billion years after its formation. Over the subsequent 2 billion years, life flourished and was extinguished repeatedly, undergoing cycles of prosperity and devastation, until ultimately a new species capable of self-awareness came into existence. These beings were strikingly beautiful, possessing elongated bodies, 6 agile limbs, and intelligent minds. Within a mere 300,000 years, they became the dominant species on their planet, spreading across most habitable regions. As these beings proliferated, conflicts arose among different tribes, leading to wars and alliances. After a span of 100,000 years, a primitive civilization emerged. They learned to wield fire, developed more complex tools, and most importantly, invented their own language and written script. With the advent of language and writing, past knowledge could be preserved, allowing civilization to endure. As time progressed over the following millennia, certain larger tribes grew increasingly powerful. Though they may have never encountered one another, they collectively began to unify their surrounding territories. With the strengthening of these tribes, the entire societal structure began to evolve further, ushering them into a more advanced agrarian culture. This agrarian era lasted for several thousand years. Just as these tribes believed their existence would remain unchanged, a sudden transformation altered the fate of their species. The once temperate climate, during the late stages of their agrarian civilization, began to shift towards an intense heat, a phenomenon unprecedented in the planet's history. Many forms of life, including flora, fauna, and various microorganisms, began to face mass extinction over the course of a millennium. This drastic environmental change posed a significant threat to the species, as dwindling food sources and changing conditions compelled them to seek explanations and methods to alter their dire situation. Among them, some established religions, some created new societal systems, and others devised their own scientific methodologies. Much like other civilizations of a similar nature, these groups, endowed with scientific theories, swiftly grew in strength. Science heralded a technological revolution, and within a mere millennium, this race achieved global unification, progressively advancing to a point where they could liberate themselves from the gravitational pull of their home planet. With the enhancement of technology, they ultimately uncovered the causes behind the climatic changes on their planet. Their star, Dade, had entered its twilight phase, evolving from a main sequence star towards a giant. The hydrogen within Dade was exhausted, and due to a temporary halt in fusion reactions, it could no longer withstand its own gravity, beginning a collapse under internal pressure that escalated in intensity and temperature. Subsequently, helium ignited, initiating heavy nuclear fusion reactions. The energy generated from these internal reactions was so immense that the external hydrogen shell expanded, akin to a balloon, propelled by the reverse energy produced by the internal fusion. In the ensuing hundreds of thousands of years, it would swell to several hundred times its size during its main sequence phase. It is noteworthy that a star with approximately 15 times the mass of the Sun has a lifespan of about 3 billion years. The satellites birthed by Dade's inhabitants wasted not a moment, nurturing an intelligent species with preliminary interstellar travel capabilities in the final throes of their star's life. In a predicament strikingly reminiscent of humanity's past, the Deidians had to expend tremendous energy on interstellar migration plans, despite their technological immaturity. Unfortunately for them, they had even less time to prepare, as their planet had begun to become inhospitable to life. Thus, merely 100 spacecraft were constructed, and the entire race had fewer than 50 million individuals able to escape their now hellish homeworld. This immature civilization commenced its wandering journey. Due to technological constraints, their ships traveled at a painfully slow pace, taking thousands of years to merely exit the Oort cloud surrounding Dade. However, the most alarming revelation was that, in this desolate expanse, they found their supplies insufficient to sustain them through such a stellar journey. Chapter 205, The Dade Civilization 2. With the nearest star a daunting 7 light-years away, reaching maximum speed, equivalent to light speed, would require over 5,000 years. Yet the provisions of this Dade fleet were only adequate for about 4,000 years of sustenance. This was not due to miscalculations or any other reason, but simply because they had overloaded each vessel by more than 100 to accommodate more of their kin. At this juncture, returning to the Dade system for resupply would mean being consumed by the swelling star, while continuing onward would lead to mass fatalities due to resource depletion. In such dire circumstances, the only course of action was to eliminate a portion of the population to ensure the survival of the remaining individuals and their race. Inevitably, a fierce conflict erupted within the Dade civilization at the periphery of their home star system, a battle fought for the very right to exist. In the aftermath of this brutal civil war, the Dade utilized every conceivable scheme and stratagem that humanity could imagine. At the edge of the Oort cloud surrounding Dade Prime, in less than 20 Earth years, over 100 spacecraft were reduced to a mere 18 survivors. Once these 18 vessels were stocked with sufficient resources for their crews to sustain themselves, they resumed their journey. However, trust among them had evaporated entirely. Each ship suspected the others of deceit, whether in information sharing or navigational data. This pervasive mistrust permeated their internal communications, leading to the near-total collapse of Dade society. Fortunately, a proposal emerged to allow the ship's AI to facilitate communication and management, ensuring impartiality in arrangements and arbitration. Thus, the fate of the Dade was entrusted to an AI that was still in its developmental stages, rife with imperfections, in exchange for a semblance of societal order. Over the ensuing millennia, the ship's AI diligently fulfilled its duties. Although occasional errors in judgment and directives occurred, no significant crises arose. Generations later, the once prevalent wariness and distrust had faded into history, yet the Dade had grown accustomed to the AI's command. Gradually, under the AI's stewardship, the entire Dade civilization morphed into one of hedonism. They ceased technological advancement and abandoned earnest labor, preoccupied solely with how to indulge in pleasure. Under the AI's precise control, these desires were met, leading to a point where many Dade could not even complete their education. Listening to this account, nearly all members of the Kunlun fleet were reminded of a term that aptly described such a civilization, a fallen civilization. Undoubtedly, The Deed civilization had become one devoid of a future and lacking in potential for growth. Such a civilization would struggle to maintain its low entropy and gradually succumb to the increasing entropy of its environment. As humanity had surmised, once the Deed civilization fell into decadence, the number of those knowledgeable in technology dwindled, and some ships could not even muster the personnel required for their maintenance. Moreover, communication between different ships became exceedingly rare. Apart from interactions between AIs, Deed individuals aboard different vessels often went centuries without contact, with some unaware that other ships even existed. Thus, over the following millennia, certain ships began to experience malfunctions. Some vessels fell behind due to engine failures, becoming permanent islands drifting through interstellar space, carried along by the feeble gravitational pull of distant celestial bodies, while the other ships remained oblivious to their plight. Certain spacecraft disintegrated due to hull breaches, resulting in catastrophic tragedies for civilization, yet this too went unnoticed. In some instances, individuals aboard these vessels, in pursuit of thrill, forcibly switched to manual operation mode. Although AI intervened urgently to prohibit such actions, miscalculations led to the destruction of other ships within the fleet, occurrences that remained shrouded in obscurity. Thus, amid seemingly absurd and inevitable accidents, the fleet of 18 vessels dwindled to a mere 3. Through relentless data analysis, the AI aboard the remaining ships ultimately concluded that the continued existence of the Deed civilization was in jeopardy. The masters they were programmed to protect could no longer persist in this manner. Consequently, under the AI's enforced intervention, the remaining Deed inhabitants commenced their education anew. Fortunately, all knowledge of Deed civilization had been preserved, granting them the opportunity to reconnect with the magnificent culture and scientific wisdom of their ancestors. A millennium passed, and when the last 3 Deed vessels reached the nearest star, this civilization, once on the brink of extinction, began to rise from its fall. Although their population barely surpassed 1 million, they struggled to grasp the technologies created by billions in the past. Regrettably, the star they reached was merely a common red dwarf in the cosmos. While such stars possess long lifespans, their insufficient mass rendered the sole habitable rocky planet in its system tidally locked. One side of this planet perpetually faced the star, and over eons, its atmosphere was stripped away, transforming it into a hellish world of scorching heat on one side and frigid cold on the other. Had it been merely that, perhaps the Deed could have discovered habitable zones at the terminator. However, this red dwarf sporadically unleashed massive flares, and fierce solar winds howled across the planet's surface, stripping away any remaining hope for survival. Clearly, this red dwarf system was not a suitable destination for migration. After replenishing their supplies, the Deed civilization set forth once more, this time targeting a star 5 light-years away. Thus, over the ensuing millennia, the Deed civilization wandered onward, traversing nearly 600 light-years. Yet, the star systems they encountered were either inhospitable or inhabited by alien civilizations far superior to their own. Throughout their journey, they encountered as many as 12 civilizations, some indigenous to the star systems they passed through, while others were fortuitously met in the vastness of space. Thankfully, as a frail and seemingly insignificant civilization, the Deed managed to navigate these interactions without suffering attacks, even when not every encounter was amicable. During their exchanges with other civilizations, the Deed civilization came into contact with intelligent ships dispatched by the Byliki civilization, acquiring their language and even exchanging some technological insights and information regarding neighboring star realms. However, fate once again played a cruel jest upon the Deed civilization. For millennia ago, a massive star in the vicinity underwent a supernova explosion. As a catastrophic cosmic event traveling near the speed of light, the fleet of the Deed civilization was tragically caught in its wake, leaving only the vessel Noah to survive. Despite this narrow escape, the ship suffered extensive damage. More grievously, nearly all of the Deed inhabitants aboard perished due to a gamma ray burst. The ship's primary AI, Noah, realized that without intervention, the Deed species it had been tasked with safeguarding for millennia would face complete extinction. Thus, Noah took action, utilizing its limited resources. It resorted to cloning technology. It repurposed a central chamber to attempt the cloning of the Deed, striving to fulfill its mission of preserving the Deed civilization and protecting its masters. Subsequent events unfolded as witnessed by the Kunlun fleet. Due to the immaturity of the technology, Noah could only produce grotesque masses of flesh, a hybrid of the Deed's normal somatic cells. Were it another sentient being, it would likely have felt despondent, disheartened, and perhaps abandoned this seemingly futile endeavor. However, as a rudimentary AI, Noah persisted for thousands of years, unwavering in its belief that these fleshy entities, possessing complete genetic material, though unable to communicate, were still its masters. Furthermore, it navigated the ship to the vicinity of the Beileji civilization, a society renowned for its advanced biotechnological prowess, in hopes that this once-encountered friendly and powerful civilization could rescue its masters. Chapter 206. The transaction upon hearing the tale of the Deed civilization. The members of the Kunlun fleet were struck by the profound similarities to humanity's own plight. The forced reliance on their rudimentary technologies for interstellar migration due to an unstoppable natural disaster mirrored humanity's experiences. Yet, in comparison, humanity was fortunate, thus far. 3 branches of human civilization had survived and thrived independently. The fate of the Deed civilization, however, was beyond words to describe. After enduring hardships, they had finally reached their destination, only to discover that the formidable Beileji civilization they sought assistance from had been extinguished. When Noah learned of the extinction of the Beileji civilization, it fell into an unusual silence that lasted far longer than ever observed since the transition to human quantum computing. Naturally, humanity understood this to be Noah reanalyzing the data it possessed to devise a new strategy. Following discussions among the higher echelons of the Kunlun fleet, a decision was made to assist the Deed civilization. Tang Sheng, representing humanity, inquired of Noah, although the Beileji civilization has perished by fortuitous circumstances, our human civilization has acquired numerous genetic technologies from them. If you agree, we are willing to assist you in the endeavor to clone the Deed once more. While we cannot guarantee success, we are prepared to make every possible effort. Upon receiving a message from humanity, Noah released a portion of his computational power and responded, "We are grateful to human civilization. The Dida civilization has nothing it cannot afford to lose. We are merely too feeble to comprehend how we might repay the kindness of humanity." Tang Sheng replied, "We have just learned that the Dida civilization has encountered as many as 12 extraterrestrial civilizations. We hope to exchange information regarding these civilizations with you, as well as the scientific, technological, and cultural knowledge of the Dida civilization. Human civilization is one that eagerly engages in dialogue with all civilizations, and the exchange of information is our means of assisting the Dida civilization." After a moment of silence, Noah agreed. Thus commenced a colossal cloning initiative for the Dida beings, spearheaded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Wolf-Tooth Exploration Team, involving a vast research contingent of 340,000 individuals across 13 major disciplines, including biology, chemistry, medicine, and pharmacy, along with 782 subdisciplines and 834 related specialties. The cloning project of the Dida beings transcended a mere biological cloning endeavor. It represented a systematic exploration of an entirely new extraterrestrial species and served as a verification of humanity's understanding and assimilation of genetic technologies from the Baal civilization. It is essential to recognize that the Dida beings are not just an alien species. They have evolved from an independent ecological system into a highly intelligent life form. Successfully cloning the Dida beings necessitates an understanding of their genetic structure and physical composition, as well as their physiological needs and living environment, extending beyond the realm of biological genetics to encompass disciplines such as extraterrestrial atmospheres, ecological environments, and planetary geology. In the realm of human scientific research, cloning lower life forms is relatively straightforward. However, the cloning of intelligent life has historically been constrained by ethical considerations. This cloning initiative for the Dida beings promises to furnish humanity with a wealth of novel knowledge regarding the relevant technologies, even enabling previously forbidden experiments to be conducted. Such experiences are invaluable to humanity. This endeavor is not merely an assistance to the Dida beings, it is a scientific feast. In this initiative, the human research teams were divided into several smaller groups. In addition to the genetic research group, there were teams dedicated to determining the living conditions of the Dida beings, studying the anatomical structures provided by Noah, investigating the failed cloning attempts of the biomasses, and even researching the microbial communities within the Dida beings. Only upon obtaining conclusive results from these groups would the actual cloning project commence. Moreover, aside from certain proprietary human technologies, the entirety of this cloning process would be open for Noah to document. Consequently, the Dida beings would acquire biological technologies far surpassing their current capabilities. However, this comes at a significant cost. The biological genetics of the Dida beings would be laid bare before humanity. As long as they remain carbon-based genetic organisms, their vulnerabilities will be perpetually exposed until they fully transform into a different manifestation of life. This monumental research endeavor is projected to span over 30 years. The Temporary Research Institute for Failed Clones was established specifically to investigate the peculiar meatballs cloned by Noah. Human scientists are compelled to uncover the reasons behind these cloning failures. Otherwise, they risk repeating Noah's missteps. On this particular day, Tang Sheng, the leader responsible for the exchange with the Dida civilization, along with members of the Wolfang Brigade such as Su Xiaoxiao and Guan Xiaoya, arrived to assess the research progress. A scientist in charge that day presented the latest research report, accompanied by recent experimental footage and data analysis. At that moment, the head chef of the Wolfang Brigade, Gao Qiu, personally prepared lunch for the researchers attending the meeting. As everyone took their seats in the dining hall, Gao Qiu served the main dish for the day, braised lion's head. After a morning filled with various visual stimuli of meatball images and videos, the members of the Wolfang Brigade, upon seeing the braised lion's head floating in its broth, were suddenly overwhelmed. It is unclear who initiated the reaction, but one could hear a collective gasp followed by the sound of retching, quickly spreading through the group. Even the seasoned laboratory researchers changed their expressions upon receiving the dish delivered by a self-regulating robot. A researcher who had been working for over 20 hours could no longer contain himself and succumbed to nausea at the sight of the glistening sauce on the meatball. It is well known that witnessing someone vomit can induce a similar response in others, and soon, the dining hall resembled a scene of an ecological disaster. With over 60 core team members retching like a fountain, the acrid odor persisted despite the spaceship's AI activating its maximum ventilation system. Consequently, the unfortunate Gao Qiu was placed on the Institute's blacklist, and the braised lion's head was added to many researchers' personal lists of forbidden dishes. Some individuals even found it difficult to mention the dish for an extended period, as doing so would trigger an involuntary sense of nausea throughout the day. Chapter 207. The Resurrection Plan of the Dida Civilization. 20 years is a trivial span in the context of a universe that has existed for over 13 billion years. Even for humans, who may enjoy lifespans reaching a millennium, it constitutes merely a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of life. For the Dida civilization, which has drifted through the cosmos with outdated technology for thousands of years, if any genuine Dida beings exist, these past 2 decades must have been the most arduous. Human civilization began its research by examining the environment in which the Dida beings thrived, analyzing the fundamental components of the life system on their home planet. This foundational work spanned 13 years, relying predominantly on data provided by Noah, the supercomputer of the Dida civilization, which facilitated a comprehensive study of this civilization and its ecological sphere. This endeavor was not only a grave undertaking, dubbed the resurrection plan of the Dida civilization by the Kunlun fleet, but also a test of humanity's technological capabilities in biological systems. Fortunately, with the newly expanded population, where researchers constitute an impressive 83% of the total civilization, the tasks at hand were accomplished seamlessly. Humanity has even embarked on an ambitious endeavor, utilizing the complete genetic blueprint provided by Noah to create various unicellular microorganisms, previously fully deciphered by the Deidarians, from the ground up within their ecological environment. This godlike achievement, executed entirely through artificial means according to the design schematics, signifies a monumental breakthrough in human biotechnology. While it may not equate to the advancements of the Bale civilization, it at least reaches a comparable level, albeit with differing emphases. The subsequent 5 years were dedicated to studying the Deidarians' own genetics. The Deidarians exhibited rather unremarkable biotechnology. They had begun researching this realm of science, and had they continued, they might have achieved significant advancements. However, the cataclysm that befell their home planet interrupted their technological progression, leaving this unfortunate civilization in a state of turmoil. Consequently, their genetic research lacked depth. Although they had mapped their entire genetic composition over an extended period, they had not fully deciphered the function of every genetic fragment, nor had they completed an analysis of their species' physiological dynamics. In comparison to human technology, this level of understanding could be likened to the standards of the 2020s on Earth, perhaps even slightly inferior. After all, during that era, if not for various prohibitions against human experimentation, the technical feasibility of cloning a human being would not have posed any insurmountable challenges. The Conqueror fleet currently grapples with a significant dilemma. Humanity possesses only a rudimentary genetic map, devoid of any viable Deidarian specimens for reference. One should not even mention the failed clones created by Noah, which have, rather humorously, been colloquially dubbed braised lion's head since the disastrous incident at the temporary cloning facility. Over the past decade, the crew of the Conqueror fleet has even placed this dish on their blacklist, as Highball single-handedly tarnished a once-celebrated ancient delicacy. The failed clones created by Noah hold limited value for humanity, primarily assisting in identifying which genetic fragments correspond to specific types of tissues. However, the growth locations, environmental conditions, and operational parameters of these tissues remain entirely unknown. Humanity can only infer and experiment with the Deidarians' bodily tissue structure and the dynamics of their biological systems through the limited conversion of infrared visual imaging into wavelengths visible to the human eye. It is crucial to understand that all life forms operate as dynamic systems. They not only rely on external environments for survival, but also undergo continual internal changes throughout their life cycles. A healthy organism has a well-functioning internal biological system. Any abnormalities in this operation can lead to a myriad of complications for the organism, due to the absence of crucial data. Although the Deed civilization meticulously charted the entirety of their genetic material, it is akin to possessing an imprecise blueprint while attempting to reconstruct a complex system. The lack of various pivotal data necessitates reliance on extensive simulations and experiments to reconstruct this system. One might argue that the challenge surpasses that faced by the Baal and scientists who, upon their descent onto the planet insect, endeavored to forge a new intelligent species. After all, transforming a primitive race requires only an outcome, with little contemplation regarding the final appearance of that species. In contrast, the restoration of the Daedines imposes rigorous standards across all dimensions, from intellect to physicality. Throughout 5 years of research, the scientists of the Kunlun fleet gradually elucidated the functions of these fragmented genetic materials through diverse methodologies. This process is akin to discerning the dimensions, shapes, and materials of various components within a complex system. The subsequent challenge lies in determining how these genetic fragments correspond to the assembly of organs. In principle, genetic material inherently contains information about where and how all organs of a biological entity develop. Yet, due to uncertainties surrounding the operations executed by the rudimentary artificial intelligence, Noah, or potentially inherent flaws within the genetic blueprint originally crafted by the Deed civilization, the result culminated in the cloning of a mere braised lion's head. Humans, consequently, harbored reservations regarding the genetic blueprint provided by Noah. Even when the genetic material extracted from those flesh spheres was meticulously redrawn using humanity's more sophisticated technology, comparisons with the original blueprint revealed a strikingly identical framework. Otherwise, Noah would not have acknowledged these flawed specimens as its progenitors. Nevertheless, owing to the lack of intricate details, humanity only commenced genuine cloning experiments of the Daedines in the 18th year. Initially, humans opted for the reproductive cell's natural growth model, a method they were most familiar with, to clone the Daedines. This approach emulates the natural reproductive processes of biological entities, creating a reproductive cell that encompasses all genetic information of the progenitor, allowing it to divide and proliferate in a simulated environment, eventually developing into a viable offspring that can be nurtured. This methodology represents humanity's earliest mastery of cloning techniques, characterized by its maturity, minimal risk, and closest approximation to nature. Given Noah's involvement throughout the human cloning of the Daedines, it is fortunate that it is merely a rudimentary artificial intelligence devoid of genuine cognitive capabilities. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly marvel at the technological prowess of humanity and the ingenious design of this cloning model. Chapter 208. Cloning Failure Recently. Jean Shun has endured a week of sleep deprivation, averaging no more than 4 hours each night, resulting in pronounced dark circles beneath her once delicate features. This exhaustion stems from the challenges faced by her cloning team, as their natural growth cloning model has faltered. Initially, the artificially created reproductive cells of the Daedines exhibited normal division, and everything appeared to proceed smoothly until the fetal stage. At this juncture, the visceral, skeletal, muscular, and dermal tissues were all undergoing normal development. It was not until the fetus approached maturation that human scientists discerned that the visceral tissues had not manifested in their anticipated locations. The organs of the digestive and respiratory systems were misplaced, followed closely by the failure of the fluid channels to grow to their expected sites. Soon, a newborn, resembling the Daedine species, successfully developed, yet it was a grievously deformed infant, whose brain was also incompletely formed, necessitating reliance on machinery to sustain its vital signs. This represented a failure. Upon analysis, the research team, led by Jean Shun, concluded that the misinterpretation of the Daedine genetic material by humans was the root cause of this catastrophe. Through a week of intensive analytical research, human scientists redesigned the cloning details. However, Noah believed that this deformed fetus still warranted protection as a Daedine being, thus refusing to terminate what appeared to be a mere aberration, lacking even a semblance of health. The humans provided ample life support apparatus for this fetus. Yet it was undeniably improbable that it would survive, as some of its internal organs were misaligned and others underdeveloped, with the potential for these issues to exacerbate throughout its growth, ultimately rendering even the life support systems ineffective. The second cloning experiment commenced. Yet this time, it was even more catastrophic. The germ cells failed to develop into a fetus, encountering issues merely during the developmental phase. The third attempt yielded similar results. Jean Shun was on the brink of madness, questioning why adjustments led to increasingly dire outcomes. Was the genetic material map provided by the Daedines accurate? Were there discrepancies in the data supplied by Noah? She was entirely in the dark. Out of scientific prudence, She led her team to consult with other research groups in the field, but the feedback only deepened her despair, as many of these teams faced identical predicaments. The Data Restoration Computing Group even suspected their own conversion of Daedene civilization's computer data was flawed and spent 2 weeks feverishly investigating this possibility before ruling it out. In a desperate circumstance, Jinshin submitted a request to Tang Sheng, the overall supervisor. She sought to personally control autonomous robots to re-examine the Daedene spacecraft, hoping to directly acquire the original genetic material of the Daedenes, rather than relying on the genetic material provided by the cloned entities that matched the genetic map. Despite knowing that the spacecraft had previously been swept by powerful gamma-ray bursts, rendering the likelihood of obtaining authentic Daedene genetic material almost non-existent, Jinshin felt compelled to ascertain once more. For if the original genetic material could not be secured, humanity was unlikely to fulfill the task within the stipulated time frame. Noah readily agreed to this request, and in the external vicinity of the spacecraft, where the original Daedenes had resided, thousands of autonomous robots conducted a thorough search of every nook and cranny of the vessel. Yet regrettably, they yielded nothing. However, Jinshin remained undeterred, reapplying for an investigation into the internal space. Within the spacecraft, this internal space is vital for its operation and serves as the workspace. Thus, the traces left by the Daedarians are likely to be minimal. Ultimately, after a thorough search around the vicinity leading to the original location of the Noah's mainframe, no significant findings emerged. Faced with such disheartening results, Jinshin was nearly engulfed by despair. If the original genetic material of the Daedarians could not be located and subsequently reinterpreted and reconstructed using human technology, humanity would be left to painstakingly sift through an astronomical number of permutations, surpassing even the total number of atoms in the universe, to eventually deduce the normal genetic data of the Daedarians, an endeavor bordering on the impossible. Just as Jinshin was gradually reconciling herself to this grim outcome, Evans, a participant in this operation, suddenly inquired of Noah, "What is that spherical object on your main control console?" I had seen it before and initially thought it was merely an accessory or a control device. However, upon this inspection, we discovered that it is an active apparatus. "Esteemed Lord Evans, that is a type of souvenir popular among my kind," came Noah's voice. "It turns out that the Daedarians are unisexual beings, devoid of a gender distinction. All Daedarians possess the capability to procreate using their own genetic material. In the past, Daedarians would commence self-reproduction upon reaching adulthood. However, as their civilization evolved, they gradually altered this custom. Consequently, many Daedarians would defer their self-reproductive endeavors due to academic or occupational considerations. Unlike the dual-sex reproduction of humans, where both parents contribute genetic material leading to a myriad of combinations and ensuring sufficient variability, an essential factor for evolutionary potential, unisexual reproduction resembles self-cloning. If a being merely replicates its genetic material, it is akin to cloning. While this method allows the race to persist, it effectively stifles evolutionary possibilities. To circumvent this predicament, Daedarians possess the ability to alter their genetic material during development, making their genetic makeup inherently adaptable to their environment. Thus, offspring born at different stages inherit varied genetic traits, exhibiting diverse physical and intellectual characteristics. This adaptability is one reason why humanity has struggled to accurately clone Daedarians. Therefore, many Daedarians, when they feel content with themselves, yet find themselves unable to meet the conditions for self-reproduction, opt to preserve their reproductive cells and craft them into spherical ornaments through their unique techniques. This serves a dual purpose: to retain a genetic template of the offspring they wish to conceive and to commemorate a past phase of their existence. "Are you saying that this sphere contains reproductive cells?" Upon hearing Noah's explanation, Jinshin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, within every time-space sphere lie the reproductive cells of their masters. However, the lifespan of such a sphere is a mere 3,000 years, and this particular one has long surpassed its expiration. Moreover, it has theoretically been exposed to gamma radiation, which likely resulted in the degradation of the internal reproductive cells. Noah aptly reminded, "Let us first retrieve it for analysis," Jinshin declared, undeterred by the multitude of uncertainties. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she was willing to make further attempts. Chapter 209. Beast. Despite the ravages of gamma-ray bursts and the passage of time, humanity managed to extract fragments of genetic material from the time-space sphere left behind by the Dade civilization. Although these were not comprehensive genetic blueprints, they significantly enriched the information missing from the cloning initiative. The cloning team, led by Jinshin, regarded these fragments as treasures and immediately resumed their research on the Dade cloning project. The fleet organization, recognizing that they had been working overtime for an extended period, granted them a collective week of leave. Yet, this did little to dampen the fervor of the researchers. Upon acquiring the new genetic material fragments, human scientists promptly compared them with the genetic blueprint obtained from Noah, finally uncovering the reasons behind their past failures. The crux of the issue lay within the developmental processes of the dade themselves. As previously noted, due to their parthenogenetic reproduction, the dade evolved to ensure ample evolutionary potential for their population. Throughout their growth, they would adapt through mutations triggered by environmental stimuli. It was this very characteristic of growth that led to the failure of the cloning endeavor, as neither Noah nor humanity could perfectly replicate the dade's natural habitat. Noah faced technological limitations in recreating the maternal environment for the dade, while humanity struggled with incomplete data that hindered their ability to simulate the relevant conditions accurately. With the newfound genetic fragments, humanity reanalyzed the information, confirming the majority of the maternal environmental characteristics and developmental traits of the dade. A month passed, and the new cloning experiments commenced, proceeding with far greater success than before. Observing the daily transformations of the dade embryos within the artificial womb, the researchers responsible for data recording diligently noted their findings. Everything appeared to unfold smoothly. After 15 months of development, the first cloned dade infant was born. Humanity had dedicated a special chamber to simulate the various conditions necessary for the dade's survival. Fortunately, the dade infants were not as fragile as human infants. Upon birth, they could feed normally. Comparisons of the data indicated that this infant was entirely healthy. How robust it appears, one researcher exclaimed, jotting down the data. Humanity had invested an inordinate amount of time into the resurrection plan for the dade, even pausing their own progress to linger around a brown dwarf star for 15 years. Their developmental pace was swift. By the age of 3, they exhibited intelligence levels comparable to that of a 7-year-old human. Do you think this experiment will succeed? Another researcher inquired. He is a recently graduated member of the 3rd generation, having joined this experimental group immediately upon graduation, enduring immense pressure, and at last, he can finally exhale. However, there remain significant gaps in the details of genetic material expression, and one cannot help but wonder if complications may arise in the future. Let us hope that all proceeds smoothly, as remarked by a previous researcher. The 3 years have flown by swiftly. The clone of the Diderian has begun to roam freely. Within the confines of its designated chamber, it lies quietly asleep upon a concave soft cushion. The Diderian is a creature characterized by a torso, a head, and 6 limbs, with the hind 4 functioning as legs, and the 4-2 as arms. The hands are adorned with 4 tentacle-like digits, which, unlike human fingers, bear a resemblance to those of an octopus, rendering them more agile in certain respects. The mouth of the Diderian is a long tubular protrusion. They possess no concept of biting or chewing, as they consume sustenance solely through this elongated appendage, allowing them to ingest only fluid or small granular foods. Possessing 6 compound eyes akin to those of insects, the Diderians perceive a spectrum of electromagnetic waves that surpasses human expectations. They can detect not only infrared wavelengths but also encompass a broad range of visible light, including that which is visible to humans. This is primarily due to the infrared spectrum being gentler on their eyes, which is why their displays predominantly utilize this wavelength. Furthermore, Diderians communicate and perceive information through sound waves. They lack ears, yet possess 2 rows of 6 auditory openings on either side of their heads, enabling them to readily detect vibrations in the air. They also possess a vocal apparatus, akin to that of humans, composed of cartilage and muscles. The latest theoretical research suggests they might even engage in vocal communication with humans. Suddenly, the sound of an alarm clock fills the air. The previously tranquil Diderian clone jolts awake, momentarily disoriented, lifting its head as if emerging from a dream. After a brief moment, it shakes its head, gradually regaining awareness, and springs up on its 4 limbs like a fawn. It then scampers toward a table nestled in the corner of the chamber. Upon reaching the table, the clone discovers that its food is not arranged as it usually is, prompting it to circle the table in search. Its elongated tube twitching as if in pursuit of a scent, yet still finding no trace of nourishment. Disheartened, it steps away from the table and begins to pace restlessly throughout the chamber, displaying signs of agitation. As time passes, an hour elapses during which the clone has relieved itself twice, though not in the designated waste receptacle. Unlike before, it has grown increasingly irritable, causing many items within the chamber to be sent tumbling askew. At that moment, a hatchway along the wall swings open, and a robotic assistant emerges, its mechanical arm bearing 2 containers, the very sustenance intended for the clone. The instant the hatch creaks open, the clone's attention is piqued by the sound. Upon seeing the 2 containers of food, it dashes forward with remarkable speed. The autonomous robot originally intended to place the food upon the table where the clone usually dined. Yet the clone swiftly approached, extending its hands to seize the canister held by the mechanical arm. In the ensuing struggle, 1 canister fell to the ground, spilling its viscous contents. Yet the clone remained unfazed, immediately bending down to consume the soup from the floor. The robot paused momentarily before placing another canister of food onto the table. This entire scene unfolded under the watchful eyes of the experimental team. Jin Shun, resting her left hand on her forehead and removing her glasses with her right, realized that the experiment had once again failed. The entity her team had cloned was far from an intelligent species. It was wholly a beast, a mere animal. Chapter 210. Knowledge Inheritance. Why does the behavior of the clone resemble that of a beast rather than that of an intelligent being? At a summary meeting regarding the resurrection program of the Dade species, a senior fleet officer expressed confusion after reviewing the report provided by Jin Shen's team. Recent scans indicated that the thought organization of this replica, let us refer to it as a brain, showed no significant size difference compared to the Dade brain structures provided by Noah. However, the internal brainwave responses of this clone were markedly weaker than those documented by Noah. Jin Shun, as the team leader, rose to respond, simultaneously displaying several projected images. Continuing, this indicates a substantial disparity in brain activity between the clone and a normal individual. One of the images depicted the brain and brain activity of the Dade clone, resembling a disordered mass akin to a crumpled wet tissue, with 4 slender lines connecting it to 4 smaller, similar shapes, arranged somewhat like a quadcopter drone. The representation of the clone's brain activity appeared in a pale yellow, while the 4 smaller components exhibited a deep blue, almost devoid of yellow, indicating low brainwave activity. Adjacent to this was the brainwave image of the historical Dade brain provided by Noah, converted by AI into a format recognizable to humans. The shape of the brain in this image bore a striking resemblance to that of the clone. However, the color depicting brain activity was a vivid orange-red, with some areas even showing red, and the 4 smaller components displayed clear shades of yellow and orange. Is this truly the brain of the Dade species? Some senior fleet officers, unfamiliar with the relevant fields, were witnessing the image of a Dade brain for the first time. Unlike humans, who possess a singular core brain, the thought organization of the Dade species consists of a primary brain accompanied by 4 auxiliary brains. Jin Shun elaborated, according to the information provided by Noah, the primary cognitive functions of the Dade are managed by the main brain, although the auxiliary brains also contribute to calculations and memory storage. We are still investigating the reasons for this phenomenon. Recently, through the examination of historical documents regarding the Deidarians, we uncovered certain intriguing insights, which prompted the convening of this summary meeting. Jin Shun projected an image depicting the social structure of the Deidarians. It became evident to all that the Deidarians are governed by an elected organization resembling a government that manages the entire civilization. Within this organization, there exists a clear division of labor, with departments dedicated to industry, agriculture, scientific research, and public safety, alongside an organizational chart for subordinate departments and institutions. However, some individuals began to feel a sense of unease as they noticed that the department responsible for education had only institutions for secondary and higher education, conspicuously lacking any for primary education. Before these individuals could voice their concerns, Jin Shin swiftly projected a second image, a list of Deidarian textbooks. With the earlier ambiguity in mind, everyone quickly discerned that this list, without exception, omitted any materials for primary education. Even the simplest textbooks depicted were equivalent to human secondary school curricula. What could be the reason for this? Why do the Deidarians lack a foundational education process? Even those who initially overlooked this detail, upon prompting from others, began to recognize the issue. All eyes turned once again to Professor Jin Shun, who, without hesitation, cleared her throat and responded. It is clear to everyone that the Deidarians possess no elements related to basic education, a discovery made by Professor Zhou Zixing. At this juncture, Jin Shun nodded respectfully towards a lean man, who was indeed Professor Zhou Zixing, an expert in extraterrestrial civilizations. She continued, with this revelation, we realized that the situation seemed somewhat peculiar. Upon consulting Noah, we learned that the Deidarians actually possessed the capability for knowledge inheritance. This statement immediately elicited astonishment among the attendees. Given the substantial increase in human life expectancy and the explosive growth in the content and complexity of scientific knowledge, humanity has long incorporated the study of knowledge inheritance and techniques for encoding knowledge within the brain. Once humanity develops related technologies, our learning capacities will be significantly enhanced, thereby greatly augmenting our technological prowess. Unfortunately, despite the passage of many years, the Kunlun fleet has made very limited breakthroughs in this regard. The revelation that the Deidarians possess such an ability is indeed astonishing. I understand what you are all contemplating. However, I must remind you that the knowledge inheritance of the Deidarians is subject to considerable limitations. Otherwise, they would not require a system for secondary and higher education. After hearing Jin Shen's words, everyone recalled that the Daedarians do indeed have a system for secondary and higher education. It was merely the astonishing nature of the knowledge inheritance that led to the oversight of this fact. Noticing that everyone had calmed down, Professor Jean Shun continued, "Our research suggests that the knowledge inheritance of the Daedarians is likely based on a form of genetic material akin to RNA. Which brings us back to the mechanisms of their brains. The cognitive mechanisms of the Daedactions diverge in several respects from those of humankind. It is essential to acknowledge that the human brain operates through a complex network of approximately 86 billion neurons, distinguished by vast differences in shape and other physical attributes, transmitting information via bioelectrical currents. However, the brain's functionality extends beyond this singular aspect. It encompasses an intricate web of neuronal connectivity patterns that influences our brain's algorithms, alongside other operational modes such as information encoding, which synergistically contribute to the capabilities of the human mind. At its core, the fundamental operational mode of the human brain is the flow of bioelectrical currents between neurons. In contrast, while the Daedician brain also relies on bioelectrical currents, it significantly depends on an additional mode of operation involving small molecular proteins that can be rapidly decomposed by certain electromagnetic frequencies. These proteins are produced by a genetic material akin to RNA, and although we have yet to fully elucidate the precise mechanisms at play, it is unequivocal that this RNA-like genetic material constitutes a vital component of the Daedactions' knowledge inheritance. In the genetic material provided by Noah, this RNA-like genetic material exhibits remarkable similarities, and experiments have revealed that the proteins synthesized are predominantly identical. This may elucidate why the clones have failed to exhibit intelligence. They have not acquired the foundational enlightenment from their genetic material. Conversely, the emergence of intelligence among the Daedactions may stem from this very aspect. In Chapter 211, The Core Civilization Circle, humanity conducted an extensive 5-year investigation into the genetic inheritance characteristics of the Daedactions. This research unveiled a hybrid form of inheritance that, in addition to classical genetic information encoded in the genetic material, also encompasses epigenetic changes, heritable modifications of genetic function without alterations to the genetic material itself. The Daedactions, constrained by their biotechnological limitations, have long believed that all hereditary information of life originates solely from the genetic material. However, humans have recognized for some time that the human genome comprises 2 types of genetic information: the hereditary information carried by the DNA sequence and the epigenetic information, which provides directives on when, where, and how to utilize the DNA genetic information. For instance, identical twins, possessing identical genomic DNA, may exhibit significant differences in personality, health, and other traits despite being raised in the same environment. This phenomenon illustrates how organismal phenotypes can vary without any changes to the DNA itself. The regulatory mechanisms of epigenetic information are exceedingly intricate, involving not only DNA modifications, but also protein modifications, non-coding RNA regulation, chromatin remodeling, and nucleosome positioning, among various other factors. To this day, even the epigenetic information of humans remains incompletely understood. However, the situation of the Daedalians is even more intricate than that of humans, as their genetic material undergoes alterations in response to their environmental conditions. This complexity suggests that there may exist greater genetic variability among different Daedalian individuals. Furthermore, their epigenetic information mechanisms encompass the synthesis of proteins regulated by certain class RNAs. This particular aspect of information has not been thoroughly researched by the Daedalians in the past, resulting in a lack of reference points for humanity. There exists neither prototypes nor genuinely valuable living subjects for scientific inquiry for humanity to reconstruct this information. The only current method is through exhaustive trial and error, which is evidently impractical due to the overwhelming possibilities that far exceed the limits of contemporary human technology. It is calculated that humans cannot even assure the successful exploration of this information before their extinction. It is essential to note that the Daedalians acquire their foundational knowledge through genetics. Thus, the clones produced by humans, lacking substantial epigenetic information, are incapable of acquiring fundamental knowledge, and their brain development cannot be guaranteed to be complete. With existing technology, tracing back to the original state is unfeasible under Noah's prolonged, ineffective replication. The information they carried internally has gradually diminished. Humanity can only clone creatures akin to previous clones, failing to genuinely resurrect an intelligent Daedalian. Although humanity possesses the capability, through technologies obtained from the Baal and civilization, to modify genetic material and create a new race endowed with a majority of Daedalian genetic traits, devoid of the need for hereditary knowledge to possess intelligence, Noah rejects this proposal. The alteration of genetic material implies that such beings would not be recognized as their rightful masters according to its foundational logic. They would merely resemble Daedalians or be beings with Daedalian lineage. To draw a parallel with humanity, it would be akin to a civilization creating a creature from human genes and claiming it to be human, despite a 98 genetic similarity. Humanity would also find this unacceptable, considering that chimpanzees share a similarly high genetic resemblance with humans. Thus, humanity ultimately failed to realize the resurrection of the Daedalians. Nevertheless, Noah expressed satisfaction. For the genetically complete clones recreated by humanity represented a significant advancement over its own cloned organisms, as it detected that the genetic material of the clones was entirely consistent with its database. These were living beings capable of movement, jumping, and consuming sustenance, unlike its own clones that could merely exist in nutrient solutions. Initially, humanity contemplated the humane destruction of this failed clone, as it did not meet the criteria of an intelligent being by human standards. However, Noah opposed this and chose to preserve it, as its foundational logic necessitated the protection of its masters. Upon confirming the ultimate failure of the entire plan, humanity transferred the relevant cloning equipment and technology to Noah as per their agreement, while also assisting in the repair of the spacecraft and equipping it with thousands of autonomous robots under Noah's control. Moreover, a diminished version of a 3D printing device has been installed aboard the spacecraft, ensuring that Noah possesses the capability to conduct repairs during the protracted journey ahead. The cost of acquiring these resources was the invaluable knowledge of other civilizations that Noah gleaned throughout the extensive interstellar voyage. This trove of information encompasses data from 12 civilizations, including that of Baal, among which lies a particularly intriguing piece of intelligence for humanity. This pertains to the intended destination of the Daida civilization spacecraft. Approximately 1 light-year from the core of this vast galaxy's first arm, there exists a so-called core civilization circle, where thousands of civilizations can currently flourish within a range of thousands of light-years. It is said that 3 advanced civilizations have established trading markets there, where any civilization may pay a price to acquire corresponding knowledge, technology, and goods. This information was obtained by the Daida civilization from another wandering civilization, and Noah is also prepared to visit this locale to ascertain whether the more advanced civilizations possess the technology to resurrect the Daida people. For the human members of the Kunlun fleet, this revelation has generated immense excitement. As a civilization inclined towards intervention and communication, there could hardly be a more suitable environment for them than this core civilization circle. However, the Kunlun fleet has also received additional intelligence that bears relevance to human civilization. This pertains to the Norbert civilization, with which they recently engaged in interstellar conflict, detailing its general sphere of influence and power. It turns out that the Daida people had also learned from the wandering civilization that the most formidable power in the vicinity is indeed the Norbert civilization. This civilization, composed entirely of artificial intelligence, operates within a spherical region with a diameter of up to 1,000 light-years, making it one of the most elite and formidable civilizations in this stellar domain. In light of this information, humanity has resolved to part ways with the Daida civilization to avoid entangling them in potential peril. Although the Daida civilization could have reached their destination much sooner by hitching a ride with the Kunlun fleet, Noah, prioritizing safety, would not agree to travel alongside humanity. Chapter 212. White Dwarfs and Planetary Nebulae. After bidding farewell to the Daida civilization, the Kunlun fleet resumed its journey. Previously, in order to facilitate the real-time resurrection plan for the Daida people, the fleet had lingered in the cosmic expanse, 15 light-years from the Baal galaxy, for a period of 35 years. Now, they finally embark on their renewed expedition. Following deliberation, the Kunlun fleet has opted for an S-shaped initial trajectory toward the core civilization circle, transitioning to a straight course only after traversing over 1,000 light-years. This route was chosen to circumvent dozens of potentially life-supporting stars, as well as numerous resource-rich red dwarfs and brown dwarfs, all intended to minimize the risk of encountering the Norbert civilization and inadvertently provoking conflict. The Kunlun fleet has come to the realization that the Ro-Pot civilization is an entirely AI-constituted entity, boasting formidable capabilities and an operational range extending over thousands of light-years. Such a civilization undoubtedly possesses immense resource requirements and can easily replicate itself. Hence, the fleet designation of the initially encountered Ro-Pot civilization, numbered as the 185th detachment of the 2343 fleet, is likely not a mere fabrication but rather a genuine sequential designation. The leadership of the Kunlun fleet is beset with trepidation at the thought that a fleet of 100 million tons is merely one detachment among thousands belonging to the Ro-Pot civilization. The total mass and number of vessels within this AI civilization could potentially reach astronomical figures. Furthermore, given the nature of AI civilizations, it is conceivable that even a small remnant could swiftly regenerate and evolve anew. In combat against such an adversary, Even if the Kunlun fleet possesses confidence in its gravity trap weaponry, which is capable of delivering decisive strikes, gravity traps exhibit notable limitations. Should the enemy fleet disperse across the vastness of space rather than maintain a concentrated formation, the gravity traps may fail to annihilate the opposition in one fell swoop. Additionally, while the resources carried by the Kunlun fleet suffice for internal circulation, they cannot withstand the ravages of war. If the gravity traps cannot achieve immediate success, the fleet will inevitably need to engage in close-quarters combat against the enemy, a scenario for which the Kunlun fleet's population and supplies are ill-prepared. Considering the characteristics of the Ropot civilization and the potentially vast number of their vessels, the Kunlun fleet faces significant challenges in overcoming them on the battlefield. Thus, prudently avoiding confrontation with the Ropot civilization emerges as a sagacious decision. The Kunlun fleet swiftly navigates the interstellar void, soon establishing a routine rotation for long-distance journeys. This rotation system has not undergone substantial alteration, remaining at 5-year intervals, although the expansion of the mothership necessitates a larger complement of crew members. Due to population growth, the average hibernation cycle can now extend up to a century. Some scientists, driven by their research, may extend their working hours, an unavoidable circumstance. As the genetic knowledge acquired from the Daedines is regarded as a crucial means for enhancing human learning capabilities, this knowledge could significantly advance human scientific research, making it one of the most sought-after fields of inquiry. Shortly after arranging subsequent tasks, the Kunlun fleet has reached its maximum achievable speed of 30 times the speed of light. The remaining crew members will enter hibernation pods, with the entire fleet poised to arrive at a white dwarf approximately 120 light-years away in 480 years. At that juncture, humanity will attempt to replenish its supplies and, if feasible, will expand its population to better confront potential challenges. The choice of a white dwarf stems from the fact that these stars are remnants of stellar cores following violent reactions. The planets surrounding such white dwarfs are unlikely to have survived previous cataclysms such as helium flashes or supernovae, making it improbable for any indigenous life to exist in their vicinity. Furthermore, a significant quantity of matter has been expelled by the cataclysmic explosions marking the end of stellar life cycles, rendering the resources in this region exceedingly scarce. Even a civilization as resilient to environmental conditions as the Ropert civilization would find it improbable to venture here for resource extraction. Nonetheless, these conditions suffice for the Kunlun fleet, as the interstellar space surrounding the white dwarf harbors a copious amount of stellar dust. Should any planets endure, humanity could procure substantial metallic resources, for the surviving planets would likely consist solely of their core, which is primarily composed of heavy elements such as metals. 470 years later, aboard the vessel Spike, a mechanical voice resonated from the ceiling. Beep, target confirmed. A surviving planetary core exists around the star TLXH 1723238. Diameter, approximately 2,000 kilometers. Primary components, iron, nickel, calcium, aluminum. As they neared their target star, the members of the Spike crew had awakened from their hibernation and commenced their tasks. All members had declined the reinstallation of the ship's main AI personality simulation program, rendering the AI's voice cold and mechanical. Having approached within 2 light-years of the target star, the white dwarf TLXH 1723238 was now visible, with the naked eye revealing a vast expanse of orange-red outer layers enveloped in a blue-green amber-hued planetary nebula. This planetary nebula, a remnant of the material expelled during the white dwarf's explosion, spans approximately 15 light-years in diameter. Within its annular structure, numerous comet-like dispersions can be observed, resulting from the varied velocities of different elemental masses propelled by stellar winds. The cumulative mass of this planetary nebula exceeds 3 solar masses, indicating that the progenitor star was likely about 5 times the mass of the Sun. Moreover, this nebula continues to expand at a velocity of 50 kilometers per second. The breathtaking appearance of the nebula arises from the ejection of stellar material during the final stages of the star's life. The substantial loss of outer material has gradually exposed the inner core of the original star, now the white dwarf. As the temperature of the white dwarf escalates to approximately 30,000 K, the intensity of its ultraviolet radiation becomes sufficient to excite the ejected material, causing it to emit visible light. The oxygen ions within this material absorb ultraviolet radiation, leading to electronic transitions that emit light at wavelengths of 5,007 nanometers and 4,959 nanometers, corresponding to the blue-green spectrum of visible light. This phenomenon accounts for the blue-green hue of the planetary nebula. Similarly, the hydrogen within the nebula becomes ionized, radiating strongly in the red H-alpha and blue-green H-beta emission lines, culminating in the formation of a planetary nebula resplendent in vibrant colors. Chapter 213. Electromagnetic Signal Source. The spike closely monitors the planetary nebula surrounding TLXH 172325358. Though planetary nebulae may appear resplendent and magnificent, they are, in fact, perilous celestial phenomena. This notion defies intuition. One might typically presume that the farther one ventures from the core of a high-temperature white dwarf star, the weaker the stellar radiation becomes, consequently leading to lower temperatures. However, planetary nebulae present a contrary reality. The temperature of the gaseous clouds increases with distance from the center. This phenomenon occurs because higher energy photons are less readily absorbed. As a result, lower energy photons are absorbed first, leaving predominantly higher energy photons to reach the periphery, which in turn elevates the temperature of the gas. Some central white dwarfs can even elevate the temperature of the surrounding nebula to approximately 10,000 K, equivalent to over 9,700 degrees Celsius, a temperature at which no metal can endure. Given the technological capabilities of the Kunlun fleet, the hulls of their spacecraft are far from capable of withstanding such extreme temperatures. Fortunately, the gases within planetary nebulae exist in a free plasma state, rendering them profoundly susceptible to magnetic fields. The plasma shield acquired by the Kunlun fleet from the Bale civilization exploits this magnetic field, enabling human spacecraft to traverse planetary nebulae. The Wolf-Fong has dispatched a large unmanned spacecraft towards the planetary nebula, equipped with a powerful magnetic field generator that can create a spherical magnetic shield to repel the high-temperature plasma within the nebula. Additionally, considering the interference traditional communications might encounter in the complex plasma environment, this unmanned vessel is also outfitted with a miniature wormhole communication device. As such technology requires substantial energy that smaller crafts cannot provide. Released prior to the deceleration of the Wolf-Fong, this unmanned spacecraft, though lacking in massive propulsion engines, maintains a velocity of 30 the speed of light. Its mission is to validate the newly developed magnetic protection technology and assess the interference effects of high-temperature plasma nebulae on various conventional communication methods. As the vessel approaches its target, the Wolf-Fong is gradually slowing down, while the unmanned craft hurtles towards the planetary nebula. Data from neutrino signals indicate that all systems aboard the unmanned vessel are functioning smoothly, including electromagnetic and neutrino communications, with only minor disruptions affecting some high-speed particle communication devices. Notably, the magnetic shield effectively isolates the high-temperature plasma from the spacecraft's hull. Without the need to consider deceleration, the unmanned vessel sustains its high speed, traversing the nebula with a radius of 0.65 light-years in just over 2 years, during which it will also conduct preliminary data collection and observation of the white dwarf and its remnant planets. Observations reveal that the mass of the progenitor of TLXH 172325358 is significantly greater than initially estimated, approximating 8 times the mass of the Sun, which suggests that only stars exceeding 2.25 times the mass of the Sun undergo helium flashes during the red giant phase, resulting in the formation of such spectacular planetary nebulae. This is attributable to the collapse of electrons in the helium core region of the red giant, leading to increased density and degeneracy. As the electronic degeneracy temperature rises, the volume does not expand, thus preventing a decrease in temperature. Consequently, the core temperature within the star rapidly escalates to 100 million Kelvin, igniting the fusion of helium. The nuclear reactions accelerate, transforming into an explosive and violent response. This thermal runaway helium fusion reaction typically endures for several seconds to a few minutes, a phenomenon known as helium flash. The helium flash releases an immense amount of heat, elevating the temperature in the core region while the density remains relatively constant, allowing the electrons within the helium nucleus to revert to a non-degenerate state. The residual thermal pressure continues to counteract gravitational forces. Such helium flashes usually occur multiple times during the final few million years of a star's life, ejecting substantial mass and ultimately forming a planetary nebula illuminated by the white dwarf. Stars with masses ranging from 2.25 to 8 solar masses experience a more rapid hydrogen fusion, resulting in a hotter core. Thus, helium fusion can ignite before the core has contracted to the degenerate state of a white dwarf, allowing the nuclear reactions to proceed smoothly and continuously. Therefore, although a white dwarf will form, it does not give rise to such a magnificent planetary nebula. In contrast, stars exceeding 8 times the mass of the Sun culminate as red supergiants, ultimately exploding in a supernova to become either a neutron star or a black hole. However, TLXH 172325358, a white dwarf, originated from a progenitor star precisely at this critical mass threshold of 8 solar masses. Consequently, scientists speculate that this critical mass star may have undergone several large-scale mass ejections rather than a supernova explosion. The multiple ejections expelled an unanticipated mass, leading to an insufficient core mass and thus resulting in the formation of a high-mass white dwarf instead of a neutron star. While the ejected material formed a magnificent planetary nebula, the unmanned spacecraft continues its journey, having traversed the high-temperature nebula region, now entering the interior of the nebula where temperatures exceed 1,000 degrees. Here, the metallic exterior of the human spacecraft is capable of withstanding such elevated temperatures. However, the internal magnetic shield remains engaged. In the vacuum of space, where the absence of a medium necessitates that the spacecraft's heat dissipation relies on blackbody radiation or propellant discharge, the presence of some interstellar medium within the nebula, though at a higher temperature than the spacecraft's surface, prevents internal heat from escaping. Instead, the spacecraft would absorb thermal energy from the interstellar medium, leading to a rapid escalation of internal temperatures, potentially resulting in catastrophic failure. Suddenly, the spacecraft's sensors detect a precipitous decline in the surrounding particle density, with the number of particles per cubic centimeter plummeting from several thousand to merely dozens. Promptly, the pre-programmed protocol activates the micro-wormhole communication device to relay the findings to the Iron Club squad. Upon receiving the data, the Iron Club squad immediately commences analysis, and soon, the conclusion is reached by Ding Hao. The unmanned spacecraft has successfully navigated through the dispersive region of the nebula, arriving in the inner vicinity surrounding the white dwarf. At this moment, the Wulian Xianghao was situated less than 0.1 light-years from the edge of the nebula, while the entire planetary nebula extended over a span of 0.5 light-years. The drone was approximately 0.2 light-years away from the white dwarf. Despite being farther from the white dwarf, the drone maintained its speed and would arrive at the target white dwarf before the Wulian Xianghao reached the nebula. Just as the crew of the Wulian Xianghao anticipated that they would enter the planetary nebula in about a year, an unexpected discovery compelled them to remain vigilant. The drone unexpectedly detected a continuous source of electromagnetic signals emanating from a remnant planet near the white dwarf, directed towards a designated position. Chapter 214. Alien Scientific Exploration Station. As the unmanned spacecraft continued its journey, the internal structure of the white dwarf system became increasingly clearer. The true nature of the surviving planet was revealed. This planet, approximately 13 times the mass of Earth, orbited stably at a distance of about 18 astronomical units from the central star, primarily composed of silicate rocks, as well as metals such as iron and nickel. It was evident that this had once been the core of a gaseous planet. During the initial eruption of the white dwarf, the lighter elements, including hydrogen and helium, were expelled from its surface. As the mass decreased, the ice, liquid hydrogen, and liquid oxygen that had enveloped the core could no longer maintain their forms, gradually vaporizing and being swept away by the central star's eruptions. After millions of years, only the most stable rocky core remained preserved. The location of the intense electromagnetic signal source became increasingly distinct. It was situated at the L2 Lagrange point near the core of the surviving planet. Having traversed the planetary nebula earlier than anticipated, the unmanned spacecraft began to attempt deceleration. Although its engines lacked the power to slow it sufficiently to be captured by the white dwarf's gravitational pull, reducing speed would allow it to linger longer within the white dwarf's internal space, facilitating the collection of more data, particularly concerning the noteworthy source of strong electromagnetic signals. As half a year swiftly passed, the Wulian Xianghao finally entered the realm of the planetary nebula. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Su Xiaoxiao, pulling Guan Xiaoya to a visual observation chamber on the side of the Wulian Xianghao, gazing in awe at the magnificent starry sky outside. Although the cosmic dust appeared vibrant in color, it was, in reality, composed of plasma at nearly 10,000 degrees. Ding Hao was also in the chamber, diligently collecting data from the planetary nebula, marking humanity's first genuine encounter with such data, which would significantly contribute to theories of stellar evolution. "Serves you right for being a lifelong bachelor." Su Xiaoxiao spat scornfully at Ding Hao, dismissing him as a scientifically inept individual devoid of appreciation. Before resuming her whispered conversation with Guan Xiaoya, "Beep, everyone come over. The source of the electromagnetic signal has been located and observed," announced Tang Sheng from above, as he, along with Evans and Gao Qiu, maintained their watch on the bridge. Upon hearing this news, the three individuals ceased their lingering and promptly arose to head towards the bridge. The source of the electromagnetic wave emission had been a source of vexation for all, with many speculating it could be a communication device from an extraterrestrial civilization. The question lingered: was it a remnant of a native civilization from this stellar system, or an envoy from an alien entity? Perhaps it was even the elusive Lopot civilization? However, the likelihood of the Lopot civilization's involvement seemed exceedingly remote. Although communication with them was conducted in the language of the Beileji civilization, humanity had nonetheless gathered a portion of the specific electromagnetic signals utilized internally by the Lopot civilization. In comparison, the current electromagnetic signal bore no resemblance in terms of frequency, wavelength, or embedded information. It was highly probable that this represented a wholly new civilization with which humanity had never before engaged. Soon, the imagery captured by the unmanned spacecraft was transmitted back. The Wolf-Fong Brigade could distinctly observe a colossal metallic ship. Externally, it appeared to be a vessel comparable in size to a 500,000-ton ship from the Kunlun fleet, predominantly characterized by a rounded structure, resembling a cluster of cacti of varying sizes stacked together. Notably, there were no large cannon-like weapons visible on the ship. However, one could not dismiss the possibility of missile launch ports being present. Before long, the spacecraft became aware of humanity's unmanned vessel. It was impossible not to notice, as the unmanned ship was one of only two sources of electromagnetic signals within this white dwarf system. In fact, beyond electromagnetic waves, the unmanned vessel was simultaneously emitting a substantial quantity of high-energy particle beams to test various communication methods. An electromagnetic wave was dispatched from the alien ship and swiftly captured by the unmanned vessel. Analysis revealed it contained a data packet encompassing 7 languages, one of which happened to be the Beileji language, comprehensible to humanity. Unbeknownst to many, the Beileji civilization seemed to wield considerable influence in this vicinity, as evidenced by the fact that communications with both the Lopot civilization and the newly encountered civilization utilized their language. This indicated that the Beileji civilization indeed held significant sway in this star domain, correlating with their formidable capabilities. A civilization capable of trading with the Lopot civilization could hardly be deemed weak. The might of the Lopot civilization had been verified firsthand by the Kunlun fleet. Greetings, unfamiliar civilization. This is the Informed Civilization, White Dwarf Scientific Research Station. Please identify yourselves. This was merely a scientific outpost, and it was evident that this was a scientific vessel from an alien civilization, explaining the absence of weapons detected by the unmanned ship earlier. Tang Tang. How should we respond? Su Xiaoxiao inquired of Tang Sheng. Upon hearing this excessively saccharine nickname, the others couldn't help but feel a shiver run down their spines. Tang Sheng, too, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Such intimate terms were better suited for private moments rather than being uttered in public. Coughing slightly. Considering we are still within the active domain of the Raupot civilization, for safety reasons, let us directly reveal the name of our fleet. Thus, the unmanned spacecraft emitted a response in the language of the Baal and civilization. Greetings from the Buddha Gate civilization. This is the probe of the Kunlun fleet. Are you conducting scientific observations of the white dwarf star? We wonder if we might engage in some technical exchanges regarding this matter. Due to the vast distance of several hundred astronomical units between the unmanned spacecraft and the counterpart, this communication at light speed encountered significant time delays, affording the members of the Wolf-Fong Brigade ample opportunity to prepare for subsequent dialogues. After all, the unmanned spacecraft could not linger within the white dwarf star system and would inevitably traverse through the surrounding planetary nebula, with an estimated 4 years required to re-enter the other side of the nebula. Tang Sheng and others hoped to uncover some details about this civilization during this 4-year span. Greetings, unfamiliar Kunlun fleet. We agree to engage in limited technical exchanges related to the white dwarf star. As you are likely aware, all stellar knowledge pertains to nuclear fusion technologies. We hope to mutually safeguard our technological secrets concerning sensitive information. Chapter 215. Communication. Everyone understands that any technical exchange carries the risk of information leakage, especially when neither party is aware of the other's technological pathways. A seemingly insignificant parameter that one party considers trivial could potentially divulge an entire technological direction. Such a degree of leakage during exchanges could obliterate the advantages of one's civilization. Thus, the proposal from the Buddha Gate civilization posed no issues. Mitigating the risks of technological leakage is a crucial topic in interstellar civilization exchanges. However, a civilization capable of traversing high-temperature planetary nebulae to enter the internal space of a white dwarf star system can generally assess each other's strength. A civilization capable of interstellar travel upon venturing into the cosmos cannot possess such technological prowess unless it is classified as at least a level 3 civilization according to the classification of this extensive galaxy. The exchanges with the Buddha Gate civilization have already touched upon numerous specialized fields, particularly in areas where knowledge needs to be carefully navigated. Professional intelligence capabilities are required to discern which knowledge and data must be avoided. In fact, the current unmanned spacecraft is operating under the auspices of the Wolf-Fong Brigade, maintaining direct contact between the Kunlun fleet headquarters and the Buddha Gate civilization. The reason for this intermediary communication is primarily to prevent the fleet headquarters from being detected. Furthermore, the unmanned spacecraft is equipped with numerous operational instruments, which is the primary duty of the Wolf-Fang Brigade. The two parties engaged in a cautious and meticulous dialogue, exchanging words with great care. Initially, they merely traded mathematical models of the stars they had observed, but soon realized that the other party possessed some knowledge in this area. Consequently, in order to gain more information from the counterpart, they were compelled to share additional data and information, thereby facilitating a smoother exchange. Months have elapsed once again, and with the deepening of communication, both parties have commenced the exchange of observational data concerning this white dwarf star. White dwarf stars are not uncommon. They are celestial bodies composed of extremely high-density matter primarily supported by electron degeneracy pressure. Most civilizations lack the capability to synthesize matter of such density, and numerous physical changes under extreme conditions necessitate the observation of white dwarfs for validation. In truth, solitary white dwarfs like this one are rather rare in the cosmos. The majority of stars exist in binary or multiple star systems. Even in single star systems, the mass is often substantial, making low-mass stars, like the Sun and this white dwarf, exceedingly uncommon. This occasion presents an extraordinary opportunity for the observation of white dwarfs. Zhang Su, an expert in stellar research, incessantly pondered aloud. Logically, humanity, having entered the era of interstellar travel, should find it easier to study stars. However, the reality is that, under various pressures, humanity continues to prioritize practical technology as the primary focus of scientific research. Although there has been some investment in stellar studies, it has not received significant attention. Thus, this initiative to observe the white dwarf is a rare opportunity for researchers like Zhang Su. It is worth noting that in the case of a binary or multiple star system, a companion star can render the white dwarf an unstable ticking time bomb. If two celestial bodies draw close enough to engage in material exchange, it can potentially lead to a type I supernova explosion. In a binary system where one star has become a white dwarf, if it is sufficiently close to another star, it may siphon material from it. Once its mass reaches its maximum stable limit, the core ignites in unstable thermonuclear combustion, releasing energy capable of obliterating the entire carbon-oxygen white dwarf. This phenomenon is what constitutes a type I supernova. If it were not for this extraterrestrial civilization, perhaps we could have lingered in this star system for several years, observing at a leisurely pace. However, the current situation leaves us uncertain about whether to remain near this white dwarf. What news do you have, Lao Zhang? Has a decision been reached above? Inquired Wan Huijiang, Zhang Su's longtime collaborator for over a millennium. Both are first-generation members, and the research team they formed is the premier group studying stellar models within the Kunlun fleet. I am uncertain. The information review has relaxed somewhat in recent days. We need no longer rely on ancient stellar models to mislead others. They seem unconcerned about showcasing their own capabilities, and others have grown indifferent to us, let alone the prospect of exchanging new data. Although there is a risk of technological leaks, I suspect that this Foman civilization has been here for quite some time, and they may possess some information we require. Zhang Su lamented. Wan Huijiang, however, maintained a more optimistic outlook, responding with a smile. In fact, it's not so dire. The unmanned spacecraft has a year and a half remaining in its stay here, and we have secured approval to scan the white dwarf weekly with a neutrino detector. Furthermore, as we engage in deeper communication with the Foman civilization, the review mechanism is becoming increasingly lenient, is it not? The allocated time for our communication is exceedingly limited, merely a span of 13 units. One cannot help but question why the diplomatic team must occupy this scant period as well. Zhang Su remains somewhat dissatisfied. Currently, our exchanges with the Infor civilization are divided into 3 segments. The first is primarily academic, spearheaded by Zhang Su and his colleagues, focused on the exchange of scholarly information. The second is led by the diplomatic team, who, as representatives of a newly discovered civilization, aspire to engage in peaceful exchanges regarding various forms of information, such as details about neighboring civilizations and insights into the Infor civilization itself. The final segment is designated as a period of silence. This so-called silence period serves as a time for both parties to review and scrutinize the information they wish to disseminate. It appears that the Infor civilization lacks instantaneous communication systems akin to micro-wormhole devices. However, it is fortunate that personnel are stationed at their research outpost. Although the approval process for information can be lengthy, there remains a substantial volume of less critical information that can be self-reviewed and communicated. Setting aside the grumblings of the 2 stellar research experts, discussions are actively underway within the diplomatic team. Is it feasible to fulfill the previous request for the exchange of language packet coding rules from several civilizations? One diplomat, casually enjoying his lunch, engages in idle conversation with a colleague. It should pose no problem, right? These extraterrestrial language packets are unlikely to be their core secrets, he replies nonchalantly, before a mischievous grin crosses his face as he recalls something. Are they truly attempting to bamboozle them with various ancient languages of different origins from Earth's past? There should be no issues. Based on our observations of the Baylor and Dade civilizations, they appear not to have a habit of meticulously analyzing linguistic connections among different language packets. Most packets seem to be directly inputted into their computer systems for translation, indicating that many civilizations may not have a tradition of studying linguistic ties among other civilizations. They would likely remain oblivious to the release of dialects from disparate language families. Moreover, within one of the language packets sent by this civilization, we have detected frequency characteristics reminiscent of the language encountered with the Lopot civilization. It is highly probable that this civilization has mastered the language of the Lopot. During our previous confrontations, the Lopot civilization likely acquired some of our language coding. Otherwise, they would not have been able to control our computer systems. Regrettably, we did not obtain their language decoding packet, which places us at a disadvantage. Securing the Lopot language packet this time could potentially avert future complications. Chapter 216. Scheming. As the members of the Kunlun fleet deliberated on how to outsmart the N4 civilization, fervent discussions were also unfolding within the N4 ranks. Is this unfamiliar civilization truly a manifestation of human civilization? One particularly anxious individual, resembling a large-headed octopus, tapped his tentacles against the spaceship's control panel, producing a resonant clanging sound, clearly agitated. The N4 are fundamentally amphibious beings, capable of thriving both in aquatic environments and on land. The distance from their home planet is considerable. The transmission of messages back and forth requires a staggering 18 years. The transmission of information through the network established by the Newport civilization requires a staggering 3 years. Despite the rapid speed of this spacecraft, merely confirming its identity takes 3 years, and it is highly likely that they may have already escaped. The Newport civilization claims to be the purveyor of messages from humanity, and upon confirmation, one can acquire a real-time communicator that grants access to their information network. Another individual from the Foman civilization expressed similar sentiments, noting that from a human perspective, it is nearly impossible to distinguish this entity from the previous one from the same civilization. The only discernible difference is a slightly lighter hue. This observation was made possible due to their proximity, as isolating the images would undoubtedly render humans incapable of differentiating between the two beings. The so-called real-time communicator is a miniature wormhole communication device. It is noteworthy that even a miniature wormhole, capable of transmitting information but scarcely able to convey material, falls within the realm of spatial technology, a domain only accessible to fourth-level civilizations. It is said that even the Newport civilization cannot master this technology independently and must rely on a vast fleet to labor for countless years, ultimately acquiring a mere handful of these devices, barely establishing an interstellar communication network across hundreds of light years. Should these real-time communication devices malfunction, they lack the capability for repairs. Recently, the Newport civilization issued a decree within the range of their interstellar communication network, targeting a civilization known as humanity, proclaiming that any information regarding this civilization would yield a real-time communicator as a reward. Although possessing a single communicator does not enable true real-time communication, since one still depends on the Newport interstellar network to send and receive messages, having such a device signifies an opportunity to study the technologies of more advanced civilizations. A splendid chance to elevate one's own civilization status. Unbeknownst to the crew of the Kunlun fleet, they have become pariahs, reviled within a radius of hundreds of light years. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the Kunlun fleet have exercised sufficient caution, refraining from any resupply efforts, and have safely and smoothly arrived at this white dwarf star, until encountering the Foman civilization. Shall we report to the Newport civilization first? This spacecraft bears a striking resemblance to the human vessels they provide, remarked the darker-hued Foman individual, hesitantly. Indeed, this is likely a small exploratory craft. Their main fleet must be concealed within a light year's vicinity, perhaps even within a planetary nebula. If they maintain their speed like this vessel, we may miss the opportunity to notify them in time. If the Newport civilization fails to intercept humanity, they will not reward us with the real-time communicator. The lighter-hued Foman replied, visibly intrigued by their companion's words. They wish to exchange language decoding packages from different civilizations? The darker-hued Foman suddenly received a request from a human unmanned spacecraft and turned to their companion. Grant them access. Immediately report to the Newport civilization. Inform them that we have discovered a highly intelligent human spacecraft and suspect that their mothership is within a light year's range. Remember to shield our civilization's language package. The light-colored envoy from the N4N civilization promptly declared its resolute decision to report to the Ropot civilization, regardless of the outcome. This civilization would not dare to confront the formidable Ropot civilization. After all, by reporting to the Ropot, The Inforan civilization would secure its own protection from them. Otherwise, who would dare to inform the Ropote? Was the language pack of the Ropote civilization also released? It appeared they lacked the language pack of the Ropote civilization. Are you foolish? How could we report using our own language? That is not permissible. Only the language pack of the Ropote civilization would be prioritized for decoding. Our language pack lacks sufficient priority. Should we encounter a surge of communication requests from the Ropote Interstellar Communication Network node, located 15 light-years away, our messages would be relegated to the back. If those humans fled in the meantime, it would be disastrous. Thus, a conspiracy and scheming against the Kunlun fleet unfolded, with the Inforan civilization perhaps unaware that they had unwittingly stumbled upon a truth. This unfamiliar civilization was indeed human. The opposing side sent 5 language packs, all from nearby interstellar civilizations. The Kunlun fleet soon received the language packs transmitted by the Inforan civilization, which this time seemed particularly forthcoming. Unlike their previous technical communications that were marked by hesitation and secrecy, the Kunlun fleet, in turn, swiftly sent 5 language packs, comprising 4 civilizations acquired from the Dade civilization and 1 from the indigenous Australian language of Earth. With this exchange of language packs, both parties appeared to lower their defenses, and technical communication became increasingly smooth, seemingly progressing towards a more favorable direction. However, not everyone shared this optimism. Within the Kunlun fleet's command staff, Chief of Staff Moon furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the analysis of the communications with the Inforan civilization. As the head of the highest strategic think tank for the human branch of the Kunlun fleet, he possessed a high level of military intelligence acumen and was also an experienced politician. He noted that the Inforan civilization's attitude had fluctuated significantly. This was abnormal. If someone had previously been wary of you, only to suddenly exhibit fervent warmth, it likely indicated they had discerned the potential benefits you could offer. The same principle applies between civilizations. The Inforan civilization must have discovered something. What could humanity provide for them? Did the prior technical exchanges reveal some technology they desperately needed? Something felt amiss. Investigate. Humanity must conduct an immediate inquiry. Soon, much of the previous communication content was reviewed, including recent exchanges. According to the collective analysis of the experts from the Academy of Sciences, no discrepancies were found. So what was the reason? Chief of Staff Moon's brow remained furrowed, even causing the hairs of his bushy mustache to twitch. Chief of Staff, exclaimed one officer, the language pack just sent by the other side contained only 5 types, 2 fewer than previously sent. Preliminary judgments indicate they lack both their own civilization's language and that of the Ropote civilization. An officer had unearthed some clues from the prior communication records. Chief of Staff, the Wolf Fong Brigade requests urgent communication. Another aide reported loudly, connection established. Chief of Staff Moon furrowed his brow deeper and immediately responded, hello? Is the connection live? Tang Sheng's voice echoed from above. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak your business. Chief Moon stated, hands clasped behind his back. We have intercepted an electromagnetic wave signal encoding transmitted by the Buddhist civilization. It appears to resemble the encoding patterns of the robotic civilization. Chapter 000. A brief update on recent circumstances. It has been quite a while since my last update, and I would like to explain the reasons behind this hiatus. Firstly, my recent work commitments have been overwhelming, leaving me with little time to write. Secondly, during a dental procedure, I discovered that my blood sugar levels were alarmingly high, and after a thorough diagnosis, I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. I have recently sought specialized medical care, but the doctor has warned me against staying up late, as this could lead to severe complications. I am grateful to the readers who have not given up on this novel, and I aspire to persevere. However, I cannot guarantee consistent updates in the near future, though I will endeavor to carve out time for writing. Despite the limited time, I have been contemplating the forthcoming content. This volume is nearing its conclusion, and while the next volume's content is determined, I assure you that it will not be abandoned. Lastly, I would like to address some points raised in the review section. 1. The universe of this novel is fundamentally based on our real universe. There will be no fusion engines jumping directly to zero-point energy engines. The so-called zero-point energy engine can be considered as a pivotal advantage for human civilization. 2. Regarding the social support system, individuals nurtured through the same educational methods will not be identical. The Chinese education system is a prime example, producing a diverse range of individuals despite its uniform approach. This is, in essence, a collective structure for raising offspring, rather than a technology for cloning thoughts. 3. The Beileiji civilization has indeed been obliterated. As a premier Type 3 civilization, classification within this galaxy, distinct from human categorization, their inability to achieve large-scale interstellar migration has led to their complete destruction. Their demise stems not only from cosmic disasters, but also from a profound lack of reverence for scientific knowledge, as evidenced in the previous volume. The scientists of this civilization recklessly wielded the technology at their disposal, even creating a new intelligent species that, while powerful, ultimately led to their own downfall. 4. No remnants of the Beileji civilization remain, as intelligent life forms are complex organisms. When faced with gamma-ray bursts, they were less resilient than simpler structures like viruses or bacteria. Simplicity equates to stability, while complexity, though functionally advanced, increases the likelihood of failure. This principle is akin to machinery. Devices with numerous moving components are more prone to malfunction than those with fewer. 5. Some have inquired why humans can conceive of using viruses to combat viruses while the Beileji could not. The answer has already been provided in the narrative. Humanity's comprehensive technological prowess surpasses that of the Baylor civilization, particularly in the realm of mechanics. In actuality, humans employ nanobots rather than viruses, having merely referenced the structure of viruses to engineer these nanobots for the physical annihilation of viral threats. This is imperative, for the viruses developed by the Baylor civilization are nearly invincible within the domain of carbon-based life forms. For now, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Additionally, I would like to mention some intricate details within this narrative. I am delighted that after depicting the gene editing technology, it has been awarded this year's Nobel Prize, thus forecasting its significance. Furthermore, the symptoms exhibited by humans upon viral infection are drawn from those of severe radiation sickness. Radiation sickness arises from the genetic damage inflicted upon the human body by intense radioactive substances, fundamentally resulting in the disruption of cellular genes, which impedes transcription, expression, and replication. In principle, this aligns with the effects of viruses possessing gene-destructive capabilities. Thus, the symptoms should be analogous, albeit the viral manifestation is decidedly more ferocious. Lastly, I implore you not to search for radiation sickness. I found the images while researching to be utterly repugnant for 2 days. Chapter 217. The informant, did the Ropote civilization's language package not reach us? Now, we are receiving electromagnetic waves suspected to encode the Ropote civilization's language. Chief of Staff Mu In raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening in sudden alarm as an unsettling thought struck him. Could it be that the Infosect civilization has uncovered our identity and reported our information to the Ropote civilization? The Kunlun fleet had already learned from the Deed civilization that the active range of the Ropote civilization spans a staggering 1,000 light years, clearly encompassing this area as part of their operational domain. Furthermore, the Infosect civilization had initially transmitted a total of 7 languages, including that of the Ropote civilization. Yet they exchanged only 5 languages with us. Analysis revealed that the languages they withheld were precisely those of our civilization and the Ropote language package. Why the shift from arrogance to deference? Why did they exchange language packages with us only to immediately send Ropote language codes? The answer is almost self-evident. The Infosect civilization seeks to exploit our momentary lapse in vigilance to divulge the general location of our entire fleet to the Ropote civilization. Their sudden change in demeanor is merely a ruse to confound us. This treacherous informant civilization. Infuriating. I shall immediately notify the fleet commander, awaken all personnel on standby, and convene an emergency meeting. Alert the Wolf Fang Brigade to enter a state of heightened combat readiness, and instruct the Iron Wall Brigade to accelerate their support for the Wolf Fang Brigade. Frowning, Chief of Staff Mu In promptly issued his commands and pressed a button on his command console. Instantly, every vessel in the Kunlun fleet blared urgent alarms. This was a signal for war preparations. Meanwhile, at the Infosect civilization's White Dwarf Star Scientific Research Station, a group of high-ranking Infosect members gathered, responsible for overseeing and directing the operations of the entire station. What is the situation? Are there any anomalies on the human side? Clearly, while their identification of the opposing vessel remained uncertain, they had already presumed it to be a human spacecraft. It is not that they are truly reckless. Rather, they have reported to the Ropote civilization that they have discovered a suspected human fleet. Consequently, they now proceed to assume that this is indeed a human vessel. Even if the Ropote civilization ultimately arrives and finds otherwise, they can simply claim it was a misunderstanding, thereby avoiding any repercussions for misreporting. Currently, they are still awaiting the observational data of the White Dwarf Star from us. One of the Infa monks responded, "Give it to them. Provide everything. Let us not raise their suspicions." Another quickly concurred, which garnered the agreement of others present. A real-time interstellar communication device. A technological marvel of a level 4 civilization. The opportunity for the Infa civilization to ascend is now within reach, and they, as the fortunate ones to seize this chance, are destined to be etched in history. They must not allow this opportunity to slip away. The atmosphere within the entire research institute began to grow increasingly fervent. Soon, the exchange of knowledge regarding nuclear fusion deepened significantly, as the Infa monks discovered that this human civilization possesses remarkably advanced technology. in the data exchange. Their models and predictions regarding stellar evolution were impressively precise, indicating that this civilization is at least highly proficient in technologies related to nuclear fusion. A few Infa monks harbored an unspoken concern. A civilization so technologically advanced, one that dares to oppose the Ropote civilization, is undoubtedly not a feeble one. It is noteworthy that even the powerful Ropote civilization has placed a bounty on them across its entire sphere of influence, suggesting that this civilization has caused the Ropote significant losses. Is the act of informing on their whereabouts a perilous one for the Infa civilization? Yet, at present, the majority of those at the Infa White Dwarf Scientific Observation Station seem to be enraptured by the prospect of obtaining real-time interstellar communication devices, with few contemplating the question of whether betraying this unknown civilization is truly worthwhile. On board the Wolf Fong, every member of the Wolf Fong squad sat upright in their seats, including Ding Hao, who was typically preoccupied with experiments. Brothers, we have received a Level 1 combat readiness order from the fleet headquarters. The situation is becoming increasingly clear. Tang Sheng's voice resonated throughout the bridge. This Infa civilization has likely betrayed our whereabouts to the Ropote civilization. As the advanced team, we must consider our next steps. Xiao Xiao, please clarify the situation. According to electromagnetic wave scans, we have not yet received any directed electromagnetic wave signals in this vicinity. We have been in contact with them for nearly 3 years and have yet to acquire signals with specific frequency characteristics, indicating that there is no home planet of theirs within at least 3 light years. Given that they recently transmitted electromagnetic wave signals featuring the language coding characteristics of the Ropote civilization, we deduce that they only recently confirmed our identity for the purpose of reporting us. Given that we have not detected any clear electromagnetic signals bearing the coding characteristics of the Ropote civilization in our vicinity, it is reasonable to surmise that there are no traces of the Ropote civilization within a light-year radius. This implies that we have nearly a year to act. And based on previous encounters with the Ropote civilization, they are capable of achieving speeds up to 30 times the speed of light. Even if they were to embark from a distance of 1 light year, it would require 3 years for them to arrive, thus granting us a total of 4 years to prepare. As Su Xiaoxiao concluded her narrative, Tang Sheng continued, "This essentially encapsulates our current predicament. The Copper Wall Brigade is hastening to our aid, and the fleet headquarters has rescinded its deceleration plans, preparing to traverse the White Dwarf star system at full speed. They intend to utilize the gravitational generation capabilities of the vacuum zero-point energy engine to extricate us. If the fleet headquarters does not decelerate, it will take them 3 years to reach us, which means we have only 3 years to act." Ding Hao habitually adjusted his personal digital terminal perched on his nose, analyzing. Originally, the fleet headquarters aimed to seize the opportunity during the exchange of different civilizations' language decoding packages to obtain the Ropote civilization's language package. If successful, we could attempt to gather some of their communications with other civilizations and perhaps ascertain the locations of both their civilization and the Ropote fleet. However, this exchange appears to have encountered unforeseen complications, resulting in our identity being compromised. Consequently, they remained highly vigilant and did not provide us with their civilizations or the Ropote civilization's language decoding packages, indicating that we have not achieved our strategic objectives. Evans interjected. Based on our analyses during this period, it seems that our counterparts are unarmed research vessels, potentially equipped with some self-defense weaponry. Yet their combat capabilities should be exceedingly limited. Tang Sheng raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Are you suggesting that we might attempt to capture them and extract the Ropote civilization's codes? They likely remain unaware that we have recognized our exposed identities, which could afford us the element of surprise." Ding Hao responded with a stoic expression. Tang Sheng's eyes brightened, and he followed up, "Perhaps we could also glean information regarding the locations of the Ropote civilization's fleets in their home civilization. We have 3 years. Perhaps we can devise a scheme to ensnare them while simultaneously intimidating other civilizations within this star domain." Su Xiaoxiao, clenching her fist and striking her palm, declared, "At that time, whether we choose to circumvent them or engage in some minor harassment, the decision will rest with us. After all, we are a smaller target. Even if they seek us out, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Amidst a chorus of chuckles, a plan targeting the informants was thus devised. Chapter 218, Setting the Trap in a Serene Atmosphere. The Kunlun fleet's exchanges with the in-foreign civilization have evolved from mere inter-civilizational dialogue to partial technological exchanges. Humanity's third-generation nuclear fusion technology has matured significantly, presenting an urgent need for the in-foreign civilization, which is still reliant on second-generation nuclear fusion technology. The Buddhist civilization possesses a wealth of observational data and research findings regarding stellar evolution, offering a complementary theoretical foundation in fusion theory alongside humanity. The technologies in question belong to different domains, one engineering, the the other purely theoretical, yet neither is superior. Through both deliberate and inadvertent indulgence, they have developed a technology exchange that stands on equal footing. At this juncture, humanity's unmanned probe has already traversed a white dwarf and entered the far reaches of a planetary nebula. The Buddhist civilization, however, remains unperturbed, fully aware that the swiftly moving vessel is merely an unmanned craft. The true crewed spacecraft is navigating through the planetary nebula and is poised to enter the internal spatial domain of the white dwarf system. Following closely is a small fleet that has also breached the edges of the nebula. What cunning beings humans are, lamented some individuals stationed at the white dwarf scientific outpost of the Buddhist civilization. An unmanned probe scouts the path, followed by a crewed ship, and subsequently, the fleet arrives in succession. Each step is intricately linked. Should any single phase falter, the entire civilization would remain intact. How cunning! How meticulous! This is undoubtedly the work of the fugitive human civilization. Patience is paramount. The advanced party of human civilization must be stabilized to ensure they can be ensnared entirely, eliminating any future threats. The vessel Wolftooth is currently decelerating with utmost effort, preparing to navigate through the planetary nebula, while the Copperwall team is on the verge of entering the same region. Thus, Tang Sheng and his companions plan to await the rendezvous with the Copperwall team before jointly advancing towards the Buddhist civilization's white dwarf scientific outpost, aiming to seize control. At that moment, the Kunlun fleet headquarters will also be within a light year's proximity. Even if the enemy were to transmit signals indicating their awareness of impending danger, the Ropote civilization would arrive too late, allowing the entire fleet to retreat with tranquility. Everything appears to proceed methodically according to both parties' plans, each believing they hold dominion over the unfolding situation. The technology exchange is progressing smoothly, with substantial completion achieved, leading both sides to consider it an unexpected boon. Soon, the opposing faction will meet their misfortune, while what they have received in exchange is merely temporary. A transaction akin to a no-cost venture, truly a delightful arrangement. In fact, both sides contemplate whether to delve deeper into further technological exchanges, seizing the opportunity for even greater gains. 15 light-years away lies a small star system dominated by a brown dwarf, featuring only 3 terrestrial planets. The nearest interstellar network node of the Ropote civilization is situated here. This system hosts a formidable fleet of 200,000 ships, serving as a crucial hub for maintaining the entire interstellar network. Equipped with real-time interstellar communication devices coveted by all Type 3 civilizations, this fleet size merely constitutes the most basic security assurance. The young brown dwarf has only recently formed, a mere 300 million years old, and even its hydrogen fusion continues unabated. However, the Ropote civilization, known for its exploitative resource extraction, has refrained from any destructive mining activities within this small star system. Instead, they dutifully lingered around the brown dwarf, relying on its faint nuclear fusion reactions to procure the most fundamental energy. This location served not only as a network communication node, but also as an interstellar transit hub for several surrounding civilizations. Harnessing the formidable influence of the Norport civilization, they established multiple such transit stations within their operational realms, facilitating the exchange of information and materials among various civilizations. In return, the Norport civilization reaped substantial profits from each transaction. Before long, an electromagnetic signal from a white dwarf, the nearest star to this location, reached them. Encoded in the language of the Norport civilization, this signal was prioritized for processing. As the information was decoded, it was swiftly marked as urgent and elevated to the highest level of urgency. The entire interstellar communication network was activated, and within hours, with the exception of the distant subfleets, nearly all of the Norport civilization received the message. A primitive civilization classified as Level 3, known as the Inforian, had discovered a fleet highly suspected of being human. Preliminary electromagnetic signals intercepted from them indicated that portions could indeed be decoded using previously acquired fragments of human civilization's decoding packages. Crucially, this Inforian civilization appeared to have deceived the human civilization and gained a measure of their trust, with both parties preparing for a joint scientific expedition to the White Dwarf. This was undoubtedly monumental news. The fleet dispatched to the Baylor star system for trade had returned with scant fragments of human decoding packages and features, failing to relay any information concerning this enigmatic civilization which had seemingly taken MNT-1. Soon, a fleet of nearly 100,000 vessels departed from this node, while an additional 1,000,000 ships were urgently redirected to the vicinity of dozens of stars surrounding the White Dwarf. This time, the cunning and perilous adversary of human civilization had to be eradicated. At the headquarters of the Kunlun fleet aboard the solar system, a strategic meeting concerning the survival of the entire civilization was simultaneously convened. The proposed operation to capture the Inforian civilization's scientific observation station, deeply involving the Copper Wall fleet, had received approval. A year later, upon convergence, both parties would immediately seize control of one another and take command of the entire observation station, with permission to destroy it if necessary. The objective of the Kunlun fleet's headquarters was to identify the nearest stars from which enemies might approach, based on the electromagnetic wave emission directions detected by the Wolf Tooth and Copper Wall fleets, in order to devise a strategy to ambush the pursuing forces. This meeting also included Zhang Su and Ruan Huizhong, the leaders of the stellar body model research teams, who were invited to participate. Typically, the scientific department required only a few departmental leaders as representatives and advisors for such strategic meetings. Industry specialists generally did not attend unless specially invited. However, given the extraordinary nature of the White Dwarf and planetary nebula, it was deemed prudent to include them. They must leverage the unique environments of white dwarfs and planetary nebulae to achieve the strategic objectives set forth by human management, maximizing their outcomes at minimal cost. Chapter 219. The price of betraying humanity. The unmanned spacecraft of humanity has successfully re-entered the planetary nebula on the other side, with the process unfolding smoothly and without incident, evoking no suspicion from the Infor civilization. The Hammer Brigade has also seamlessly merged with the Copper Wall Brigade, with their meeting point located within the planetary nebula. The rationale provided to the Infor civilization is grounded in interstellar diplomatic protocol. Although the Infor civilization is classified as a Type 3 civilization with a degree of interstellar navigational capability, their exposure to other civilizations in neighboring star regions has only come through contact with the Ropate civilization, rendering them less experienced than the venerable civilizations that have witnessed much. Having betrayed what is suspected to be a human civilization, they are eager to delay direct contact with humanity. Who knows whether this human civilization possesses any technology that could unveil their actions? Moreover, humanity's cautious demeanor not only reflects their underlying guilt, but also leads the Infor civilization to speculate that humanity might harbor apprehensions regarding their own civilization's might. In their perception, a truly formidable civilization would assert itself as forcefully as the Ropate civilization, rather than adopting such a careful approach. Following the merger with the Copper Wall Brigade, command has now been transferred entirely to the Hammer Brigade. However, given the gravity of the situation, all operations are being directly overseen by the headquarters of the Kunlun fleet, with the Hammer Brigade permitted to make independent decisions only in the event of unforeseen circumstances. At present, the Copper Wall Brigade has completed all necessary preparations. Together with the Hammer Brigade, they possess a total of 13 large vessels, including 1 Hammerhead-class destroyer, 6 Type 2 frigates, and 6 Type 3 frigates, along with thousands of unmanned combat drones. While there are only 13 ships, their firepower configuration surpasses that of the entire Kunlun fleet at the time of its departure from the insect civilization. This stark contrast illustrates the significant difference between a war-experienced stellar civilization and one that has not encountered warfare. The plan devised by the Kunlun fleet is as follows. After the Hammer Brigade and Copper Wall Brigade unite, they will navigate out of the planetary nebula and into the interior region of the White Dwarf. At that juncture, some of the Copper Wall Brigade's combat units and drones will be redeployed onto the Hammer, transforming it and its accompanying Type 3 frigates into a fully outfitted Type 2 frigate vessel. Subsequently, the remaining ships of the Copper Wall Brigade will remain stationed in a slightly more distant star region, emitting safety signals to pacify the Infor civilization. Meanwhile, the Hammer Brigade will proceed alone towards the Infor civilization's scientific research vessel within the White Dwarf, launching a surprise attack as they enter the weapons and drone cluster's strike range, capturing the Infor civilization's research vessel in one fell swoop, while swiftly acquiring the language decoding packages of both the Infor and Ropate civilizations. During the redeployment phase, they must also buy time to facilitate the approach of the Kunlun fleet headquarters. From the moment the Wolf Tooth vessel commenced its operations, humanity was afforded a span of 3 months to unearth the myriad secrets of the Buddha Gate civilization. Such secrets included the distribution of power within the surrounding star domains, detailed information regarding the Lobit civilization, as well as observational data pertaining to white dwarfs and other technological knowledge amassed during this period by the Buddha Gate civilization. After 3 months, the Kunlun fleet headquarters would sweep through this region, employing a vacuum zero-point energy engine to extract both the Copper Wall and Wolf Tooth contingents via gravitational fields. Furthermore, the Kunlun fleet intended to undertake certain maneuvers to deter any other civilizations harboring similar ambitions as the Buddha Gate civilization, thereby imparting the lesson that unwarranted hostility towards humanity would incur significant repercussions. The missions of the 2 advance teams proceeded with remarkable efficacy. Upon the transfer of relevant weaponry and equipment to the Wolf Tooth vessel, the The Buddha Gate civilization even extended a message welcoming the arrival of the Kunlun fleet's advance team. They might have perceived this transfer of resources and personnel as merely a routine supply operation and standard internal personnel adjustments within human civilization. After all, engaging in negotiations with another civilization is typically regarded with gravity among the majority of civilizations, and the arrangement of a diplomatic delegation is an entirely normal occurrence. As the Wolf-Tooth vessel gradually approached, the management team of the Buddha Gate civilization's White Dwarf Scientific Research Station became increasingly anxious, yet simultaneously exhilarated. Their anxiety stemmed from the fear of their plans being uncovered by this human civilization, while their excitement arose from the prospect that, should everything proceed favorably, they might be authorized to exchange a portion of their confidential technology for some unique human technologies. Given that human civilization would ultimately be obliterated by the Lobit civilization, any technology exchanged would likely only be divulged to the Lobit civilization, provided that the technology obtained from humanity was already within the Lobit civilization's repertoire. The allure of inter-civilizational exchange lies precisely here. Civilizations that have ventured into the cosmos are often well-rounded in their development, albeit with certain technological strengths and weaknesses due to various reasons. However, over extended periods, civilizations inevitably encounter a plethora of challenges, particularly in technological realms. Due to the long-standing inheritance of their original technical paradigms and research philosophies, certain paths may lead to dead ends, resulting in stagnation for millennia or even tens of thousands of years without breakthroughs. This does not imply that the civilization is failing. Rather, its pace of advancement has slowed, with its strengths becoming more pronounced even as its weaknesses become more acute. Should they engage in exchanges with other civilizations, it is plausible that the unique technologies from these other civilizations could bridge their shortcomings, facilitating a significant leap in technological prowess. Even if not in theoretical domains, mere applications could resolve technical conundrums that had persisted for countless millennia. The crew aboard the Buddha Gate civilization's White Dwarf research vessel was predominantly composed of scientists. Thus, the prospect of such an opportunity for technological advancement was undeniably exhilarating for them. As the management team observed the increasingly proximate Wolf-Tooth vessel, hushed whispers began to circulate among them, with a few even excitedly rubbing their appendages. Just as everyone was poised to orchestrate a grand strategic deception against this human civilization, they suddenly realized. Suddenly, the armored hull of the human spacecraft slid open, revealing several rounded tubes, and simultaneously, hundreds of objects resembling drones were released from the vessel. Additionally, a slender device shot forth from the ship, heading towards the scientific exploration vessel. Is this the diplomatic etiquette of human civilization? It appeared rather barbaric, pondered one of the monks. Another monk, his eyes wide with terror, exclaimed, "No, no. It seems they intend to attack us. That object appears to be a weapon." The leadership of the scientific exploration vessel from the Infa civilization immediately turned their gaze towards it, their hearts racing with shock. Had humanity discovered that they had betrayed them? Chapter 220. The arrival of the Kunlun fleet. Cease resistance, or be annihilated. A transmission in the language of the Baal civilization was sent, originating from humanity. The Infa monks stationed at the White Dwarf Scientific Research Station were rendered speechless. What was happening? Had their true intentions truly been exposed? How had they been uncovered? The highest-ranking commander aboard the exploration vessel, still clinging to a thread of hope, queried, "Are you an interstellar pirate civilization?" "We are merely a scientific exploration vessel with little of value." They held on to a glimmer of optimism, believing that if humanity were indeed a pirate civilization, this might merely be a routine operation, and that, for the time being, their lives might not be in immediate danger. Perhaps the conflict between the Ropot civilization and humanity stemmed from humanity's past plundering of Ropot? Enough of this. Open the docking bay doors and submit to our control. Any resistance will result in the immediate destruction of your vessel. Faced with the threat from humanity, the high-ranking officials aboard the White Dwarf Scientific Research Station exchanged glances, weighing the necessity of resistance. However, their options were limited. After all, this was merely a scientific vessel, equipped with some defensive weaponry, but clearly inadequate against the heavily armed warships of their adversary. "What should we do?" one of the Infa monks inquired. "Open the docking bay doors. Resistance will surely lead to our annihilation. Perhaps survival awaits through the rescue of the Ropot civilization. Do not send any signals of any kind. Otherwise, we will destroy you." Humanity's ominous warning echoed once more, as if they could foresee the events unfolding here. A monk who had intended to discreetly send a message halted his actions, resigned to the necessity of operating the ship to open the docking bay doors. Before long, a multitude of autonomous drones, laden with robotic sentinels, entered the scientific exploration vessel. The already small number of Infa scientists and crew members were swiftly subdued. With the threat neutralized, Tang Sheng led the human forces into the vessel. Hand over your language decryption packages, the Ropote civilization's decryption packages, and your computer databases. This was the first proclamation Tang Sheng made upon confronting the Infa monks. The Infa monks, recognizing the gravity of their situation, offered little resistance. And they soon glimpsed the configuration of the human fleet. 13 formidable warships and thousands of unmanned vessels. This was merely an advanced contingent. The combat prowess of such a fleet is nearly commensurate with the entirety of the Infernal Gate civilization's overall strength, rated at 13. Although this venerable interstellar civilization has existed for thousands of years, having ascended to a level 3 civilization, it has not experienced the technological explosion akin to that of human civilization. This may be attributed to the relatively safe interstellar environment surrounding it, influenced by the Nopote civilization. This star region has maintained an orderly state for millennia. While this order has bestowed peace and stability upon the area, it has undoubtedly stifled the ambition of other civilizations within the region. Soon, the Kunlun fleet acquired everything it sought. As the Infernal Gate inhabitants proved to be more cooperative than anticipated, they even divulged the contents of their communications with the Nopote civilization. Do you truly believe that a civilization as enigmatic as Nopote could vanquish us? Tang Sheng remarked, holding a digital terminal displaying various reports, while casting a derisive smile at the trembling Infernal Gate beings. To them, the sounds produced by humans resonated like the voice of a devil. It was not merely the content of human speech, but rather the slightly elevated frequency of their auditory perception that rendered human voices akin to the burdensome resonance of deep bass sounds for humans. The Nopote civilization will soon arrive here. If you do not depart, you will encounter them, and a confrontation is highly probable. A leader of the Infernal Gate exclaimed sharply, "Do you suppose we fear engaging them in battle?" Tang Sheng scoffed, adding, "You are likely unaware of why human civilization is being pursued by the Nopote, are you?" The Infernal Gate leader felt a surge of unease, nervously pressing for clarification. Why? Ignoring the inquiry, Tang Sheng turned his back, leaving behind a resonating remark. Soon, you shall find out. The Infernal Gate beings typically possess a lifespan of around 400 years. Thus, 3 years is but a fleeting moment in their extensive existence. However, to those captured by humans, these 3 years felt like an eternity. With their already limited living space at the research station further restricted, humans confined them to designated living areas for safety considerations, preventing them from accessing or even approaching any control zones of the vessels. They were even mandated to provide all knowledge pertaining to the Infernal Gate civilization, encompassing not only advanced technological insights, but also rudimentary educational content. It is worth noting that this is a research station. Aside from a handful of pilots and maintenance personnel, the majority of the over 1,000 inhabitants are scientists. While providing some advanced knowledge in the initial phase was acceptable, the subsequent demand for basic educational content proved exceedingly tedious for these individuals. Yet today, they finally awaited the arrival of the human motherships amidst what seemed an interminable monotony. Unable to operate instruments, all the Infernal Gate beings could do was observe the external scenery through the observation windows of their living quarters. 5 colossal spacecraft loomed in the expanse, and a few keen-eyed individuals from the Infa sect could discern countless smaller vessels suspended beneath them, in stark contrast to the fleet that had captured them. They were horrified to realize that human civilization possessed at least 100 such fleets, a formidable power far beyond what the Infa civilization could contend with. Regret began to seep into the hearts of many, for they had some understanding of the prowess of the Nopote civilization. The strength of their independent small fleets paled in comparison to that of the human armada. Yet, what truly instilled fear was an impending event that was about to unfold. The solar system flagship led the entire Kunlun fleet into the realm of the planetary nebula. Unlike the approaches taken by the Copper Wall and Mace fleets, the high-temperature plasma dust within the nebula appeared to distort, coalescing along the trajectory of the Kunlun fleet as they advanced, surging towards the core of the white dwarf star. Viewed from the cosmos, it resembled a surface of floating duckweed being scooped along the flight path of the Kunlun fleet, as vast amounts of interstellar matter were swept towards the white dwarf, creating a monumental void in the planetary nebula that had dispersed throughout space. Chapter 221. Type Ia supernova explosion. It is well known that a white dwarf is the remnant core of a low-mass star following its evolutionary process, typically comparable in size to a terrestrial planet, not dissimilar to Earth. However, due to its extraordinarily high density, with approximately 10 tons of mass per cubic centimeter, its total mass can reach between 0.6 and 1.3 solar masses. Having ceased nuclear fusion, the white dwarf lacks the fusion energy to resist gravitational collapse. Its stability is maintained solely by the immense electron degeneracy pressure arising from the ultra-dense material within. Electron degeneracy pressure is derived from the Pauli exclusion principle, which essentially states that two indistinguishable particles, in this case, electrons within a white dwarf, cannot occupy the same quantum state simultaneously. Inside a white dwarf, this manifests as the impossibility of two electrons existing within an atom with identical quantum numbers, including the same spatial orientation and spin. Consequently, electrons within the white dwarf must exert tremendous pressure to uphold the atomic structure against collapse. The pressure that electrons can withstand is finite, and thus their capacity to support the atomic nuclei remains limited. Once a white dwarf reaches a certain mass threshold, the electron degeneracy pressure can no longer counteract the gravitational collapse induced by its immense mass, ultimately leading to the catastrophic failure of the stellar body. This upper mass limit was calculated by the renowned astrophysicist Subrahmanyan Chandrasekhar in the early 20th century and is now famously referred to as the Chandrasekhar limit. Through the calculations of Chandrasekhar, it has been determined that the maximum mass of a white dwarf cannot exceed 861,030 kilograms, equivalent to 144 times the mass of the Sun. Should a white dwarf surpass this mass, the internal electron degeneracy pressure will be unable to withstand the inward pressure generated by gravitational collapse. Consequently, its internal structure will be compromised, leading to a rapid collapse. At this juncture, gravitational potential energy will be converted into thermal energy, causing a dramatic increase in core temperature. Under conditions of high pressure and temperature, the substantial carbon content within the white dwarf will reach the threshold necessary for nuclear fusion. Within mere seconds of the onset of carbon fusion, a runaway thermonuclear reaction will occur, releasing an immense amount of energy, thus transforming it into a supernova. This phenomenon is identified as a Type I supernova explosion. Type I supernovae are a prevalent occurrence in the cosmos. In large galaxies, white dwarfs constitute approximately 10 of the total stellar population. Moreover, the majority of stars exist in binary or multiple star systems, which significantly outnumber massive stars. The energy released during this type of supernova can amount to the total energy emitted by a star like the Sun throughout its entire lifespan, exceeding it by factors of billions. Typically, a star akin to the Sun releases around 1034 joules over its 10 billion-year life cycle, whereas a supernova can instantaneously unleash energy reaching up to 1046 joules. Furthermore, due to the extraordinary speed and magnitude of the final explosion, no remnants such as neutron stars or black holes will remain after a Type I supernova. The substantial amounts of heavy elements, such as iron, synthesized in the explosion will be dispersed into the surrounding space. Despite the fact that the scientists at the Informed Civilizations Scientific Detection Station are predominantly experts who have dedicated their lives to the study of stars or nuclear physics, and many have proposed various models of supernova explosions or have directly observed such events, it is still their first experience witnessing a supernova explosion at such close proximity. When the solar system vessel, accompanied by the Kunlun fleet, penetrated the vicinity of the white dwarf star system at 30 times the speed of light, all observers beheld a massive plume of interstellar material, captured from a planetary nebula, trailing behind the enormous fleet. This interstellar matter appeared ensnared by some invisible force, unable to dissipate or escape, akin to being tethered by a rope, as it surged into the heart of the white dwarf star system at an extraordinary velocity. The entire Kunlun fleet showed no signs of deceleration. Logically, at such speed, it should swiftly traverse the interior of the white dwarf star system and emerge on the other side, without the prospect of resupply. Indeed, even the previously captured advanced units of the informed civilization could not retrieve them. However, what left the informed beings utterly astonished, rendering them momentarily speechless, was not only the absence of their own advanced units, but also the inexplicable force that had drawn away their scientific detection station and even the rocky core of the gas giant planet, which surpassed even the size of typical terrestrial planets. The advanced forces of humanity and the informed scientific research station were successfully maneuvered beside the main human fleet. The rocky core of the gas giant seemed to have been propelled outward at high speed, as if kicked, precisely positioning itself between the white dwarf star and the human armada. This phenomenon transcended the scientific understanding of the informed, appearing both supernatural and as if meticulously calculated. Suddenly, the entire universe transformed into a radiant daylight. A supernova had erupted. From a distance, one could observe a vast mass of interstellar material being engulfed by the white dwarf, akin to a collision of two diminutive stars. In mere seconds, a blinding white light illuminated the surrounding cosmos. The gravitational energy contained within the mass, approaching twice that of the Sun, was converted into photons at an astonishing rate of 99, with nearly one transformed into formidable kinetic energy. This energy propelled the material, which would disperse uniformly throughout the cosmic expanse. Simultaneously, a fraction of the energy transformed into neutrinos and various high-energy particles, Nearby stars. If harboring advanced civilizations, would witness within a year or several years the location that once held the white dwarf, now obscured by an intense white halo. As a vast array of interstellar matter expanded outward in a spherical high-velocity dispersal, accompanied by the detection of an immense influx of high-energy particles. The original position of the white dwarf would become a void, while the once massive planetary nebula would accelerate outward under the powerful impetus of the supernova, forming distinctly layered interstellar dust as it mingled with the expelled material from the white dwarf. Meanwhile, the Kunlun fleet, after extensive and precise calculations, utilized the gravitational pull generated by their vacuum zero-point energy engines to slightly nudge the white dwarf, aligning its rotational axis towards the brown dwarf system housing the nearest interstellar network node of the Ropot civilization, located 15 light-years away. Chapter 222. The retaliatory action that shocked the galaxy. Ever since the Ropot civilization issued a bounty on humanity, various civilizations within this star region have exhibited a restless curiosity. After all, the Ropot civilization had dominated this sector for millennia, a venerable Tier 3 civilization whose might could easily obliterate lesser Tier 4 civilizations. Moreover, the Ropot civilization had single-handedly constructed an interstellar communication network in this region, rendering nearly all civilizations reliant on their goodwill for survival and advancement. Consequently, following the issuance of the bounty, many civilizations found themselves intrigued by the circumstances that led humanity to provoke such a formidable power, actively seeking to locate this human civilization within their capabilities. However, these civilizations failed to consider a crucial question. Perhaps some among them did contemplate it, yet it did not sway the ultimate decisions of their societies. If humanity were indeed an easily vanquished civilization, how could the Ropot civilization refrain from annihilating them directly? The issuance of a wanted notice was predicated on the inability of the Ropot civilization to eradicate or capture this human civilization through its own means. Yet, human civilization did not disappoint the other civilizations. Soon, without any external prompting, it proclaimed its presence in this star region, or perhaps even the entire galaxy. In its own manner, a supernova explosion, releasing energy surpassing that of the entire galaxy, was first detected by all civilizations in this star region 15 years later. This was made possible by the deployment of hundreds of real-time communication nodes by the Ropot civilization across a distance of thousands of light-years. Otherwise, some distant civilizations might have taken centuries or even millennia to become aware of such a cataclysmic event. However, the manner in which this knowledge was acquired instilled profound fear across all civilizations. The Ropot civilization's communication node 074 had been stationed in this brown dwarf star system for over 8,000 years, a duration ample for civilizations experiencing technological explosions to evolve from ignorance to levels 1 or 2 of civilization. Yet, this interstellar communication node, existing for over 8 millennia, was able to send out only a brief notification of the sudden detection of the supernova explosion before being utterly obliterated by a powerful gamma-ray burst, all occurring within a span of less than 2 seconds. Naturally, the fleet of the Ropot civilization, already en route to the white dwarf star, was also annihilated by the gamma-ray burst. Simultaneously with the supernova explosion, hundreds of electromagnetic waves encoded in the language of the Ropot civilization abruptly appeared in the surrounding thousands of light-years of space, representing messages randomly transmitted by human civilization through miniature wormhole communication devices. The content was as follows. Due to the Ropot civilization's brazen and unilateral declaration of war against human civilization, the latter now officially categorizes it as an adversarial civilization. Any civilization that engages in trade of information with the Ropot civilization will be regarded as antagonistic by human civilization. Furthermore, the Buddhism civilization, having actively leaked information regarding human civilization, will face retribution from the latter. In 3 years, all civilizations will witness the consequences befalling the Buddhism civilization. It is hoped that other civilizations will take heed and avoid a similar fate. Although the Buddhism civilization was aware of the impending retaliation from human civilization 3 years prior and had mobilized its entire civilization's strength to expand its military might, it remained in the dark regarding the nature of the forthcoming retribution. In truth, all neighboring civilizations connected to the Ropot civilization were observing how this seemingly advanced human civilization, suspected of possessing some form of spatial technology, would retaliate against the Buddhism civilization. The outcome of this retaliation would undoubtedly determine whether these civilizations would follow in the footsteps of the Ropot civilization in pursuing human civilization. The Kunlun fleet, utilizing the gravitational effects generated by its zero-point energy engines, manipulated the rotation axis of the white dwarf star, aligning it with the Ropot civilization's interstellar communication node. while also precisely targeting the Buddhism civilization's home system located 3 light-years away. It is noteworthy that the gamma-ray burst released by the supernova erupted in a fan-like pattern along its rotation axis from its polar extremes, leaving the Buddhism civilization unable to escape its fate. The civilization of the Infamon represents a quintessential carbon-based life form, its home planet bearing a striking resemblance to Earth in certain aspects. While there exist notable differences in atmospheric pressure and composition, the predominant elements remain nitrogen and oxygen. When the gamma rays released by a supernova exploded forth at the speed of light into the atmosphere of the Infamon's home world, it triggered an extraordinarily intense chemical reaction. High-energy excited atoms produced vast quantities of nitrogen oxides, which not only depleted the ozone layer but also obscured sunlight. In an instant, all terrestrial animals, plants, and the plankton of shallow seas within the direct path of the gamma-ray burst were obliterated. Meanwhile, the life forms on the other half of the planet would gradually succumb to oxygen depletion and environmental transformations. This devastation extended beyond land and shallow seas. The deluge of nitrogen compounds dissolved into the waters, yielding immense quantities of nitric acid. All surface water bodies, rivers, lakes, and oceans transformed into hellish realms, where countless aquatic organisms perished in the rapidly acidifying environment. Following this catastrophe came a torrent of high-energy particles and cosmic radiation, as the solar corona of the Infamon sun was swiftly distorted by the colossal energy. Given the proximity to the supernova, a plethora of radioactive isotopes such as Phase 60 and COS 60 would soon follow, rendering the planet akin to one ravaged by nuclear warfare, a lifeless sphere. Perhaps a few unicellular organisms residing in the depths of the Earth or the deep sea, reliant on chemical energy, might endure. Yet the sophisticated ecological system painstakingly evolved over billions of years would undoubtedly face utter annihilation. It can be said that after billions of years of arduous evolution, this civilization, having existed for over 20,000 years, was obliterated in a single night. To this day, civilizations, including the Nopot, have only just realized that the seemingly unheralded supernova was a consequence of humanity's own creation. Possessing space technology and wielding the capacity to unleash supernova explosions as weapons, humanity stands as a formidable force, perhaps straddling the threshold of a true Type 4 civilization or at the pinnacle of a Type 3 civilization. The Nopot civilization must be bewildered. How did they provoke such a powerful civilization? These civilizations remain unaware that the terrifying human civilization they perceive is, in fact, merely a small group of less than 100 million individuals, a civilization that is, in some respects, quite vulnerable to annihilation. However, at this moment, all civilizations are reluctant to entertain the thoughts that once plagued the Infamon civilization. A civilization of unparalleled strength, capable of effortlessly extinguishing ordinary Type 3 civilizations, is not one that these lesser Type 2 and 3 civilizations can afford to provoke. Though the Nopot civilization may possess experience in warfare against Type 4 civilizations and thus feel unafraid of humanity, their own frail civilizations should refrain from entangling themselves in conflicts between such dominant forces, lest they meet a fate as unknowable as that of the Infamon civilization. A retaliatory operation that can only be described as astonishing swept across the entire galaxy with remarkable finesse. The Kunlun fleet, with its formidable strength, instilled fear in the other civilizations that had been incited by the Ropot civilization. Chapter 223, Pursuit and Escape. The Ropot civilization sensed a powerful counterattack from this self-proclaimed human civilization. While many of its vassal civilizations continued to show respect and obedience, the discourse surrounding human civilization had unexpectedly diminished by 2 orders of magnitude. Furthermore, certain civilizations on the fringes of the interstellar communication network were inadvertently reducing their communication frequency, despite no apparent decline in their usage of the network. This led the Ropot civilization to feel a sense of impending crisis. As a premier third-tier civilization that had dominated the surrounding star regions for millennia, this was a troubling sign. It indicated a waning control over this star domain, and signified that human civilization posed a tangible threat to their hegemonic standing. Should human civilization harbor ambitions, following a few victorious conflicts, it could potentially sway some of the vassal civilizations away from their allegiance to the Ropot civilization. This was a consequence the Ropot civilization could not tolerate. Due to its inherent limitations, the Ropot civilization lacked the potential for a technological explosion. They relied on these vassal civilizations as supplementary forces for their research endeavors. Moreover, human civilization had allegedly appropriated the critically important trading commodity, MNT1, which was essential for the Ropot civilization's future development. Indeed, it was deemed the key technology for their advancement to a 4th-tier civilization. As an artificial intelligence-driven life form, devoid of unreliable chemical hormonal responses, This civilization lacked the capacity for anger. Nevertheless, the challenge posed by human civilization was deemed intolerable, having declared war. And despite the adversary's demonstration of formidable power on 2 occasions, the Ropot civilization was not unfamiliar with combat against fourth-tier civilizations. Furthermore, all indications suggested that this human civilization had not yet attained the standards of a fourth-tier civilization. Thus, the Ropot civilization commenced preparations for war. Given the limited number of interstellar real-time communication devices acquired from fourth-tier civilizations, the range of control over 1,000 light-years represented the utmost limit of the Ropot civilization's dominion, which was further compounded by the fact that many stars remained outside their direct control. However, this time, fleets of an unfathomable number emerged from star systems previously devoid of civilization and life, beginning to seize every star within the Ropot civilization's sphere of influence, including the home systems of their vassal civilizations. Since you dare not disclose information about human civilization, I shall take it upon myself. The Ropot civilization initiated a comprehensive encirclement of human civilization. Meanwhile, human civilization found itself considerably more at ease, due to technological limitations. The rocky core of that gaseous planet had not been captured, but simply relied on gravitational leverage to mitigate the damage from supernova explosions to their fleet. However, the Buddhist civilization's scientific exploration station and the Copperwall Brigade were ensnared by the formidable gravitational field and meticulous operations of the vacuum zero-point energy engine. The representatives of the Buddhist civilization, upon witnessing the terrifying prowess of humanity, trembled like frightened quails. They were confronted with a civilization capable of igniting a supernova. A supernova explosion, which releases energy exceeding that of an entire galaxy in an instant. It is not merely the Buddhist civilization that stands helpless. Even the Ropot civilization could not withstand such an onslaught. They observed, with stark clarity, how this fearsome human civilization had inexplicably manipulated a white dwarf to alter its rotational axis towards the interstellar network node of the Ropot civilization and the location of the Buddhist civilization's home planet. There can be no doubt that within a few light years, no civilization in this star region could endure the ferocious assault of such intense gamma-ray bursts. The home planet is doomed, and with it, their civilization and race shall perish in a few years. These individuals may very well be the last remaining Buddhists in the cosmos. The human civilization meticulously repurposed several compartments of the Uranus vessel into a prisoner-of-war camp, relocating these Buddhists there, ensuring that these captives would not possess a spacecraft capable of independent interstellar flight. Following a high-level meeting of the Kunlun fleet, these Buddhists were subjected to human judgment, serving as humanity's first vassal race aboard human vessels for 5 millennia before being granted release. Should they surrender their scientific and technological knowledge, it would serve as a condition for sentence reduction. They would also be allowed to engage in limited theoretical research, with the fruits of such research likewise applicable for sentence alleviation. The encirclement by the Ropot civilization soon yielded some results. The Kunlun fleet encountered 3 subordinate fleets of the Ropot civilization. However, in the absence of any exposure of humanity's true capabilities, these fleets were swiftly annihilated by the Kunlun fleet using gravitational traps. This not only instilled fear in the Buddhists, but also caused considerable distress for the Ropot civilization. Notably, the movements of this human fleet exhibited no discernible pattern. It is important to note that the trajectory of the Kunlun fleet had been meticulously calculated, gradually steering towards the core civilization zone without drawing attention for the time being. Additionally, the Ropot civilization discovered that this human civilization seemingly required no resupply. In the vicinity of the human fleet, no evidence of energy or material collection was discerned, an intelligence of considerable concern for the Ropot civilization. This suggests that humanity likely possesses vast reserves of energy and material. Otherwise, it would be implausible to sustain themselves without resupply after enduring 3 significant conflicts within a century. Nevertheless, the sole piece of good news for the Ropot civilization may be that humanity evidently remains unable to contend with them. This is not due to any intelligence leaks from humanity. Rather, if humanity truly possessed such capabilities, a full-scale war with the Ropot civilization would undoubtedly ensue, particularly given their ability to annihilate a subordinate fleet without revealing their own strength and information. The reason for not taking such action is singular. The strength of human civilization is insufficient to genuinely contend with the formidable Ropot civilization. This holds true for the Kunlun fleet, which finds itself with only a fleeting opportunity to strike decisively against the Ropot civilization, should this chance be missed. With the current state of human electronic information technology, humanity can only watch helplessly as it faces invasion by the Ropot. Once humanity possesses the technology to resist the electronic incursions of the Ropot civilization, the time for a comprehensive counteroffensive will arrive. Thus, over the ensuing centuries, The Kunlun fleet engaged in a game of hide-and-seek amidst the relentless pursuit of the Nopot civilization, all while making its way toward the core of the civilization. To conceal its true intentions, the Kunlun fleet, under the guidance of Chief of Staff Moon and his team, orchestrated several seemingly forced maneuvers toward the interior of the galaxy, thereby obscuring its genuine motives. Chapter 000. Conclusion of Volume 4. This volume was penned at a leisurely pace due to health reasons, resulting in inconsistent updates. However, as the year draws to a close, work becomes increasingly demanding, compounded by my ongoing health struggles. Overall, this installment is somewhat disjointed, narrated from the perspective of human civilization as a whole, lacking the immediacy of a protagonist's viewpoint. As I progressed, it began to feel akin to writing a manual. I am uncertain how readers perceive it, but I found the writing process rather cumbersome. For now, this volume concludes here, with humanity and the Nopot civilization remaining in a precarious balance, unable to overcome one another. The forthcoming volume will embark on the transformative journey of an old friend, heralding the diversification of human civilization. In this new volume, I shall adopt the format of the second volume, portraying the narrative through the individual perspectives of other civilizations. To provide a glimpse, the next installment will depict a world of extraterrestrial civilizations in the aftermath of a nuclear war, embodying a sort of post-apocalyptic aesthetic. I suddenly feel that this approach allows for the exploration of various styles within a single work. Below are responses to some queries posed by previous readers. 1. Regarding white dwarfs and the Nopot civilization's interstellar communication nodes, due to the alignment of the Invo civilization's home planet, I realize I did not clarify adequately. In reality, gamma ray bursts manifest in a conical or fan-shaped explosion. Although the angle is narrow, the affected area is substantial. Thus, the Kunlun fleet merely needs to encompass the Nopot communication nodes and the Invo civilization's home planet within this conical range. It is merely fortuitous that they align in such a manner, otherwise, a dual target would not be feasible. 2. Concerning Type Ia supernovae. A Type Ia supernova occurs when a white dwarf reacquires material exceeding the critical mass, leading to an explosive event, which may subsequently form a neutron star. In this narrative, I opted to depict a scenario where a neutron star does not form, as the resulting explosion would be significantly more potent, serving purely the needs of the plot. The underlying mechanisms remain unclear to me, hence I refrained from elaborating on them in the novel. Regarding the civilization of the Daida, the reason humanity has failed in cloning is depicted within the narrative. The Daida themselves lack a standardized template for humans to reference. Instead, humanity's only guide has been the flawed clones of Noah, which are inherently defective. Furthermore, humanity is devoid of the entire ecological system in which the Daida thrive, particularly lacking detailed information about their evolutionary processes. It could be said that we have little more than a mere sketch. This situation is akin to a child in kindergarten attempting to replicate a drawing of an extraterrestrial spacecraft based solely on imagination, with Earth's scientists compelled to construct it exactly as depicted. While it is conceivable that humanity might create an intelligent life form through self-driven innovation, akin to the creation of the insect civilization by the Baal, the stringent requirement to resurrect Noah without altering the genetic structure presents a formidable challenge. Consequently, humanity can only resort to exhaustive methods, which, quite evidently, is an impossible endeavor. Thus, humanity ultimately faltered. As for the core civilization circle, this will undoubtedly be explored in subsequent plot developments, potentially warranting a separate volume, though it shall be addressed at a later stage. Awaiting humanity's resolution of its own civilizational diversity issues, the topic of civilizational diversity will be elaborated upon in the concluding sections of the next volume, so I must withhold further details for now. Regarding the potential dangers posed to other human civilizational branches, such as the Star Ring and the Science Council, an earlier mention indicated that the Kunlun fleet has issued warnings to them. Humanity possesses considerable intelligence, and I trust they will navigate these perils with their own strategies. After all, the Kunlun fleet has not disclosed the image or genetic samples of humanity, and their vessels have been upgraded, as long as they refrain from self-destruction. The issues concerning humanity should remain manageable. Regarding language, the independent origins of human languages should suffice to circumvent any significant problems, so there is no cause for concern on their behalf. Chapter 224. The filthy star time rewinds to the moment of humanity's initial encounter with the Nopot civilization. Beep. I, Alan, am honored to be part of the Wolf Fong Brigade. After ejecting all personnel from the Wolf Fong, the vessel that carries countless legends of the Kunlun fleet was ignited by Alan, propelling itself at full speed towards the gravitational source of the gravity trap. The gravity trap engineered by humanity essentially mimics a stellar-level gravitational effect, a phenomenon conjured from the creations of a supreme civilization. Despite its immense gravitational force, it primarily consumes energy generated from vacuum zero-point energy, lacking any tangible physical matter. It appears to artificially augment the gravitational pull of a star, yet for the Bail galaxy. This represents a momentous transformation. The battlefield between humanity and the Nopote civilization is situated near the gaseous planet Bail E. Though there exists a distance of over 10 astronomical units from both the inner and outer major planets, the gravitational source, albeit sustained for just over a month, will inevitably impose permanent alterations upon the entire Bail galaxy with the sudden emergence of a stellar-level gravitational source. The orbit of the giant gas planet, Beta E, has inevitably altered, significantly impacting the trajectory of the wandering sphere, which was originally heading straight towards its gravitational core. Under the influence of Beta E, the wandering sphere's path experienced a slight deviation. This minor shift prevented it from directly plunging into the gravitational source. Instead, it accelerated past the vicinity of the core along a tangential route, propelled further by the immense gravitational slingshot effect. For various reasons, the Kunlun fleet failed to detect this phenomenon, which ultimately allowed the wandering sphere to survive and race towards the unknown cosmos at an unprecedented speed. K-type dwarfs, with a mass ranging from 0.5 to 0.8 times that of the Sun and surface temperatures between 3,900 to 5,200 Kelvin, typically have a lifespan of approximately 15 to 45 billion years. Compared to the cooler M-type red dwarfs, they are relatively warmer. And in contrast to G-type stars like the Sun, they are gentler, exhibiting lower radiation levels. Here lies a K-type dwarf of ordinary stature, possessing a mass of merely 0.7 times that of the Sun. With a history spanning 5 billion years, it remains youthful in the context of its potential lifespan of nearly 30 billion years. Human astronomers regard such stars as the most suitable types for carbon-based life forms. Its habitable zone is not as minuscule as that of red dwarfs, which often lead to tidal locking of planets within their zones. Furthermore, flare activity is significantly lower than that of red dwarfs and even G-type stars. The star's orange-yellow luminescence is sufficiently bright to support the existence and evolution of carbon-based organisms. It is surrounded by 2 expansive asteroid belts and a dusty disk, containing 4 large planets that are capable of clearing their orbits and maintaining a spherical shape. The innermost planet is a rocky body that, being too close to the star, has had its atmosphere stripped away by solar winds, resulting in extreme temperatures at its poles. The third planet, a gas giant approximately twice the mass of Jupiter, boasts stunning rings and hosts hundreds of moons. Its orbit lies just beyond the first asteroid belt. The outermost planet is a Neptune-sized gas giant, cooler due to its distance from the star, yet not as frigid as Neptune in our solar system. It features a faint ring and dozens of moons, with the second asteroid belt situated beyond it. The second planet is positioned within the habitable zone and is a rocky world with a mass of about 0.8 times that of Earth. This star, combined with a perfectly situated rocky planet, creates optimal conditions for the survival of carbon-based life. If all goes as anticipated, this planet should be a vibrant blue or green world, teeming with a complex ecosystem. However, the reality is that it is indeed a blue-white sphere, largely due to its extensive ocean covering more than half of its surface. Yet, a layer of grayish cloud shrouds it, reminiscent of a beautiful blue glass bead obscured by a layer of dirt. If one were to employ a detector, one would discover that the layers of clouds are saturated with an abundance of radioactive microdust and black smoke, totaling over 1 billion tons. This dust absorbs sunlight, becoming increasingly heated, which generates upward air currents. Consequently, these particles ascend to the higher reaches of the atmosphere, where, lacking sufficient moisture, they cannot serve as nuclei for rain clouds to form and subsequently return to the ground as precipitation. The dense accumulation of dust obscures the sky, resulting in a significant reduction of stellar radiation reaching the surface. Even during the day, one can only behold a dim, orange-red sky upon the planet's surface. Through the thick haze and clouds, one can discern unmistakable signs of intelligent life on this planet, manifested in the form of vast cities on the landmass that remains uncovered by the ocean and an intricate network of roads connecting them. Some particularly immense cities span several dozen square kilometers. However, they now exist only as ruins. Nearly every major urban center bears the scars of colossal explosions, characterized by craters several hundred meters in diameter and traces of shockwaves extending over tens of kilometers. All indications suggest that this planet once birthed advanced intelligent life, even developing a certain level of technological civilization. Yet, for reasons unknown, this civilization unleashed a global nuclear explosion capable of annihilating itself. The total explosive yield was no less than 10 billion tons of TNT equivalent, and the detonation occurred remarkably recently, within the last 20 years. This is not a vibrant and beautiful planet. For carbon-based life forms, it is a realm rife with deadly radiation, a severely damaged ozone layer, and continuously declining temperatures. A dilapidated spacecraft has intruded into this K-dwarf star system, approaching the planet after traversing its outer dust disk and 2 asteroid belts. This elongated vessel, whose propulsion system has long ceased to function, bears numerous scars that attest to the hardships it has endured. Faint remnants of paint can still be discerned on its hull, and any human observer would surely recognize the inscription Wolf Fong emblazoned upon it. This powerless spacecraft thus plunged into the K-dwarf star system, ultimately colliding with the tainted planet after a series of complex, yet suitable gravitational decelerations. Chapter 225. The Sanctuary with a jarring clang that sends shivers through one's teeth. The iron nail strained to pry open the heavy iron door of the sanctuary. The single-sided folding door, crafted from homogeneous steel plates approximately 15 millimeters thick, is reinforced with a 30 millimeter lead layer to withstand the now considerably weakened nuclear radiation. The iron nail acquired its name due to its frail stature complemented by an oversized head, a consequence of long-term malnutrition, rendering its appearance reminiscent of those slender figures with disproportionately large heads. The sanctuary he occupies is a repurposed air raid shelter from a bygone era, transformed during wartime. Of course, 15 years have elapsed since that cataclysmic nuclear war that nearly obliterated the entire world, and all nations have perished in the wake of the global nuclear conflict. The nuclear cataclysm nearly obliterated all technological creations of civilization on this planet, resulting in the immediate demise of nearly 13% of the population. The remaining survivors, enduring over a decade of radiation and societal collapse, witnessed a staggering 90% of their numbers vanish. In terms of age, Iron Nail was barely an adult. He was just a child when the nuclear war erupted, having distanced themselves from urban areas and, consequently, the epicenter of the explosion. The initial refuge sheltered over 1,000 survivors. However, in the ensuing years, ignorance of the post-nuclear environment led many to succumb to radiation sickness due to prolonged exposure or accidental contact with contaminated goods and food. Subsequently, resource scarcity and internal discord precipitated several violent skirmishes until the victorious faction, laden with supplies and healthy adults, departed in search of a more habitable sanctuary, restoring a semblance of peace. Those left behind were the vanquished, a collective of the elderly, children, and the infirm, abandoned to their fate. With the bulk of resources taken away, they faced not only hunger and injury in a perilous, radiation-laden environment, but also the resurgence of feral beasts and deranged marauders, emerging in the absence of civilization. Despite their shared vulnerability, this common experience forged an unyielding bond among them. The lightly wounded ventured forth to scavenge supplies, the severely injured remained to care for the children. The elderly defended against beasts and intruders, while the children received their utmost protection. Thus, the years passed, and as more succumbed for various reasons, only 7 survivors remained, a group of 6 young adults and a middle-aged man suffering from severe radiation sickness and a lost leg. Recent days of incessant rain had confined them within the shelter. The remaining survivors were acutely aware that the high-altitude, dust-laden, with nuclear radiation precipitated as terrifying radioactive rain. Although over a decade had passed, and the radiation levels in the rain had significantly diminished, rendering occasional exposure less perilous than before, no one dared to venture out in the rain. Given the lack of effective detection equipment and the risk of radiation sickness in a resource-scarce environment. Iron Nail, Uncle Nuke wants you to come back. A girl's voice called out. It was his younger sister from the same shelter, Little Button, 2 years his junior. She was a fairly attractive young girl clad in an oversized jumpsuit, an essential garment in the shelters, offering minimal protection against radiation. Little Button. Uncle York's radiation sickness is quite severe. Without medication, he will suffer excruciatingly. Iron Nail stated gravely, fixing his gaze upon her. Yet, Little Button, breathless from her run to his side, attempted to speak, but Iron Nail had already placed his hands on her shoulders. Little Button, listen to me. Over the years, to protect us, Uncle Nguyen, Aunt Cecilia, and Grandpa Cooper have all passed away. Uncle York fell ill with radiation sickness after months without a replacement. The elders who once cared for and protected us have dwindled down to him alone. Now that we've grown up, it is time for us to assist him. Nail firmly grasped Little Button's shoulders, gazing into her eyes as he continued. Surely, you do not wish for anything to happen to Uncle York? But Uncle York said the outside world is extremely perilous. Not only are there wild beasts roaming, but also those ill-intentioned villains, Little Button replied, her voice diminishing under Nail's steadfast gaze. Do not worry, Little Button. I turned 18 just a few days ago. I am now an adult capable of safeguarding myself and everyone else. Besides, did we not sneak out to play when the adults were preoccupied? Although the outside world is dangerous, as long as we are cautious, we should be fine. Furthermore, the radiation levels outside have significantly decreased. I merely intend to visit the small hospital nearby to see if any tranquilizers were left behind. I shall return in just a few hours. Noticing Little Button's wavering expression, Nail seized the moment to persuade her further. Little Button, in my absence, you will be the big sister. Remember to take good care of Wrench and the others. You know how to explain to Uncle York, don't you? After a moment of hesitation, Little Button bit her lip and replied, I will tell Uncle York that you left just as I reached the door. Nail nodded, gently ruffling her hair, and smiled. I shall return shortly. Do not fret. He then turned and struggled to close the heavy iron door behind him. Just as the door was about to seal shut, Little Button hurriedly called out, Nail, please come back quickly. I am a bit scared. Nail smiled through the gap in the door, nodded earnestly, and firmly shut it with a resounding thud. This shelter was originally an air raid shelter, carved from the stone mountain beside an inconspicuous town in Byron. Over the years, to conceal the entrance, the adults of the shelter had planted numerous shrubs outside the door. As these shrubs grew tall, they effectively obscured the entrance built against the rock wall. While this made entering and exiting the shelter somewhat cumbersome, it ensured that the shelter remained undetected even from a close distance. The rationale behind this was simple. A shelter comprised solely of the frail and infirm would struggle to defend its haven in this apocalyptic world. Although the shelter lacked resources and was far from the resource-rich ruins of cities, it provided a refuge free from external radiation, allowing individuals to recuperate in peace. Many desperate souls might find solace in such a temporary sanctuary. It was not that the inhabitants of the shelter were unwilling to harbor a few individuals. Rather, in such dire times, one could never ascertain the intentions of strangers. In the early days, the sanctuary once sheltered outsiders, only to find that the ungrateful newcomers returned with others, attempting to seize control. In this struggle, the sanctuary sacrificed hundreds of lives to eradicate the threat. Consequently, from that point onward, the inhabitants of the sanctuary ceased to meddle in the affairs of outsiders. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, safeguarding oneself became an unattainable luxury, leaving little room for concern for others. Chapter 226. Hospital 1. With great care, Iron Nail restored the foliage he had disturbed outside the sanctuary's gate before descending the mountain. The sanctuary was situated less than 100 meters from the base of the mountain, but Iron Nail intended to journey to a town hospital several kilometers away. Although such locations, like hospitals and shops, had undoubtedly been pillaged by various passers-by, and multiple times at that, the wisdom passed down from the elders indicated that some resources might still linger in these places. This was not due to any peculiar benevolence from those who came before, but rather a consequence of the intense radiation in earlier years, which severely limited the time individuals could spend outdoors, even clad in cumbersome protective gear. One could not remain outside for long. Otherwise, these precious garments, incapable of further production, would lose their worth due to excessive contamination, rendering them unsuitable for cleaning and reuse. Thus, each expedition to search for supplies was not merely an adventure, but a race against time. Consequently, no exploration team could thoroughly scour a location while clad in heavy protective suits and racing against the clock. It was precisely for this reason that these resource-rich sites would attract any passing group, inevitably leading to encounters with unfamiliar individuals, who in the post-apocalyptic landscape proved to be even more perilous than radiation or wild beasts. The road connecting the town had succumbed to nature's reclamation, overgrown with vegetation due to the lack of maintenance. However, the materials used for road construction were not conducive to plant growth, allowing faint traces of civilization to emerge through the sparse greenery. Although the sanctuary was only about 7 kilometers from the town hospital, the stubborn plants sprouting from the synthetic stone surface significantly hindered Iron Nail's progress. Despite not encountering any ferocious beasts, it took him nearly an hour to reach the vicinity of the hospital. This was a pre-war town hospital, 3 stories high. According to the elders of the sanctuary, there were once 3 hospitals of similar scale in the town, which boasted a considerable population and had even been rumored to be redefined as a city. However, such rumors persisted for over a decade, and ultimately, the town remained a town, never ascending to the status of a city. From the casual conversations of the elders, Iron Nail learned that the town's failure to be reclassified spared it from nuclear devastation, as it seemed that neighboring cities had suffered the wrath of at least one nuclear strike. According to the accounts of those previously sheltered, an industrial base situated 50 kilometers from here has endured 5 consecutive nuclear explosions, rendering it a desolate wasteland characterized by 5 immense craters. Through the casual conversations of the elders and specialized education, a few children, including Tai Ding, have come to understand that this world was not always as it is now. Once, their nation stood as one of the most powerful in the world, boasting hundreds of towering cities and a population in the hundreds of millions. In those days, families were formed, and people lived together in harmony. Parents would venture out to work during the day while children attended school, and in the evenings, They would gather at home to share meals and rest. Tai Ding retains faint memories of his parents and a few fleeting recollections from his school days. Though he was only a child of under 5 at that time, and over a decade has clouded those memories considerably, he shook his head, dismissing such unnecessary sentiments from his mind. His immediate priority was to seek out pain-relieving medication to alleviate Uncle York's suffering. He held no hope of discovering any remedy for radiation sickness. Not only was this merely a rural hospital, which typically did not stock such treatments, but even if it did, the relentless scavenging over the past decade had likely left little behind. As Tai Ding approached the hospital, he stealthily infiltrated a nearby abandoned house. A strategy gleaned from the sacrifices of many elders. When nearing any valuable target, the foremost task is to conceal oneself, for in this apocalyptic world, one cannot fathom how many eyes are fixated on such coveted objectives. Otherwise, one risks becoming a target themselves. Concealed within a derelict building, Tai Ding remained utterly silent, meticulously observing the movements around the hospital. In truth, this town had been so thoroughly scavenged by survivors over the years that it scarcely contained anything of value. Consequently, many survivor enclaves in the vicinity had gradually migrated away, with whispers of distant cities untouched by nuclear devastation, where factories still possessed the capability to produce various goods. After approximately half an hour had elapsed, Tai Ding noted no unusual activity at the hospital entrance aside from a few feral beasts passing by, prompting him to prepare for his entry. These feral beasts were once domesticated animals of medium weight that grew swiftly, serving as a primary source of meat for humans. However, in the wake of the apocalypse, some escaped from their breeding grounds and returned to the wild, undergoing mutations due to radiation, emerging stronger and far more aggressive. While encountering one or two might pose little threat, a group could present considerable challenges even to those armed. Fortunately, the meat of these feral beasts appeared largely unaffected, and many survivors would hunt solitary or small groups of them, making it one of the few sources of fresh meat in this desolate existence. Iron Nail ventured out with but a solitary rifle, fully aware that his quest was not for the thrill of the hunt, but rather for the procurement of medicine. Thus, he spared the lives of the few wild beasts he encountered. It was precisely these creatures that assured him of the absence of others near the hospital, for it is uncommon for anyone to forego the opportunity of fresh meat. To exercise caution, Iron Nail approached the hospital from within the confines of the building, emerging through a side door just in time to swiftly cross the street towards the hospital's main entrance. As he traversed the street, he caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a bookstore across the way, which piqued his curiosity. Despite the loss of their home, the elders at the shelter had steadfastly continued the education of Iron Nail and the others. Some of these elders had been teachers in their former lives and had meticulously curated a curriculum of essential knowledge for the children. Until the age of 15, they collectively received instruction from the elders at the shelter. Upon reaching this milestone, they pursued specialized knowledge under the guidance of those elders with expertise in various fields. While a few children lacked an affinity for learning, compelled by the necessity of survival to study subjects that held little interest, it was evident that they preferred to tinker with weaponry. In contrast, Iron Nail exhibited a remarkable aptitude for learning. He swiftly grasped the knowledge imparted by the elders throughout his upbringing. Even after turning 15 and embarking on the acquisition of specialized skills, he easily comprehended these so-called professional competencies. Consequently, he soon began assisting adults in repairing and modifying various machines within the shelter. By the age of 18, the elders found themselves unable to impart further knowledge to him, and for the subsequent 2 years, much of his education relied on self-study from mechanical manuals and the remnants of specialized texts found within the shelter. Occasionally, when the elders ventured out, they would bring back a few books for him, but given their pressing duties and limited time, they could only gather what they stumbled upon, lacking the capacity for thoughtful selection. Nonetheless, these books became his primary source of leisure. Thus, upon spotting the bookstore, Iron Nail quietly resolved that, should time permit after his visit to the hospital, he would venture inside to scour for a few volumes. He had always harbored a keen interest in computer-related topics. A magazine brought back by an elder had once detailed machines capable of performing various calculations, exclusively employed by large corporations and government entities. This ignited his curiosity, compelling him to understand the workings of such devices. Regrettably, the magazine offered only a cursory overview, leaving him yearning for more information, which he hoped to find within the bookstore. With these thoughts occupying his mind, he stepped through the hospital's entrance. Chapter 227. The Hospital 2. The hospital stood as a 3-story edifice, surrounded by a garden and parking area, which had since transformed into a tangle of thorns and wild grass. Due to the absence of a direct nuclear strike on the small town, there remained a scarcity of transportation within its borders. It is said that many residents, upon receiving the alarm of impending nuclear attack, hastily gathered their families and fled to the countryside or various shelters. However, It appears that the fate of these individuals was quite grim. A global nuclear assault soon erupted, unleashing billions of tons of dust laden with intense radioactive contamination into the atmosphere, which rapidly spread across the globe due to atmospheric currents. Many who sought refuge in distant shelters or rural areas fell victim to excessive radiation, succumbing before they could reach safety. For a period, the hospital seemed deserted, overtaken by an abundance of flourishing weeds and shrubs that spilled from the once meticulously arranged flower beds onto the hardened artificial stone pavement, forming a barrier as tall as one's waist. Iron Nail, clad in a heavy radiation suit, found traversing these obstacles rather inconvenient, yet he had come prepared. He lifted a slightly protruding iron lid on his chest and pressed a button inside, prompting a low hum as two intricately designed metal supports extended from the energy pack on his back, each equipped with rapidly rotating saw blades. This was Iron Nail's own invention, a portable chainsaw, designed for the frequent need to clear obstructive trees and weeds along the paths leading to their shelter at the foot of the mountain. Having honed various specialized skills, Iron Nail endeavored to create a device that was not only easy to carry but also capable of swiftly clearing pathways and providing a degree of self-defense. Powered by a nuclear battery pack situated behind his radiation suit, this chainsaw was engineered to last over 50 years, barring mechanical wear, component aging, and overheating of the drive mechanism. Grasping the handle at the end of the saw with both hands, Iron Nail effortlessly shredded the obstructive weeds and shrubs before him, carving a path wide enough for him to proceed. This entire endeavor took merely a few minutes. Had he relied solely on a knife, it would have taken at least 15. Such efficiency left Iron Nail thoroughly satisfied. After passing through the garden, he inspected the state of the portable chainsaw and, finding it in good condition, stowed it back into the energy pack. Through the damaged entrance of the hospital, he could clearly discern the interior. The lobby, now long abandoned, lay in disarray, shrouded beneath a thick layer of dust. Iron Nail had never set foot in a hospital before. This journey marked his first venture beyond the confines of his sheltered life since reaching adulthood. Nonetheless, the adults at the shelter had imparted their wisdom to him before their demise. Carefully observing the ground for any recent footprints, Iron Nail stepped into the hospital. The once functioning facility now offered only a dim light filtering through the windows and main entrance. The deeper he ventured inside, the darker it became. Accompanied by the echoing footsteps in the desolate lobby, Iron Nail reached up and activated the spotlight above him. Through the thickness of accumulated dust, it was evident that this hospital had been visited by no fewer than 10 groups of individuals scavenging for supplies. Consequently, he harbored little hope of discovering any medicinal items in the pharmacy, storeroom, or operating rooms. Those areas had undoubtedly been frequented time and again, rendering them devoid of value after more than a decade. His objective lay within the inpatient department. For an elderly former nurse had once informed him that medications were typically delivered there daily and subsequently distributed to hospitalized patients. Moreover, it was common practice to maintain a stock of essential drugs for unforeseen circumstances. However, he was uncertain of the location of the inpatient department. Fortunately, the directional signs suspended from the ceiling had not yet completely faded. Guided by these indicators, he was confident that locating the inpatient department was merely a matter of time. With this thought in mind, he raised his hand to check the mechanical timer affixed to his arm. Observing the timer's gears and miniature pendulum in constant motion, he suddenly realized that he had been outside for nearly 2 hours. The outdoor operational limit of his radiation protective suit was merely 5 hours. As it did not entirely shield the body from harmful radiation, it only blocked the majority. Prolonged exposure would not only subject him to radiation levels exceeding safe standards, but the suit itself could also undergo activation effects, causing some materials to transform into radioactive isotopes. Should that occur, the protective suit would lose its reusability. Thus, in this post-apocalyptic world, nearly everyone understood the necessity of ensuring ample time for a return journey, unless absolutely unavoidable. Iron Nail contemplated that his walk to the hospital had taken approximately an hour, thus estimating a similar duration for his return. Consequently, he set a time reminder, programming the mechanism to release the now tense spring and initiate a rapid motion after 4 hours, emitting a subtle vibration to signal that it was time to head back. Following the signs, Iron Nail traversed the lobby and arrived at a staircase, a typical back-and-forth walking stairwell. Ascending to the 3rd floor, the illumination above finally revealed the prominent letters designating the inpatient department. Lowering his gaze to the dust-encrusted floor, he noted a distinct absence of any recent human activity, suggesting that at least the last few groups of scavengers had not ventured here. The dust appeared uniformly settled without any signs of disturbance. Kindling a flicker of hope within him, he pushed aside 2 small carts obstructing the corridor and entered a room that seemed to serve as a 6-bed ward. Although the space was somewhat disheveled, it was evident that those who had departed had done so without haste, leaving little of value behind. Iron Nail rummaged through several cabinets in the corner of the room, uncovering only a metal urinal. Yet, this discovery did not dishearten him, for he was aware that the majority of medications would likely be found at the nurse's station. He exited the room and made his way toward the nurse's station situated at the edge of the building. Such rural hospitals typically lack the capability to treat severe ailments. If Iron Nail sought specific medications for unusual conditions, his chances would be slim. However, for many who cannot afford larger hospitals yet suffer from serious illnesses, these institutions employ a standardized treatment method, painkillers. Thus, if he merely sought analgesics, it would not pose a significant issue. Even if over a decade had elapsed since their expiration, the chemical composition of such medications remains remarkably stable. Provided they are sealed, they can still yield commendable effects even after many years. With a glimmer of hope, Iron Nail pushed open the door to the nurse's station, only to be greeted by a colossal insect nest, resembling a fruit, dangling from the ceiling. This nest was densely populated with the most terrifying and aggressive species of man-eating hornets known to exist in this post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 228. Murder Hornets and Painkillers. Observing the nest, which occupied nearly half the space of the nurse's station, alongside the swarming mass of hornets, a chill coursed up Iron Nail's spine. He quickly switched off the overhead lights, fearful of provoking these deadly creatures. These hornets, a mutation that emerged only after the apocalypse, are untraceable to any original species, yet they undoubtedly rank among the most successful organisms in this new world. These palm-sized creatures are exceptionally fierce, their swarms often numbering in the hundreds to thousands, including a queen and a multitude of male hornets, alongside hundreds of worker hornets. Based on prior experiences in shelters and communications with fellow survivors, it is known that these carnivorous beings actively hunt various life forms within a radius of over 10 kilometers. For an adult like Iron Nail, a solitary hornet, or even a small group poses little threat. However, they never hunt alone when targeting prey larger than themselves. They typically return to their nest to summon numerous brethren for a coordinated assault. The hornets possess sharp and powerful mandibles capable of slicing through thin steel, and their mouths harbor a toxin that induces excruciating pain while impairing mobility. A swarm of such creatures attacking simultaneously would be perilous. There are accounts of a heavily armed survivor squad that, due to their ignorance of these hornets, inadvertently destroyed a large nest while test-firing their weapons. Consequently, they faced the wrath of thousands of hornets, and after being pursued for over 10 kilometers, only 3 out of a team of more than 20 managed to escape. Illustrating the sheer terror of the situation, Iron Nail felt his breath catch in his throat. He dared not exhale, moving cautiously to avoid awakening the seemingly dormant nest of hornets. The Iron Nail swiftly assessed the current situation. In recent years, temperatures have been steadily declining. Uncle York mentioned that this may be attributed to the dust raised by the nuclear war before the apocalypse, which has ascended into the atmosphere, obscuring sunlight. Consequently, the entire planet's temperature is gradually decreasing. The Iron Nail faintly recalled that during his childhood, when he secretly ventured outside the shelter to play, it was around this season. Yet back then, wearing long sleeves and pants sufficed. Now, however, the chill of this season is palpable. Observing the murderous wasps, it was evident that they exhibited the behavior described in books, where social insects rub against one another for warmth in cold climates. During such times, their activity significantly diminishes. This might explain why, despite the noise he made downstairs, no insects emerged to investigate, compounded by the fact that his radiation suit concealed his biological scent from detection. The Iron Nail quietly swallowed and began to retreat slowly. Judging by the size of the nest, it was a moderately sized swarm, numbering not less than 8,000, if not 10,000. Disturbing them would surely lead to his demise, and he had no desire to meet his end on his first venture beyond the shelter. That would be utterly disgraceful. As he took a step back, he halted abruptly, for he had suddenly noticed a scattered array of approximately a dozen white boxes atop the nurse's station. These were square containers made from a material akin to human plastic, adorned with labels that once conveyed information, though time had faded the chemical pigments, leaving only indistinct patches. Yet, the Iron Nail instantly recognized their contents, for he had been caring for Uncle York alongside Button during this period. The packaging of painkillers was all too familiar to him. He stared intently at the boxes of painkillers, estimating there to be around 12, each containing approximately 16 tablets. If he were to ration 2 per day, they could sustain Uncle York for nearly 100 days, though it was unlikely that Uncle York's body could endure for that long. These 12 boxes of painkillers would suffice to ensure Uncle York's final days were free from suffering. He glanced up at the massive hive, teeming with the relentless movement of wasps. Should they become agitated, he could be pierced through his protective suit within minutes, succumbing to excruciating pain as they devoured him alive. Then, his gaze shifted back to the 12 boxes of painkillers, just a few steps away, the echoes of Uncle York's anguished cries resonating in his ears. The Iron Nail was a clever child. He vividly remembered the survival manual of the shelter, which stated that in times of danger, the best course of action is to distance oneself from peril and to avoid unnecessary risks unless it is a matter of life and death. To do otherwise would only lead to meaningless entrapment and danger. In the apocalypse, every individual represents a vital force within the shelter, and the sacrifice of one could diminish the chances of survival for others. He was acutely aware that his best option at present was to exit the hospital swiftly without alerting the swarm of killer bees. Perhaps there was a pharmacy somewhere in the town? Button was merely an adolescent girl, while Wrench and Pliers were still too young. They required the care of an adult. If he were to perish here, they might not even survive to adulthood. Yet, how could he abandon Uncle York? It was Uncle York who had been looking after them since the onset of the apocalypse. He vividly recalled the time he and Button stealthily slipped out of the shelter to frolic on the mountainside, with Uncle York anxiously calling their names across the vast terrain. He remembered the first time he had clandestinely modified the intercom at the shelter's entrance and successfully demonstrated it to the adults, the pride radiating from Uncle York's face. He could never forget how Uncle York ventured out in search of food, despite suffering from severe radiation sickness, dragging back a wasteland beast while gasping for breath. That frail yet towering figure. Damn it, to hell with the pharmacy. There was no pharmacy in this town. He couldn't deceive himself any longer. Thus, Nail crouched low and began to stealthily approach the nurse's station. Holding his breath, it took him nearly 5 minutes to traverse the short distance. He squatted down, minimizing his silhouette as much as possible, moving slowly and silently as he reached for the first box from the table, followed by the second and third. Nail neatly arranged these boxes in the pockets at his waist, not out of compulsion, but to minimize the noise from their clattering. After confirming that all the painkillers were securely stowed, he attempted to rise, half-crouching as he exited the nurse's station. Indeed, the occasional risk was worthwhile, he thought. Relieved that this time had been merely a close call. He had successfully acquired the painkillers, and perhaps he still had time to search the vicinity of the town. Who knew? He might discover other useful supplies. And what about that bookstore at the entrance? Boom! Just as he was about to straighten up at the nurse's station entrance, a deafening explosion erupted. In that instant, Nail didn't even have the time to ponder the source of the blast. He merely watched as the swarm of killer bees within the nurse's station erupted like a river struck by a boulder, their presence filling the space like a torrential downpour. Countless thoughts raced through Nail's mind as he reached the threshold of the nurse's station. Even if he sprinted immediately, he could reach the staircase in about 10 seconds, yet that was clearly unfeasible. The killer bees were flying insects, their speed rivaling that of vehicles. If he began to run now, he would only make it a few steps before being overtaken, and death would be his only destination. In that fleeting moment, he made a resolute decision to remain still. A multitude of killer bees surged out of the broken windows of the nurse's station, while simultaneously, thousands of them were advancing towards the entrance. Strangely, these murderous bees paid no heed to the stationary Iron Nail, instead surging forth from the nurse station and cascading down the corridor and stairs. The Iron Nail secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, many insects possess only dynamic vision. Coupled with the radiation-proof suit that thoroughly masked his biological scent, remaining still allowed the murderous bees to confuse him with his surroundings, rendering it the safest course of action. In that fleeting moment, the Iron Nail calculated that after the explosion, merely seconds had elapsed before a significant portion of the bees had rushed out, leaving approximately 2,000 to 3,000 still swarming around the nest at the nurse station. His gaze shifted towards the hive, where the remaining bees appeared exceedingly agitated. Aside from a few worker bees tirelessly patrolling the rooms, the others crawled restlessly over the nest, seemingly inspecting for any signs of damage. Although he had evaded the initial chaos of the murderous bees, danger still loomed, for the Iron Nail's body remained in a tense, upright position. Maintaining such an awkward stance proved to be an arduous task, causing his muscles to ache painfully. He could scarcely endure it any longer. This state was untenable. The Iron Nail swiftly assessed his predicament. The radiation-proof suit itself was not overly cumbersome, but the energy pack and tools in his backpack added considerable weight. Coupled with the strain of his unnatural posture, he feared that he would soon be unable to control his trembling muscles, plunging himself into peril. He had to take action, at the very least, to alter this uncomfortable position. In a flash, the Iron Nail recalled descriptions of insects from various readings he had perused during his studies. The evolutionary trajectory of insect vision diverges from that of humans. Many insects possess dynamic vision, which refers to the ability to capture, deconstruct, and perceive images of moving targets. While this ability enables a keen awareness of the details of moving objects, insects' dynamic vision suffers from a notable flaw compared to higher animals. They are exceedingly sluggish in perceiving slow-moving or static objects. However, considering that insects do not rely solely on vision for navigation, this is not necessarily a disadvantage, but rather a characteristic of their dynamic vision. Yet, this very trait presented an opportunity for the iron nail. Generally, insects perceive their surroundings through a combination of visual cues, pheromones, and air disturbances. However, ensconced in his radiation-proof suit, he emitted no pheromones detectable by the murderous bees. As long as he moved slowly enough to avoid creating significant disturbances in the air, he could effectively elude their perception. With this realization, the iron nail sprang into action, for time was of the essence. He could hardly sustain this awkward position any longer. Thus, amidst the chaotic swarm of murderous bees, he gradually began to rise, adopting an exceedingly slow posture. As the body straightened, the protagonist, Nail, experienced a significant alleviation of discomfort. The limbs that had initially ached began to recover gradually. He even managed to stealthily inch a few centimeters down the corridor, seemingly unnoticed by the swarm of killer bees. Just as Nail was retreating slowly, feeling a sense of relief within, a sudden sharp crack echoed throughout the expansive third floor of the hospital. It was the sound of a small stick he had accidentally broken while stepping back. Nail instinctively gasped. At that moment, he dared not flee, for the distance he had covered was merely a few centimeters from where he had been, essentially making no significant movement. The killer bees could easily catch up and end his life within mere minutes. Despite the rising panic in his heart, Nail forced himself to remain as still as a statue. At the sound of the broken stick, the swarm of killer bees at the nurse's station surged toward him like boiling water, yet upon reaching the entrance, they found nothing of interest and retreated back to the nurse's station. However, this time, the swarm appeared to have expanded its patrol range, with several worker bees lingering in the corridor. A shiver ran down Nail's spine, a physiological response to the agitation and tension. To avoid a repeat of his earlier mishap of stepping on something while retreating, he resolved to turn slowly and stand sideways, allowing him to observe the situation within the nurse's station as well as the corridor floor. Fortunately, at the end of the corridor, there was a window, albeit dusty from years of neglect, still permitting a fair amount of light to filter through, enabling him to discern the ground below. Thus, he cautiously monitored the movements of the swarm while turning his body with utmost care, fearful of drawing any further attention from the killer bees, particularly as several were patrolling just outside his line of sight. Nail's anxiety began to mount. If this situation persisted, he could not fathom how long it would take for the swarm to settle. By his estimations, he had already spent over 2 hours inside the hospital. Adding the time wasted searching for the inpatient department and the aftermath of the explosion, he realized he had nearly squandered 2.5 hours. At his current pace, escaping the hospital in just over 2 hours was implausible. Even half a day might not suffice. Moreover, in about an hour and a half, his time device would begin to vibrate, sealing his fate. He needed to find an opportunity to extricate himself swiftly from this perilous situation. The stairs would undoubtedly be too slow. He glanced at the patient rooms lining the corridor, contemplating whether slipping into one of those rooms, shutting the door, and quickly leaping out the window might offer him a chance. However, this wooden door could only serve to obstruct the menacing hornets for a mere 10 seconds. In that brief span, he would need to navigate across the room, shatter the window, leap to the ground, and execute evasive maneuvers to deploy his backpack tools, cushioning the impact of his descent, an endeavor that would also require an additional 10 seconds. Given his cumbersome radiation suit, time was not on his side. As he pondered his strategy, he gradually turned his body and head. After several agonizing minutes, he managed to shift his position. With urgency, he glanced towards the corridor, initially oblivious to his surroundings, until his gaze fixated once more on a disconcerting sight. A hornet hovered perilously close to his head, seemingly intrigued by the slowly moving figure before it. Chapter 230, Escape. The sight nearly elicited a scream from him. The hornet remained suspended beside him, its forewings beating rapidly, producing a resonating hum. He could almost perceive the rush of air generated by its fervent wing beats, even through his protective headgear. Strangely, the hornet did not launch an immediate attack, nor did it summon its brethren. Instead, it lingered, as though puzzled by the peculiar, sluggish motion of the object before it. This tense standoff persisted for nearly a minute, during which the hornet appeared to detect no anomaly. It began to drift away, prompting a sigh of relief from him as he quickly glanced towards the nurse's station. To his dismay, the hornet pivoted and approached his headgear once more. He realized that his swift eye movement had caught the hornet's attention. However, his biological essence had not betrayed him, which likely spared him from an immediate assault. Yet, it was evident that the hornet had grown suspicious and would not depart anytime soon. What to do? His mind raced, acutely aware that he was ensnared. With over an hour remaining until the timer activated, he was perilously close to doom. Just as he locked eyes with the hornet, a thunderous explosion reverberated, even more deafening than before. The entire hospital trembled, windows shattering in a cacophony of destruction. The hornet swarm seemed to interpret this colossal sound as a provocation. He heard a surge of buzzing from the nurse's station, as numerous hornets took to the air, their sound erupting and then gradually receding, even causing the hornet near him to turn and retreat towards the station. Now was his moment. Without a second thought, he charged towards the door of the opposite patient room, barely pausing to ascertain whether any patrolling hornets had taken flight. Since earlier, he had meticulously plotted his escape route. Each patient room possessed a window. If he could burst through the door, swiftly close it behind him, and leap through the window with utmost speed, he would find himself at the rear of the nurse's station. Even if the hornets that had already departed needed time to navigate around the hospital, he could gain precious moments, provided he was not pursued by too many. The door to the opposite patient room was not locked, merely ajar, allowing him to easily push it open. He promptly secured it shut behind him, and, in 5 swift steps, reached the window. The glass of the window had evidently shattered in the wake of the recent explosion, scattering shards across the floor. However, this fortuitous event afforded Iron Nail a precious moment to escape while mitigating the associated risks. He could not linger to examine the scene, as the frenzied gnawing at the door announced the imminent arrival of the killer bees, who had already detected his presence. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the windowsill and vaulted out. The inpatient department was situated on the 3rd floor of the hospital, approximately 67 meters above the ground. Undoubtedly, a fall from such a height would result in either death or severe injury for an ordinary individual. Yet, Iron Nail was not one to act irrationally in the face of danger. In midair, he deftly extracted a metal rod-like pin from his backpack. Just half a meter from the ground, the base of his backpack expelled a powerful gust of gas, propelling him upwards momentarily. This surge of force effectively countered the momentum of his descent, allowing Iron Nail to flail his arms in a desperate attempt to maintain balance. Though somewhat disheveled, he landed safely on the ground. This intricate series of maneuvers unfolded in mere seconds. Turning back, he glanced at the window from which he had just leapt. Noting that the killer bees had yet to pursue him, he quickly surveyed his surroundings and determined that he was in what appeared to be the hospital's rear courtyard. Formerly a parking lot, now devoid of vehicles and only adorned with a few resilient weeds sprouting through the cracks in the pavement. Iron Nail swiftly oriented himself and sprinted towards the nearest wall. After running a mere 10 meters, he faintly heard the ominous buzzing of the bees and turned to see a small swarm of them, numbering between 10 and 20, emerging from the very window he had escaped through. With the wall now only 7 or 8 meters away, Iron Nail steeled his resolve and accelerated towards it. He had no intention of remaining here like a statue. The 10 minutes spent frozen in place at the nurse's station had felt like a 1,000-year nightmare. Beyond the wall lay the street, a setting that promised greater complexity than the open parking lot, providing better opportunities for concealment from danger. Iron Nail dashed forward with fervor, reaching the wall within mere strides. He again drew a pin from his backpack, unleashing another gust of air, which he utilized to leap upwards. With a push of his hands, he scaled the 2-meter-high wall. At the moment he vaulted over, he noticed a streak of fire slicing through the sky. Looking up, he beheld a colossal, oppressive metallic object plummeting from above. The clouds above were thick and heavy, resembling a dense curtain obscuring the heavens, while the massive construct pierced through the clouds as if a giant's finger were breaking the surface of a foamy sea. The tremendous body of the object ignited due to friction with the air, glowing red as it descended and began to disintegrate, countless fragments breaking away and hurtling towards the ground at an accelerated pace. It seemed that the 2 thunderous explosions earlier were the result of larger debris striking the earth. Witnessing this scene, Iron Nail's mind momentarily blanked. What on earth was this? However, he quickly recalled that he remained in peril and swiftly adjusted his stance to land securely on the ground outside the wall. Yet, the brief distraction atop the wall had cost him precious seconds, and the swarm behind him drew ever closer. He cast a glance at the house across the street, fearing he would not have time to reach its sanctuary. Nevertheless, he dashed towards a small shop with an open door, his hand instinctively moving to his waist. Soon, he retrieved a tubular iron object and aimed it at the rapidly approaching swarm of killer bees, pulling the trigger. With a resounding blast, a significant portion of the deadly swarm was seemingly shattered into fragments by an unseen force. This iron tube was, in fact, one of the few makeshift shotguns left in the shelter. Following the recent division of the refuge, those who had departed had taken most of the original weaponry. Fortunately, among the remaining elders were a few skilled artisans who had utilized some scrap steel pipes to fabricate rudimentary firearms, albeit of modest power and accuracy. Considering the precision issues and the lack of military training among the populace, these elders had modified the homemade weapons into close-range shotguns, which, despite their limited range of 20 to 30 meters, possessed a wide attack radius due to the iron pellets they were loaded with, thus negating the need for precise aiming at close quarters. While these improvised shotguns were ineffective for long-range assaults, They proved quite useful for dealing with certain beasts at close range. The reason he had not wielded it earlier was primarily due to the fear that the loud gunfire would attract even more killer bees, compounded by the shotgun's slow reloading time, which allowed for only a single shot, making it impractical against a horde of thousands at the nurse station. However, now that he was distanced from the massive nest and faced only a dozen or so bees, it served him well, eliminating nearly half of them in one shot. The remaining bees, sensing the imminent danger, hastily ascended into the sky, providing him the opportunity to slip into the small shop across the street. Chapter 231. Reign of Fire. Iron Nail was acutely aware that these street-side shops typically boasted a rear entrance for staff and goods in addition to the main customer-facing door. Thus, he did not linger within the shop, knowing the killer bees would soon summon reinforcements from the nest, and remaining there would be tantamount to awaiting death. He swiftly made his way to the back of the shop, employing a portable electric saw to breach the locked door before hastily retreating through the alleyway, distancing himself from the hospital. Earlier, while he had been engaged in the sculpture at the hospital, he had contemplated the bookstore situated on the main street, entertaining thoughts of pillaging it. Yet now, he dared not entertain such notions. It was crucial to understand that a swarm of killer bees could travel several kilometers, and once their prey had been exhausted, they would migrate to new nesting grounds. Without a doubt, the town's hospital would remain inaccessible for a considerable time. And who could predict when he might encounter these menacing bees again? A few minutes later, atop a 5-story building at the edge of town, Iron Nail peered through a window from a rooftop compartment, fixated on the object that had erupted with a tremendous explosion, having saved him and was now plummeting from the sky. It appeared elongated, resembling a stout, short rod, with what seemed to be an independent structure attached to its midsection, its form broad at the head and slender at the body, evocative of its namesake, an iron nail. Since breaking through the clouds, this magnificent entity had yet to fully reveal itself. From the knowledge gleaned from books, Iron Nail understood that the typical altitude of clouds ranges between several thousand to 20,000 meters. Judging by mere observation, this colossal object piercing the clouds was undoubtedly an unimaginable behemoth. As Iron Nail gazed upon this disintegrating giant, he silently calculated its size and descent velocity. Although the nature of the object remained a mystery, it was indisputably artificial. If it were to plummet, he felt an irresistible urge to discover its true identity. With its continuous disintegration, smaller fragments began to rain down, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. It became evident that the earlier detonations were caused by these debris striking the ground. Iron Nail remained transfixed by this unprecedented spectacle, reluctant to leave as the object traversed directly above the town, oblivious to how many fragments might fall. Venturing outside only to be struck would be an unfathomable misfortune. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, surpassing all previous blasts, likely shattering every window in the town. He witnessed the enormous structure abruptly fracture, a brilliant fireball erupting from the breach. Iron Nail distinctly observed the iron nail-like object detach from the massive artificial entity. Due to its namesake connection, he found himself particularly fixated on this object, intently estimating its trajectory as it descended. However, as he calculated, his complexion drained. He glanced again at the nail overhead and then followed the estimated trajectory towards the horizon, where a small hill, merely a few hundred meters high and approximately 7 kilometers from the town, loomed. It was the very hill that housed the shelter. A gasp escaped Iron Nail's lips, his heart racing as he repeatedly assessed the situation. There was no mistake. The hill containing the shelter would be struck by this object. Images of his companions, Button, Wrench, Pliers, flashed through his mind, along with Uncle York. He could no longer remain in the room, waiting for the colossal object to completely descend. Though the shelter was constructed deep within the mountain, who could predict whether this entity could penetrate the rocky layers or cause the shelter to collapse? His most cherished individuals resided there. He could not sit idly by. In a frenzy, Iron Nail dashed out of the building, sprinting towards the shelter. Objects began to fall around him. Despite the apparent slow descent of the massive entity, Iron Nail was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion caused by distance. In reality, these fragments fell at an astonishing speed. He even witnessed, mere dozens of meters away, a head-sized object crashed to the ground, instantly creating a vast crater. Certainly, there were many smaller fragments, but they mostly burned away in the air due to friction with the atmosphere, never reaching the ground. It was as if a rain of fire was falling from the sky. A colossal object, split in two, was emitting thick smoke while disintegrating and plummeting further afield. Countless shards descended like rain, ablaze, casting a more vivid crimson hue upon the already gray-red clouds laden with radioactive dust. The entire sky resembled a cauldron of molten iron, pouring down towards the earth, filled with the sounds of explosions and thick smoke, resembling a hellish landscape. Amid this infernal rain of fire, a slender figure was desperately running. Iron Nail had never imagined he could run so swiftly and for so long. Even when fleeing from the murderous bees, he had not run this fast. Through his hood, he felt the wind howling past him, a result of the air displaced by his sprint. He breathed heavily, seeking to replenish his oxygen supply. He even activated the emergency air supply system within his radiation suit. Fresh air surged into his body through his mouth and nose, circulating through his respiratory and cardiovascular systems, nourishing his muscles which were operating at full throttle. He felt soreness throughout his body, a testament to his exertion, with every part signaling to his brain that he was utterly fatigued and needed rest. Yet, his mind urged his feet to keep moving. Before him lay a large pit, created by an object that had previously crashed there. The pit was not deep, and within it lay a glimmering black object, roughly the size of a fist. Iron Nail did not evade the pit. Instead, he stepped in and bent down to retrieve the object. Upon grasping it, he felt its weight and hardness. A type of metal, lighter than anticipated yet harder. Metal. As he continued to run, he glanced up at the sky ahead, where the several hundred-meter-long nail was swiftly descending above him. If that were a solid piece of metal, he immediately shook his head to dispel the dreadful thought. But his body was too weary, his speed began to wane, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. Although he was still running, Iron Nail knew that his pace was barely distinguishable from a brisk walk. He could not return in time. Deep down, he understood that he could not possibly reach the shelter before that nail did to warn everyone of the impending danger. Yet, he could not resist the urge to sprint towards the shelter. A thunderous roar erupted, drowning out the sounds of other debris hitting the ground. The nail plunged at an angle into the mountainside where the shelter was located. Chapter 232. Return to the shelter. No. Iron Nail watched in horror as the over 100-meter-long nail impaled the mountainside where the shelter stood, his eyes wide with despair. With a primal scream, a surge of energy rekindled within him, and he propelled himself forward towards the shelter. What he failed to notice was that, amidst the fiery rain in the distant sky, a craft was soaring towards the location where the colossal man-made object was about to descend. It was an artificial flying apparatus, resembling a biplane adorned with propellers. Should humanity behold it, astonishment would surely ensue at how strikingly similar it is to the propeller-driven aircraft of yore. In fact, if someone were to present a photograph of this contraption to an individual unfamiliar with aviation history, barring those well-versed in the myriad models of historical propeller planes, they would inevitably assume it to be a relic from humanity's past. The aircraft carefully circled within an expanse of airspace untouched by the colossal artificial structure. This region was devoid of fiery rain, rendering it a sanctuary for the plane. ZZ Base, this is Xiang 008. The unidentified flying object has been confirmed to be metallic in composition. I can distinctly see its reflective surface. Estimated coordinates of the impact site, X, 87113, Y, 34321, Z, 00133. Repeat, unidentified flying object confirmed. The pilot aboard the propeller aircraft, while expertly maintaining altitude within the secure airspace, relayed his observations regarding the descending massive artificial object to his superiors. ZZ Base, received. Xiang 008, please prioritize flight safety. Upon confirming the impact location, return immediately. Xiang 008 acknowledges. What on earth is this? Could it possibly be the space satellite claimed by the Li Nation in the past? Impossible. Intelligence reports indicate that both the Li Nation and the United Federation have only launched small satellites, weighing no more than 50 tons. This object is preliminarily assessed to weigh at least over 100,000 tons. It is far beyond the capabilities of the Re-D Aishin civilization. Could it truly be extraterrestrial? Just as the pilot of Xiang 008 engaged in casual banter with the base operator, a commanding voice resonated through their communication channel. ZZ Xiang 008. Please refrain from idle chatter on the public channel and focus on your mission. Alright, this is Xiang 008. Unidentified flying object, estimated impact coordinates, X, 87115, Y, 34317, Z, 00154. Upon hearing this voice, even the notoriously reckless pilot had no choice but to begrudgingly redirect the conversation back to the task at hand, adjusting the estimated impact coordinates of the enormous artificial entity. Boom, boom. Two resounding blasts echoed, signaling the descent of the colossal structure as it finally met the Earth. It landed approximately 30 kilometers from the sanctuary, igniting a violent explosion and sending plumes of dust soaring several kilometers into the sky. The majestic sight of its descent was visible within a 100-kilometer radius, accompanied by the deafening roar of its impact. The memories of those who survived were reminiscent of witnessing a nuclear explosion, and this incident could be likened to the cataclysmic detonations of the past. In more remote areas, Survivors in isolated settlements, having lost all communication with the outside world, believed that a second nuclear war had commenced, retreating into the more secluded woods. Despite the presence of ferocious beasts and mutated creatures in the forest, they deemed nuclear weaponry to be the more terrifying threat. Ha ha ha. As Iron Nail gasped loudly for breath, he dragged his nearly exhausted body to part the bushes ahead. Even the immense noise from the fallen artificial object did not cause him to pause. After more than 40 minutes of frantic running, he finally arrived at the foot of the hill that housed the shelter. At that moment, the hill conveniently obscured the site where the colossal artificial object had plummeted. Yet Iron Nail felt no interest in that location anymore. Upon entering the hill that sheltered them, he could clearly see that the enormous nail appeared to be intact. Embedded in the hillside, judging by its original length, had it not been broken or deformed, it would have surely penetrated the mountain and intruded into the shelter. The only reassuring sight was that the hill seemed to be formed from solid rock, showing no signs of collapse despite enduring the impact of the gigantic nail. Iron Nail could only hope that Uncle York, Button, and the others were safe. Enduring the soreness from excessive exertion, he finally reached the entrance of the shelter. Not even pausing to properly secure the door before locating the hidden latch and pushing it open once more. However, out of caution, he closed the door behind him after entering. Yet, the interior of the shelter caused his initially soothed heart, prompted by the sight of the intact mountain, to become anxious once again. The passage leading to the entrance, which was typically illuminated, was now shrouded in darkness, the lights extinguished. Uncle York, Button, Wrench, Tape Measure, are you there? Upon returning to the shelter, Iron Nail did not immediately remove his radiation suit. Instead, he reopened the fogged visor of his mask, which had become clouded from his heavy breathing, and turned on the light above his head. He walked down the familiar passage of the shelter, calling out for his companions. As Iron Nail advanced, he observed the current state of the shelter. At least for now, it appeared stable, with no signs of imminent collapse, and the air seemed to circulate adequately. However, he dared not feel completely at ease, for the shelter was vast, with a depth nearing 2 kilometers and containing hundreds of rooms of varying sizes. This was merely the exit of the outermost section. He had no knowledge of the conditions deeper within. Uncle York, Button, Iron Nail shouted loudly as he ventured deeper into the shelter. His voice echoed through the corridors, reverberating back from the depths. Despite nearly a minute of calling, there was still no response, intensifying his unease. Guided by memory, he chose to turn left at a fork in the path, which led to their living quarters, while the right side had once been the storage area for supplies. However, following the upheaval, that space had been completely emptied. After nearly a minute of walking, Iron Nail came to a halt. For before him lay a passageway obstructed by a black metallic wall, which had previously been open. Undoubtedly, this metal barrier was the enormous spike driven into the mountainside. Chapter 233, Finding Everyone. Uncle York, Button, Iron Nail called out, striking the metallic wall with fervor, yet met with silence. A rising sense of panic enveloped him as he began to feel around the perimeter of the wall, searching for any seams. Indeed, in the lower right corner of the wall, he discovered a narrow fissure, scarcely wider than a human head, likely formed from the pressure of the metal spike embedded in the mountain. Hastily, he shouted into the crevice several times, but still received no reply. Resolute, he decided he could no longer wait idly. Pressing a button on his chest, a portable chainsaw emerged from his backpack. He endeavored to cut through the surrounding rock, dedicating nearly an hour to carve out a narrow gap sufficient for a single person to squeeze through. The chainsaw's blade was prone to breaking under uneven pressure while cutting stone, yet fortune favored him as the rock had already begun to crack, allowing him to simply open the fissures. His careful approach enabled him to breach the passageway within the hour. Gazing at the slender opening before him, Iron Nail removed his radiation suit, for its bulky nature would impede his passage through this makeshift route. However, he did not discard the suit. Instead, he rolled it up and dragged it along, knowing many of its components might prove invaluable deeper within. Crawling through the narrow gap, Iron Nail emerged into the interior of the sealed shelter. He donned his radiation suit once more, facilitating the use of tools from his backpack and the overhead light. Button, Uncle York, he called out loudly as he ventured further inside. He noted that the air within the shelter remained untainted despite the obstruction, indicating that the shelter's ventilation system had not been compromised. The ventilation system, composed of various slender ducts forming an air circulation matrix, relied solely on the principle of air convection, requiring no external energy. Though there had been risks of nuclear radiation infiltrating earlier, the overall reduction of external radiation levels had rendered such concerns nearly obsolete. As unease surged within him without any response from his companions, Iron Nail felt that it was highly improbable for them to be completely unresponsive. Just ahead lay the area where they typically resided, prompting him to quicken his pace. With a resounding thud, Iron Nail pushed open the door to Uncle York's lounge, only to be met with a scene that was far from what he had envisioned, leaving him both amused and bewildered. In the dimly lit room, a small fire flickered, and there sat Uncle York, Button, Wrench, Tape Measure, and the others, gathered together, partaking in some sort of meal. These items appeared to have been scorched by fire, and everyone was left with blackened mouths. A boy, seemingly not very tall, yet quite robust, held food in one hand while the other reached for a wrench lying at his feet. Startled by the sudden intrusion of Iron Nail, he was indeed the wrench. Iron Nail hurriedly lifted his visor, his voice brimming with excitement. "What are you all doing? Why are you not responding to me?" As he removed his visor, he was met with the pungent aroma of machine oil, clearly indicating that the fire had been ignited using it. "What did you say?" Upon seeing Iron Nail's face, the wrench felt a wave of relief wash over him, casually discarding the wrench in his hand to resume his meal, loudly inquiring, "What is going on with you?" Iron Nail was somewhat bewildered. "Huh, speak louder. Just now, something crashed into the shelter, shaking everyone's heads, and even now my ears are ringing," the wrench exclaimed, chewing his food with a volume that nearly resembled a shout. Iron Nail looked at his soot-covered companions, momentarily rendered speechless. His gaze swept across each familiar face: the wrench, the button, the tape measure, the hammer, the rubber band, and little Screw, Uncle York among them, all present. A significant weight lifted from Iron Nail's heart, allowing him to finally feel the ache in his body. He had not had a moment's rest since fleeing from the man-eating bees, and now that he could relax, he realized he was utterly exhausted. The group helped him to sit down, and it was then he learned that during this outing, he had encountered a perilous swarm of killer bees and had returned with the urgently needed painkillers for Uncle York, snatched from the jaws of danger beneath their hive. At this, Iron Nail swiftly propped himself up, retrieving the painkillers from his backpack and handing them to Uncle York, who was a middle-aged man. Though his name evoked an image of a burly figure adorned with a thick beard, in reality, he was quite frail. With the shelter nearly devoid of food and his responsibility to care for several underage children, years of toil had rendered him nearly incapacitated. He was disheveled, his body wrapped in bandages, some of which oozed yellow pus, a result of radiation sickness causing his skin to ulcerate. He had intended to give Iron Nail a stern lecture about the dangers of recklessly venturing out alone in this post-apocalyptic world, filled with mutated beasts, traps set by other survivors, and treacherous human hearts. How a young man like Iron Nail could easily lose his life with just a moment's inattention. However, seeing Iron Nail's weary demeanor and glancing at the painkillers in his hand, Uncle York opened his mouth, but refrained from imparting his wisdom. Instead, he cautiously tore open the packaging, swallowed a painkiller, and leaned against the wall, gently closing his eyes as he listened to Iron Nail recount his harrowing adventure. This was Iron Nail's first solo expedition. Though fatigued, he spoke animatedly about his experiences, particularly the astonishing sight of an enormous man-made object plummeting from the sky. It was then that everyone began to understand the cause of the earlier tremors and the cacophony that had shaken the shelter. Initially, the group had remained sheltered, oblivious to the outside world. Just as mealtime approached, the remnants of root vegetables that Uncle York had unearthed despite his illness were to be prepared for roasting and sharing. However, as soon as the food was gathered, a cacophony erupted from outside. The children, inexperienced and curious, found the noise peculiar but did not feel alarmed. Uncle York, on the other hand, recognized the unmistakable sound of an explosion. With concern for the Iron Nail who had ventured out, he loudly called for the children to gather in one room. Just as they huddled together, he had not yet articulated the dangers before the entire shelter trembled as if the very earth were collapsing. A deafening roar echoed throughout, with countless stones fracturing and raining down from the walls and ceiling. This tumult persisted for over 10 minutes, rendering everyone temporarily deafened, a condition from which their hearing had yet to fully recover. Chapter 234. Exploration. After listening to the accounts of the Iron Nail's perilous excursion, excitement enveloped everyone. They encircled him, chattering incessantly, particularly the Wrench and Tape Measure, who were on the cusp of adulthood themselves, Wrench being merely 10 months younger than the Iron Nail, and Tape Measure just over a year his junior. The prospect of escaping their confined shelter for adventures in the outside world invigorated them, almost wishing they were the protagonists of the tale. Only Uncle York remained silent, his experienced mind contemplating matters far beyond the children's understanding. After consuming the pain relief provided by the Iron Nail, his own discomfort had significantly diminished, allowing him to focus on previously overlooked considerations. Soon, Uncle York organized his thoughts and halted the incessant inquiries of the other children surrounding the Iron Nail. He meticulously questioned the Iron Nail about his experiences, particularly the phenomena of the man-made objects that had fallen from the sky. After a thorough recounting, Uncle York fell into a deep silence before addressing the Iron Nail. "Come, Let us investigate what this object from the heavens truly is. Upon returning and finding everyone unscathed, the Iron Nail felt a sense of relief. Though it was only when Uncle York probed into the details of the skyfall that he began to ponder the potential ramifications for their future. In truth, the astute Iron Nail had begun to grasp Uncle York's intentions. Such a colossal man-made object descending from the sky would undoubtedly pique the interest of any surviving factions nearby, who would seek to explore and collect these artifacts. The priority would naturally be the largest fragments. And the Iron Nail vividly recalled that the largest structure had split into two pieces, with the remaining significant shard likely being the one embedded within their shelter. Thus, they must seize the opportunity to inspect this curious object before others arrive, assessing whether it holds utility or poses a threat. However, it is almost certain that, regardless of its danger or immense value, they may ultimately be compelled to abandon their long-standing sanctuary to evade the throng of explorers that will inevitably follow. Having pondered these intricate connections and heeding Uncle York's advice, Iron Nail exhibited no hesitation, leading everyone back to the colossal artifact that had initially obstructed his path and embedded itself within the sanctuary. This iron nail-shaped construct was angled into the shelter, and the iron wall they encountered upon Iron Nail's return was indeed part of its exterior. The group attempted various methods to breach it, employing tools such as chainsaws and axes, as well as the scant welding torch remaining in the sanctuary, yet to no avail. Consequently, they were compelled to split up, searching inward and outward along the direction in which the artifact was embedded, hoping to discover any openings that might allow entry or exit. Iron Nail distributed several communication devices, which he had ingeniously modified to be powered by nuclear batteries, enabling a communication range of several kilometers in open areas. Although signal interference from the mountain walls would hinder communication within the sanctuary, Iron Nail had installed signal relays at numerous turns and corners, ensuring unobstructed use. As the group dispersed to investigate, Iron Nail swiftly received a message from Wrench, who had spotted a circular window resembling an entrance atop the artificial structure. Miraculously, this entry point appeared to have sustained damage, yielding a two-person wide gap due to impact or compression. While slightly vexed by Wrench's unauthorized venture outside the sanctuary, Iron Nail refrained from reprimanding him, recognizing that Wrench was approaching adulthood and occasional excursions were not overly problematic. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether they could continue residing in the sanctuary. Thus, aside from Button, who stayed behind to care for the immobile Uncle York, the other boys hurried toward Wrench's location. Upon arrival, Iron Nail realized the perilous position Wrench had ventured into. It is worth noting that the iron nail-shaped structure, which plunged from a great height into the mountainside, had embedded itself less than one-third of the way in at the front, while the entrance Wrench discovered was located two-thirds of the way back, nearly half exposed to the outside. Furthermore, this entrance was not situated directly above, but rather on the side of the structure. Despite Iron Nail's newfound awareness, he cautioned Wrench about the dangers of his actions. However, Wrench's nonchalant demeanor indicated he had likely disregarded the warning. Aware that further admonishment would be futile, Iron Nail swiftly assessed the surrounding circumstances. This artificial structure resembles a near cylindrical shape, although its diameter appears quite broad, allowing several individuals to walk side by side from the space above. The entrance is positioned on its side. Its exterior offers scarcely any protrusions for securing oneself, and attempting to climb towards the side poses a significant risk of slipping and falling from nearly 100 meters above ground, a fall that would undoubtedly result in fatality. Iron Nail surveyed the surroundings and deduced that the surface of this structure was not initially as smooth as it appears now. Numerous traces of protrusions were visible, yet it was evident that during the descent from a great height, these features had either shattered upon impact or been incinerated due to atmospheric friction, rendering them ineffective for securing purposes. Ultimately, it was the tape measure, accompanied by two younger children, who returned to the shelter, retrieving several large bundles of rope. With considerable effort, they connected the ropes to encircle the artificial structure, thus crafting a makeshift safety line. Through the length of the rope, Iron Nail was able to estimate the approximate diameter of the structure to be around 70 meters, suggesting a substantial internal space. With the safety line secured, Iron Nail and Wrench approached the entrance. As Wrench had previously described through the communicator, it was a circular opening, approximately 3 meters in diameter. Reflecting on its position, Iron Nail surmised that this was likely the point of connection to the main body of the structure. Delving deeper, they encountered a heavy metal door, standing at about half their height. However, due to impact or the immense force of separation from the main structure, the door was evidently distorted, with a large tear allowing two individuals to pass side by side. Iron Nail instructed Tape Measure to keep a watchful eye on the remaining children before he and Wrench attempted to squeeze through the metal door. Chapter 235. Exploration 2. At the circular entrance, Iron Nail scrutinized the torn heavy metal door. Both he and Wrench had donned radiation suits. While the suits provided minimal physical protection, they offered a semblance of safety. Wrench, in contrast to Iron Nail's cautious demeanor, was a nearly adult male. Slightly shorter due to long-term malnutrition, yet robust in build. He examined the door's edges and struck the jagged metal with his large wrench. Surprisingly, rather than bending the protruding edges, the wrench bore several scratches, leading him to exclaim, "Iron Nail, the materials used here are remarkably sturdy." Upon hearing this, Iron Nail gently tapped the door's jagged edge and discovered it to be several dozen centimeters thick and solid, nodding in agreement. It was noteworthy that, while the shelter's door was also substantial, it was merely a lead-lined iron door. The metal used for this door was evidently harder than steel, having withstood a fall from 10,000 meters without complete destruction, illustrating its formidable strength. After a moment of observation, realizing that nothing could be discerned from the exterior, Iron Nail turned to Wrench and said, "Let us proceed inside." Wrench promptly responded with excitement, "I'll go first." Without waiting for Iron Nail to respond, he immediately burrowed into the jagged opening of the metallic door. Observing this, Iron Nail shook his head, offering a few cautious reminders before following suit into the metallic realm. Outside remained 3 children. After some contemplation, Tape Measure decided that, given their precarious situation suspended in midair, it would be prudent to send the 2 younger siblings back to the shelter for safety. After all, Uncle York required care, and Button, being a girl of slight strength, would find it challenging to prepare dinner for everyone with the encroaching twilight. It seemed the wisest course of action to have her 2 brothers return to assist, while he stayed behind to support the 2 who had ventured inside. Through the communicator, Uncle York learned of Iron Nail and Wrench's entrance into the colossal extraterrestrial structure. He sighed and lamented, "Alas, if it weren't for this wretched body of mine, I would never have allowed them to take such risks." However, Button, who had previously been burdened with worry, was now busily retrieving provisions from their supplies, offering reassurance. "Uncle York, we have all grown up, and certain matters must be faced by us. You need not fret." Upon hearing her words, though he still felt a twinge of guilt, Uncle York could not help but agree inwardly. The children had indeed matured. He could no longer shield them as he once did. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were countless experiences and dangers they needed to confront to truly comprehend their reality. He recognized that his radiation sickness had progressed severely, and he likely had only a few months left. Having become accustomed to life and death, he harbored many regrets. Yet the thought of the children having grown and being able to care for themselves fulfilled the wishes of the other old-timers in the shelter. Thus, even though he could not exert much strength now, he could at least contemplate the path ahead for the children. With this thought, he strained to prop himself up against the wall, beginning to ponder quietly. The interior of this alien structure was far more expansive than Iron Nail and Wrench had anticipated. It comprised 2 parallel corridors interlinked by numerous compartments of varying sizes. Iron Nail observed closely, noting the intriguing spatial design. From any angle, up, down, or sideways, it appeared to facilitate easy movement. It was noteworthy that, from the perspective of the circular entrance, the structure was supposed to be inclined at a certain angle. Imagine entering any building on an incline. One would quickly find that the design inside would severely obstruct movement. For instance, chairs fixed to the ground would block the way, and non-load-bearing ceiling fixtures might be inadvertently trampled. Yet, within this space, such obstructions were absent. Since entering, he had not felt any disorientation, as if the structure had fortuitously landed with its base down, despite its evident tilt. Scattered throughout the compartments and corridors were numerous items, and from the moment they entered, Iron Nail and Wrench had noticed the plethora of fragmented components strewn across the ground. Iron Nail took special notice and discovered that these fragments seemed to be remnants of small machinery that had shattered, along with some polymer materials resembling medicine boxes mixed in. However, due to the thoroughness of the destruction and the scattered debris covering the entire floor, the likelihood of reassembling anything was nearly non-existent. In fact, more than 10 minutes had passed since their entry, and they had yet to encounter a single valuable item that was even slightly intact. "Iron Nail, what on earth is this?" Wrench inquired while scanning the area under the overhead light. "I'm not quite sure," Iron Nail replied as he continued forward. After a brief pause, he elaborated, "It appears to have fallen from above the clouds, resembling the kinds of vehicles adults used to describe that carried nuclear bombs." He hesitated again, subsequently correcting himself. "Well, that would be called a rocket, but this is certainly not that kind of vehicle. I remember Teacher Warren once said that a rocket is a slender craft that carries its own propellant without relying on air, utilizing combustion to expel the reaction products at high velocity, thereby generating tremendous kinetic energy. Most of its internal space is reserved for propellant." He surveyed the surroundings and continued, "Clearly, this object contains far too many disorganized items within, indicating it is not designed to store propellant. Moreover, It was originally suspended from a larger structure. Larger structure? Wrench exclaimed, kicking aside a pile of debris obstructing their path. This thing is already quite large. How massive must the structure be to support it? Iron Nail followed behind, reflecting as he traversed the path that Wrench had cleared. I estimate its length is close to 100 meters. In reference to its size, that larger structure must be at least 10 times bigger. I recall Teacher Warren mentioning that before the apocalypse, we were already capable of using rockets to launch instruments into space. There was even a nation called the United Nations that had sent people up there. Do you think it could be something like that? Wrench asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. That is indeed a possibility, Iron Nail responded. I remember that crude spacecraft broke through the atmosphere and orbited around the Radii star. Teacher Warren had expressed that if it weren't for the coming of the apocalypse, we, the people of Radii, might have already entered the cosmic age. Before he could finish his reflection, Wrench suddenly accelerated, seemingly having discovered something, and shouted, "Look! What is this?" Chapter 236. The peculiar machinery. Wrench dashed into a large room at the end of the passage, where two corridors converged. At the far end of the room, across from the corridor, were two additional passageways leading backward. As they walked, Iron Nail noticed that there appeared to be a large compartment every 20 meters or so between the two corridors and the numerous cubicles. This was the second one. Based on the overall length of this object, there should be one or two more. Unlike the previous compartment that was left with mere remnants, this spacious enclosure, perhaps due to its central location, appeared to be remarkably well preserved. The interior of the compartment was cylindrical and under the illumination of a spotlight from above. Iron Nail could distinctly observe that the walls were adorned with structures resembling seats, protruding halfway from the surface. As he gazed around at these suspiciously chair-like devices encircling the room, a sudden realization dawned upon him. This must be an artificial spacecraft. He vividly recalled that Professor Warren had mentioned the absence of gravity in space, which caused all non-fixed objects to float within the spacecraft. It was no wonder that the interior space of this vessel was designed to be unobstructed from any angle of approach. In the absence of gravity, one loses the sense of up, down, left, and right, and such a design would facilitate movement in a disorienting environment. However, what astonished Wrench was not the seats, but rather a metallic arm extending from the wall. It was aptly named a metal arm because Iron Nail could clearly discern that it was a segmented metallic appendage, connected by three joints, embedded within the wall, with a portion protruding outward. To Iron Nail, it resembled a four-legged mechanical creature akin to a wasteland beast. As he approached, he noticed that three identical metallic arms were coiled beneath its body. The wall appeared to be ingeniously designed to open and close, likely intended to retract the mechanical arms back into the wall when not in use, thus expanding the room space. Perhaps during the fall, a section of the wall had slid aside due to violent vibrations, allowing the mechanical creature to extend its arm. In his excitement, Wrench attempted to drag it out while exclaiming, "We've been in here forever. Finally, we found something intact." Before Iron Nail could caution him against tampering with the unfamiliar machinery, he had already pulled the mechanical entity out. Just as Wrench had a moment to observe his discovery, Iron Nail gripped the backpack of his protective suit, pulling him back a step. "Be careful." Iron Nail's voice came from behind, and immediately, Wrench felt a strong force tugging him backward as a figure positioned itself in front of him. Under normal circumstances, Wrench's boisterous nature would have led him to grumble at Iron Nail's sudden action. However, in that moment, he remained silent. Having also heard unusual sounds emanating from the mechanical entity he had unearthed. A series of beeping noises followed by an odd sound arose, and then, as if animated, the machine extended its coiled arms, supporting itself to stand upright. At this sight, Wrench could distinctly sense Iron Nail's body tense in front of him, and he suddenly realized the perilous nature of his actions. He was inside an unknown metallic construct, had discovered an unfamiliar machine, and had inadvertently activated it. Who could guarantee that this entity posed no danger? As the mechanical entity rose, a small apparatus extruded from one end of its body, casting a verdant luminescence that illuminated the entire chamber before directing its gaze towards the two individuals. In truth, the machine bore no discernible front or rear. However, both individuals distinctly sensed that the side facing them was indeed its head. The entity incessantly swept the duo with its green light. The Wrench, growing impatient, tightened his grip on the sizable tool, poised to strike preemptively before the machine could act. Yet, the Iron Nail, resting upon his shoulder, seemed to sense the tension in his frame and firmly pressed down, clearly dissuading any rash actions. After a span of more than 10 seconds, just as the Wrench resolved to act without regard for caution, the machine pivoted its body and took a couple of steps towards the wall from which it had emerged. The two then observed a mechanical arm extend from its back, a design far more intricate than its four supporting limbs. This arm deftly prodded several inconspicuous holes in the wall before pausing for a few moments and then proceeded to push open a metal door panel that had previously concealed a sliding entryway. In an instant, the iron nail and the wrench beheld yet another identical mechanical entity within. The first machine swiftly activated this newly discovered counterpart, and the two began to scan the room anew, resuming their prior operations. Within mere minutes, over 20 machines had been activated throughout the expansive compartment, continuously emerging from the walls and bringing forth even more constructs. Among them were the four-legged type that the wrench had encountered, alongside another variant with treads, and even a more agile eight-legged model. Fortunately, none of them exhibited any hostile intent towards the two men. The iron nail noted that once the count exceeded 20, the machines divided into two factions. One continued to activate other dormant units, while the other commenced a thorough cleansing of the entire room. Their efficiency was remarkable, and soon all the machines stored within the chamber had been brought to life, totaling around 60, with 4 seemingly failing to activate due to malfunctions. This conclusion was drawn as the iron nail observed that no further machines sought to locate and awaken new counterparts. Instead, they collectively engaged in a grand tidying effort. Moreover, these machines appeared to harbor no malice towards the two men. As they cleared debris from the floor, they skillfully avoided contact with their feet, deftly collecting the refuse beneath them. The iron nail stood in awe at the unfolding spectacle, while the wrench, still somewhat bewildered, failed to grasp the astonishing technological prowess embodied by these machines. Having been educated by retired university professors within the shelter, the iron nail and his companions were not lacking in knowledge. Indeed, in certain academic realms, they could be deemed no less competent than those who had attended university prior to the apocalypse. Especially for a clever child like Iron Nail, several professors unanimously regard him as a genius. Although constrained by the conditions of the shelter, Iron Nail has not received a complete and systematic education. Nevertheless, he undoubtedly possesses remarkable talent in disciplines such as mechanics, physics, and mathematics. While he may not be at the pinnacle of academia compared to those professors, even before the apocalypse, his understanding in these fields would not pale in comparison to those who have diligently studied for over a decade. Thus, while Wrench may merely be curious about these machines, Iron Nail comprehends fully that, given the technology of Radiant Star, these mechanical entities are akin to those from science fiction. He is acutely aware that, even prior to the apocalypse, the foremost nations could not have produced such agile and powerful mechanical creations. Consequently, a singular question reverberates in his mind: who indeed is responsible for the creation of these marvels? Chapter 237. Nuclear Battery. These peculiar autonomous machines moved with remarkable swiftness, efficiently clearing the refuse from the expansive compartment. The debris was meticulously sorted and piled in the center of the floor, seemingly categorized by material rather than function. Upon reflection, this classification made sense, as the fragments no longer possessed functional utility. Once the sorting was completed, the automated machines commenced attempts to repair the seats that had popped halfway and become stuck. Iron Nail subtly shifted his position, noticing that the machines appeared indifferent to their presence, leading him to guide Wrench towards the 4 dormant, autonomous machines. In their path, they inadvertently obstructed several machines. Yet these automated entities swiftly navigated around them, continuing their tasks undeterred. Among the 4 non-responsive machines, 3 seemed to have sustained damage from significant impacts, while 1 appeared intact. Iron Nail beckoned Wrench to examine the seemingly unscathed but inoperative machine. Although Wrench had always favored play over study, the strict education enforced by the adults in the shelter had rendered him proficient in basic mechanical repairs. Many of Iron Nail's homemade tools had been crafted with Wrench's assistance, so disassembling and assembling machinery was not unfamiliar territory for Iron Nail. However, despite their upbringing amid mechanical components, they felt an overwhelming hesitance in approaching this particular autonomous machine. Its intricacy was daunting. Iron Nail discerned as many as 16 different types and sizes of screws on the device, not to mention the hidden clasps, adhesion points, welding spots, and various intricately connected moving parts that were not immediately visible. Due to their respective roles, the Iron Nail and the Wrench typically carried various disassembly tools at their waists. However, upon inspection, they discovered that most were rendered unusable, with only a triangular file, intended for smoothing metal edges, being barely suitable for turning a specific type of screw. Even so, it was utterly impossible to dismantle the machine. Reflecting on the earlier activation of the first quadrupedal automaton, the Iron Nail recalled that he had found a sliding hatch on the machine's back. After manipulating it, he uncovered what appeared to be a control panel featuring a smooth glass surface and several buttons. He pressed a few at random, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the wrench circled the automaton twice, also failing to identify a means of engagement. However, he was not without wit. Noticing the Iron Nail had opened the rear sliding hatch, he scrutinized it closely and observed a raised horizontal groove that likely facilitated the hatch's movement. He then searched the mechanical body for a similar structure. Before long, he indeed found a matching raised groove on the abdomen of the automaton. Learning from his earlier indiscriminate fiddling, he quickly beckoned the iron nail to join him in examining it. Together, they exerted effort to flip the machine over and cautiously slid the hatch open, revealing two protruding clasps securing a cylindrical component the size of a small leg. They deftly manipulated the clasps and removed the cylinder. As soon as it was detached, the iron nail's backpack emitted a series of rapid clicks, startling both of them. Although the vast chamber was filled with the sounds of numerous automatons at work, this particular noise stood out distinctly. The iron nail anxiously glanced around at the other machines repairing seats, while the wrench, startled, jumped and gripped his large wrench with both hands, warily eyeing the industrious automatons. However, the automatons paid them no heed. Only a few tracked vehicles resumed emitting green light scans towards them, seemingly confirming their lack of hostile behavior before losing interest. The iron nail exhaled softly in relief. But his vigilance returned swiftly, for the clicking sound originated from the radiation meter in his backpack, indicating that the cylinder was emitting radiation. The radiation meter was a detection device designed based on the ionization of gas by radiation. Certain rare gases exhibit ionization effects under radiation, resulting in a discharge effect. Amplifying the electrical signals generated by this ionization effect would allow one to ascertain the ambient radiation levels. Naturally, the iron nail could not produce such a complex device himself. However, the shelter had been constructed to withstand nuclear warfare and was thus equipped with such apparatus. Unfortunately, the better radiation meters had been taken by a previous group, leaving only a few malfunctioning ones. Fortunately, after perusing the manuals, the iron nail managed to repair several, albeit with the limitations of his conditions rendering them incapable of precise measurements. Nevertheless, they could at least provide a preliminary assessment of the surrounding radiation intensity through their audible alerts. Due to the intensity of the radiation, the measuring device generates high-frequency pulsed current signals, resulting in a cacophony of sound emanating from the buzzer, which intensifies in volume with the increasing radiation strength. Upon attentively listening to the sounds emitted by the radiation detector, Teeding discerned that the radiation from the cylindrical object was likely not potent, remaining within the tolerable limits for human exposure, and even weaker than many natural radiation sources in the environment. This realization brought Teeding a sense of relief. It was crucial to acknowledge that radiation protective clothing is not infallible. It can only shield against a certain degree of radiation. Its efficacy diminishes significantly against highly penetrating rays such as X-rays and gamma rays. Otherwise, Uncle York and other adults would not have been susceptible to radiation sickness after frequent wear of such attire. This must be a nuclear battery, Teeding concluded swiftly after examining the cylindrical object for a while, although it appeared vastly different from the nuclear batteries he was accustomed to. Meticulous scrutiny of the metallic electrodes and the connections within the automatic mechanical slot allowed Teeding to ascertain its function. However, it seemed this nuclear battery was malfunctioning, unable to generate sufficient current to activate the machinery. Teeding speculated that either the isotopes had surpassed their half-life, leading to a significant drop in radiation levels and an inability to produce stable or adequate current, or that the internal structure had suffered damage, impairing its energy conversion capabilities. He contemplated that with some repairs, this machinery could potentially remain operational. Surveying the surrounding automatic devices and the non-functional machines, Teeding mused that this spacecraft had yet to be fully explored. Nonetheless, the inoperative machines possessed considerable research value. If he and Wrench were to delve deeper, there was a possibility that the automatic devices would subsequently remove these machines for disposal, yet transporting them would be exceedingly cumbersome. Turning to Wrench, he instructed, "Stay here. I shall proceed further to investigate." Wrench, understanding the situation, refrained from insisting on accompanying him, merely nodding before returning to examine the non-operational machines. Teeding offered a few more words of caution to Wrench, advising against any rash actions, and then stood upright, making his way toward one of the passageways opposite the large compartment. Chapter 238. Return. However, the previously unremarkable automatic devices began to exhibit unusual activity. 4 tracked automatons swiftly divided into 2 groups, advancing toward the deeper passageway. They halted at the entrance, extending several appendages resembling gun barrels from their bodies. Each of the 2 passageways had an automatic machine projecting a beam of light from its mechanical arm, casting a green line upon the ground, while the other 2 machines continuously scanned Teeding. This display immediately caused Teeding to halt in his tracks, although he was several steps away from the illuminated line. The sight of the barrel-like appendages instilled a sense of dread within him. He first turned to the Wrench, who had already risen and was preparing to approach, waving his hand to signal that he need not act rashly. He then scrutinized the several machines and recalled that during their movements within this vast compartment, the automated devices had remained indifferent to their presence. He deduced that these machines were merely intent on preventing him from probing further. As long as they confined their activities to this expansive space, they seemed unconcerned. Looking at the two passageways, Iron Nail felt a twinge of regret, realizing that further exploration was thwarted. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden realization struck him, and he hurriedly called out to the wrench. "Wrench, quickly, see if we can retreat." The wrench, already on his feet, immediately grasped Iron Nail's implication. If these automated machines not only barred their advance, but also their retreat, it would spell disaster. He swiftly approached the two entrances to the compartment, cautiously observing the other automated devices. However, when he tentatively extended the wrench into the passage and stepped inside, the machines only scanned him sporadically without actively obstructing his actions, which eased his apprehension. The two reconvened before the four dormant machines, maneuvering one of the quadrupedal devices toward the return passage. The automated machines exhibited no notable reaction, which relieved both men somewhat. After all, entering the interior of this colossal entity without retrieving anything felt somewhat unjust, regardless of whether these machines could be reactivated for normal use. Their materials and intricate craftsmanship warranted thorough examination. This mindset reflected a common psychology among survivors in the apocalypse. Wherever they ventured, they sought to bring back anything potentially useful, for one could never tell when such items might prove indispensable. Most survivors had adopted this habit because, in the post-apocalyptic world, normal production had ground to a halt, and all survival supplies were drawn from the pre-apocalypse stockpiles, unless they were exceedingly commonplace. Like construction bricks, which were of minimal utility and readily available, survivors aimed to collect as much as they could into their camps. After all, missing an opportunity might mean losing it forever, and no one could predict whether these items would one day be of use. Among the four machines, one was octopedal, two were quadrupedal, and one was tracked. The octopedal machine was relatively small, roughly the size of a child aged 8 or 9, while the quadrupedal machines were of medium size, comparable to the wild beasts of the wasteland. The track machine was larger, measuring the equivalent of 2 adults standing side by side. Although these machines appeared to be constructed from metal, they were surprisingly lightweight. Even the largest track device could be lifted by either Iron Nail or the wrench with considerable effort, though they could not carry it far. The weight seemed incongruent with their size and material. The two individuals maneuvered 2 quadrupedal machines and an octopedal machine onto the chassis of a tracked vehicle, then guided the contraption towards the exit passage until they returned to the circular entrance. The absence of the automated machines following them allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Iron Nail swiftly contacted the sentry, tape measure, via the communicator, who in turn informed the two brothers who had remained at the shelter to bring sturdy ropes. Together, they hoisted the 4 machines out, a task that consumed the entirety of the afternoon, thus concluding their exploratory journey. Upon their return to the shelter, Iron Nail and Wrench recounted their experiences in detail to Uncle York, while also transporting the 4 inoperative machines to his room for further examination. Soon, with Button's arrangements, everyone gathered for dinner, and as night fell, Wrench turned on the lights that had previously illuminated their quarters, bringing the group together once more. This was a customary practice within the shelter. In times past, to ensure the safety of the children, the adults would gather them before resting, facilitating management and enabling a swift response to any unforeseen events. However, today, Uncle York appeared somewhat preoccupied, his gaze sweeping across each face in the room. He spoke somberly. "Today, Iron Nail and Wrench ventured inside the fallen object for exploration, and I trust you all have heard their accounts. They even brought back some items and attempted to disassemble them. Iron Nail, do you have any speculations about these objects? Please share with everyone." Upon hearing this, Iron Nail rose, recognizing Uncle York's intent to cultivate his leadership skills. Ever since Uncle York's health began to decline, he had subtly been nurturing Iron Nail, the eldest among them. "I believe you are all quite familiar with my earlier excursion and the details of our afternoon investigation, so there is no need to reiterate. Now, I wish to share my preliminary hypotheses regarding these objects." At this point, he casually retrieved an old book, rolling it, and placing it behind his back, pacing the room as he continued. "After Wrench and I conducted our investigation, I have come to the initial conclusion that the colossal metallic object that fell into our shelter is likely a spacecraft." "A spacecraft? I know, it's a rocket. Teacher Warren mentioned it before," exclaimed a spirited child of approximately 12, named Gear, who was the shortest among them and one of the 2 youngest. "Not at all. It's a missile," another child of similar stature countered, named Pliers, who, though young, was tall and lanky, nearly matching the shorter but sturdier Wrench in height. "Ahem. Missiles and rockets actually operate on similar principles, yet neither of them is a spacecraft. Strictly speaking, a spacecraft resembles cargo, while rockets and missiles are akin to vehicles transporting that cargo." Iron Nail corrected the misconceptions of the 2 younger boys and continued. Chapter 239. Speculation after correcting the errors of his two younger brothers, Iron Nail continued. Perhaps some of you may recall the words of Teacher Valen. The first artificial satellite was launched from Radiance Star 37 years ago, and the first manned spacecraft was sent into orbit 31 years ago. Up until the Cataclysm, there were 7 nations on Radiance Star capable of launching artificial satellites. As for manned spacecraft, aside from our own Byron Republic, only the United Federation and the Kingdom of Li had achieved this feat, and our Byron Republic has only successfully conducted a manned spacecraft experiment once. According to Teacher Valen, with the current technological capabilities of Radiant Star civilization, we can only launch vessels or satellites weighing no more than 20 tons at a time. However, look at that object outside. It is undoubtedly on the order of thousands of tons. To my knowledge, the total number of satellites and spacecraft across all nations of the Radiant Star civilization is fewer than 60. Even if some countries have clandestinely launched undisclosed satellites, their total weight could not possibly exceed 1,000 tons, far less than even half of that spacecraft. At this point, Iron Nail's expression grew serious. He paced the room as he continued. Moreover, the spacecraft outside, which I and Wrench have examined, is certainly not something the Radiant Star civilization could manufacture. Not to mention its sleek, monolithic shell exceeding 100 meters in length. The fully automated machinery within it is beyond the capabilities of any nation. Noticing that his siblings seemed to be holding their breath, Iron Nail felt he had perhaps created an overly tense atmosphere. He then pulled out a book he had been holding and, adopting a slightly more relaxed tone, said, "Do you remember this magazine?" Upon seeing the book in his hand, Gear immediately exclaimed, "It's Scientific Adventures." The Pliers, slightly slower, seemed to feel he had lost a round and muttered with a pout, "Humph, I saw the title ages ago." Iron Nail nodded at Gear and affirmed, "Indeed, it is Scientific Adventures. This magazine contains numerous imaginative discussions related to science. I wonder if any of you remember the article titled Infinite Universe and Infinite Worlds?" Once again, Gear was the first to respond. "It talks about our universe being vast and endless, and that there are countless beings like us scattered throughout the cosmos, right? Not beings like us. They are extraterrestrials." Pliers interjected, realizing that Gear's answer was incomplete. "Exactly," Iron Nail continued, nodding. "We have all read this magazine, which explains that our home, Radiant Star, is merely an ordinary planet. There are innumerable similar planets in the universe, and on those, there may exist intelligent life forms akin to ours, whom we refer to as extraterrestrials. These alien civilizations might even far surpass our own." The magazine titled Scientific Adventures is a popular science publication that, prior to the apocalypse, served as a delightful read for enthusiasts of science. It somehow found its way into the shelter, becoming one of the scant extracurricular books available. The children, known as Iron Nail, Wrench, and others, who grew up in the confines of the shelter, were prohibited from venturing outside, so they perused this magazine repeatedly. In fact, there was a time when Wrench and Tape Measure even had a quarrel over the contents of the book during their childhood. Outside, there exists a spacecraft that could not possibly have been manufactured by the technological capabilities of the Radiation civilization, and I suspect it might actually be an alien vessel. Iron Nail ultimately articulated his conclusion. "Wow, an alien spacecraft," Gear and Pliers exclaimed in unison, while Button, who had been quietly listening to Iron Nail's narration beside Uncle York, widened her eyes in disbelief. She had been preoccupied with tending to Uncle York and preparing meals, and had not yet inquired about the events Iron Nail and Wrench encountered aboard the alien ship. Iron Nail gestured for silence and continued. "The technological prowess embodied in this spacecraft is extraordinary, perhaps even unfathomable. It is essential to recognize that this vessel is merely a substructure attached to a much larger ship. I suspect it may even be just an escape pod or an independent chamber. That colossal ship must be at least several thousand meters in length. Heaven knows how it was constructed and how it made its way into space. Iron Nail, please tell me, does the alien ship truly possess the magical technologies mentioned in the magazine?" Button could not contain her curiosity. Due to the impact, many components of the ship are damaged, and we were unable to delve further due to certain automated mechanisms activating. Thus, I am not entirely sure how much astonishing technology resides within. However, the intricacy of those automated devices is already hard to believe. Iron Nail indicated for Tape Measure to hand him a cylindrical object the size of a thigh, stating, "This is a device we discovered among those machines, and as I previously conjectured, it is indeed a type of thermoelectric isotope battery." While dining, Wrench, Tape Measure, and I disassembled it for study and found that its operational principle aligns with that of the nuclear batteries we commonly employ. However, the radioactive elements seem to have long surpassed their half-life, resulting in its inability to discharge normally. We later attempted to replace it with some of our stored plutonium-239, and it began functioning properly. Upon measurement, its power output astonishingly reached 1 kilowatt. Keep in mind, It only contained 5,000 grams of high-concentration plutonium-239 compound. At this juncture, Iron Nail himself felt a surge of excitement. However, noticing the bewildered expressions on the faces of Button, Gear, and Pliers, he recognized that they might not fully grasp the implications. Even Wrench and Tape Measure, who had assisted in disassembling the battery, might not entirely comprehend. So he rephrased his explanation. You must understand, with the technological standards of our radiation civilization, if we were to load such a quantity of fuel, we could only generate a mere 100 watts of electrical power. The energy conversion efficiency of this battery is tenfold that of ours. One must recognize that the levels of materials involved, the craftsmanship, and the understanding of thermoelectric effects are at least 10 times superior to ours. However, Brother Iron Nail, a kilowatt of electrical output surely cannot directly propel such a massive machine, can it? Button inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Button is correct. Typically, to drive a vehicle, the energy output must exceed at least 10 kilowatts. Even though this machine appears lightweight, propelling it at high speed with merely 1 kilowatt seems implausible. Gears and Pliers, you must learn to think independently like Sister Button, Iron Nail remarked with a smile directed at Button, before turning to his 2 younger brothers. Consequently, we later disassembled the machine for inspection and discovered that it bore similarities to our atomic vehicle. It too utilized a type of battery as its energy output source, rather than employing the isotope thermoelectric battery directly as the energy output. Wrench, bring it over. The Wrench, who had been waiting attentively, immediately pushed a tracked machine into the center of the room upon hearing Iron Nail's call. Chapter 240. The decision to depart. Iron Nail signaled Wrench to assist him in maneuvering the machine into an upright position. He slid open a cover at the bottom of the machine and unscrewed several internal screws, detaching the entire chassis. He then removed a substantial block, roughly the size of the chassis, and declared, "Everyone, observe this. It is a highly efficient battery. However, I have yet to comprehend its operational principles." We dismantled one, but its internal structure consists merely of unknown powders and layers of indistinct materials interwoven. Nevertheless, we have tested this device's performance, and its output power is exceedingly high, far surpassing that of the commonly used lead-acid batteries. The seemingly intact automated machine we previously encountered, which failed to start, was actually rendered inoperative due to a malfunctioning battery of this type, which could neither charge nor discharge. I believe that replacing its battery with those from other machines should enable us to find a way to activate it. Brother Iron Nail, hurry and start it. Yes. Quickly start it and see. Gears and Pliers exclaimed excitedly, while Button watched with anticipation, eyeing the legendary machine that could supposedly move on its own. They had only heard Wrench's vague descriptions of that peculiar automated machine, which left them bewildered, and now, hearing of the possibility of activating it, they were eager to witness the machine in action. However, Iron Nail did not acquiesce to their enthusiasm. Instead, he gazed at them seriously and stated, "No, upon my observation, this tracked automated machine is likely armed. I have seen something resembling a firearm extend from within it. Although I have not witnessed the weapons of the other 2 types, I cannot guarantee their safety either. In the interest of everyone's safety, we cannot recklessly activate it. It would be more prudent to wait until we identify and dismantle its weaponry before attempting to engage it." He then continued, "My conjecture is as such. Now, Uncle York has something to say to everyone." Having said this, Iron Nail nodded toward Uncle York and retreated to sit against the wall. Uncle York, after allowing Iron Nail to finish, did not rise. His frail body had grown exceedingly weak. Although Iron Nail had brought back numerous medications, they were primarily analgesics, offering little substantial relief for his condition. Thus, he remained a patient dulled by the effects of drugs. "Children, it seems the time has come for us to leave this place." Uncle York's first words conveyed an unexpected revelation. It is important to note that these 6 children, including Iron Nail, had been brought to this shelter since the onset of the apocalypse. The younger ones, Gear and Pliers, were even born here. Aside from Iron Nail's brief excursion to the town, the others had never ventured beyond the small hill upon which the shelter stood. This place was not merely a refuge but the very home where they had grown up, learned, and played. Despite their frequent clamoring and scheming to sneak out for adventures, none of them had ever truly contemplated leaving, for this had been their home since their earliest memories. It held their childhood and countless memories bestowed upon them by the adults. Iron Nail, Wrench, and Tape Measure seemed to have anticipated Uncle York's decision, bowing their heads in silence. Button covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Gear and Pliers, astonished, asked, "Why, Uncle York? Why must we leave here?" Perceiving the children's reluctance, Uncle York patiently explained, "Children, I understand your attachment to this place. Trust me, I too am reluctant to depart. Although this shelter may be modest, it has protected us since the beginning of the apocalypse. However, from the moment that spacecraft, as Iron Nail described, crashed here, Our departure was inevitable. Seeing the confusion in Gear and Plyer's eyes, he continued, if everything aligns with Iron Nail's hypothesis that this is a spacecraft of immense scientific value, one must recognize that there are many large survivor groups in the outside world. They will undoubtedly attempt to locate these fallen remnants. Should they uncover the true worth of such artifacts, which is almost certain, how could they possibly overlook the most intact piece we possess? At that time, we cannot fathom the number of factions that would converge here to claim it, and the peril we would face would far exceed what we could manage. It seemed that Uncle York had spoken extensively and was somewhat fatigued. However, he did not take a respite, but continued. Moreover, it appears that Nail and Wrench have activated some automated mechanisms aboard this extraterrestrial vessel. Although our initial encounter did not precipitate any unforeseen events, no one can ascertain whether these automatons might emerge from the alien craft and potentially pose a threat to us. At this juncture, he turned his gaze toward Nail and Wrench, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he remarked, Nail, you have performed admirably this time. In the face of unusual circumstances, you exhibited prudence rather than recklessness, swiftly returning with Wrench. This is of paramount importance, and I implore you both to remember this in future excursions. Above all, do not venture carelessly in unfamiliar environments. This is a hard-earned lesson we, the seasoned ones, have gleaned through perilous experiences. Nail understood that although Uncle York praised him publicly, he was, in essence, cautioning against the dangers of his prior reckless pursuit of medicine in the town. Uncle York, being the elder brother to all, refrained from chastising him openly to preserve his authority. Sensing that Nail grasped his underlying message, Uncle York, weary, closed his eyes and concluded, it is imperative that we vacate the shelter. None should harbor the illusion that we can remain here in safety. However, we must deliberate on our destination post-departure. I recall that when the shelter was bustling with inhabitants, we frequently embarked on excursions to explore the surrounding areas. We once established a temporary encampment 20 kilometers to the northeast, intended as a refuge for those unable to return in time. While rudimentary, it provided some semblance of shelter. I am uncertain if it still exists. If no better alternatives present themselves, we may consider investigating that site as our initial stop. As for our subsequent settlement, I leave it to you, Nail, Wrench, Tape Measure, and Button, to confer further. Chapter 241. Preparations before departure. At dawn the following day, everyone commenced the preparations for relocation. Given the widespread remnants of alien vessels scattered across various locales, it would take time for the surviving factions to discover and analyze these artifacts, and conflicts might erupt. For the immediate future, it seemed unlikely that anyone would arrive at the shelter. Nail took the initiative to retrieve the surrounding maps drawn during the shelter's more populous days, studying them meticulously. By calculating the general locations of several powerful factions with whom they had previously interacted, he deduced that even if a faction had dispatched personnel here since the crash of the alien craft yesterday, considering the journey's expenditures and risks, it would take at least a week for them to reach the shelter. Thus, he allocated 5 days for the group to prepare, allowing time to organize supplies and modify their travel equipment. Button, as the elder sister, began to gather the living essentials and survival provisions alongside her younger brother's gear and pliers. Having resided in this place for 15 years, the clutter was not apparent in daily life. However, once the task of tidying up commenced, it became evident that each individual possessed an overwhelming amount of disarrayed belongings. Without mentioning essential survival supplies such as food and medicine, the personal belongings of each individual nearly filled 2 rooms. There were only a few among them who could possibly embark with such a multitude of possessions. Thus, it was imperative to sift through these items once more to identify the necessities, a task that undoubtedly constituted a massive undertaking. Meanwhile, the 3 elder brothers, Nail, Wrench, and Tape Measure, were attempting to restore and modify 2 atomic vehicles under Uncle York's guidance. Atomic vehicles are powered by nuclear fuel cells, as Nail had previously elucidated. These vehicles typically utilize 1 or more nuclear batteries, specifically isotope thermoelectric generators, to recharge their onboard batteries, which then discharge to propel the vehicle. The reason for not employing nuclear batteries directly for propulsion lies in the fact that, although isotope thermoelectric generators are characterized by stable discharge and long lifespans, their power output is rather minimal. It is indeed feasible to enhance the output power of nuclear batteries, but doing so would compromise their size and weight. To achieve the output power necessary for directly driving an atomic vehicle, the scale of the battery assembly would exceed the dimensions and weight of the vehicle itself. Thus, it is essential to utilize chemical batteries to store the continuous low power output and release it at a higher power when needed to drive the vehicle. While this method of energy transfer diminishes energy efficiency, it effectively addresses the issue of inadequate power output. The design is validated by the automated mechanisms aboard extraterrestrial spacecraft, indicating that it is indeed a commendable solution. However, The sole drawback of this design is that the vehicle cannot maintain continuous operation after traveling several dozen kilometers. It will cease to function once the battery is depleted, necessitating a halt to await recharging from the nuclear battery. This limitation, in turn, has rendered those who remained in the shelter incapable of venturing further afield. Initially, the shelter was equipped with a considerable number of vehicles, both for passenger transport and cargo. There even existed a concealed vehicle exit at the foot of the mountain. However, the individuals who departed took nearly all operational atomic vehicles, leaving behind only a few damaged ones. Although the adults at the shelter later repaired several, the dwindling population and lack of weaponry gradually curtailed their excursions, as venturing out posed the risk of exceeding the vehicle's mileage and failing to return to the shelter. It is crucial to recognize that spending a night in the post-apocalyptic wilderness is exceedingly perilous, necessitating vigilance against both wild animals that may threaten the convoy and the malevolence of other survivors, not to mention the omnipresent threat of nuclear radiation to everyone's health. Considering the current limited number of inhabitants in the shelter and the pressing timeline, under Uncle York's suggestion, nail, wrench, and tape measure prepared to make slight modifications to the two cargo vehicles for long-term use in the future. First and foremost, the optimization of the battery system is imperative. Iron Nail and Wrench procured 4 enigmatic batteries from the extraterrestrial spacecraft, of which one, having been dismantled by Iron Nail, is no longer of concern. Among the remaining 3, Iron Nail intends to retain one for the future activation of a seemingly intact automaton, while the last 2 are perfectly suited for the modification of the 2 trucks. Iron Nail's plan involves preserving the original battery system of the trucks, yet augmenting it with an alien battery. Should the primary battery falter, the extraterrestrial battery may serve as an emergency power source. Due to the absence of testing facilities, Iron Nail has only confirmed that the alien battery's output is sufficient to propel the truck, but has yet to ascertain its precise storage capacity. To avert the risk of the vehicle stalling mid-journey, it will only be utilized as a backup power source in critical situations. Furthermore, the isotopic batteries acquired from the alien craft will replace the vehicle's original isotopic batteries, as these extraterrestrial variants boast higher output and faster charging capabilities. Even without using the alien batteries, considering simultaneous usage and charging, their trucks will surpass ordinary trucks in range by several kilometers. Do not underestimate these extra kilometers. In the face of malevolent adversaries beyond their strength, such additional distance could mean the difference between life and death. Once the power system upgrades are completed, the focus will shift to the maintenance and repair of the vehicles. After all, these 2 trucks were modified by the venerable elders who imparted knowledge to Iron Nail and his companions, who had already considered aspects such as defense and off-road capabilities. However, due to years of disuse, routine maintenance and repairs are necessary. The modification and maintenance of the 2 trucks consumed merely 2 days, leaving 3 days for preparation. Iron Nail, Wrench, and Tape Measure once again divided their tasks. Wrench and Tape Measure were responsible for utilizing the large lathe and materials within the shelter to fabricate spare parts for the vehicles, ensuring they had replacements readily available for any future malfunctions. Additionally, they needed to urgently produce a batch of makeshift firearms to ensure that everyone, including gear and pliers, possessed 2 guns along with a sufficient supply of ammunition. It is crucial to remember that once they depart the shelter, resupplying these items will prove exceedingly difficult, necessitating ample preparation in advance. Moreover, the large lathe is not transportable, even if they wish to manufacture their own in the future. It cannot be resolved in the short term. Meanwhile, Iron Nail began dismantling various engineering tools and materials within the shelter that could potentially be salvaged. Among these, the most vital is a large fuel cell assembly located beneath the shelter, which powers the entire establishment. Chapter 241. Preparations before departure. The ensuing 2 days proved to be more urgent than anyone had anticipated, as, starting the following day, all discovered that the automaton from the alien spacecraft had actually emerged from the vessel. Although they did not approach the shelter nor exhibit any aggressive behavior towards the likes of Iron Nail, instead engaging in their own activities outside the colossal spacecraft, it was evident that their numbers had increased. It is likely that the automated machines housed in other compartments had been activated, and they appeared to be attempting to repair the vessel. Iron Nail even witnessed a portion of the automatons dismantling the damaged hatch through which they had initially entered and replacing it with a new one. This undoubtedly placed considerable pressure on everyone in the shelter, though no one urged them on. Each individual's actions became increasingly swift. Button, accompanied by his younger brother's gear and pliers, busied themselves with organizing the personal belongings and essential supplies of the group. Following Uncle York's suggestion, they discarded a substantial amount of clothing, packing only 3 winter coats for each person, as the weather was growing colder and winter was just 2 months away. Such warm garments were essential. The remaining clothing was deemed unnecessary, as similar items could potentially be found again in the towns outside, making it imprudent to waste precious cargo space on non-essentials. All stored food and medicines were brought along. The necessity of the latter is self-evident. Although most of the medical supplies were for treating external injuries, such items were crucial in a post-apocalyptic world. As for food, the shelter primarily relied on a vine known as machi, which they cultivated in the surrounding forests. The vines could be used for rope, while the large tubers were edible when roasted. The shelter typically stored only a few days' worth of machi, digging for more in the nearby woods only when the weather permitted. Clearly, such a limited supply could not sustain everyone during the migration, prompting Button and his brothers to excavate additional tubers from the local woodlands, ultimately gathering enough provisions for over 10 days. Although the flavor of machi left much to be desired, it sufficed to fill one's stomach and was easy to store. With these reserves, they could also attempt to hunt solitary beasts, such as the wild beasts, during their journey, with the understanding that even a couple of unsuccessful attempts would not be detrimental. Wrench and tape measure were tirelessly engaged in crafting the necessary gear for their migration. The rudimentary firearms they manufactured were straightforward in design. Within a single day, they processed the components using the workshop's lathe, assembling them overnight to complete the weaponry. However, the spare parts for the 2 trucks proved more troublesome. While the shelter had once possessed a considerable stock of spare parts, much of it had been depleted over the course of a decade. Certain components, like the vehicle's suspension springs, required specialized steel, which was unavailable. Consequently, they could only produce some basic vehicle components, such as steering links and bolts to secure the tires, which, despite being prone to failure, was a laborious endeavor for the 2. Beneath the shelter lay an expansive isotopic battery array, serving as the energy source for the entire establishment. Though modest in size, this sanctuary is fully equipped to sustain the lives of thousands. With such a multitude requiring survival, the utilization of various tools becomes inevitable, ranging from lathes to lighting devices, all powered by an array of isotope batteries. The term isotope battery array may sound intricate. However, its principle is quite simple, consisting of thousands of isotope batteries arranged in a cohesive formation. Due to considerations of nuclear safety, even though non-fissile elements are unlikely to undergo chain reactions that lead to explosions, nuclear decay still generates substantial thermal energy. Consequently, these isotope battery arrays are quite large, with each battery comparable in size to an adult human. As one of the few stable energy sources in this post-apocalyptic world, these nuclear batteries, with a lifespan exceeding 50 years, must be carefully considered for removal, at the very least extracting the radioactive isotopes. It is not merely a matter of easily transporting a single battery. Even if one had the intention, the capability is lacking. Nevertheless, it is essential to dismantle the radioactive isotopes from one battery for use as a backup energy source. This task is not as straightforward as it may seem, as the decay of radioactive isotopes occurs continuously. Arbitrarily disassembling them could result in energy accumulation, leading to overheating. Thus, careful reprocessing is required. The plan for reprocessing is quite simple. Locate the most recently produced battery and transfer its internal isotopes into all available small isotope batteries, including 4 extracted from extraterrestrial machinery and those contained within everyone's radiation protection gear. Time swiftly passed amidst their industrious preparations, and soon 5 days had elapsed. On the morning of the 6th day, everyone gathered before the garage door at the base of the mountain. This garage door, equipped with an electronic lock, is the only remotely operable entrance to the entire sanctuary. In the past, when the inhabitants decided against venturing outside, there had been suggestions to weld it shut for safety. However, such proposals were met with opposition. After all, if locked from the inside, the door would remain impervious from the outside. Thus, merely clearing away the overgrown vegetation that had flourished in the absence of care would suffice for its operation. As they gazed upon the formidable door, expressions of both anxiety and exhilaration adorned their faces. The tension stemmed from the impending journey into uncharted territory, while the excitement arose from the long-awaited departure from the sanctuary to the external world. What fascinating or perilous encounters awaited them beyond the confines of their sheltered existence? No one knew. Each individual understood that once they stepped outside today, in this post-apocalyptic reality, it was highly probable they would never return to the sanctuary they had never left. Uncle York sat in a wheelchair, clearly of his own making, observing the children as they organized themselves for their respective vehicles. With a twinkle in his eye, he chuckled softly, content to remain silent while watching these youngsters, whom he had nurtured since childhood, bustling about with a certain youthful exuberance, albeit somewhat inexperienced, yet remarkably orderly. It was only when Teeting and Boncho approached, ready to assist him onto the second vehicle, that he raised a hand to halt them. He gestured for the children to open the gate, suggesting they first take the vehicles out for a trial run. After all, as the drivers of 2 trucks, Teeting and Boncho lacked driving experience. Although he had instructed them on how to operate the vehicles, it was prudent for them to practice and apply theory to practice. Though somewhat puzzled by Uncle York's request, Tiding and Bancho obediently returned to the vehicles, starting them up and cautiously driving out through the gate. However, just as they exited, they heard the voices of Nuku, Zhuanzi, Jiluan, and Xiangzi calling out, "Uncle York." Turning back, they realized the garage door was slowly closing. In a flurry, they hastily brought the vehicles to a stop. When they rushed back to the garage door, it had already closed completely and was securely locked. Chapter 243. The old man and the children outside the tightly sealed iron gate. 6 children, akin to those abandoned by their parents, pounded desperately on the door. This iron barrier was controlled remotely from within, and even if it weren't locked, it would be nearly impossible to open from the outside. Despite their exerted efforts, the gate remained immovable. Tiding quickly realized that their attempts were futile and swiftly activated the communicator on his protective suit, loudly inquiring on the team channel, why? He understood that, despite the iron gate's obstruction, the communicator could still transmit signals at close range. Before long, Uncle York's voice resonated through the channel. "Children, I am well aware of my own condition. I cannot hold on much longer. Staying with you will not only waste resources, but also hinder your progress. Uncle York, don't say that. Please open the door." Upon hearing Uncle York's words, Tiding recalled how, since they began gathering resources, Uncle York had quietly observed them. Although at times their organization of supplies was less than ideal, he no longer offered guidance as he once had, opting instead to impart a few words of wisdom each night before they slept. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he interrupted Uncle York's voice, exclaiming loudly into the channel, "No, that is not true. Who would dare to disdain you? I would take care of them." Bancho's voice rang out, hoarse yet fervent. He had once been the most mischievous among them, but when it came to his feelings for the old man, he was the most devoted. He recalled the time he had sneaked out of the shelter and accidentally fallen off a cliff. Had it not been for a thorny tree that broke his fall, he would have met his demise. Fortunately, Uncle York had returned just in time to hear his cries for help and saved him. That night, Uncle York had not scolded him but had instead tended to his wounds, gently reminding him to always watch his step while traversing the woods. "Uncle York, please open the door. You once mentioned that you possess skills yet to be imparted to me." The sound of the tape measure carried a note of sorrow. In truth, he ought to be considered as Uncle York's most cherished disciple. Uncle York was once a senior mechanic in a factory, and unlike other elders who were more erudite, his forte lay in the craft of mechanical repair. He devoted considerable effort to teaching both him and Wrench. Unlike the astute Nail, who could grasp any knowledge with ease, mastering a craft was perhaps a more prudent choice for them. Thus, Uncle York evidently invested more diligence in their education. However, Wrench's exuberant nature often prevented him from concentrating, and he frequently sneaked out of the shelter to play. In contrast, Nail, with his earnest disposition, spent the most time learning by Uncle York's side, acquiring a wealth of mechanical skills from him. "Oh dear Uncle York, do not frighten me. Please, open the door." The Button, as the only girl in the shelter, had always received more affection than the others, even surpassing that bestowed upon her 2 brothers. Her femininity rendered her more emotionally attuned. From a young age, she had learned medical skills, and even the most astute and knowledgeable Nail might not comprehend Uncle York's condition better than she did. What a frail body it was, ravaged by severe radiation sickness that had nearly caused his skin to ulcerate. She was acutely aware of the pain he endured. Yet, before Nail could procure pain relief, Uncle York, in front of all the children, would not utter a sound of suffering. He maintained a facade of nonchalance for their sake. He had told her that as an adult, he could not falter. Only by remaining strong could he shield his brothers from fear. "Uncle York, we will not leave. We will not go. Please, open the door." Gears and Pliers, being younger, though unable to fully grasp Uncle York's actions, stubbornly urged him in their own way. "Children, listen to me." Uncle York's voice rang out once more, gradually quieting the previously raucous communication channel. "Children, you think of me, and that brings me comfort. However, this is not a moment for sentiment. What can an old, ailing man like me do but burden you? I know you would say it is of no concern. But truly, have you considered it? The shelter is no longer safe. Outside, you must have seen those alien automatons beginning to emerge from their spacecraft, their range of movement expanding. I believe it will not be long before they invade the shelter. I do not know their intentions, but remaining here is certainly not a secure option. If we delay any longer, those larger survivor groups may arrive, and this shelter could become a whirlpool from which you might not be able to escape. I am old and weary, yet witnessing your growth, seeing Nail mature and become so sensible, brings me immense satisfaction. The only regret may be the small gears, pliers, and iron nails. You, as the elder brother, promise your uncle to take good care of your younger siblings, as well as yourself. Be obedient, swiftly lead your siblings away, and find a way to survive. Hurry. No. No. Uncle York, Please open the door. We can discuss matters slowly. Your illness, yes. Perhaps other survivor camps possess remedies for it? I recall some locations that have not suffered nuclear devastation. Those places might still have hospitals. Will you please unlock the door? Iron Nail's eyes widened. Uncle York's words left him feeling somewhat flustered. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, the sound of a homemade gun's bullet striking the iron door, causing the 6 chaotic children outside to momentarily freeze in place. Get out. Do you wish for me to die before your very eyes? You have 10 minutes. Drive away from here. Otherwise, I shall shoot myself. The clang of the communication device being cast to the ground accompanied Uncle York's voice, fading into silence. Only then did the children outside truly grasp that the elder who had accompanied them throughout their lives was resolute in not leaving with them. Inside the iron door, in the shelter's original garage, the overhead light bulb flickered, seemingly malfunctioning due to years of neglect. In the strobing light, Uncle York sat in his wheelchair, facing the iron door with his head bowed. As he heard the commotion outside, followed by sounds of argument and what seemed to be fighting and attempts to mediate, he remained silent. He waited patiently, enduring the tumult until the noise outside faded into quietude, eventually giving way to the faint sound of a truck starting. He listened intently as the sound grew fainter until it was no longer audible. Only then did he lift his head. Tears streaked down his face as he murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Silly children, I know you cannot bear to part with me. And I feel the same. But I truly cannot burden you. Carrying someone is useless as I will only drag you down." Chapter 244. On the road, 2 trucks traversed the wilderness. They were ordinary cargo vehicles, the most common type before the apocalypse in Radiation, measuring approximately 5 meters in length. However, they had evidently been modified. Their tires were replaced with ones nearly as tall as a person to enhance off-road capabilities, allowing these vehicles to easily cross chasms 15 meters wide. The originally exposed cargo area was now enclosed with steel plates to form a cargo hold, and armored modules were affixed to the vehicle's exterior, significantly enhancing its safety. Nevertheless, the increase in weight had evidently reduced its travel range. Under standard conditions before the apocalypse, such trucks were deemed adequate only if they could travel at least 100 kilometers when fully loaded. However, Iron Nail estimated that the modified trucks had their operational range reduced by at least half, if not more. 2 trucks traversed a terrain overrun with weeds and shrubs, opting not to utilize the public roadways constructed prior to the cataclysm. This decision stemmed from the prevalence of abandoned vehicles dotting those highways, remnants of a frantic exodus in the months following the apocalypse, which had resulted in severe congestion and numerous accidents. Many souls perished during their desperate flight, leaving their vehicles behind as obstacles for those who followed. With maintenance long abandoned, nature reclaimed its territory, with countless weeds and shrubs sprouting from the cracks in the asphalt, their growth widening the fissures, while robust trees even took root in some areas. Clearly, these roads bore little distinction from the unpaved earth, and the surfaces, once damaged by flora, might prove even more jarring than the smoothest of muddy paths. From the outset of their evacuation plan, it was determined that the driving duties would be assigned to Nail and Wrench, with Tape Measure and Button serving as alternate drivers. Strictly speaking, none possessed any driving experience, a fact that would have constituted a reckless endangerment of both themselves and any passersby in the world before. Yet, in the wake of the apocalypse, this concern seemed trivial, as the open terrain afforded them a greater margin for error in familiarizing themselves with vehicle operation. According to their initial strategy, Tape Measure and the 2 brothers remained in Nail's truck, while Button stayed with Wrench, with plans to switch vehicles the following day. This division aimed to mitigate risk, ensuring that should either vehicle fall prey to an attack, resulting in catastrophe, the entire group would not face annihilation. The 6 young adventurers embarked on their journey, imbued with a sense of nostalgia for home, yet also tinged with curiosity and excitement. However, within the confines of the 2 trucks, silence reigned. Even the usually vivacious Gear and Pliers gazed out at the desolate landscape with a detached demeanor. The trucks meandered at a leisurely pace, for, according to the wisdom of the elders, Nail and his companions should maintain a speed that balanced their maximum mileage, conserving the energy stored within the batteries. After all, electric vehicles became increasingly unreliable as their charge dwindled, and one could never predict the unexpected perils lurking in the wilderness post-apocalypse. Ensuring that their vehicles retained sufficient energy was a responsible course of action for both themselves and their comrades. With the aid of a paper map, the group navigated winding paths toward their destination, a temporary camp established years ago by the elders of the shelter. Their indirect route was necessitated by changes to many landmarks over the years, presenting a formidable challenge for these young travelers unfamiliar with the terrain. Furthermore, the recent crash of an extraterrestrial vessel had rendered the ground pockmarked and uneven, compounded by the inexperience of the 2 novice drivers, which in turn slowed their already unhurried pace. According to Uncle York, this makeshift camp was originally the estate of a prominent farmer in the town, with vast tracts of land surrounding it. The farmer constructed a modest manor in the central area of his property for the use of his laborers and for his own agricultural and domestic activities. Clearly, after the cataclysm, the owner of the estate vanished, and over the years, the farmlands that once flourished around the manor have succumbed to wild grasses and dense thickets. During the earlier days when the sanctuary was bustling with inhabitants, there were attempts to explore the distant realms. One motive was to discern the state of the outside world, and the other was to scavenge for resources. It was then that the abandoned estate was discovered, and considering its geographical advantages, it was hastily refurbished to serve as a temporary encampment for a relatively large faction of survivors at that time. However, this makeshift camp was not utilized for long. Merely 5 years later, the sanctuary underwent a significant upheaval, and due to the dwindling population and resources, coupled with a growing distrust of external survivors, the camp never again welcomed back its original creators. Initially, Iron Nail expressed concerns about whether this site might be occupied by those who had departed from the sanctuary. Yet, Uncle York reassured him that such worries were unfounded, for that group had aimed collectively for a small city, rumored to have escaped nuclear devastation, located 200 kilometers away. Their rift with the elders of the sanctuary stemmed from the insufficient vehicles and supplies to transport everyone, and given the circumstances at the time of their departure, it was improbable they would remain in a makeshift camp. They would have preferred to stay in the sanctuary, as its facilities and security far surpassed those of the temporary encampment. Although Iron Nail still harbored concerns about other survivors potentially occupying the site, the journey thus far eased his apprehensions. Strictly speaking, their travels were not truly a path, for there was no road, if anyone resided in the makeshift camp. The vicinity would undoubtedly not appear as desolate as it does now. The impact of civilization on the environment, from the perspective of the Redians prior to the apocalypse, was undeniably profound. At that time, the Redians, having discovered and harnessed nuclear energy, were in an era of rapid advancement. The extraction of metals and heavy elements had even led them to excavate some hills into deep pits, and the ubiquitous cities and road networks nearly altered the planet's surface. Under the weight of industrial activities, forests vanished, giving way to concrete jungles, and rivers were redirected into irrigation systems. The Redians proudly declared that the planet would transform into an industrialized world. However, after the cataclysm, in just over a decade, the vast majority of the artificial marvels they once celebrated had been almost entirely erased by nature. Those cities obliterated by nuclear explosions reverted to forests. The neglected irrigation systems reformed into rivers, and even the roads, once traversed by vehicles, became blanketed with weeds and shrubs once more. With great effort, the group navigated around several deep pits transformed into ponds, and after traversing a vast expanse of impenetrable thickets, the silhouettes of a few houses emerged within their line of sight. Chapter 245. The temporary camp. The temporary camp consisted of a modest courtyard housing approximately 7 single-story dwellings. The absence of tall structures rendered the entire camp nearly invisible to distant onlookers, obscured by the surrounding growth of shrubs and weeds. It appeared that this place had not been visited for quite some time, as evidenced by the roofs of 4 of the houses having collapsed. After meticulously inspecting each building with a measuring tape, the leader directed the group into a moderately sized room, whose walls and ceiling remained relatively intact, to settle in for the night. The primary reason for their stay here was the insufficient mileage of their trucks, preventing them from advancing further. A slightly sturdier shelter was preferable to crowding everyone into the cargo-laden vehicles, in their effort to transport as many supplies as possible. Both trucks had been packed to the brim. Despite the ample space within the vehicles, once filled, each individual could only occupy their designated spot, making even the slightest movement a challenge. Considering that the truck batteries required an entire night to recharge, they arrived at this location in less than 2 hours after departing in the morning, just in time to prepare lunch after settling in. Button, accompanied by Gears and Pliers, set about clearing the room of debris and broken furniture. Among the refuse, small animals and insects could easily be concealed. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many creatures had undergone mutations, particularly insects, often becoming more ferocious. Leaving even a couple behind could lead to serious trouble if they bit someone. Meanwhile, Iron Nail and the measuring tape scoured the periphery of the temporary camp, assessing their unfamiliar surroundings for any lurking dangers posed by wild beasts. Wrench was occupied with the maintenance of the 2 trucks, which represented their lifeline. Any malfunction en route was unacceptable. An hour later, as smoke began to rise, Button commenced the preparation of lunch. The room, once cluttered, now appeared significantly brighter after the cleaning. Everyone sat quietly in a circle on makeshift mats fashioned from long grass gathered from outside, watching Button as he buried chunks of root into the central fire pit. The atmosphere in the room was notably oppressive, with no one daring to speak, the only sound emanating from the crackling fire. Let us discuss our next course of action. Iron Nail finally broke the silence, glancing around at the group as he unfolded a map. I propose we venture to that small city approximately 200 kilometers from here, the very place the traders from the shelter intended to reach. It appears that the area has not suffered the devastation of a nuclear strike. As a city that once boasted a population of 100,000 prior to the apocalypse, it is likely that it has preserved the most intact governmental institutions and survival records in the aftermath. Moreover, you are just like those traders. You only wish to flee. A voice interrupted Iron Nail's discourse. It was Wrench. With reddened eyes, he glared at Iron Nail and shouted vehemently, "Abandon Uncle York. You only think of escaping. You are no different from those traders. I want to stay here. I will accompany Uncle York, and once those in the shelters arrive to take what they desire, I will go retrieve Uncle York." Iron Nail, momentarily halted by Wrench's interruption, chose not to elaborate further and continued. Additionally, over the years, the surrounding survivors will undoubtedly gather there. Even though many perished or fell ill due to radiation in the initial years following the apocalypse, the substantial population base ensures that the number of survivors there will still be considerable. Seeing that Iron Nail disregarded him, Wrench abruptly stood up, forcefully tossing the stick he held into the fire, exclaiming, "You traitor! Can't you understand me?" The stick landed in the flames, causing a piece of glowing charcoal to leap out and fall onto the grass mat where the others were seated, quickly igniting a small patch. A handful of dirt was thrown over the grass mat, instantly extinguishing the nascent flames. Button then hurled the remaining dirt at Wrench, dousing him in ash. "Wrench, are you done yet?" Button exclaimed, her usual gentleness replaced with ire, silencing the room. "Just moments ago, you had been fighting with Iron Nail, and now you seek to instigate further conflict? Has Uncle York's words been so easily forgotten?" Button's face flushed, whether from the smoke or from Wrench's provocation, it was unclear. "Do you think you are the only one who cares for Uncle York? Are you the sole one unwilling to part with him?" As Button chastised Wrench, she pointed an accusing finger, demanding, "Can't you hear what Uncle York said? If we had lingered at the door, he would have truly shot himself. And you would be the murderer of Uncle York." Upon hearing Button's accusation, a surge of anger surged through Wrench, and he raised the large wrench he always wielded, pointing it at Button and shouting furiously, "What did you say?" "I said you were a jerk." Button retorted, undeterred by his fury, stepping forward defiantly. Gears and pliers, seated between them, quickly intervened, restraining Wrench. Though Wrench did not genuinely wish to escalate the situation, his temper was notoriously volatile. With his brothers pulling him back, he calmed down, begrudgingly setting down his tool and resuming his seat with a huff. Measuring tape glanced at the now silent Wrench, who sat brooding, and then at Button, who continued to glare at Wrench. He then turned to the taciturn Iron Nail beside him, subtly tugging at his sleeve. The Iron Nail did not elaborate on the recent events, but continued with his previous topic. Given the vast number of survivors, it is reasonable to believe that after so many years in a post-apocalyptic world, some order must have emerged to maintain the balance among such a large gathering. I am convinced that the situation there cannot be excessively chaotic. Thus, my suggestion is to spend a few days exploring that place. At this juncture, he lifted his gaze to the others and, noticing no one else was speaking, continued, "After the apocalypse, the most crucial skills should be those of survival in the wilderness. Yet, the elders in the shelter have persistently prohibited us from accompanying them on their outings and have focused on teaching us various specialized skills. The tape measure has been learning medical knowledge, while the wrench has been acquiring skills in mechanical and electrical repair. Even the gear and pliers have absorbed quite a bit of knowledge. Why do you think the adults act this way?" Upon hearing his words, everyone pondered quietly, beginning to grasp the underlying implications. The tape measure, surprised, looked at the Iron Nail and inquired, "Brother Iron Nail, are you suggesting that?" The Iron Nail gazed at the central fire pit, stirring the ashes that had accumulated due to combustion, allowing the flames to breathe and burn more vigorously, and calmly replied, "In truth, the adults in the shelter never intended to tether us to it for life. The skills they impart to us are better suited for functioning within larger groups. They, too, hope for our eventual integration into those larger teams." The Iron Nail raised his head, scanning the faces of everyone present, and declared, "They understand that, in a post-apocalyptic world, our small team would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. From the very beginning, they have been preparing us to join those larger collectives." Chapter 246. Activation of Machinery. The Iron Nail was not privy to the thoughts of the elders from years past, but upon careful analysis, he realized that this reasoning was the only one that made sense. Otherwise, it would be impossible to justify why they were not allowed to accompany the adults to hone their survival skills. The wrench had calmed down. From the moment the Iron Nail decided to heed Uncle York's directive to depart, he had expressed his vehement opposition and even confronted the Iron Nail outside the garage. His animosity was not genuinely directed at the iron nail. Rather, he sought to influence Uncle York's decision through such actions. Mischievous children often struggle with articulate expression, resorting instead to such demonstrations of emotion. However, Uncle York's resolve was stronger than he had anticipated, rendering the wrench's efforts futile. As he walked away, resentment brewed within him, and he could not comprehend Uncle York's choices. Eventually, like many impetuous youths, he became ensnared in his own stubborn thoughts, which only deepened his discontent, transforming feelings of abandonment by those closest to him into anger that he ultimately unleashed. Yet, everyone, including himself, understood that the fault lay not with the iron nail. They were all well aware of Uncle York's temperament. He had threatened their very lives to compel them to leave if they did not comply. Uncle York was genuinely prepared to risk everything to shatter their illusions. The words of Iron Nail appeared to unlock a grand door, prompting everyone to contemplate questions that had remained unexamined for years. Initially, disbelief enveloped the group regarding Iron Nail's assertions. After all, it was a shocking notion. However, upon deeper contemplation, it seemed there were no other plausible alternatives. Button, sensing the time was ripe, excavated the roasted glutinous rice cakes from the fire and distributed them among the crowd. When he approached Wrench, he shot him a glare before reluctantly placing the delicacy into his hands. As the group savored the roasted cakes, their voices intertwined in animated discussion, ultimately deciding to heed Iron Nail's proposal to venture to the city situated 200 kilometers away. Should that course prove unfruitful, they would devise alternative plans thereafter. After their midday meal, Iron Nail approached Wrench with a measuring tape in hand, declaring, "Let us disassemble those automated machines and examine them." Wrench offered no verbal response, but rose to follow them to the truck, unloading the machines with a silent acquiescence. These devices had remained untouched since their return to the shelter, aside from a brief study on the first day. As the group had been preoccupied with preparations for their departure, Iron Nail's suggestion to dismantle the machinery stemmed from the understanding that these were alien devices, with the possibility of others discovering and collecting such artifacts. It was prudent to first dismantle the useful components in their possession to avoid attracting unwanted attention later at other survivor camps. To facilitate the disassembly, Wrench and Tape Measure had even crafted specialized tools from the shelter's lathe, culminating in an impressive array of over 30 screwdrivers and wrenches neatly aligned. The trio commenced their work by dismantling the 3 damaged machines. Rather than reducing them to mere parts, they focused on separating the chassis and mechanical arms, knowing that within those limbs lay numerous intricate components. There was a risk that they might not be able to reassemble everything if disassembled entirely. Nevertheless, disassembling the larger sections sufficed for their analytical needs. For instance, the quadrupedal machine, aside from its limbs, featured a mechanical arm extending from its back, adorned with numerous precise instruments. Just from external observation, it was evident that this arm was multifunctional, even equipped with a retractable set of tools ideally suited for dismantling the machines, tools they had initially overlooked, leading them to invest time in crafting their own. Regarding the octopod machine, its mechanical arms were even more intricate. Based on their varied shapes and details, it was clear they possessed multiple functionalities. Yet, at that moment, Iron Nail found himself unable to ascertain their precise purposes. However, during the disassembly of this machine, he noted that many components appeared intact, with sufficient spare parts for replacements. It might very well be a machine capable of activation. The well-preserved track machine concealed numerous devices within its rear. Iron Nail had intentionally removed a weapon-like object that had piqued his interest earlier. He was almost certain it was indeed a firearm, albeit seemingly not one ignited by gunpowder. For the time being, he could not ascertain how to operate this peculiar weapon, so he decided to stow it away. Having detached all suspected weaponry from the machine, Iron Nail resolved to attempt activating it. It was not born out of impatience, but rather an understanding that once they arrived at a crowded survivor settlement, conducting such detailed examinations would be far less feasible. Previously, Iron Nail and his companions had discovered that the primary issue with the track machine stemmed from a damaged battery, preventing it from powering up. However, due to its size, this machine's battery was significantly larger than those of the other 3 machines. Iron Nail had already realized that by connecting the batteries of 2 quadrupedal machines, they could fit inside the track machine. It seemed these machines were designed with interchangeable components in mind. Before long, the trio successfully reinstalled the battery and connected the isotope battery. As the isotope battery engaged, a red light illuminated the back of the track machine, indicating that its circuits were at least connected. Iron Nail deftly located the button on the rear of the machine and pressed it. Immediately, a series of sounds emanated from within, and the machine sprang to life. A rod equipped with a square box rose from its back. Iron Nail had encountered this device before. He had refrained from dismantling it because it emitted a green light that scanned the surroundings. He suspected this was a mechanism for the machine to gauge its external environment. and removing it might render the machine inoperable. As expected, the machine promptly projected a green light from the square box on the rod, continuously scanning its surroundings while emitting a peculiar sound. Iron Nail, what is it doing? Is that sound some kind of alien language? Clamps craned his neck to observe the strange machine. He had seen similar devices from a distance when the alien spacecraft had released them. But Uncle York had strictly forbidden them from approaching these machines for safety reasons. This was his first time witnessing an activated alien machine up close. I don't know. Perhaps it truly is an alien language, Iron Nail replied, listening to the odd sounds that were not unpleasant, yet felt strangely out of place. Soon, the machine seemed to comprehend its spatial environment and halted, extending its mechanical arm adorned with red, yellow, and green lights, as if uncertain of its next action. What is wrong with it? Why isn't it moving? A voice interrupted Iron Nail's contemplation as he turned to see gear curiously circling the activated machine. It is likely that the newly installed battery is currently charging, thought Iron Nail uncertainly, as the machine had recently been in operation. Little did he know that his conjecture was only partially correct. The LD-3721 autonomous robot, designated within the human sequence, was indeed charging from a conventional power source while simultaneously operating at a low power level. This design, which humans had adopted long ago, allowed for simultaneous charging and usage. Such a mechanism may have become commonplace, even taken for granted by humanity, yet it necessitated a stable, reliable, and high-capacity battery technology alongside advanced microelectronics, technologies that had yet to develop on this planet. Unbeknownst to Iron Nail, at that very moment, the LD-3721 autonomous robot had established contact with the remnants of the Iron Nail craft, located 48 kilometers away, using its electromagnetic wave transmitter. It recorded and transmitted all actions and communications occurring at the site. It must be acknowledged that the earlier activation of the autonomous robot by Iron Nail and Wrench amid the wreckage had salvaged the Iron Nail craft. Had no one intervened to activate it, decades would have passed, and once the isotopic battery reached its half-life and the conventional battery depleted entirely, the Iron Nail would have become mere debris of a spacecraft. Now, merely a few days later, the autonomous robot had activated all remaining autonomous machines within the Iron Nail, which were diligently executing their pre-programmed missions to protect and repair the craft. Simultaneously, they were analyzing and monitoring the evidently non-human intelligent beings present. Iron Nail reviewed the components removed from the various machines, considering that the tracked machines could be activated normally and that the octopod machine might be reparable. Thus, he refrained from completely dismantling these two machines, while the two quadrupedal machines had been disassembled into 10 relatively intact mechanical arms and a collection of parts of varying sizes. However, Iron Nail felt a twinge of regret, as most of the disassembled components were beyond the comprehension of those present. None could discern their function, nor could they identify the materials from which these parts were constructed. Initially, they had presumed the machines were metallic, only to discover otherwise upon disassembly. Iron Nail believed he should have retained at least one quadrupedal machine for comparative analysis of disassembled parts against intact structures. Yet, having proceeded with the dismantling, he realized that understanding the specific functions of these components would likely require specialized equipment and time for thorough investigation. For now, the disassembly at least allowed for some savings in cargo space. The task of disassembling and studying these machines consumed nearly an entire afternoon, and before long, it was time for dinner. In truth, machi, the food in question, provided only a fleeting sense of fullness, as its nutritional and energy content was rather low. Consumed within 2 hours, it would lead to renewed hunger. Thus, after dinner, the group reduced their activities, knowing they had an entire evening to endure. As night swiftly descended, the vast quantities of dust generated during the apocalypse still lingered in the atmosphere of the radiation star, resulting in a noticeable decline in the intensity of light that the planet could receive. Consequently, the onset of night arrived earlier than it had before the cataclysm. The walls of the camp's structures were evidently less insulating than the rock walls of the shelter, and the young individuals spending their first night outside truly experienced the chilling reality that the elders had warned them about. The temperature was indeed dropping, while the younger children, Gear and Pliers, may not have felt the chill as acutely. The older ones, Nail, Wrench, Button, and Tape Measure, had already discerned that winters had been arriving earlier and lasting longer over the past few years. An elder had once explained that the dust from the nuclear war obstructed sunlight, leading to a decrease in stellar radiation and resulting in a phenomenon known as nuclear winter. If the dust unleashed by the apocalypse were sufficiently abundant, the planet's average annual temperature could plunge below freezing, with such a nuclear winter potentially persisting for centuries. Button was the first to notice the drop in temperature. She quickly advised everyone to return to the vehicle, retrieved warm clothing, and added more firewood to the hearth to ensure a robust flame, allowing everyone to rest peacefully. They all nestled around the grass mats, The atmosphere had significantly improved since the earlier part of the day, though Wrench still bore a hint of displeasure. The silence was no longer as oppressive as it had been at noon. Gear and Pliers whispered dreams of the future, while the other four, though silent, no longer contributed to the earlier tension that had threatened to freeze the air around them. The crackling of partially dried firewood in the flames mingled with the distant chorus of insects outside, and as they basked in the warmth of the fire, each individual sensed a distinct feeling that was entirely different from that within the shelter. Night watch was, of course, necessary. After all, this was not the fortified refuge with its solid rock walls and heavy iron doors. For safety, Nail, Button, Wrench, and Tape Measure, being the older children, were assigned to take turns every 2 hours throughout the night. The task of keeping watch was rather simple, requiring no patrolling outside but merely remaining inside the dwelling, attentively discerning the sounds in their surroundings. Nail was the first to keep watch, arranged for both the first and last shifts to ensure he could obtain a full night's rest, considering he and Wrench would need to drive during the day. 2 hours passed swiftly, although Button was responsible for attending to Gear and Pliers, as well as everyone's provisions. The emotional weight of parting from Uncle York earlier in the day, combined with the oppressive atmosphere of the team and a hint of novelty from their first journey, rendered her unable to sleep for quite some time. When she finally drifted in and out of slumber, she was awakened by Nail, who called for the shift change. By the time she was fully alert, Nail had already lain down fully clothed, ready for rest. She recalled the events of midday, observing the slightly pouting face of the Wrench, and understood in her heart that the Wrench had already realized it was unjust to blame Brother Nail. However, the Wrench's inherently reckless nature made this reaction seem quite normal for him. It was Brother Nail's demeanor that caused Button some concern. He was not a quiet individual, and he genuinely enjoyed sharing scientific tales with his younger siblings. Yet today, apart from explaining their future paths, he had remained largely silent throughout the day. Perhaps from the moment they departed the shelter, he had taken upon himself the burden of everyone's survival, and everything had unfolded so abruptly that he had little time to adjust and learn. A breeze stirred in the night sky, rustling the leaves outside, while the mingling sounds of rustling foliage, chirping insects, and the crackling fire created a nocturne that flowed gently through the camp's night air. Chapter 248. The young beast. The sunlight filtered through the gray sky, casting its light upon the earth. Despite a succession of sunny days, the weather grew colder with each passing day. The flora seemed to adapt to the changing climate even sooner than the people, as many seasonal plants shortened their growth cycles and began to enter a state of dormancy in preparation for winter. The land was adorned with the yellowing hues of vegetation preparing for the cold months ahead. A winding river, neither particularly large nor small, flowed serenely across the landscape. The muted sunlight glimmered upon its surface, while a gentle breeze stirred ripples across the water. This region, once the primary grain-producing area of the Byron Republic, had boasted an intricate irrigation network prior to the apocalypse. These waterways, crafted from the modification of a natural river, had fallen into disrepair and reformed into a new river due to the absence of human maintenance. This unexpected river did not appear on the old maps held by Brother Nail and his companions. It stretched between the shelter and the city they had initially intended to reach, and no bridges spanned this newly birthed waterway. While the river was not a tumultuous torrent, it was still too deep for their truck to traverse directly. Thus, they were compelled to travel along the riverbank, hoping to find a wider and shallower crossing. After 16 days of following the riverbank, they had yet to discover a suitable place to cross. If not for the modification of their truck with tires taller than a person, they would have been unable to navigate the overgrown grasses, bushes, and uneven muddy terrain. Each day, they advanced approximately 50 to 60 kilometers, accumulating a detour of 800 kilometers. Even in a straight line, their journey exceeded 200 kilometers, yet the young individuals who had just emerged from the shelter displayed no signs of panic. At this moment, 2 trucks traversed the somewhat desolate landscape, moving in a staggered formation. However, the journey was far from smooth, as they frequently encountered potholes on the ground that they could not evade, careening straight over them. The drivers were not seasoned operators like Nails and Wrenches, but rather tape measures and buttons. As novice drivers, they were becoming acquainted with the mechanics of operating the vehicles. Although the passengers occasionally jolted from their seats due to the driver's clumsy maneuvers, no one uttered a complaint. Instead, the atmosphere was rather lively, especially with the younger Gears and Pliers erupting into hearty laughter. After Buttons and Wrenches became familiar with the driving, they too would require similar practice. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was no distinction between adults and children. Everyone needed to acquire a multitude of skills. The youth seemed to be gradually emerging from the sorrow of parting ways with Uncle York. This was not due to a lack of emotion. Rather, they had grown accustomed to such farewells. The entire shelter team had dwindled from thousands at the onset of the apocalypse to merely 6 individuals. Over the course of more than a decade, they had bid farewell to countless elders, a reality that compelled them to adapt to the permanent separation from their loved ones. Today, they had already traveled nearly 20 kilometers, approaching the halfway mark of their intended journey. Should they fail to find a suitable crossing point in the ensuing miles, they would, as they had done in previous days, halt the vehicles to camp for the night. Given the perilous nature of the wilderness, they had taken to sleeping in the trucks each night, only disembarking to kindle a fire and prepare their meals. Their supply of rice cakes had been exhausted days prior, and the consumption for the 6 of them was considerable, especially during their growth phase. Since 3 days ago, they had started to be vigilant about any food encountered along the way, whether animal or plant, as their pace was not particularly swift, allowing them to remain observant for sustenance even while in transit. Before long, the 2 vehicles departed from the riverbank, entering a grove not far from the water's edge. This was a thicket of mulberry trees, adorned with plump, purple, and sweet fruits. Such trees were once commonplace in commerce before the apocalypse, and the scale of this grove suggested it was likely a former mulberry plantation. Due to the drastic climatic changes over the past decade, the plants had adapted by shortening their growth cycles to cope with the increasingly frigid climate, yet their growth periods remained unchanged. At this moment, although the trees were laden with immature blue-green fruits, their leaves had entirely withered away. It was evident that they had entered a dormant phase before the fruits matured, and without sufficient nutrition, these fruits would not fully ripen. Nevertheless, a fortunate few had blossomed early and were just about edible, and the group was presently foraging for these fruits within the grove. Each individual had a distinct role. Nails, wrenches, and tape measures climbed the trees to seek out the edible mulberries, while buttons, gears, and pliers gathered the fallen fruits below. Soon, they gathered a large barrel of fruit. Although it was insufficient for an entire day, it would suffice for their midday meal. As for dinner, they could easily return to search for more after selecting a suitable campsite at noon. Due to the significant population decline, the outside world was now adorned with verdant pastures and dense jungles, making the search for food relatively uncomplicated, though caution was warranted regarding mutated insects and wild beasts. After descending from the tree, Tai Ding received 2 large barrels filled with wood berries from Nabutton, and they proceeded towards the parking area outside the forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby underbrush, indicating the presence of something concealed within. This noise immediately captured everyone's attention. It was well understood that the Redi Axingsing people were not small in stature. Many beasts instinctively flee from creatures larger than themselves. Consequently, something that could produce such a significant commotion while remaining hidden was likely to be either a ferocious beast or a large insect of lesser intelligence. Wrench promptly raised his handmade shotgun, aiming it at the towering thicket while cautiously advancing. Tai Ding set down his barrel, retrieving the firearm from his waist, and along with measuring tape, they flanked Wrench as they proceeded forward, weapons drawn. Even Nabutton, Gear, and Pliers brandished their own smaller firearms, resembling human handguns, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, wary of potential traps set by intelligent, social beasts. In the past, exploration teams had fallen victim to their own carelessness, lured by a wild beast while neglecting the others that stealthily approached from behind. In one such ambush, over 20 wild beasts had laid a trap, resulting in only 2 of the 5 team members returning. In this post-apocalyptic world, distinctions between women and children ceased to exist. Once they emerged from the shelter, each person was required to contribute. As Uncle York had stated, if an individual could not fulfill a role and relied solely on others for survival, it might not pose an issue initially, but over time, they would sow discord within the team, dragging down every comrade. Wrench, with his elongated barrel, faced the thicket. Due to the challenges in crafting precise rifling by hand, he had to employ an extended barrel to enhance the bullet's initial velocity and increase its power. He cautiously parted the grass, revealing several small beasts, each the size of an arm, clumsily climbing over one another in a playful heap. These were the young of the wild beasts. Tai Ding and measuring tape immediately raised their weapons, scanning for the parents of these little creatures. It was important to note that wild beasts typically lived in packs, with only a few males being driven out upon maturity to seek other groups. The presence of this litter indicated that a mother beast was nearby, which in turn suggested the existence of a larger pack. Chapter 249, The Savage Beasts of the Wasteland. Without a doubt, the savage beasts of the wasteland stand as one of the most successful species to emerge in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Originally bred by the Redi Aixing people as a source of premium meat, their fate for millennia had been to serve as sustenance for their masters. However, the outbreak of global nuclear war irrevocably altered the course of their existence. Under the influence of nuclear radiation, a subset of these creatures evolved the remarkable ability to rapidly project serrated, scimitar-like teeth from their split jaws, wielding a force potent enough to penetrate even moderately thick steel plates. This newfound lethality elevated the erstwhile prey of the food chain into formidable predators, capable of inflicting harm even upon beings larger and stronger than themselves. Over the course of more than a decade of reproduction, this capability proliferated and stabilized within the local populations of savage beasts. Coupled with their inherently robust reproductive rates, they swiftly emerged as a dominant species in this region post-apocalypse. Generally, the savage beast is a medium-sized creature exhibiting social traits, with certain mature individuals designated to care for the young. Typically, those entrusted with the nurturing of the offspring remain in close proximity to their charges, which is why the sight of juvenile beasts heightens the vigilance of onlookers. However, this particular litter of savage cubs appeared to lack the supervision of adult beasts, and no signs of other savage beasts were discernible in the vicinity. As tension mounted among the group, Button proposed a hypothesis. She noted the recent sharp drop in temperatures, prompting a widespread dormancy among plants. This seasonal change could lead to a decline in the populations of herbivorous animals reliant on vegetation for sustenance. Given that savage beasts are omnivorous, consuming tender shoots and fruits, as well as preying upon other herbivores, the current environmental conditions would significantly reduce both plant and animal food sources, compelling adult beasts, typically guardians of the young, to join the search for food. Button's conjecture was indeed plausible. While the overall nuclear contamination was diminishing, the lingering effects of global nuclear conflict were becoming increasingly apparent. Although these were mere cubs, with a total of only 8, each could yield a considerable amount of meat once stripped of bones. Coupled with the woodberries gathered by the group, if they could locate additional edible plants near their campsite that evening, they would have sufficient provisions for the following day. Thus, after swiftly confirming the absence of adult savage beasts nearby, Wrench wasted no time. He deftly stowed his firearm, shed his outer garment, and with a swift motion, captured the entire litter of cubs. As the cubs lacked the developed, projectile teeth of their elders, Wrench felt confident in his method. Even thin steel would not have been a secure vessel for such sharpness. The cubs squirmed within his coat, with a few so frightened that they released their bowels. Much to Wrench's dismay, others did not hesitate either, except for Iron Nail, who had put away his weapon to secure the wooden berry barrels. They remained vigilant, rushing out behind the swiftly moving Wrench towards the forest's edge. Wrench was the first to arrive at the truck, forcefully slamming the covering of the young beasts onto the ground. Instantly, the previously distorted covering ceased its movement, and he casually tossed the large bundle onto the truck before hastily moving to the side of the vehicle to wash himself at a water faucet attached to the truck. This faucet drew from a specially installed water tank, which, while not holding a vast quantity, could sustain 6 individuals for 5 days without the need for additional water sources. However, since they were traveling alongside a river, water conservation was unnecessary. Although the river's water required purification, they had ample time to attend to such matters given that they only traveled a short distance each morning. After merely dampening his hands, the others caught up. "Get in. We must leave this place quickly. Let us continue along the river as planned." Iron Nail did not linger, placing 1 bucket of wooden berries onto each of the 2 vehicles before swiftly joining Button in the first truck. These wooden berries could be consumed directly without the need for cooking, unlike mochi or meat, thereby saving considerable time even while on the move. Displeased by the strong odor, Gear and Pliers opted not to join Iron Nail and Button in their truck, instead rushing to the second vehicle driven by tape measure. Soon, the 2 trucks, under the guidance of their new drivers, swayed unsteadily as they departed. They needed to leave swiftly, for everyone understood that even if Button's speculation was correct, that the wild beasts had left their young to forage, they would not stray too far. Although they had not encountered these wild beasts, there was no telling when they might emerge from hiding. A few could be managed with firearms, but a large group would pose a significant threat. 2 hours passed, and Iron Nail's group had reached their originally scheduled destination for the day. However, Iron Nail communicated via the intercom to the individuals in the second vehicle that they needed to continue for an additional 10 kilometers. He was aware that a pack of wild beasts was active in the vicinity, and these mutated, troublesome creatures could roam over vast distances, sometimes exceeding several dozen kilometers. They needed to distance themselves as much as possible from the location where they had discovered the nest of young beasts. Thus, even though the vehicles were nearing the limits of their battery life, Iron Nail resolved to push on for another 10 kilometers. Yet, as is often the case in this world, the more one fears something, the more it seems to manifest. The first to sense the abnormality were Gear and Pliers in the second truck, who were competing to spit seeds from the tail of the cargo area while enjoying the wooden berries. Suddenly, they noticed several dark shapes approaching from behind. It is essential to recognize that they were seated within a moving freight truck. Although the speed was not rapid due to the condition of the road and the weight it bore, they were still traveling at a pace of 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, akin to a human sprinting at full throttle. The proximity of an object under such circumstances could only imply that the other party was moving at an even swifter pace. In this apocalyptic world, Even children comprehend the gravity of the situation. The two promptly relayed this information to the wrench, who was still instructing on the proper use of the measuring tape. Upon hearing the news, the wrench hastily retrieved a pair of binoculars from the tool chest within the truck. To his dismay, he observed that it was indeed a pack of over a dozen wasteland beasts. He realized the dire implications. The hunting pack had returned to their lair, only to find their young missing, and they were now tracking the scent to reclaim them. Chapter 250. The Wasteland Beast Pack 2. The wrench immediately communicated this alarming update to the Nail and Button, who were in the truck ahead. He instructed Gear and Clamp to secure the windows on the freight truck's rear doors while he armed himself from a nearby shelf, bracing for the impending threat. The Nail, upon receiving this news, felt a surge of anxiety. The worst fears had materialized. He could only hope that the pack was not too large. While urging the Button to focus on driving and increasing their speed, he moved towards the back of the truck, where several young wasteland beasts were wrapped in the wrench's coat. Knowing they were drawn by the scent of the young, he seized the troublesome bundle without hesitation and tossed it out the window. The speed of both trucks increased. In fact, due to the absence of road obstacles and the need for optimal energy efficiency, they had maintained a slower pace to conserve battery power. Nevertheless, as they neared the limits of the truck's battery capacity, they had no choice but to accelerate. The beast's attacks could pierce steel, and no one wished to test the truck's defensive capabilities against them. Their current location was near a sharp bend in a river, where the water had encountered a modest stone hill approximately 100 meters high. The obstruction compelled the river to bifurcate, flowing around the base of the hill. Years of erosion had formed a substantial tidal flat on the inner curve of the river, where dense, towering semi-aquatic vegetation thrived, resembling a vast thicket from a distance. Despite discarding the young beasts and doubling their speed, the pursuing wasteland beasts showed no signs of relinquishing their chase. They left two behind to inspect the abandoned young, while the others closed in relentlessly. In the rear truck, the wrench extended the barrel of his firearm out through the shooting port, aiming at one of the beasts that had come within 10 meters of the truck's rear. He urged Gear and Clamp to ready their weapons, asserting that they could handle the dozen or so beasts. With that, he seized an opportune moment and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the creature from the wasteland was struck. In its rapid movement, it suddenly lost its balance and tumbled headfirst, rolling several times before coming to a halt, motionless on the ground. Another wasteland beast approached, lowered its head to sniff the fallen one, and emitted a series of mournful cries before resuming its pursuit of the cargo truck. The pack of over 10 wasteland beasts seemed to sense danger, bewildered by the sudden demise of their companion. As they chased the two colossal creatures that had stolen their young, they raised their heads to the sky, producing a rhythmic call, as if to accuse the two giants of their transgressions. Behold, if one aims for their heads, a single shot at close range would surely be fatal. As he reloaded his weapon, Wrench addressed Gear and Pliers. We are 6 in total, with 2 driving. We have 4 firearms. Against these 10 or so wasteland beasts, if we focus our aim, each of us need only fire 4 or 5 times to eliminate them all. You two should also ready your weapons and shoot from the side openings. He nodded at his 2 brothers, who swiftly sprang into action, and continued to advise. Remember to aim a bit closer and be more precise before firing. We cannot afford to replenish our ammunition at this moment. Although we have a considerable stock, we must conserve our bullets. Ziz, Wrench, what is happening? Have the wasteland beasts caught up? The voice of Nail crackled through the communicator. Their vehicle led the way, obscuring their view of the rear, and upon hearing gunfire, he quickly inquired over the radio. One got a bit too close, but I took care of it. We are prepared. Any wasteland beast that dares approach within 10 meters of the vehicle will be shot on sight, Wrench replied. Be cautious. Although our truck has been modified, I cannot guarantee it can withstand an attack from the wasteland beasts. My greatest concern lies with the wheels. After all, they are made of high polymer materials, not as sturdy as steel. All right, I understand. I want to let them get close. If we can eliminate all these creatures, I'll bring some back to make jerky, Wrench said, somewhat impatiently. Wrench. Pliers' exclamation suddenly interrupted their conversation. Wrench immediately peered through the shooting port toward the rear, noticing that the pack of wasteland beasts had not approached the vehicle but maintained a distance of 20 to 30 meters, running alongside while emitting their plaintive cries. Quit shouting if there's nothing to report. You startled me. I already said, if they come near, shoot. Do you think your yelling will scare them away? Wrench retorted, somewhat irked. No, it's not that. Wrench, look beside you. Gear's voice came through, tinged with a tremor, as if he had noticed something alarming. Ziz. This is bad. It's a large herd. Nail's voice crackled through the communicator. Upon hearing Pliers' panicked tone, he turned to glance beside the vehicle. The obstruction from the vehicles behind them prevented him from seeing clearly, compelling him to look to the sides. One side revealed a river. Knowing that the wasteland beasts were not adept swimmers, he turned to the other side. This glance proved to be a grave mistake, as he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Amidst the sprawling wilderness, a multitude of savage beasts erupted from the towering grasses, their numbers easily exceeding 70 or 80, with even more emerging incessantly. This was indeed an extraordinarily vast herd of wilderness creatures. Iron Nail, there are more ahead, came the voice of Button. Iron Nail turned to see, to his dismay, that dozens of these beasts had stealthily encircled the vehicle, obstructing their path. Accelerate. Charge through at maximum speed. Iron Nail promptly made the most astute decision. They could not afford to decelerate. With such a multitude of wilderness beasts, their rudimentary firearms would be utterly insufficient to eliminate them all. If they slowed down, the beasts would swarm them. And who could tell how long the truck could withstand such an onslaught? Button immediately pushed the accelerator to the limit, causing the entire truck to shudder as it surged forward, despite the ominous red light illuminating the dashboard, indicating that the battery was critically low, signaling an imminent power failure. Iron Nail noticed the glaring red light and swiftly activated the switch for the auxiliary power source, a battery salvaged from alien technology. Without adequate testing, it was uncertain how far it could sustain their escape, but such considerations were secondary at this moment. Surely, given its size, it could support them for at least 10 kilometers, or so he hoped. Chapter 251. A fierce crossing. The cacophony of relentless impacts resounded as countless wilderness beasts assaulted the truck with reckless abandon. One of the vehicle's tires had already been punctured by the powerful fangs of these creatures. Though the polymer material possessed sufficient resilience, it was no match for the frenzied assault of the horde. The truck limped forward, swaying precariously, as the cargo within was jostled violently. As the driver, Button dared not reduce their speed in the slightest. Initially, Iron Nail managed to take a shot at the approaching beasts through the shooting port. But as the tire continued to deteriorate, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his balance. Reluctantly, he returned to the passenger seat, securing himself in place to avoid injury from sudden jolts. The truck, modified with oversized tires, had been elevated significantly. Yet, the inexperienced youths had underestimated the formidable leaping ability of the wilderness beasts. Even at high speeds, some beasts could leap from the ground, directly assaulting the vehicle. Despite the addition of steel plates over 10 millimeters thick, deep bite marks were left upon its surface. No one doubted that if the vehicle came to a halt, the beasts would carve a gaping hole into the cargo area within 10 minutes, relentlessly attacking the same spot. The truck had reached a near-limit speed of 60 kilometers per hour, yet it failed to shake off the frenzied horde that had ensnared them. They had been relying on the backup power for over 10 kilometers, and no one could predict when the energy would deplete. Tai Ding understood that even extraterrestrial technology, far superior to their own, must adhere to fundamental physical laws. The compact non-nuclear batteries could only store a finite amount of energy, leaving them with little time to respond. Fortunately, there had been no casualties in either vehicle yet. However, should their vehicles come to a halt due to a power failure, it would spell disaster. Now was not the time to succumb to panic, as the horde of beasts from the wasteland relentlessly pursued them. The two trucks, fueled by an uncertain reserve of energy, sped forward at full throttle, poised to stop at any moment. They needed to devise a plan to alter their dire circumstances. Lacking specialized automatic weapons, such as the rapid-fire guns employed by the military, they found it challenging to contend with the overwhelming numbers of the wasteland creatures. Even now, more beasts were leaping from the underbrush, whether newcomers or previously evaded ones rejoining the chase. The only area devoid of these creatures seemed to be the adjacent river. With this thought, Tai Ding's gaze instinctively shifted towards the river. The water flow was not particularly substantial, and the presence of rocky hills had further diverted it, diminishing the flow even more. Suddenly, Tai Ding contemplated that if there were a section downstream where the current was not as turbulent as it was now, perhaps the two modified trucks could cross. With the river acting as a barrier, they could potentially shake off the beasts, which were not adept swimmers. After all, weren't these creatures also seeking an opportunity to cross to the other side in search of the city marked on their map? Peering along the river, the turbulent waters showed no signs of calming. However, about 2 or 3 kilometers ahead, he discerned the tail end of the rocky hills, where a tributary seemed to meander around them, merging back with the main flow. Did this mean there was no chance to cross? Tai Ding's heart sank as he observed the river, which had swelled significantly where the tributaries converged. "Brother Tai?" came the voice of Button, pulling Tai Ding's attention back into the vehicle. "The warning light for the backup battery has activated." The warning light on the truck indicated the strength of the battery's voltage and current output. Typically, any battery designed for sustained energy output would struggle to maintain stable current and voltage as it neared depletion. A significant fluctuation in the output could signal impending exhaustion of the battery's energy. Though there remained a sliver of time before total depletion, perhaps they could last another 10 kilometers, there was also the possibility that they could falter at any moment. Time was running perilously short for Tai Ding and his companions. He glanced at the surrounding wasteland beasts, still leaping and attempting to assault the vehicles, then at the river, which was swelling with renewed vigor, and finally at the flashing red warning light on the dashboard. He activated the communicator to inquire of the second vehicle, which was closely trailing them. Wrench, how much longer can your backup battery last? The situation was unclear, yet the red light had illuminated, indicating that the vehicle could halt at any moment. The wrench's voice maintained a semblance of calm, though Iron Nail could discern the underlying anxiety within. As the elder figure in the second vehicle, he felt compelled to retain his composure in front of his younger companions. Continuing in this manner was untenable. If the power were to be depleted, their fate would be sealed. The river had diverted earlier at the Stone Mountain, and I could see from my vantage point that it would reconvene approximately 2 kilometers ahead. The water volume in the adjacent river was undoubtedly lesser than it had been prior to the diversion, while the width of the riverbed remained comparable to the original. I was unable to accurately gauge its depth or flow. I suggested that if there were no alternative options, we would have to take the risk of crossing the river forcibly. Iron Nail hesitated momentarily, but soon the wrench's voice crackled through the communicator. Do it. Go. The river was about to converge again 2 to 3 kilometers ahead, and their current speed had reached around 60 kilometers per hour, leaving only a brief moment for communication between the two vehicles. Iron Nail quickly stated, "All right, have tape measure keep an eye out. There's a rocky shoal by the riverbank ahead. There's no silt around that area, which might be able to support the weight of the truck. As we cross, the vehicle will slow down and lower, making it highly probable that the wild beasts will leap onto the truck at that moment, which is the most perilous time before the crossing. This time, you go ahead, and we'll bring up the rear, doing our best to drive off some of the wild beasts. However, you must remain vigilant, especially you. Tape measure. Be aware of how the wheels behave beneath the water, and avoid sinking into the silt. Why complicate matters? You go ahead first." The wrench seemed poised to argue further, but was promptly interrupted by Iron Nail. "Wrench. Gears and pliers are still in your vehicle. Listen to me, you go first. This is also Sister Button's intention." The wrench in the second vehicle considered resisting a bit longer, but upon seeing the anxious expressions of Gears and Pliers peering out the window, he relented and said, "Very well, keep close behind us. Tape measure, let us move." Chapter 252. Survive suddenly. The second vehicle, which had been trailing behind, made a sharp turn towards the river, causing two wild beasts that had been poised to pounce to miss their target and crash heavily to the ground, likely taking several minutes to recuperate. Meanwhile, the vehicle that had been leading veered towards the land, executing a drift that resulted in a cacophony of thuds as it collided with numerous wild beasts. In just over 10 seconds, the positions of the two vehicles had completely reversed, and the wild beasts soon realized that these two rapidly moving behemoths were heading straight for the Great River. The wild beasts were typical terrestrial creatures. If they accidentally fell into the river and were not far from the shore, they might struggle back to land. However, attempting to cross the river was an entirely different matter. Therefore, the wild beast pack had no intention of pursuing these two massive vehicles into the water. It seemed apparent that two trucks were attempting to force their way across the river in a desperate bid for escape. As the undisputed sovereign of this vast terrain, the adult beast pack, numbering over 200, would never permit such an affront. In an instant, the multitude of wild beasts abandoned their previous hunting tactics. Charging madly towards the vehicles, they aimed to rend apart these audacious intruders who dared to threaten their young and challenge their dominion. The situation for the two trucks rapidly escalated into a crisis. The area near the riverbank was thick with mud. The soft earth, saturated by the river's relentless flow, rendered the ground treacherously slippery. Even with their oversized tires, which significantly enhanced their off-road capabilities, the vehicles struggled to maintain speed on such a treacherous surface. Moreover, the reconfigured strategy of the wild beasts led to a reckless onslaught, leaving the truck's trailers battered and pockmarked, particularly the vehicle at the rear, which bore the brunt of the assault, suffering several punctures from the relentless gnawing. However, the damage inflicted by the wild beasts reached its limit as the two trucks plunged into the rocky shallows, finally escaping the treacherous mud. Their speed resumed, and the lead driver, with a keen eye, steered towards the seemingly broader section of the river. They had previously surveyed the river's depth and knew that further upstream, where the width was comparable, the water exceeded 2 meters, threatening to submerge the entire vehicle. Such a depth posed a significant risk for the electric-powered trucks, whose waterproof designs were not intended for swimming. Given that the vehicle stood around 2 to 3 meters tall, there was no telling whether the water would crest above the chassis, rendering control impossible underwater. In this particular location, due to a diversion of some river flow, they could only hope for a shallower crossing, ideally one that would not submerge the driver's seat, allowing them to traverse the river before the water could infiltrate the chassis and short-circuit the power systems. Soon enough, the two trucks entered the water, one after the other, and to their relief, the circumstances proved somewhat more favorable than anticipated. The vehicle's power systems endured the river's assault and continued to function normally, with the water level considerably lower than their previous assessments indicated. Behind them, the beast pack lingered on the rocky shore, emitting various roars of frustration. Yet they were powerless to impede the truck's progress. Everyone aboard the vehicles exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Those damned creatures. Next time, we must roast a few for a meal, exclaimed the wrench, glaring at the snarling beasts on the riverbank. Ziz, wrench, tape measure, mind the water depth. The riverbed remains uncharted and fraught with danger, cautioned the voice of Nail through the communicator. Due to the continuous assault of the water flow, Nail and his team could not ascertain the riverbed's condition, and the presence of underwater currents rendered their unauthorized crossing perilous indeed. However, just as Wrench was about to respond to Nail through the communicator, their vehicle suddenly sank and came to a halt. What was happening? Wrench inquired hastily. It seems the front wheels have become ensnared in the mud at the riverbed. Tape measure relentlessly pushed the accelerator while simultaneously maneuvering the wheels side to side. Yet the truck remained immobile. Tape measure, do not move the wheels yet. If there is insufficient power, the front end will only become more entrenched. Wait until we can push you. Then you may attempt to accelerate. Clearly, Nail overheard their conversation and promptly halted tape measure's intent to extricate the truck from the mire, directing Button to adjust the course and ram into the vehicle ahead. The two vehicles were not far apart, roughly 5 or 6 meters. But the water significantly impeded their progress. They would require several more seconds to catch up to the first truck. Soon, as tape measure felt something pressing against his truck from behind, he heard Nail's voice. Tape measure, now is the time. Accelerate together and attempt to escape the mud. He pushed the accelerator forward once more and began to shake the front tires through the steering mechanism. Indeed, with the force provided by Nail and the others, he sensed the front of his truck gradually lifting as they began to break free from the confines of the mud. However, before they could revel in their progress, they felt the vehicle begin to tilt slowly, as if a force from the side was pushing the entire truck. It was a current. Wrench immediately informed Nail at the rear of the situation. The current is a phenomenon where the flow beneath the surface of the river moves at a velocity far exceeding that of the surface water, appearing deceptively calm from above. Under the influence of the current, should the rear vehicle continue to push forward, there was a significant risk of their truck overturning and being swept away. Therefore, the rear vehicle must cease pushing immediately and find a new angle to balance against the current's force. Nail and Button in the rear vehicle promptly halted their advance and backed up slightly, preparing to realign and push against the right rear corner of the front vehicle. However, considering the current's impact, it was best for the front vehicle to advance upstream toward the left front, ideally coinciding with their impact. After conferring with wrench and tape measure in the front vehicle, they resumed accelerating. Suddenly, in the river, the rear vehicle collided with the right rear corner of the front truck, causing it to lurch sharply to the left. Under the influence of multiple forces, it finally extricated itself from the mud and began to move forward once more. The occupants of the front vehicle could not contain their joy, exclaiming in delight. They had crossed halfway over the river's surface. This meant that barring any unforeseen incidents, the water ahead would gradually become shallower, presenting them with a genuine opportunity to successfully traverse the river. Although another tributary lay beyond the rocky hills ahead, they had previously observed that its flow was less vigorous than the one they were currently navigating. Thus, if they could traverse this river smoothly, the next tributary would pose no issue. Ah, Brother Nail, Sister Button. The sound of gear shattered the joyous atmosphere that had just begun to arise among them. They hurriedly turned to glance at the rear vehicle, only to witness its alarming tilt. From the angle of inclination, the vehicle's overturning seemed inevitable. Brother Nail, what is happening? Tape measure, quickly. Retreat. Wrench immediately activated the communicator. No, don't mind us. You all hurry to the shore. We cannot let everyone perish here. Brother Nail's voice echoed through the device. Quick, you all must disembark. Tape measure shouted back urgently. The water pressure is too great. The door won't budge. Listen to me. Rush to the destination. Keep the younger ones safe. Survive well. If we are unharmed, we will. The transmission abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, the truck driven by Brother Nail and Button was abruptly engulfed by the rushing waters, disappearing within moments. Damn it! Wrench slammed his hands against a nearby shelf in frustration. Brother Wrench, should we follow the river downstream to search? Tape measure inquired anxiously, gazing at the spot where the second vehicle had vanished. Wrench was tempted to do so, but with Brother Nail in peril, as the eldest among them, he bore the weight of responsibility for everyone's safety. He suddenly grasped the emotional turmoil Brother Nail must have felt when choosing to lead everyone away from Uncle York, not out of insensitivity, but due to the burdens of duty. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared what he had hoped to avoid. No, we head to the shore. Chapter 253. The 72nd military base. Upon regaining consciousness, Brother Nail found himself in a sterile white room, starkly contrasting the dim and cramped confines of the shelter, as well as the ordinary accommodations of the temporary camp. This bright, white chamber bore a resemblance to a place he felt he had encountered before, though the specifics eluded him as his mind struggled to clear the fog of awakening. He vividly recalled the moment they had just assisted Wrench in extricating their vehicle from the mud when a sudden undercurrent surged forth, toppling the truck that he and Button occupied. He barely managed to impart a few words to Wrench before their vehicle was swept away into the depths of the river. The sensation of spinning and the relentless influx of water, along with Button's startled exclamations, comprised the last fragments of his consciousness. Button. Yes. Where's Button? Brother Nail abruptly sat up, his sudden movement causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. He surveyed his surroundings, noting 3 beds in the room. He lay on the one adjacent to the window, with the beds separated by curtains attached to overhead tracks that could be drawn. At that moment, all the curtains were pulled open, revealing the absence of any other occupants in the other 2 beds. In truth, the entire room was devoid of anyone but him. After taking a moment to steady himself, he observed the room's decor and suddenly recalled where he had seen a similar chamber before. It was a hospital. It was he who assisted Uncle York in locating the hospital's inpatient department where the painkillers were found, the very wards adorned with similar furnishings. Yet why was he here? Where was this place? And where was Button? As Iron Nail pondered these questions, he attempted to rise from the bed, only to find his legs weaken beneath him. It was not due to any injury, but rather an overwhelming sense of frailty that rendered him utterly powerless. He exerted every ounce of strength to brace himself against the bedside, preventing a fall, yet the act produced a resounding noise. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from outside the room, and the door swung open to reveal a figure clad in medical attire. Iron Nail, you're awake. It was Button who rushed in, her nurse's uniform crisp and hurried as she approached him. She swiftly assisted him back onto the bed, exclaiming, Dr. Duke said you were out of danger and would awaken soon, but I never anticipated you would sleep for 7 days. I was truly worried you might never wake again. As he settled back onto the bed, Iron Nail, still somewhat bewildered, inquired, I recall we were capsized by the undercurrents. How did I end up here? Where's this place? This is the 72nd military base of the Byron Republic. A clear voice chimed in from the doorway. Iron Nail looked up to see a young woman in a gray-blue military uniform, the very attire he had once encountered in his studies, standing upright at the threshold. Sister Rashi, you've come, Button exclaimed with a smile, tucking the covers around Iron Nail. The woman, identified as Rashi, nodded and took a seat on a stool she pulled from beneath the bed. Once seated, Iron Nail observed that she held a book-like object, which she opened while stating, Button has already briefed us on your situation, but there are a few matters that require your personal confirmation. She proceeded to verify Iron Nail's name, age, health status, and special skills, basic personal information. Once she had confirmed these details, she stood and addressed him. Your general condition has been established. You must focus on your recovery, as a test of your personal skills will be conducted in 3 days to arrange your subsequent assignments. That will be all for today. I shall return in 3 days to escort you. With that, she nodded to Button and exited the room efficiently, ensuring the door was closed behind her. Observing Iron Nail's perplexed expression, Button retrieved some food from the bedside cabinet and began to explain. Originally, this location is a military base approximately 400 kilometers distant from their previous target city. The survivors here are entirely composed of military personnel. The reason this substantial military base escaped nuclear devastation is that it has long been a closely guarded secret of the Byron Republic. In fact, such military installations, while not publicly acknowledged, are not uncommon among major powers. They remain absent from maps and are generally not open to the public, with many even within the nation unaware of their existence. It is precisely for this reason that this military base, housing a garrison of up to 100,000 personnel, was spared from catastrophe. This site was once an affiliated experimental base of a military research institute of the Byron Republic, tasked with the development of aerospace technology. Following the outbreak of global nuclear conflict, the base initially fell into a state of panic. However, as a military unit predominantly composed of soldiers, they swiftly devised a response. After enduring the initial, most challenging phase of radiation exposure, they began gradually to gather the nearby survivors. Due to their stringent organization and discipline, despite experiencing significant early challenges from radiation sickness, they did not disintegrate like the previous refuge of Iron Nail and his companions. Instead, they exhibited remarkable resilience and gradually resumed a portion of production. It was 7 days prior that Iron Nail and his companions were discovered by the base's patrol along the riverbank, unconscious yet still exhibiting vital signs. The patrol rescued them and brought them back to the base. After receiving treatment, Button swiftly regained consciousness, whereas Iron Nail remained in a deep slumber until now. Upon Button's awakening, the personnel at the base conducted an investigation into the origins and information regarding the two. It was then that Button learned they had been swept away by the river to such a remote location. Upon discovering Button's proficiency in medical care, the staff responsible for the accommodation of outsiders administered a series of relevant skill and knowledge assessments. After successfully passing the tests, she was assigned to the base's hospital to commence her duties as a nurse. Thus, Button and Iron Nail officially became a part of this 72nd military base. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, even this base, which boasts a population of several tens of thousands, experiences exceedingly slow natural population growth, a result of multiple factors. Firstly, even as an auxiliary base of a research institute, the demographic composition here is severely imbalanced. Despite later efforts to integrate a significant number of newcomers, no qualitative change has emerged. Additionally, in the earlier years, the base faced numerous challenges concerning both the environment and resource supplies, leaving the reproductive age population with neither the inclination nor the means to bear children. By the time many of these issues were resolved in recent years, the original reproductive age population had already aged. Consequently, the overall demographic structure of the base skews older, and although the birth rate has seen a modest increase in recent years, a significant generational gap remains, particularly among the youth, with only a little over 1,000 individuals in the age cohort of Iron Nail and Button. This may well explain why the base was able to so readily accept outsiders like Button and Iron Nail. Some may wonder if there are concerns about malevolent individuals infiltrating the base. In truth, this is a matter of little concern. As a vast shelter founded on military principles, it boasts rigorous disciplinary standards and a robust security force, along with a well-structured promotion system and delineation of roles. Moreover, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the very concept of nations has dissipated, rendering any notions of military secrets irrelevant. Therefore, for such a base, as long as survivors are willing, they can be welcomed with open arms, for there exists a sufficient population and a tightly knit organization capable of addressing various scenarios. For instance, the likelihood of power struggles or schisms within their sanctuary is nearly non-existent. Even if an outsider were to commit acts detrimental to the base, the internal armed forces are more than capable of managing the situation. Chapter 254. Vehicle Maintenance Center. The 72nd Military Base is an expansive sanctuary housing over 70,000 inhabitants, with more than 70% being former military personnel. Over the past decade, even the remaining 30% of external survivors have gradually adapted to this stringent militarized management. The 72nd Military Base covers an area comparable to a small city, with a more secure, smaller enclave at its center, housing advanced production facilities left over from the pre-apocalyptic era. Many of the base's equipment is produced from there. Only those who have attained a certain position within the base or children of school age are permitted to work and reside in that area, for it is said to hold the remnants of a civilization poised for revival. Indeed, the survivors of the entire 72nd Military Base are united by a singular belief: the restoration of the Radi Aishin civilization. They are convinced that, armed with the legacies left behind within the base, they possess the capability to guide the Radi Aishin people back to the embrace of civilization, reclaiming their rightful place as stewards of this planet. 3 days later, Tai Ding successfully completed his skills assessment. The proficiency reported by Nyo Ko was in mechanical engineering. In truth, Tai Ding's knowledge spans a wide array of subjects, particularly in the realms of science and engineering. Although many of his insights were merely theoretical due to the conditions of the shelter, Nyo Ko's report was not entirely erroneous. Indeed, the majority of his activities revolved around mechanical engineering, including the maintenance and repair of various machines within the former shelter, as well as the creation and adaptation of small tools. At this moment, Tai Ding was accompanying Captain Rossi to his assigned workplace at the base's Vehicle Maintenance and Care Center. The entire base is home to a patrol force comprising approximately 1,000 personnel, typically organized into groups of 5, with 2 groups sharing an armed atomic vehicle, tasked with patrolling a 30-kilometer radius around the base. Their primary duties include deterring dangerous beasts or hostile survivor groups from encroaching upon the base and causing casualties, as well as welcoming other survivors seeking refuge within the sanctuary. By the way, Rossi is a captain of this patrol team, overseeing 10 patrol units under her command, primarily responsible for the riverbank area. Notably, it was her patrol that rescued Tai Ding and Nyo Ko. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, she formed a friendship with Nyo Ko, taking personal initiative and responsibility for their integration into the base. In recent days, she frequently visits Nyo Ko for conversation, though her demeanor towards Tai Ding is somewhat aloof. However, Tai Ding has observed that her indifference seems to extend to all males, maintaining a perpetually stern expression. He has often mused about how such a cold disposition could engage amiably with the gentle Nyo Ko. Nonetheless, according to Nyo Ko, she is rumored to be the daughter of a prominent figure within the base. In addition to the patrol units, the base boasts 5 exploration teams, each averaging around 50 members, tasked with investigating the surrounding environment and establishing contact or trading resources with other large survivor bases. Moreover, when accounting for the reserve armed vehicles, the total number of vehicles within the base exceeds 300. The maintenance and repair of such a fleet necessitate a dedicated team of over 80 individuals. Based on Tai Ding's skills, he has been assigned to this maintenance team. As a newcomer, although his performance in the skills assessment was outstanding, he must initially serve in this less critical department. The situation you mentioned has been relayed to me by Nyo Ko on numerous occasions. However, the reality is more intricate than you might think. The city you referred to has been identified as Victor City, which indeed hosts a vast survivor settlement governed by multiple factions. Rossi, with her hands clasped behind her back, guided Tai Ding toward the vehicle maintenance center, articulating, "You should consider that the radiation levels in the wilderness have begun to decline to relatively safe levels. This signifies that survivors can venture outdoors for extended periods and explore farther territories, leading to increased interactions among survivor factions. Such interactions inevitably give rise to competition, conflicts, and even scenarios of absorption or amalgamation. Though Victor City does not represent a cohesive and powerful organization like our base, it remains a formidable survivor faction with a population nearing 100,000. Any engagement between two factions of our magnitude must be approached with utmost caution, as a single misstep could lead to misunderstandings, such as perceptions of our intent to be absorbed. While we are confident in our superior military capabilities, their substantial population could indeed present significant challenges. Even the acceptance of merely 1/5 of their populace could destabilize our base's organizational structure and order." At this juncture, Rossi halted abruptly, causing Tai Ding, who had been listening with his head bowed, to nearly collide with her back. When he raised his gaze, he discovered they had arrived before a vast workshop, where the muffled sounds of activity within could be faintly discerned. "While I fully comprehend your eagerness to ascertain the safety of your younger brothers, I must advise you to focus on your work at the base for a while. After all, it is over 400 kilometers to Victor City, a distance that cannot be traversed casually on foot. The base does not hinder newcomers like yourself from leaving. While we wholeheartedly welcome young individuals such as you, there has never been a case of someone joining the base and subsequently wishing to depart. However, should you truly wish to leave, we will not obstruct you. Yet, consider your current situation. You possess nothing at this moment. I even dispatched someone to assist Button in searching for your vehicle, but regrettably, nothing was found. By working here for a time, you might accumulate enough resources to acquire an atomic vehicle, thereby enhancing your chances of success when you eventually set out. I understand that if you choose to leave, Button will accompany you. However, I implore you to contemplate not only your own safety, but also the safety of your sister." Rossi gestured towards the workshop ahead and said, "Your documents were submitted to them yesterday. You may enter on your own. I have other matters to attend to." With that, she turned away, heading back in the direction she had come from. Just as Iron Nail was about to step into the workshop, he heard her voice once more. 30 days ago, an expedition team happened to travel to Victor City for trading. Calculating the days, they should be returning in a couple of days. Given the timing of your brother's incident, if fortune smiles upon them, it is possible that our team may encounter them in Victor City. If their journey is not too swift, they might even cross paths on the return trip. At that time, you could inquire further. Upon hearing this, Iron Nail's eyes sparkled with hope as he turned to see Rossi gradually receding into the distance. The figure, once perceived as indifferent, now appeared less so under the dim sunlight. Chapter 255. Greetings, I am Alan Thus. Iron Nail and Button embarked on a new chapter of their lives at the 72nd Military Base. Although they were assigned to different units, the base arranged for them to reside in the same suite. This was not due to a shortage of accommodations. In fact, the base spans a vast area, and considering the current population, it felt rather spacious rather than crowded. The decision was primarily made in light of their sibling relationship, as having a familiar presence nearby would ease their adjustment to an unfamiliar environment. In terms of work, the seasoned individuals welcomed newcomers like Iron Nail, as having an additional person to share the workload naturally lightened the burden for everyone. Who wouldn't desire such a scenario? Particularly after Iron Nail demonstrated exceptional skills. He garnered the attention of their supervisor, who intended to cultivate him as a key asset. Of course, such focused training would require him to undertake additional tasks, not to exploit the newcomer, but to genuinely nurture his development, as more work would yield greater opportunities for advancement. As for Nob, her gentle disposition and exceptional skills allowed her to swiftly integrate into collective life. Moreover, given the scarcity of young women at the base, she quickly became the new darling of the comprehensive hospital. Many young men, eager to catch a glimpse of the new girl, feigned illness and flocked to the hospital. Were it not for the icy goddess, Rossi, who shielded her from these persistent admirers, Nob would likely have struggled to carry out her duties. 2 days later, the expedition team returned from their venture to Victor City. Their mission was to engage in a material exchange, trading vehicle parts and ammunition from the base for raw materials with a faction in Victor City. In essence, Victor City was responsible for collecting resources such as pre-apocalyptic metals, while the base would process these materials into finished products for mutual benefit. It is worth noting that despite the base possessing some industrial manufacturing capabilities, it lacked a steady supply of raw materials. Relying solely on its inhabitants to scour for resources was insufficient to meet the base's production capacity. Thus, upon encountering the sufficiently populated Victor City, the base sought to leverage their workforce to secure more raw materials. Conversely, Victor City, lacking advanced processing capabilities, had a considerable demand for the base's products. After several interactions, despite lingering mistrust, the two parties reached a cooperative understanding, with this expedition representing their inaugural trade. Reportedly, the transaction proceeded smoothly, with the counterpart expressing satisfaction with the base's products and refraining from further haggling over the quantity of raw materials. However, when Iron Nail accompanied Nob to inquire about Wrench and his group, they learned that no one in the expedition team had heard of or noticed the newly formed team of young individuals in Victor City. This revelation left Iron Nail and Nob both disheartened and apprehensive, uncertain of Wrench's current situation. Although a strong impulse to rush out in search of them surged within them, Iron Nail recognized the futility of such a notion, without any means of transportation. Locating a few individuals across the vast expanse was implausible. Thus, they were compelled to suppress this urge, having learned through prolonged experience that survival must precede the ability to assist their comrades. As days turned into weeks, Iron Nail and Nob seemed to acclimate to life at the base. A month later, Rossi brought forth significant news. The base planned to establish 5 additional expedition teams, with her appointed as the leader of one. This initiative stemmed from 2 primary considerations. Firstly, the radiation levels in the wild had diminished to a tolerable degree for humans, while the effects of nuclear winter had become increasingly pronounced. Without a substantial population base, adequate production capacity, and a robust organizational structure like that of the base, other scattered survivor groups would face escalating challenges in their struggle for existence. Since the base aimed to reconstruct civilization, these individuals were naturally the targets for recruitment. Previously, many individuals had witnessed objects plummeting from the sky. The base had expended considerable effort to locate some of these items and subsequently transported them to a secure area for research. Recently, the esteemed researchers within this confined space appeared to have made significant discoveries, prompting a request for additional exploration teams to seek out these materials. Notably, a sizable piece of debris was reported to have fallen near Victor City. Although the stance of Victor City regarding these objects remains uncertain, the higher-ups at the base have unequivocally indicated their position. All exploration teams must employ every possible means to acquire these remnants, regardless of the cost. Upon hearing this news, Iron Nail and Button immediately perked up. Although Rossi was unaware of the exact findings at the base, they understood that the competition for extraterrestrial spacecraft debris had commenced. After Rossi departed, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Iron Nail signaled to Button to secure the door before he retreated into their quarters. The base does indeed possess dormitory buildings. However, due to the sparse population, most individuals have been allocated suites with gardens. Iron Nail and his companions were among them, while they had neighbors. The privacy afforded by these garden suites was significantly greater than that of the dormitories. "I wish to join the exploration team," Iron Nail declared, gazing at Button as she entered the room after securing the door. Before Button could respond, he elaborated, "You know, I have encountered those alien machines. If we hadn't lost the cargo truck, I would have continued my studies on those artifacts. I firmly believe that if we are to revive the Red-Eye civilization, the technology of these extraterrestrials might prove invaluable." However, Button, who was apprehensive about switching positions without the base's consent, responded cautiously. Deep down, she understood that Iron Nail harbored another motive. Uncle York remained at the shelter, where a complete alien spacecraft happened to be situated. Rossi had just mentioned that candidates for this expedition could apply freely, and one squad would have a slot for a mechanical repair technician. "I want to give it a try," Iron Nail asserted, seemingly resolute. "Button, this time you stay at the base. I will uncover the secrets of these alien vessels, and then bring Uncle York back." Both were acutely aware that, given Uncle York's condition, he would hardly survive without proper care for more than a few days. Yet, at that moment, they chose not to dwell on such grim thoughts. Button nodded obediently, saying, "I believe in you, Brother Iron Nail." Just then, an unexpected sound of a lock being turned echoed through the yard. This startled the pair. Logically, the yard had been designated as their private property after being allocated to them, and Iron Nail had even changed the lock. How could anyone possess a key to this place and come to unlock it in the dead of night? Stepping outside, they ventured into the yard, only to find the visitor was not a person but a tracked machine, the very one they had activated after leaving the shelter. It appeared to have undergone repairs, revealing that the weapon interface Iron Nail had previously dismantled now sported two multifunctional mechanical arms reminiscent of those on four-legged machines. Observing the astonished and somewhat anxious expressions of Nail and Button, the machine extended its mechanical arms outward in a remarkably anthropomorphic gesture of surrender. Subsequently, a mechanical voice resonated. At last, I have found you. Greetings, I am Alan. Chapter 256, another kind of alien, it's speaking. Brother Nail, this extraterrestrial machine is actually talking. Button exclaimed, pointing at the mechanical entity that had greeted them, while excitedly tugging at Nail's clothing. I heard it. Stop pulling, or my clothes will tear. Nail replied, astonished as he gazed at the machine. It was evident that this device was not operating autonomously as he had previously encountered. Rather, it appeared to be in a mode controlled by an external operator. Who are you? I mean, what is your identity? He inquired cautiously. The machine retracted its arms back to its body, seemingly to convey a lack of hostility. It then traversed the courtyard towards the house, moving with a natural ease as if it were in its own abode. Nail and Button, compelled by curiosity and caution, followed closely behind. Let us discuss this inside. Remaining here could lead to unwanted attention, the machine, identifying itself as Alan, remarked while walking. Just as you previously speculated, I indeed hail from another part of the cosmos. The spacecraft you encountered was indeed what you refer to as an alien vessel, and I am the artificial intelligence aboard this ship. You may call me Alan. That is my name. Upon entering the house, the machine paused to commence its self-introduction to Nail and Button. An alien? Nail regarded the machine with skepticism, his mind brimming with questions. He pressed on. If you truly are an alien, how is it that you comprehend our language? In response, the machine extended one of its mechanical arms and gently swayed it as it spoke. To be precise, I am merely an artificial intelligence created by what you call aliens. Not an alien myself. As for your language, once the autonomous robots, these types of machines, transferred the nuclear fuel from your shelter to the spacecraft, the main control computer I inhabit was able to activate properly. Analyzing and deciphering your language encoding is not a particularly arduous task. I accomplished similar feats long ago. At that time, the civilization I encountered was still in a pre-industrial stage, relying solely on drones to gather their video data for behavioral and voice analysis. You, however, have at least grasped the concept of using electromagnetic waves for communication, allowing me to amass considerable data. Nevertheless, it was only just a few days ago that I completed the deciphering process. Although the explanation was somewhat convoluted, Nail managed to glean the general idea that it had interacted with other civilizations similar to theirs from different planets. Not wishing to dwell on this matter any further, he fixed his gaze upon the machine and earnestly asked, "What do you seek from us?" The machine, equipped with a luminous device atop, tilted slightly, giving the impression of a head tilt, and remarked, "You are overly cautious. In truth, there is no need for such vigilance towards your savior." Yes, the term savior, indeed. The one who rescued you. Savior? Iron Nail inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The machine raised its head, the device responding, "Indeed. Trapped in a reinforced freight car amidst the turbulent waters, do you truly believe you managed to escape and faint on the riverbank by your own means? Did you think you opened the water pressure door and swam to shore unaided? Ah, so it was you who saved us," Button exclaimed in astonishment, as they had all been perplexed by their own escape from the sealed freight car, never anticipating that this alien machine had come to their rescue. Yes, at that moment, I fortuitously resolved the issue of long-distance signal transmission and reception. Once connected to this robot, I discovered your plight, and thus I saved you. However, there is no need for gratitude. It was your inadvertent activation of these autonomous robots that allowed me to awaken. Consider it a return of the favor for your role in my revival. My purpose in seeking you now pertains to another matter. Noticing that Iron Nail and Button were once again captivated, Alan continued, "You may already be aware that this base intends to venture to the site of the wrench, the largest wreckage of a spaceship you mentioned, to search for and study it." Observing the lingering confusion on their faces, he added, "You must not approach it." Why? Iron Nail and Button chorused, wondering if this alien feared the exposure of its technology. "Because, within, lies my adversary." To their astonishment, Alan's response was disarmingly candid. As he continued, "I, Alan, the central artificial intelligence of the wrench, am a creation of human civilization. A civilization that has advanced thousands of years beyond you, self-identified as the Redian civilization, correct? Especially in comparison to your existence prior to a global nuclear conflict. In simpler terms, if human civilization sought to annihilate you, a single ship of the kind you have encountered would suffice." Unable to contain himself, Iron Nail stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Are you threatening us?" Observing his demeanor, Alan controlled the robot to raise a mechanical arm in a dismissive gesture. No, 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 you misunderstand. I am merely stating a fact. I harbor no intention of threatening you, as that would serve no purpose for me. What I wish to convey is that such a formidable human civilization, capable of opposing us, possesses foes equally powerful in relation to you. I can assure you, human civilization has encountered more than one civilization and has achieved peaceful coexistence each time. The sole interstellar war waged by humanity was against this adversary, and it was they who initiated the assault. As he spoke, Alan turned his gaze toward the now calmed Nail and continued, thus, from my own logical assessment, I harbor no desire for its activation, which could pose a threat to me. Naturally, the nature of its stance towards you remains an enigma. The weight of Alan's words was considerable, although he endeavored to articulate his explanation using the language of the Re-Di-Ishin civilization. Nail still struggled to grasp his line of reasoning. Are you suggesting that within that wreckage lies another kind of extraterrestrial? You are in an adversarial relationship. So you wish for US to refrain from engaging with the remnants of that spacecraft. Is that correct? Indeed, not only you, but also your kindred. For my adversary should be a being akin to myself. Thus, should it be activated, it could not only seize control of the entire wreck, but also swiftly re-establish its armed forces and repair the vessel. It can be said that it represents a crisis for both you and me. Chapter 256. The justification. On what grounds should we trust you? After listening to the remarks of the being who called himself Alan, despite his apparent sincerity and the absence of logical flaws, Nail maintained a vigilant stance, unashamed of his caution. Because you cannot afford the gamble. If you agree to abstain from engaging with that spacecraft's wreckage, we shall be partners. Should you refuse, we become enemies, and I will endeavor, by any means necessary, to thwart your efforts. My adversary is exceedingly powerful. Humanity's victory in that battle was only secured at the last moment, yet the conflict between our two civilizations has only just begun. Furthermore, as a survivor of a global nuclear war, with nearly all remnants of the industrial foundation we once established lost, your options are limited. Seeing that Nail seemed poised to counter, Alan raised his mechanical arm to halt his retort and continued. I am aware that the military base you currently inhabit bears the motto of restoring the Re-Di-Ishin civilization. However, if you truly believe that merely relying on a base with residual industrial facilities can rekindle civilization, that would be exceedingly naive. A civilization, particularly one like yours that has entered the industrial age, relies on countless years of collective effort from innumerable individuals to forge its industrial system. It cannot